Chapter 1, Caught Sleeping in Class, Decomposing Math Textbooks. Tianhe City, Tianhe No. 2 Middle School, Senior Class 8. In the classroom, a tense atmosphere filled the entire schoolroom. On the upper right of the blackboard, the 30-day countdown hung cold. On the podium, a middle-aged man with glasses and a somewhat large head was tapping on the blackboard as he lectured. And in the midst of such a tense atmosphere, a boy with short hair and a fairly clean-cut brow was lying on the table, smashing his mouth. His name was Zhang Hao, a veritable school slag. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic synthesized voice sounded in Zhang Hao's head. Target found. System scanning. Meets system binding requirements, system binding begins. Binding successful, super decomposition synthesis system open, personal space open. As this cold and majestic electronic synthesized voice rang out in Zhang Hao's mind, it instantly awakened Zhang Hao, who was still dreaming of a rendezvous. Who's beeping? Zhang Hao awoke with a start and let out a loud cry. Instantly, 50 pairs of eyes in the classroom landed on Zhang Hao's body. They were filled with surprise, and some of the ones that reacted had a gloating look on their faces. On the podium, math teacher Yuan Han's face was already as if it was a black pot, staring at the dumbfounded Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. Here. Zhang Hao, adhering to the idea of being there when called, answered. This made Yuan Hong that angry. Tell me about this question. Yuan Hong was furious and smiled back, using the blackboard sassafras in his hand to fiercely tap on that question on the blackboard before staring at Zhang Hao. Only then did Zhang Hao come to his full senses, and all of a sudden he had the urge to curse his mother. Unable to do anything else, he could only harden his head and look up at the blackboard. At this moment, his mind went blank. Inwardly, he was even more bitter that he had habitually fallen asleep in class again. He didn't know why. When he studied, he was sleepy, there was no way to control himself. Parents, in order to provide him with school, get up early in the morning and work hard to earn money, but he slept in school every day. There were many times he wanted to quit school, but could not bear to look at his parents' disappointed eyes. At this moment, Zhang Hao could only silently bow his head and pretend to think, while at the same time, in his hands, he was secretly flipping through his math book, trying to find the answer from the book. Ha, even a scum like Zhang Hao can do the questions? That's right, I don't even know this question, it's a ghost if Zhang Hao can do it. Studying so poorly and not listening in class, really hopeless. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in Zhang Hao's mind once again. Welcome to the Super Decomposition Synthesis System. Ding, found a senior math book, is it decomposed? System? How could Zhang Hao, who had been tea-poisoned by countless internet texts, not know what a system was? Instantly, Zhang Hao was ecstatic. However, when he looked at Yuan Datu's gloomy eyes, he immediately suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart, and recited a silent message in his mind. Decompose. As Zhang Hao's command was given, in an instant, the math book in Zhang Hao's hand emitted a soft white light and directly disappeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the senior math book, obtaining 1 senior math knowledge crystal, 0.3 skill points, and 0.3 experience. Decomposition complete, is it extracted and fused? His mind was filled with one more dripping and spinning positive polygonal crystallization. Senior math knowledge crystallization contains all math knowledge prior to senior year. Seeing this note, Zhang Hao burst into ecstasy, and he didn't hesitate to say, yes. Chapter 2, Patterns to beat the crowd, being a schoolmaster in a second. As Zhang Hao's words fell, the polyhedral crystal unexpectedly seemed to melt into Zhang Hao's mind. At that moment, Zhang Hao only felt as if he had been enlightened, and at the same time, a wave of enlightenment rushed to his heart. At that moment, when Zhang Hao looked up at the question on the blackboard again, the math questions that had originally left him clueless were now presented in his mind one by one. Zhang Hao scanned over his surrounding classmates and watched their gloating smiles, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He then left his seat and walked straight up to the podium amidst the consternation of his classmates and teacher. Picking up the chalk on the lectern, he then put pen to paper on the blackboard. In an instant, the precise steps to answer the question were written on the blackboard in a single stroke. Zhang Hao was acting like a real man. That's right, if you don't know, you don't know. He's still pretending to know. If he really knew how to do it, a sow would have learned to climb a tree. That's right, he's already wrong in the second step, the teacher didn't say that at all. For the whispers of his classmates, Zhang Hao paid no attention, finished writing, and dropped his pen, turned around and scanned everyone in the classroom. Math textbook, page 104, third example problem. Math textbook, page 128, first example problem. Math textbook, page 200, the fourth example question. The solution to this question can be solved after the solutions to these three example questions are fused and matched. After saying that, Jiang Hao returned directly to his seat with a confident smile. Yuan Hong looked at the solved answers on the blackboard in shock, then looked deeply at Jiang Hao with a strong sense of astonishment in his eyes. Could it be that the previous Jiang Hao was hiding his strength? You have to know that what he wrote on the blackboard was a very difficult college entrance exam question from previous years. Jiang Hao, however, was not only able to solve the question, but was also able to accurately state the source of the solution answer, deeply suppressing the excitement in his heart. Yuan Hong once again continued to start lecturing. Jiang Hao student, this question answer is completely correct. Next by me to give you a specific explanation of this topic. Yuan Hong just said. Lo, suddenly came a burst of shock. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss. Impossible, such a difficult topic. How is it possible for this scum to solve it? Is this still the same scum Jiang Hao who only knows how to sleep in class? Could it be that he's been hiding all this time? The crowd looked at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes and different expressions. They couldn't believe that this was that hangdog Jiang Hao. Quietly looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Hao was overcome with emotion. So, being a school bully feels so good. In the past, I got sleepy when I read, causing me to not be able to study seriously, but now, with the system, Shuimu University is my goal. I will definitely not let my parents down. I want them to live the happiest life possible. Jiang Hao secretly swore in his heart. With that, Jiang Hao's mind but sank into his mind once again. Hello host, the super decomposition synthesis system is at your service. System, introduce your functions. The super decomposition synthesis system can decompose everything in the world to obtain various skills and items. It can also synthesize everything in the world to obtain various items, abilities. In addition, every time the system synthesizes and disassembles, it will obtain randomly varying amounts of skill points and experience. Skill points can be used to upgrade the skills that the host obtains, while experience is used to upgrade the system. System, do you have my personal information and such? Chapter 3, Encountering an Obscene Young Man, when it's time to take action. All systems and novels would have a host's personal panel, so Jiang Hao tried to casually ask. However, soon, a personal panel appeared in front of him. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 10.310. Age, 18. Strength, 0.8 average adult 1. Agility, 0.8 average adult 1. Spirit, 1.2 average adult 1. Stamina, 0.8 average adult 1. Skills, Math 3010. Natural aptitude, none. Skill points, 0.3. Personal space, open. Jiang Hao looked at this attribute panel and had some difficulty. With this attribute of his own, only his spirit had reached the normal adult state, and nothing else was up to standard. Afterwards, Jiang Hao thought about the math crystals he had just obtained by disassembling the math book. It felt as if the book had been condensed into a crystallization with some unknown rule. And after he fused it, he would be able to completely control all the knowledge in the book. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao was instantly ecstatic. In that case, am I able to break down the books of each subject into knowledge crystals in the same way as the math books, and then fuse them? He pulled out an English book from the base of books on his desk. System, decompose. After the English book in Jiang Chen's hand emitted a soft glow. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the senior English book, obtaining 1 senior English knowledge crystal, 0.5 skill points, and 0.5 experience. Decomposition complete. Is it extracted and fused? At the same time, a positive polyhedral crystal appeared in Jiang Hao's mind once again. Senior year English knowledge crystallization contains all the English knowledge from before senior year. Yes. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the positive 64-sided body melted once again and merged into Jiang Hao's mind, followed by a surge of information pouring into Jiang Hao's mind. There were various grammars, various pronunciations, and various phrases, and at this moment, Jiang Hao instantly melted through them. As Jiang Hao was experiencing the crystallized English knowledge that he had just fused, time passed without him realizing it. With a bell ringing, Yuan Hong stopped lecturing and Jiang Hao was awakened. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao packed up his things as if no one else was there. Of course, this time, he had packed many textbooks in his backpack. Walking down the road, Jiang Hao thought about how he should utilize the system in his hands to quickly change the status quo. Just then, a succession of screams reached his ears. Ah! Help! Hey, chick, come on. Give me a kiss. Jiang Hao hurriedly ran forward and turned the corner to take a look. He saw three lewd young men with rolled-up sleeves, messy tattoos on their bodies, and fancy dress surrounding a female student who was also wearing the uniform of Tianhe No. 2 Middle School. Song Waner desperately shouted for help, her face terrified. At this moment, she was repentant. She shouldn't have gone home alone when Uncle Hai had something to do today and had to pick her up later. Someone come and save me. Woo. Song Waner was already desperate. Little sister, just come with us. Brother will take good care of you. Right. Brother will definitely take good care of you. Ha. With that, the three lewd men were about to drag Song Waner away. Jiang Hao was a little apprehensive when he saw that there were three of them, but he still pretended to be calm and composed and spoke out. Hey, what are you doing? You three big men are not ashamed to bully a girl. Chapter 4, Bend a Slate just to the end, Danger Perception God's Help. At this time, the three lewd men were also startled by the voice that came out of nowhere. However, when they turned around and saw that the one who had just transmitted the voice was actually a student wearing a school uniform and was not yet free of childishness, they were instantly in a state of great peace of mind. One of the punks with yellow hair cocked his head with a teasing face, glanced at Jiang Hao, and then looked back at Song Waner. Kid, want to heroically save a beauty? At this moment, Song Waner was originally ecstatic to hear that someone had come to his rescue. Save me, please save me quickly. She shouted. However, when she turned around and saw that the person coming was actually a student wearing the same school uniform as her with a skinny figure, her newly raised hope fell back into the abyss. How could he possibly beat three people by himself? Am I really going to have a hard time escaping my fate today? Song Waner's pale face was streaked with tears and a look of despair. A chaste look that one couldn't help but pity. At this time, that yellow hair suddenly pulled out a folding knife from his pants pocket, which was about 20 centimeters long. He took the folding knife and gently tapped the blade on his other hand, looking at Jiang Hao playfully. Kid, get lost now and I'll pretend nothing happened, or else. Humph. Jiang Hao's heart tightened when he looked at the blade in yellow hair's hand. Although he was a scum, he had never been in a fight before, and when he saw the scene, it was normal for his heart to be nervous. He also heard what yellow hair said, but if he didn't care today, he was afraid that he would have nightmares. Therefore, he looked down and scanned left and right, trying to find a weapon to counteract the folding knife in yellow hair's hand. However, when he looked around, he only found a broken slate under his feet, and nothing else that could be used. He had no choice but to pick up the brick on the ground and make do with it. With the brick in hand, Jiang Hao's heart was slightly certain, and his gaze was fixed on yellow hair. Ding, found spider corpse, is it decomposed? Just then, an abrupt voice came to Jiang Hao's mind. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned, then he reacted. He was the one who had the system, but where did the spider come from? Could it be? Jiang Hao glanced down at the slate in his hand, and sure enough, a small spider on the slate was pressed to death by his own inattention. Jiang Hao's heart rejoiced without the slightest hesitation. Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a spider, obtaining the spider skill, danger perception, skill point 0.7, decomposition experience 0.7. Decomposition complete, is it extracted and fused? Soon, a small ball of light appeared in Jiang Hao's mind, and when his eyes gathered on it, a message came into his mind. Danger sense, current level 101, grants you a keen sixth sense, able to detect the arrival of danger in advance and react to it, agility +1, spirit +0.6. Flusteredly reading the notes, Jiang Hao chose to extract and fuse the skill dangerous perception. Soon, the massive light in Jiang Hao's mind slowly merged, but in an instant, it disappeared. And after that massive light melted into his body, Jiang Hao instantly felt his eyes clear, and everything around him became clearer. His body seemed to be more relaxed, more powerful. However, nothing else seemed to have changed. At this time, Yellow Hair saw that instead of not leaving, the kid even picked up a slate, and immediately became infuriated. Kid, this is what you forced me to do. Saying this, Yellow Hair's face was hideous, holding a folding knife as he approached Jiang Hao, and then, even more so, he was heading straight for Jiang Hao with a knife. Chapter 5 Dangerous Sense of Might, Dog Blood Hero Saves True Beauty. When Song Waner, who was on the side, saw the scene, she was even more frightened and lost her voice. Ah! Be careful! And at that moment, Jiang Hao's mind suddenly felt as if pins and needles were sticking in it, and he subconsciously moved, and instantly, his body dodged Yellow Hair's slash at an unbelievable angle. At the same time, he subconsciously backhanded Huang Mao's back and slapped him hard. Yellow hair pounced in before he could react. He was slapped on the back by Jiang Hao again, and immediately his body came to lose balance. Boom! Directly fell to the ground, lying down cannot get up. At this moment, the other two pulling Songwon air punks see this, suddenly alarmed, toward the ground yellow hair shouted. Brother Ma, brother Ma. However, no response came from yellow hair. And Jiang Hao was also surprised for a moment and was looking down at his body. At this time, the two punks saw that their brother Ma didn't respond, and immediately, their faces crossed, dropping Songwonner, and each pulled out a butterfly knife from their pants pockets with a flick of the wrist, and angrily rushed up. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's nerves also suddenly tightened, while his entire body's muscles contracted, already subconsciously reacting. Boom, boom. Aha, ah. In a flash of lightning, two figures fell down in response. Ah. My stomach. Hiss, my head. Then, the miserable screams of the two punks could be heard. Samwon Air, who was on the side, was already stunned by the scene before her. She looked at Jiang Hao, as well as the three punks lying on the ground with a shocked expression. What was going on? These three punks had been knocked down just like that? At this moment, if it wasn't for the fact that he saw the slightest bit of blood on the head of one of the punks, she would have thought that these guys were cooperating in a play. At this moment, she stared at herself in front of her, the boy who was radiating light, his eyes flickering with a strange light. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, looked at the slate in his hand, as well as the three punks who had fallen at his feet and were constantly wailing, and remembered the subconscious action he had just taken, and was instantly elated. Is this danger perception? He then skimmed over to the side where he stood, staring at himself to see Songwon Air. Only then did Jiang Hao see the appearance of this girl who wore the same school uniform as him. A head of beautiful hair, slender willow eyebrows, a pair of round eyes slightly red, full of fog, show straight nose, pink lip milk. It is really a goo-goo pouring people city, and then goo-goo pouring people country. Just her crystal face hanging a trace of tears, face a little pale, so that people cannot help but rise together heartache, want to protect her. Jiang Hao looked dumbfounded for a moment, and his heart accelerated violently. Samwon Air was also stared at by Jiang Hao somewhat embarrassed, and then lowered her head. Only then did Jiang Hao wake up and hurriedly averted his gaze and walked up. Are you all right? The two said in unison. Then they both looked up at the same time and smiled at each other in some surprise. I'm fine. The two spoke in unison again. This time, both of them were embarrassed. It was then that Jiang Hao remembered the three punks lying on the ground behind him, and only then did he speak. What do you think about the three of them? Should we call the police? Song Wanner sniffed and frowned lightly, turning her head to look at the three punks who were still wailing. I don't know. Song Wanner gritted her teeth, somewhat at a loss for words. Seeing this, Jiang Hao then spoke. Then why don't I do it? With that, in Song Wanner's curious gaze, he carried his slate again and arrived in front of the three punks. Chapter 6 3 bricks and 2 feet to teach to be a man, moving my family have to die. The three punks were still defiant, looking angrily at this Jiang Hao, and Yellow Hair had slowed down, even more furious. Kid, you know who I am. How dare you hit me and ruin my good deed, you're finished. That's it, how dare you hit Xiaoma, you're finished. When Jiang Hao saw this, he felt a bit amused. Snap, snap, snap. Ah! My back. Grass, my hand. Convinced yet? Jiang Hao asked, holding up his slate. The three of them just howled. Jiang Hao raised his hand, and like blistering wind and lightning, 3 more slates fell. Ah! Convinced yet? This time, the three punks looked at Jiang Hao's once again raised slate, and hurriedly nodded their heads with a sobbing voice, unable to stop. Convinced. Convinced, big brother, let us go. Never dare again, never dare again. Jiang Hao sniffed, and only then did he get up, meeting Song Wanner's surprised gaze, and spoke. You see, this kind of person is to be served with a brick. With that, his gaze fell on the three of them and he chided. The three of you get the hell out of here. Don't let me see you again in the future. If I see you guys again, I'll beat you up once I see you. Saying that, Jiang Hao kicked the Yellow Hair on the ground. When the three punks heard this, they immediately looked joyful and hurriedly spoke in a panic with a crying voice. Yes, yes, yes. We're leaving, we're leaving. We will definitely hide from Big Brother. Put. Seeing this scene, Songwon Air didn't hold back her laughter. Jiang Hao turned back to the whole scene he saw, and his heart started pounding. thank you so much for today. By the way, I still don't know your name? At this moment, a buzzing sound came from Jiang Hao's pocket, interrupting the two men's conversation. Jiang Hao took out his cell phone to see that it was a call from his schoolteacher sister, Jiang Zixuan, who had never treated him well. After being slightly surprised, Jiang Hao picked up the phone, and instantly, an anxious crying sound came from the phone. Woo woo. Jiang Hao, you quickly come to Tianhai Hospital, Dad is out of his stall and has been beaten up. When Jiang Hao heard this, he was startled and filled with anxiety. What? What's going on? When? Which ward are you in Tianhai Hospital? Jiang Hao's face was filled with anxiety as he pursued the questions one after another. Oh. We're in bed 62 of the 2nd Orthopedic Department, hurry up. Got it. You take care of Dad first, I'll be right there. With a gloomy face, Jiang Hao hung up the phone. Immediately after, Jiang Hao opened his mouth in a slightly apologetic manner. I'm sorry, there's a bit of an emergency at my home, I'm going to leave first, you should go home soon too. After saying that, without waiting for Song Wan-er to speak, Jiang Hao turned around and ran out. When Jiang Hao's figure was about to disappear, she then remembered that she didn't know the name of the boy who had just saved her. At that moment, she hurriedly shouted. Hey, what's your name? But Jiang Hao was in a hurry because of his dad's business and had already run 1,000 meters away. Naturally, he didn't hear Song Wan-er's shouts. Song Wan-er, who had gotten no response to his shouting, was chagrined. At that moment, he remembered that Jiang Hao was wearing the exact same school uniform as her, which meant that he was also a student at Tianhe No. 2 Middle School. Immediately, a smile that tipped the scales was revealed on her face. I will definitely find you. On the other side, Jiang Hao was so anxious when he heard about his dad's accident that he quickly ran out to hitchhike and rushed to Tianhai Hospital. Chapter 7, finally getting the cause and consequences, going to the door to teach the enemy to be a human being. On the way, Jiang Hao's face was hard to see. Dare to hit my father, I want you to live a life worse than death. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and swore secretly in his heart. The wait was always long, and in Jiang Hao's anxious wait, he finally arrived at Tianhai Hospital. After throwing $8 to the driver, Jiang Hao dashed into Tianhai Hospital. After asking the front desk for the location, Jiang Hao hurriedly ran over. Finding the ward, Jiang Hao pushed open the door and walked in. He saw an ordinary middle-aged man wearing a hospital gown, lying on the bed, hanging water, which was Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Weiping. And on the side, a middle-aged woman was carefully taking care of Jiang Weigua. This was none other than Jiang Hao's mother, Hua Chunlan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hospital bed, a little girl with tear-stained face and red eyes was watching Jiang's dad with concern. This was Jiang Zixuan, Jiang Hao's younger sister. Jiang Hao took 3 steps and rushed forward, asking anxiously. Dad, how are you? Seeing Jiang Hao, Jiang Dad put on a smile that said he was fine. It's fine, Howard, Dad just accidentally fell and misplaced his bones. Jiang Dad didn't tell Jiang Hao the truth. Naturally he was afraid of affecting Jiang Hao, not to mention, if Jiang Hao knew the truth, would he go to help him avenge the fight? Let's just say it's almost 30 days before the college entrance exam. He also doesn't want to affect Jiang Hao's college entrance exam, otherwise, he will regret it for the rest of his life. When Jiang Hao heard this, he didn't know what his father was thinking. He also didn't want his father to worry about him, so he pretended not to know. Dad, why are you so careless? What's the situation now? What did the doctor say? Jiang Hao chided with concern. At this time, his mother spoke up. Your dad is not a big deal. The doctor told him to rest for a few days. Howard, you're about to take the college entrance exam. Go back to your studies, you have classes tomorrow. It seemed that both his sister and mother had been instructed by his father, and did not tell the truth. It's fine, Mom. I've already reviewed almost enough, it's not a problem. However, Father Jiang disagreed and kicked both Jiang Zixuan and Jiang Hao out, telling them to go home and study. Helpless, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan went out of the hospital room. Zixian, what did the doctor say? After leaving the ward and arriving at the hospital below, Jiang Hao said in a cold voice. Jiang Zixuan glanced at Jiang Hao and seemed to feel that her wimpy brother seemed to have changed, and after a slight hesitation, she finally spoke. The doctor said that Dad has a broken rib, but fortunately it hasn't shifted. Other than that it's good. As long as you take your medication on time, it'll probably be almost as good if you recuperate for more than 3 months. Jiang Hao was relieved to hear that, but he hated the thought of the person who had injured his dad like that. Then do you know exactly who it was? For what reason did you beat up Dad? At this point, Jiang Zixuan seemed a bit worried and stammered, refusing to speak. Speak! Zhang Hao changed his mind and let out a cold shout. It sent Jiang Zixuan into a shiver of fear. It's Hong Liang, he wants Dad to pay $2,000 in protection fees. Dad hadn't been out of the stall long, where did he get that much? Then he robbed Dad of his hard-earned $1,000, and when Dad went to ask for it, he was beaten up by the lapdogs he brought with him. Zhang Hao was furious after hearing this. Hong Liang, you wait for me. Zhang Hao grit his teeth for a while, he turned back and smashed a fist on a small tree beside him. Boom! Ding, found one tree, is it disintegrating? Chapter 8 Resurrection Pill, World's Best Chef. Hearing this voice in his head, Zhang Hao was stunned, then turned surprised that he still had a system. He then surveyed the small tree he was holding onto and spoke. Decompose. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing one small tree, obtaining a bottle of life essence, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete, is it extracted? Life essence liquid, a liquid that enhances vitality, can quickly repair any injury, and possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. Seeing this note, Zhang Hao was instantly ecstatic. This wasn't exactly what he needed right now. Extract. Soon, Zhang Hao saw a thumb-sized bottle of emerald green liquid in his personal space. And at this time, Jiang Zixuan also looked up and secretly looked at this brother whose face was constantly changing, feeling that he was different from before. And at this moment, Zhang Hao took another look at this tree in front of him. This tree didn't seem to have changed in any way to outsiders, but in Zhang Hao's eyes, the inside of this tree had turned black, the life force had all but disappeared, and it probably wouldn't take long for it to die. Zhang Hao didn't have any pity, he was going to save his father, it was just a small tree. Right now, he was thinking about how he could get this bottle of life essence to be taken by his father without him realizing it. Soon, he thought of a way, and then, he turned back and spoke to Jiang Zixuan. Let's go home and make some chicken soup for Dad and bring it here, to make up for Dad. Saying so, he led the way ahead. Jiang Zixuan sniffed, nodded, and followed Zhang Hao. After the brother and sister duo went home, they found the chicken and prepared to start making the soup. However, although Jiang Dad was a modest cook who went out to set up stalls every day, the two of them, Zhang Hao and Jiang Zixuan, hadn't inherited Jiang Dad's talent. Jiang Zixuan, do you know how to make soup? Jiang Hao, do you know how to make soup? The two asked each other in unison. Helplessly, the two stood in the kitchen, staring at the ingredients, only able to stare wide-eyed. At this time, Zhang Hao suddenly remembered that his dad had bought some cooking books before, and immediately, he rushed into his dad's room and rummaged through them. Soon, he found a book of recipes and a book of home common small dishes, just as he picked up the recipes book. Ding, found a recipe book, is it decomposed? Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Hao had an unsurprising smile on his face. Decompose. With the order, the recipe book in his hand flashed with a soft light. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the recipe and obtaining the skill Divine Chef with 0.8 skill points and 0.8 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete, is it extracted? As the system beep sounded, a ball of light appeared in Zhang Hao's mind. And when Zhang Hao gathered his mind on that light mass, a message entered Zhang Hao's mind. Divine Chef Level 1010, a skill practiced by the legendary cooks of the gods, specializing in cooking food for the gods. Able to use everything in heaven and earth as ingredients to make food that would make a god rave. However, at level 1, you can only use ordinary ingredients and make ordinary food. Seeing this note, Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. Hiss. Awesome. My system. Zhang Hao reacted with a face of shock and ecstasy. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Hao eagerly said, extract the fusion. And with Zhang Hao's order, the ball of light in Zhang Hao's mind instantly merged into his mind. Instantly, a huge stream of information rushed into Zhang Hao's mind. Chapter 9, The Divine Chef Makes Fresh Soup, Everyone Says It's Good. Surprisingly, all of this information had to do with this aspect of cooking, and in an instant, he had gone from being a small cook to a master chef. And at that moment, Jiang Zixuan followed him, just in time to see Zhang Hao staring at the recipe. Zhang Hao, is it in the book or not? Zhang Hao was instantly awakened by Jiang Zixuan and hurriedly spoke. Yes, there is. Saying this, he rushed into the kitchen with the recipe in his arms, and Jiang Zixuan was about to follow him in. Don't you come in and disturb me. Saying so, he closed the kitchen door, separating Jiang Zixuan from the outside. Angry, Jiang Zixuan pointed at the door, her mouth crooked with anger. Good you Jiang Hao, you wait for me. Exasperated, Jiang Zixuan stomped her foot and walked away. At this moment, in the kitchen, Jiang Hao turned on the gas and held the shovel, and a sense of familiarity arose. Jiang Hao followed the knowledge in his head, pouring the oil, putting in the accompaniments, pouring the chicken pieces, everything was done in one go. At this moment, Jiang Hao had a serious face, as if he was an experienced chef. Soon, a special rich fragrance emanated out. With a shocked face, Jiang Zixuan was also attracted by this special fragrance. It smells so good. You can make a soup that smells this good just by following a recipe? With doubt, Jiang Zixuan knocked on the door with a deep hand. Duck duck. Jiang Hao, is it done yet? At this moment, Jiang Hao tasted a mouthful of the soup he had made and was shocked. Hiss, it smells so good. It's worthy of being a skill that can make even the gods marvel. At this time, he also heard Jiang Zixuan's knock on the door. All right. He responded to Jiang Zixuan while dividing the soup into 3 portions, leaving one for Jiang Zixuan. Afterward, he took out the life essence liquid that he had obtained after decomposing the small tree. System, if I pour the life essence liquid into the chicken soup, it won't affect its effects, right? Jiang Hao asked in a deep voice. It won't, host. The system's reply made Jiang Hao burst with joy, and Jiang Hao hurriedly poured the life essence into one of the bowls of chicken soup. Immediately, a faint freshness emanated from the chicken soup. After stirring it with a spoon, Jiang Hao placed the chicken soup with the life essence liquid at the bottom of the lunchbox and the other bowl on top. After loading it up, Jiang Hao took the surprised Jiang Zixuan and quickly rushed towards Tianhai Hospital again. Arriving at the ward where Jiang Dad was. Dad, I made you chicken soup, you and my mom should both drink some. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were a bit surprised when they heard this. You can still make chicken soup? Jiang Zixuan interjected at the right time. Dad, Mom, Jiang Hao made it according to the recipe, it smells good, you guys have some. Jiang Ma looked at her juggling daughter with a face of favor and helplessness. You need to call brother, don't keep calling Jiang Hao Jiang Hao. Jiang Zixuan pouted and glanced at Jiang Hao, not happy. No, I won't. Jiang Mom and Jiang Dad looked at each other and smiled helplessly. On this side, Jiang Hao took out the chicken soup without a care in the world, and a fresh fragrance wafted out, causing the crowd in the ward to be surprised. It smells so good. It really smells good, blessed. Yeah. I've never smelled such fragrant chicken soup before. Even Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were shocked, and Jiang Dad asked skeptically. You can make such fragrant chicken soup by looking at the recipe? Jiang Hao brought out the bowl of chicken soup that he had added life essence liquid to and smiled as he sent it to his dad. Dad, I really made this from the recipe, so just try it first. Sitting up slightly, Jiang Dad took the chicken soup handed over by Jiang Hao and tasted it, followed by a gasp. It smells so good. Chapter 10, Immediate Effect of the True Divine Medicine, shocked to see and hear the competition to grab it. Only then did Jiang Hao say to his mother on the side. Mom, there's another bowl in the lunchbox, you try it too. Good. I know. Soon, Jiang Dad's bowl of chicken soup went down, and Jiang Hao was a little nervous. Dad, did you feel anything? With a slight feeling, Jiang Dad muttered. What feeling? Making a slight hesitation, Jiang Dad spoke again. After drinking this bowl of chicken soup of yours, I feel warm and very comfortable all over, and there's some itching here and there, and I even feel like I'm full of strength. Saying this, Papa Jiang even pointed to the place where his ribs were broken. When Jiang Hao heard this, he was immediately delighted. It must be that bottle of life essence that worked. Then Jiang Dad also felt a bit incredulous, and then he even made a bold decision. I feel as if I'm getting better. No, I have to get out of bed and try. With that, he was about to get up and get out of bed. Jiang Ma rushed over to suppress the fidgeting Jiang Dad and snapped. Can you not act like a child, you don't know your own situation? Could it be that you've really been cured by your son's bowl of chicken soup? Over here, Jiang Zixuan sniffed and also teased with a playful smile. Dad, it's just a bowl of chicken soup made by your son that looks good. What's the point? You'd better lie down on the bed and have a good rest. Even the 2 patients in the beds next to him also spoke out to tease. You're not seeing that your son can make soup, and all of a sudden, you're so happy that you're just fine, right? Ha ha. That's right, you have an accomplished son. Hey. I'm sick, son are busy, only the wife to take care of me. When Jiang Dad heard others praising his son, he was also very happy. Whoever wants their son to go out can give them a long face. But at this time, Jiang Dad didn't show it. He was still obsessing with the fact that he had gotten better. I'm not lying, I really feel like I'm better, I feel like I'm full of strength. If you guys don't believe me, I'll get out of bed and show you. Jiang Dad said, and was about to get out of bed. In the end, a large group of people could not resist, only in the crowd's support, Jiang Dad out of bed. After getting out of bed, Jiang Dad took 2 steps, his face was full of surprise. Afterwards, he pushed away Jiang Hao, who was supporting him, and Jiang Ma. In the crowd's shocked gaze, he directly turned around on the ground like a normal person, and he kept pressing his hand on the place where his ribs were broken. He didn't even feel any pain. This was a shock to the crowd. Crap. Damn, no way? This looks really healed. My God. It can't really be cured by a bowl of chicken soup, right? The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Even Mother Jiang, who was on the sidelines, cried tears of joy. Howard, you didn't put anything in the chicken soup, did you? At this time, Jiang Dad was also a bit puzzled. However, very quickly, he had denied his doubts. No, even if you put 1,000-year-old ginseng, it's not this powerful. And at this time, the several patients next to him were shocked by the scene and said to Jiang Hao, "Young man, do you still have that soup? I'll pay $100 for a bowl." Right. I want a bowl too, I'll pay for it. How can you be like this? This is what I wanted first, I wanted it first. What? You're the only one who can buy it? I'll pay $300 for a bowl. Over here, before Jiang Hao could say anything, in the ward, the patients in the 2 beds next to him had already started to scramble. Spending $100 or $200 for a healthy body, I believe anyone knows how to choose. Chapter 11 Revenge is not overnight, overnight is not a good man. And at this time, Jiang Hao was afraid that his dad would get to the bottom of the matter, and then hurriedly said, "That's just a bowl of chicken soup, which has 1,000 years ginseng. Dad, you wait for me first, I'll go call the doctor to show you." Saying that, Jiang Hao directly rushed out of the hospital room. Subsequently, after the doctor understood the situation, he was also shocked. And on the side, Jiang Dad was still clamoring to be discharged from the hospital. In the end, in order to confirm the diagnosis, the doctor suggested that tomorrow, after the other doctors in the hospital go to work during the day, he would take an X-ray to make sure, before making plans to be discharged. Jiang Hao also agreed. On this side, Jiang Hao has actually put down his heart. The system produces, must be fine. Afterwards, at the request of Jiang Dad, Jiang Hao took Jiang Zixuan home, leaving Jiang Mom to accompany him. Before leaving, Jiang Hao also took away his lunchbox with chicken soup. He didn't want anyone to know about the life essence. Back home, Jiang Zixuan went to do her homework, while Jiang Hao thought about it left and right. And it just so happened that the spider's perception of danger gave him a certain amount of confidence when he heroically saved her today. "Hong Liang, wait for me." Jiang Hao stole a glance at Jiang Zixuan, who was seriously doing her homework, and without disturbing, then quietly left the house. Jiang Hao came to the usual place where Jiang Dad set up his stall, and around it, there were still traces of the fight left. Jiang Hao inquired about Hong Liang's whereabouts from the pedestrians around the stall. Hong Liang had built up his reputation here for a long time, and many people were unwilling to offend him, so they didn't provide Jiang Hao with any useful information. Some, on the other hand, knew Jiang Hao and knew about what happened to Jiang's father today, so they knew Jiang Hao's intentions. They didn't think that Jiang Hao could fight Hong Liang's gang by himself, so naturally, they didn't give him Hong Liang's information and persuaded Jiang Hao. But in the end, Jiang Hao learned of Hong Liang's location. Jiang Hao rushed over and happened to find Hong Liang's figure at a big stall. "Hong Liang, finally I found you." Jiang Hao was filled with hatred, but he wasn't overwhelmed by hatred. This place was crowded and not a good place to strike. Moreover, Hong Liang had about 10 people around him, and he was alone. Even if he possessed the danger sense skill, he wouldn't be a match for so many of them. Jiang Hao pressed a hand on the large trees planted on both sides of the main road and fell into deep thought. "Ding, found one ant, is it decomposed?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted Jiang Hao's contemplation. Jiang Hao responded to the voice and looked, and it turned out that the tree he had pressed had many ants on it, and he had just happened to have crushed one with his hand. At that moment, Jiang Hao remembered the spider he had decomposed earlier, and was instantly overjoyed. Since decomposing spiders can give me the skill danger sense, I wonder what I'll gain by decomposing ants. Jiang Hao thought this way and then said expectantly, "Decompose." Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing an ant, obtaining the ant skill, giant strength, gaining 0.9 skill points and 0.9 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete, is it extracted for fusion? Giant force level 1010, a powerful force that can break all rules. Jiang Hao looked at the notes with an ecstatic expression. According to scientists, an ant is able to lift more than 400 times its own weight, and is also able to haul objects more than 1,700 times its own weight. I wonder how much strength I'll be able to achieve after fusing the giant strength skill. With this anticipation, Jiang Hao fused the giant strength skill. Fusion. Chapter 12, a mighty tiger comes out of the mountain, no armor left behind. As the avatars fused, Jiang Hao instantly felt as if his muscles had undergone some sort of metamorphosis, becoming more compact and hardened. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 14.110. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 1.8. Spirit, 1.8. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Math level 3010, Divine Cooking level 1010. Natural Avatar, Danger Sense level 101, Mega Strength level 1010. Skill points, 4.1. Personal space, open. Seeing this data, Jiang Chen was instantly somewhat shocked. A level 1 giant strength avatar actually made my power skyrocket tenfold. I wonder how powerful level 2 should be. Unfortunately, upgrading the giant strength avatar to the second level surprisingly required 10 skill points, and for the time being, Jiang Hao only had 4.1 skill points. Upgrading the giant strength was obviously not enough. On the other hand, upgrading the danger sense avatar to level 2 only required 1 skill point, and he had just the right amount of skill points. System, spend 1 skill point for me to upgrade my natural aptitude, danger sense, to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, spend 1 skill point to upgrade the avatar talent danger perception to level 2. Danger sense level 2010, grants you a keen sixth sense, able to detect the arrival of danger in advance and react to it, agility +2, spirit +1. With the completion of the skills upgrade, Jiang Hao only felt a moment of clarity in his mind, followed by a much more relaxed body. And in the system, his personal information changed in response. Now, Jiang Hao possessed 8 times the powerful strength of a normal person, and 3 times the agility of a normal person. At this moment, he looked at Hong Liang's crowd and was already fearless. Now, everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. And over there, Hong Liang still didn't know that someone had come for revenge and had already set their sights on him. After a long time, he and a group of henchmen ate and drank their fill, without paying, and walked out of that stall. The boss could only look on. Jiang Chen trailed behind as Hong Liang and his men turned left and right into an alley. At night, it was dark and there happened to be no one here. Jiang Hao's heart was clear. Here's the chance. He was swift as if he had been a cheetah, and in the instant before Hong Liang and the others could react, he suddenly appeared from behind, reached out and clenched his fist, and with a single punch, he put down several of Hong Liang's juniors directly behind him. Boom! Boom! Ah! Ugh! With Jiang Hao's current punching power, one punch at full strength might actually kill someone, thanks to the fact that Jiang Hao had withdrawn most of his force when he threw the punch. But even so, those few Hong Liang's boys were hit by Jiang Hao's punch, and after being knocked to the ground, they fell to the ground and kept moaning, never getting up again. After being hit by Jiang Hao's punch, they fell to the ground and groaned, never getting up again. At this time, Hong Liang, who had been drinking in front of him and was originally drunk, was also startled by this sudden turn of events and immediately sobered up. What is it? Who is it? Don't want to live? Dare to sneak attack me? Attack me! Hong Liang was shocked and looked at the few juniors that were put down, and bracing his guts, he loudly rebuked to Jiang Hao, and at the same time, pushed the few juniors around him up with one hand. The few minions around Hong Liang also put on their guts and rushed up. Jiang Hao, who possessed a sense of danger, as well as 8 times the strength of a normal human, put a few people down in 3 strokes. Then he looked at Hong Liang. Now, Hong Liang was scared. Brother, what kind of gang are you in? Hong Liang originally wanted to get close, but Jiang Hao simply ignored him, at which point, he immediately wimped out. Chapter 13, You have the heart to sneak attack, I have the skill to defend you. Big brother, where did I offend you? I apologize. Hong Liang spoke in panic, being frightened and constantly backing away as Jiang Hao approached. Jiang Hao looked at the terrified Hong Liang, the culprit who had injured his father. He could no longer suppress the hatred within him. And at this moment, Hong Liang suddenly laughed hideously, picked up an iron rod in his hand that was arm length, and slammed it towards Jiang Hao's head. Dare to block my way, I'll let you. And at this moment, Jiang Hao instantly winced, sensing the danger in advance, quickly staggered to avoid it, while backhanding a punch. This punch, Jiang Hao had used 6 or 7 points of force. Ah! Boom! Hong Liang let out a miserable cry and directly fell forward to the ground. Sneak attacking me? Jiang Hao stepped forward and kicked Hong Liang over. Spare you? Why don't you spare my father? With that, Jiang Hao lifted Hong Liang and slammed his fist on Hong Liang's stomach. Boom! Vomit! This punch caused Hong Liang to directly turn into a crayfish, curling up into a piece and vomiting. How dare you collect protection money? Is there any king's law left? Boom! Followed by. When Jiang Hao said a sentence, it was a punch. In the end, Hong Liang lay on the ground and could no longer get up. Jiang Hao didn't want to cause a death, so he stopped. Then, staring at the half-dead Hong Liang, he warned in a hostile voice. Remember this, next time I see you collecting protection money, I'll break your legs, trust me. Jiang Hao reached out and picked up a section of the iron rod that Hong Liang was carrying on the ground, brought it to Hong Liang, and in Hong Liang's horrified gaze, he directly bent the iron rod with both hands and threw it in front of him. Then, in Hong Liang's horrified gaze, he left in style. After returning home, Jiang Zixuan was still doing her homework. Jiang Hao quietly slipped into the bedroom, and then spoke to his mother on the phone, confirming Jiang Dad's condition at this time. After that, he hung up after chatting with his mother for a few more sentences. And Jiang Hao laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep on this. Today, Jiang Hao was really too tired. First there was the surprise of the system, followed by the heroic rescue, followed by the shock of hearing that his father had been injured, followed by the effort to save his father, and finally giving his father back his revenge. With this series of events, even if he possessed a spirit that was far higher than normal, he couldn't support himself by now. The night was silent, and early the next morning, Jiang Hao packed up his things and called up Jiang Zixuan to go to school. Upon arriving at the classroom was in an uproar. When Jiang Hao looked at the blackboard, he realized that today's physical education class was again occupied by the English teacher, and the English teacher was going to do a set of practice papers in the third and fourth period. Jiang Hao was already used to it. He took out the books of each subject from his backpack and used the system to break down the textbooks and fuse the knowledge crystals. As a textbook was broken down, a single knowledge crystal was integrated into his mind. Not too long after, Jiang Hao mastered everything in high school, transforming into a super learner. At this time, Jiang Hao was feeling the sensation of having his mind filled with endless knowledge. Just then, a beautiful beauty appeared at the door of the classroom. She looked inside as if she was looking for someone. He was none other than Songwaner, who Jiang Hao had saved yesterday. Uncle Hai said that he's in senior class 8, so how could he not be there? Songwaner seemed to be very famous in the school, and all the students in senior class 8 knew her. Hey, look, isn't that Songwaner, the daughter of our Jade King of Jianbei Province? Who? Songwaner? Where? What's she doing here? Is she here to see someone? Wow! Whoever picks her up will be really rich. Chapter 14, the red color is more of a scourge, and the little monster is more of an ignoramus. At this time, a white-faced, handsome boy in the front row stood up, walked straight to Songwaner's face, and revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome. Wanair student, I'm Lu Xian, the senior class president of the 8th class. I'm very happy to meet you. Is there anything I can do to help you? Lu Xian introduced himself to Songwaner in a very flirty manner. Songwaner responded, Hello. Can you call Jiang Hao for me? Jiang Hao? Lu Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust when he heard this, then he said. If Wanair has something, it's just as well to give me a word. Songwaner sniffed and frowned slightly, a pang of loathing rising from the bottom of her heart towards this Lu Xian who was showering himself with affection. She ignored Lu Xian and looked into the classroom. At this moment, the other students in the classroom were shocked. Hiss, Goddess Song actually came to look for Jiang Hao? Ah! My goddess! I sassafras, when did Jiang Hao hug this super rich woman's thigh? How is this possible, a proud daughter of heaven, a mongrel loser? This is no crossover at all, okay. At this time, Jiang Hao was also awakened by this burst of chatter, and then he looked up, just in time to see Songwaner at the doorway. Songwaner also followed the crowd's gaze and saw Jiang Hao, who was sitting in the last row and was looking at himself. Finding Jiang Hao, Songwaner was delighted in her heart, then she spoke. Jiang Hao, come out for a moment. When Jiang Hao heard this, he was still a bit confused and looked below to the left and right. Seeing that everyone's gazes were falling on him, he finally pointed at himself and asked rhetorically. Me? Who else if not you? Come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. Looking at the dumbfounded Jiang Hao, Song Wanner smiled and spoke. When Jiang Hao heard this, he got up and walked over. And at this moment, Lu Xian, who had witnessed this scene, had already exploded with anger. Song Wanner had actually ignored him. Moreover, it was surprising that she was eyeballing this punk Jiang Hao. This made Lu Xian, who knew some of Song Wanner's details and held a hint of other ideas to curry favor with Song Wanner, furious. He was the pride of the heavens, but he couldn't even compare to a scum? At once, Lu Xian secretly hated himself, and the loathing in the bottom of his eyes deepened. Jiang Hao ignored Lu Xian and walked straight past him, following Song Wanner away. Lu Xian's teeth clenched as he watched. Song Wanner, Jiang Hao. Humph. On the other side, after Jiang Hao followed Song Wanner out, Song Wanner took out a purple-colored invitation from her own school bag, looking extraordinary. She handed it to Jiang Hao and looked at him, smiling as she spoke. Tomorrow is my 18th birthday party, and I want to invite you, my great benefactor, to attend. Jiang Hao sniffed and was hesitant for a moment. At that moment, Song Wanner, fearing that Jiang Hao would push back, hurriedly slapped the invitation in her hand onto Jiang Hao's body, then turned around with a smile and left. On her way out, she didn't forget to exhort. You must come oh. Jiang Hao was still about to say something when Song Wanner had already run away. He looked at the invitation in his hand and flipped it open, then giggled and muttered. So, she's the daughter of the Jade King of Jianbei Province, Song Wanzhong, Song Wanner? Although Jiang Hao wasn't much of a gossip, there were a few celebrities in Jianbei Province that he often heard about. Among them, the Jade King Song Wanzhong, who had made his fortune in the jade business, was one of the leaders. And this Jade King had a precious daughter named Song Wanner. Jiang Hao raised his head, glanced in the direction Song Wanner had left, and turned around to go back to the classroom. Just as he reached the classroom door, Lu Xian blocked Jiang Hao's path and scanned over him. His eyes finally rested on the invitation in Jiang Hao's hand, then he pointed at the invitation in Jiang Hao's hand and said in a domineering manner. What's that? Show me. Lu Xian's dominance made Jiang Hao even more disgusted with Lu Xian, the class president who looked down on the lower-ranked students in his class, especially him. Chapter 15 Small Monster setting up a bet out of jealousy, I don't have such a child. Jiang Hao skimmed a glance, then ignored him and went back to his seat. At this moment, Jiang Hao's ignorance made Lu Xian angry. At once, Lu Xian opened his mouth and said sarcastically. Jiang Hao, yesterday you were merely a blind cat catching a dead rat and happened to stumble upon it. You really consider yourself a character? If you have the ability to take the English exam today, let's compare. If my score is higher than yours, you can call me Dad 3 times. If you score higher than me, I'll call you Dad 3 times. Lu Xian was afraid that Jiang Hao wouldn't agree and hurriedly sneered again. Whoever is afraid is a grandson. Lu Xian's shouting caused the many old and lively students in the class to talk. Wow, Lu Xian can't be looking at Goddess Song, this is jealous of Jiang Hao, right? Hiss. Our class president is shameless, his English was originally the best in our class. Right, such a bet, cutie. Only then would you agree to it. This is, Jiang Hao raised his head, quietly looked at Lu Xian, and then spoke. Okay, I'll oblige. However, I don't have a stupid son like you. If I win, just crawl to the ground and learn 3 barks. Jiang Hao's words drew laughter from the crowd. However, what made people feel a bit more shocked was Jiang Hao's response to the battle. Holy, Jiang Hao is stupid, right? Sassafras, he actually agreed? Jiang Hao is still too young, he fell for it the moment he was provoked. This bet, they didn't look favorably on Jiang Hao. And Jiang Hao's words also made Lu Xian's teeth gnash fiercely. However, the most important thing was that Jiang Hao promised. Lu Xian's eyes looked at Jiang Hao with a sinister glance, and his heart crossed. Good. I promise. After saying that, Lu Xian directly turned around and left. Jiang Hao didn't bother, his mind sank into the system and looked at the system panel with a pleased smile. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 17.310. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.8. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Math level 3010, Language level 3010, English level 3010, Physics level 3010, Chemistry level 3010, Biology level 3010, Divine Chef level 1010. Avatar, Danger Sense level 2010, Mega Strength level 1010. Skill points, 6.3. Personal space, open. Lu Xian was nothing more than a clown, so Jiang Hao didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Jiang Hao picked up the invitation sent by Song Wanner and fell into deep thought. What gift should I bring? In the blink of an eye, the second period class ended, and just as the teacher left, a middle-aged woman walked in, and he those a stack of papers and shouted. Those who go to the bathroom go quickly, in a moment I'll hand out the papers and you're not allowed to go to the bathroom in the middle of the class. He was Jiang Hao and their English teacher, Zhou Hong, a thunderous female teacher. Class was in session, the papers were handed out, and Zhou Hong sternly warned the crowd that the exams were starting to go to work. Jiang Hao scanned the English test paper, then realized that these usually make him drowsy English, but now become simple and clear. Then Jiang Hao put pen to paper. And in the front row, Lu Xian glanced back at Jiang Hao in the back row, as if to remind them of their bet. The exam was going on. Zhou Hong stood on the podium, using her eagle-like eyes to monitor the crowd. Not long after 20 minutes passed. Teacher, I'm done. At this moment, a voice broke the silence. Chapter 16, Pretending is like the wind, always with me. As the voice broke the calm, all the students in senior class 8 immediately turned around, their faces shocked, and looked in the direction the voice came from. Jiang Hao? How can it be? Jiang Hao can't have forgotten. He had a bet with Lu Xian. Sassafras, it's only been 20 minutes, did Jiang Hao just give up at this point? Lu Xian also turned back to look at Jiang Hao, who had his hand raised and his face calm, and was instantly flustered. However, he thought about it. Jiang Hao's former English results, immediately put down his heart, skimmed Jiang Hao, said. It's just claptrap. At this point, even Zhou Hong was surprised for a moment, but when he saw that it was the Jiang Hao who scored 20 or 30 points on the first test, he immediately looked gloomy. However, when she saw the rowdy classroom, she immediately snapped. Quiet. With that, she stepped off the podium and walked towards Jiang Hao. Coming to Jiang Hao's side, she frowned and warned. Jiang Hao, it's fine if you don't want to do the questions, but can you not affect others? Get out if you don't want to do the questions, don't disturb others. Zhou Hong's piercing sarcasm made Jiang Hao feel bad. Jiang Hao glanced at Zhou Hong and turned to leave amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. Zhou Hong looked at Jiang Hao, who was really gone, and instantly became angry and pointed in the direction Jiang Hao left. You. Is that the attitude you have? Good. I'd like to take a look at the test paper you finished. Saying that, Zhou Hong angrily grabbed the English paper on Jiang Hao's desk. Look at what's written on this crooked one. Just after picking it up, she accused Jiang Hao of having writing problems. Then taking a closer look, she was about to accuse again. Look at this. But with a detailed look, she was instantly stuck, and it turned out that Jiang Hao had actually gotten it right. However, he quickly found a reason. Okay, this counts as you getting it right. As she proceeded to look down, she was instantly shocked. How is this possible? It's all right. At this moment, Zhou Hong examined Jiang Hao's paper in detail, and after confirming it again and again, she instantly froze on the spot. This set of questions was the entrance examination questions of a certain province in a certain session in previous years. Excluding the 30 points for listening, there were 120 more. Some of the answers in this set of papers made by Jiang Hao were even more perfect than the one she made. With a paper like this, she could give it a perfect score of 120 points. At this moment, Zhou Hong had a deep question in her heart. Why was it that before, Jiang Hao could only score 20 to 30 points on a single exam? As for Jiang Hao cheating, Zhou Hong looked at the students around Jiang Hao and shook her head. That was impossible. Could it be that Jiang Hao had hidden his strength before? If so, then with such a level, perhaps he could compete for the highest score in the college entrance exam. By then, Zhou Hong ruthlessly suppressed his inner excitement and looked towards Jiang Hao's departing put down, making a decision in his heart. At this time, Zhou Hong's unconscious murmur, as well as that shock, in this quiet classroom was especially clear. In a moment's time, all the students in the classroom heard Zhou Hong's unconscious mumbling. At once, the crowd was shocked. What? Teacher actually said that Jiang Hao did everything right? Hiss. How is this possible? It can't be. Could it be that Jiang Hao has really been hiding all along? At this point, Lu Xian completely panicked. How is it possible? It can't be, it must be a fake. He's nothing more than a school scum who stumbled upon a blind cat. At this moment, when he remembered his bet with Jiang Hao, his face was suddenly hard to see. And at this moment, the crowd also saw the flustered Lu Xian, and immediately looked at Lu Xian with eyes full of sympathy. Chapter 17 Synthesizing New Experiences, Stones or Treasures. And at that moment, Zhou Hong heard the whispering discussion. At that moment she turned around and shouted coldly at the crowd. Don't give me a crossword, do it yourself. After warning the crowd, she took Jiang Hao's test paper and walked up to the podium again. On the other hand, after Jiang Hao left the classroom, he sought an opportunity to sneak out of the school and went to Tianhai Hospital to see his dad. Arriving at the ward where Jiang Dad was, Jiang Hao just went in and saw that Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were full of joy and were packing up their things. When they saw Jiang Hao, they were a little surprised, and Jiang Ma opened her mouth to inquire. Hao, why did you come? Jiang Hao had already thought of a reason when he came. Mom, today's exam. After the exam, school was dismissed early, so I came over to see my dad. When Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom heard this, they believed it. So how was the exam? Jiang Hao truthfully returned, not bad. Then, he asked back, Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Are you guys so happy? At this time, Jiang Ma spoke happily. Hao, the doctor had an X-ray for your dad today, and your dad's illness has completely healed. Even, your dad said that even his old headache is better. We'll be discharged from the hospital now, so we're a little happy. Jiang Dad also interjected, what your mom said is true. Jiang Hao sniffed and was also happy. At once, the family packed up their things, did the paperwork, said goodbye to their patients, and went home. In the evening, after Jiang Hao returned home from school. Tomorrow night is Song Wan-er's birthday, what should I send? Jiang Hao sat outside by the garden, looking at the moon in the sky, pondering away. Doesn't the system have two mechanisms, decomposition and synthesis? Since I've already experienced decomposition, I wonder how about synthesis? But what should I synthesize? Jiang Hao looked around, but there were no materials. Finally, Jiang Hao grabbed 2 small stones. Ding, 2 stones found, is it synthesized? Just as well, let's try it with these 2 stones. Jiang Hao sniffed and didn't put too much stock in the fact that 2 broken stones could synthesize something good. With this mindset, Jiang Hao silently chanted. Synthesize. Ding, congratulations on successful synthesis, obtaining a piece of medium green jade, 0.3 skill points, and 0.3 experience. Is it extracted? Instantly, Jiang Hao's mind was filled with an additional mass of cyan-colored light. As Jiang Hao concentrated on the mass of cyan light, a piece of information entered his mind. Medium cyan jade, worth $500. Crap. FCK, 2 pieces of broken stone actually synthesized medium green jade, and it's worth $500? Seeing this, Jiang Hao was instantly shocked. Extract. Jiang Hao hurriedly shouted in his mind. The next, he only felt an extra light flower in his hand, something round. Looking down, a green-colored, glowing piece of jade appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao picked up this piece of green jade and was ecstatic. Hair. He hurriedly placed this piece of green jade babbishly into his personal space, and then found 3 more stones on the ground and held them in his hands. Synthesize. Ding, congratulations on failing to synthesize, obtaining a handful of yellow earth, 0.1 skill points, and 0.1 experience. The 3 stones in Jiang Hao's hand also instantly turned into a handful of powder, scattering from between his fingers. Now, Jiang Hao was a little confused. System, you give me out, where's my jade? Jiang Hao shouted in exasperation. Ding, host, the super decomposition and synthesis system has a certain success rate regardless of whether it decomposes or synthesizes, and naturally, there is a possibility of failure. At the same time, there is a certain chance of whether or not the decomposition or synthesis can obtain something good. Chapter 18 Synthesizing New Discoveries, System to be Upgraded. After Jiang Hao was mentioned by the system, he gave it a slight thought and quickly realized it, but he still felt some pity. It's also true that if the success rate of decomposition and synthesis were all 100%, then I'd really be rich. Just, how is this success rate calculated? Jiang Hao wondered too. Ding, host, the success rate of decomposition and synthesis are all following the system's upgrades and constantly increasing. Jiang Hao sniffed and instantly realized. With that, Jiang Hao once again searched for 3 stones, folded his hands, and chanted. O gods and Buddhas of the heavens! Bless me with success this time. After worshipping the gods and Buddhas, Jiang Hao began synthesizing. Synthesizing. Ding, congratulations on successful synthesis, obtaining a piece of inferior topaz, 0.2 skill points, and 0.2 experience. Is it extracted? Inferior grade topaz, worth 80 pieces. AI, surprisingly, it's only an inferior topaz, but it's better than a failure. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was a little disappointed and could only console himself. After Jiang Hao then extracted it, he began to find a few more stones to synthesize again. A long time passed, and the system beep sounded once again. Ding, congratulations on successful synthesis, obtaining a piece of top-grade ink shui, 0.7 skill points, and 0.7 experience. Is it extracted? Medium-grade ink shui, worth 100,000. Not bad, surprisingly worth 100,000, although it can't be compared to that piece of specialty glass seed imperial green jadeite worth $100 million, but it's not bad at all. Extract. After Jiang Hao extracted it, he didn't think too sparingly of it and put it into the system space. Ding, system experience is full, is it upgraded? When Jiang Hao heard this, he was slightly pleased. Immediately afterward, his gaze landed on the system panel. Experience is finally full. Upgrade. Ding, congratulations on the system upgrade. The success rate of the super decomposition synthesis system's decomposition or synthesis has increased. Soon, a new page appeared in front of Jiang Hao. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 20.8100. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.8. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Divine Chef level 1010. Avatar, Danger Sense level 2010, Mega Strength level 1010. Skill points, 9.8. Personal space, Specialized Jadeite, Top Grade Oil Green Jadeite, Top Grade Violet Jadeite. Seeing this system board, Jiang Hao realized that those subject skills of his had gone missing and panicked a little. Crap. Groove, it's not going to disappear for me, is it? He hurriedly rummaged through his mind and those knowledge did not disappear. Only then did he put his heart down, so he opened his mouth to inquire. System, how did those knowledge skills of mine disappear? Ding, host, the system has hidden those knowledge skills, so if you need it, you can read it silently in your mind. After Jiang Hao heard this, he tried it. Eventually, it was confirmed that the system had indeed just hidden it. This is good, it looks much neater. Jiang Hao glanced at the upgraded system and murmured. Afterwards, Jiang Hao went home. There were no words for the rest of the night. A new day came quickly, and Jiang Hao came to school as usual. The first period of class was English class, and their English teacher, Zhou Hong, walked into the classroom with a happy face. Today, I'll give us a lecture on yesterday's set of test papers. But before that, I have something else to say. Saying this, she looked towards Jiang Hao, who was in the last row, lying on the table. Chapter 19 An Apology from a Teacher, Nothing is Impossible. Student Jiang Hao, for what happened yesterday, I say to you, I'm sorry. Saying that, Zhou Hong unexpectedly bent down and bowed to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was instantly a bit confused as she hurriedly stood up in a panic. Teacher, no need, it was my fault yesterday, I shouldn't have done that. Jiang Hao apologetically bowed to Zhou Hong and apologized. And at this moment, the students of Senior Class 8 were instantly confused. Crap. FCK, Teacher Zhou actually apologized to Jiang Hao. No way. Why does it feel like I'm dreaming? The crowd was talking. And while Lu Xian in the front row was somewhat shocked, a bad feeling rose from his heart. And at this time, Zhou Hong spoke again. This exam, everyone has made progress, only an individual is a bit subdued. Zhou Hong said, glancing at Lu Xian in front of the lectern, his eyes filled with warning. Alright, now start handing out the test papers. Su Chang, 37 points. Zhou Lingling, 40 points. Huang Jia, 96 points, 3rd place. Lu Xian, 100 points, 2nd place. Right at this moment, Zhou Hong paused slightly, her eyes fell on Lu Xian's face, and after glaring at him, she handed the test paper to Lu Xian. At this point, the underground crowd was a bit curious. Even Lu Xian's 100 points is surprisingly only 2nd, I wonder who was 1st. I'm also curious, did you guys hear who else's name wasn't read just now? Hiss, it can't be Jiang Hao, right? At this moment, Lu Xian was holding the test paper, his heart was absent-minded, and he was even a little panicked in his heart. Because, he had been listening carefully, but he did not hear Teacher Zhou call out Jiang Hao's name. How can this be? It's impossible, never. Lu Xian shook his mind, his heart still holding a trace of fantasy. However, the next moment, Zhou Hong's voice broke his light fantasy. The first place this time is something I never expected. Saying that, she looked towards Jiang Hao in the back row, her voice increasing violently. Jiang Hao, 120 points, perfect score. First place. After Zhou Hong announced it, the entire classroom boiled over. Crap. Groove, Jiang Hao. Hiss, 120 points, perfect score. Terrifying. This can't be? When did Jiang Hao get so good at English? The crowd couldn't believe it. And right at this moment, an incongruous, harmonious shout interrupted the crowd's boiling. Impossible, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Hao, a loser, how could it be a perfect score? Teacher, did you read it wrong? It turned out that the skeptical voice was actually Lu Xian. He didn't believe that Jiang Hao, a school dud, was able to get a perfect score. Zhou Hong was instantly annoyed by the skeptical voice. Lu Xian, what are you trying to say? Do you mean that the teacher is blind? Or is the teacher being bribed? Zhou Hong's voice instantly raised as she questioned loudly. It instantly woke Lu Xian up instantly and he apologized in a panic. No teacher, I don't mean that. Zhou Hong looks at Lu Xian, disappointed. Alright, you sit down. Just remember, jealousy doesn't make you stronger. Zhou Hong then stopped bothering. At this time, all the students in Senior Class 8 focused their gazes on Lu Xian's body, looking at Lu Xian with a gaze filled with pity. Lu Xian is unlucky to have lost. He. Who would have thought it? This is Lu Xian's bad luck, but he had another bet with Jiang Hao. Chapter 20, You're fooling around, but I'm serious. Jiang Hao took the test paper from Zhou Hong's hands, and when he went back to his seat again, he glanced at Lu Xian who was in the front row and didn't dare to look up at him. Then with a slight smile, he went back to his seat and sat down, and Zhou Hong began to explain the test paper. This lesson, for Lu Xian, was too fast. He didn't listen to anything, his mind was full of his bet with Jiang Hao. Ding bell. Class is over and Lu Xian is jolted awake by the sound of the dismissal bell. After their English teacher, Zhou Hong, left, a voice suddenly came to mind. Lu Xian, it's time for you to face the present bet. As the voice came to mind, the gazes of the crowd first glanced in the direction the voice came from, which was Jiang Hao's place. This was followed by gathering all their gazes on Lu Xian's body. Instantly, Lu Xian's body, which originally wanted to escape, stiffened violently. At this moment, the classroom was quiet to the extreme. Jiang Hao sat in his seat, looking at the frozen Lu Xian with a smile on his face. Our big class president won't want to play tricks, right? Lu Xian's face was on fire as he was stared at by the gazes of the crowd. At this moment, Lu Xian turns to Jiang Hao in the back row and smiles awkwardly. That student Jiang Hao, I was just fooling around with you, fooling around. Jiang Hao looked at the cheeky Lu Xian, smiled meaningfully and stood up, walking straight towards Lu Xian. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Hao's voice again. They were a little curious as to what Jiang Hao was up to. Coming next to Lu Xian, Jiang Hao stared at Lu Xian with a smile on his face. Lu Xian was also looking at Jiang Hao, smiling with an embarrassed face, his eyes full of prayers, wanting Jiang Hao to let him go. The two stared at each other. Boom! Ka-ching! Right at this moment, there was a sudden loud bang, instantly scaring everyone with a shiver. Lu Xian was even staggered by the shock and almost fell. His eyes looked at his table in horror. A fist landed on it, and a large hole was broken in the wooden desktop. At this time, the surrounding students also moved their gazes to Lu Xian's table. Hiss! Looking at the large hole in the table, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. This, so terrifying. The crowd looked at Jiang Hao, their faces filled with shock. And at this moment, Jiang Hao lowered his head, his gaze fell on his fist, and unhurriedly pulled his hand out of that big hole, while saying to himself, Oops! This table is also too unsturdy. Lu Xian was stunned. This punch, if it smashed on himself, then. Afterwards, Jiang Hao's gaze returned to Lu Xian's body and asked with a smile. Class president, what did you just say? This instantly woke up the flabbergasted Lu Xian. Lu Xian licked his face and hurriedly accompanied with a smile. Nothing. I'm saying I'm willing to gamble, willing to lose. Lu Xian is scared unrivaled and explains in a panic. Oh, that's good. Then let's start on the present, or else we'll be in class in a while. At this point, how dare Lu Xian push the delay? He hurriedly gets up from his seat and gets down on the ground. The moment he got down, Lu Xian's eyes were filled with endless resentment. Woof woof woof. Lu Xian finished barking like a dog and looked up at Zhang Hao. Class president, I didn't expect you to have such a strong acting talent. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Xian, who was lying on the ground, with a smile on his face and teased. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat. Lu Xian, on the other hand, had a red face. As Zhang Hao left, Lu Xian hurriedly got up and sat back in his seat, not even daring to look at the eyes of the people around him. But at this moment, his heart was hissing. Zhang Hao, you wait for me, today's humiliation will never be forgotten just like that. Chapter 21. The time has come to answer the appointment. Soon, the day passed in such an uneventful manner. Tomorrow was Sunday and they were finally on vacation. As a bitter senior party, there was only one day off per week. Zhang Hao picked up his school bag and quickly returned home after buying a small gift box. After returning home, Zhang Hao found a new sweatshirt to wear. He also took out a delicate jadeite phoenix pendant from the system space and loaded it into the prepared gift box. I think this gift should be able to attract the Jade King's attention and make friends with this big shot in the Jade world, preparing me for my entry into the Jade world in the future. Zhang Hao thought to himself. Then after informing his parents, he took the invitation and rushed towards the address on the invitation. After Zhang Hao arrived, he took out the invitation and was led by the waiter to the banquet site. After Zhang Hao went in, he found that the banquet was divided into two parts. On one side were Zhang Hao and his young men, while on the other side were some imposing bigwigs from all walks of life. By this time, there were already a lot of people coming, and each of their men were dressed in suits and each of their women were wearing evening gowns, holding highball glasses and talking and laughing. And at this moment, Zhang Hao awkwardly realized that he seemed to be the only one here wearing a tracksuit. Wearing a tracksuit, he was too conspicuous in such an occasion, and many people were looking at him with eyes full of curiosity. Zhang Hao was a little uncomfortable with such an occasion, so he found a less conspicuous corner and sat down. Soon, it was 8 o'clock, and the main character of today's banquet finally came out. A purple evening gown, on which golden light dotted, like the stars in the night sky, shining brightly. Under the backdrop of this evening gown, Song Wan air was more noble. At the same time, there were a few more points of maturity. Coupled with her angelic appearance, she made most of the girls present pale in comparison. Next to Song Wan air, Jade King Song Wan Zhong and his wife accompanied her. As Song Wan air appeared, the crowd gathered around her. And at that moment, the middle-aged man next to Song Wan air spoke. I, Song Wan Zhong, welcome everyone who can come to my daughter Song Wan air's 18th birthday banquet. Zhang Hao stood in the corner and watched while he came into close contact with Jade King Song Wan Zhong for the first time. After Song Wan Zhong finished his opening speech, he handed the place over to the youngsters, while he himself went to the other side, where some bigwigs from all walks of life were gathered. And at this time, the crowd began to give Song Wan Zhong birthday gifts. Zhang Hao looked at the beautifully packaged gift boxes and then looked at his own hands, which he thought were already very good, but it turned out that they weren't in the same class as the people. However, Zhang Hao did not care about it, because the gift in here was not simple. It's just that, if I send it out like this and Miss Wanner doesn't look at it, how am I supposed to draw the attention of Jade King Song Wanzhong? Zhang Hao glanced at Jade King Song Wanzhong, who was sitting with a group of bigwigs, and then at Song Wanner, who was surrounded by the crowd. Zhang Hao fell into deep thought. Over there, many young people were scrambling to give gifts, while Song Wanner also wore a smile and thanked them one by one. Only, she seemed to be a bit distracted, her eyes constantly looking around as if she was searching for something. At this time, Song Wan finally saw Zhang Hao sitting on a sofa in the corner, wearing a set of sportswear that looked out of place with the entire venue. And Zhang Hao was also looking at her. The two of them glanced at each other, and instantly, Song Wan smile blossomed like a flower. Song Wan thanked the crowd and broke free from the arches of many young talents, walking straight towards Zhang Hao. I thought you weren't coming. Song Wan spoke with a smile. Zhang Hao was a little dazed as he looked at the radiant Song Wan, but he quickly reacted and spoke in a hurry. How could that be? I'm not here. Zhang Hao then took out a small gift he had wrapped and handed it to Song Wan, sending his blessings. Happy birthday to you. Song Wan received the gift and thanked him cheerfully. Thank you, I'm still repaying you for saving my life. This will break your bank again. Over here, the two were chatting happily, when suddenly an untimely voice interrupted the two of them. Wanner, who is this? At this moment, a young male appeared next to Song Wanner. Zhang Hao was a bit surprised. Chapter 22 Mouth and Honey Sword True Villain, Pig Rivals Pro Gods Assists. When Song Wanner heard this, she immediately frowned, turned around and said somewhat unhappily, "Chin Shou, please call me Miss Song, or Miss Song, don't call me so close, I'm not familiar with you." Song Wanner's words instantly made this young man in a suit stiffen. Put. As soon as Zhang Hao heard that Song Wanner said foul beast, he immediately didn't hold back and directly laughed out. Previously, he had seen someone in a novel called a foul beast. He didn't expect that in reality, someone would actually be called that name as well. Zhang Hao's laugh immediately caused Chin Shou, who had just slowed down, to freeze again. After laughing a little, Zhang Hao hastily stopped and apologized. "Sorry, lost my temper." And at that moment, Chin Shou reacted, and with a smile still on his face, he looked at Zhang Hao and spoke. "It's fine, my name is easily misunderstood. I'm also very distressed, but it was set by the old man at home, so I can't do anything about it." "I don't know your name, brother." "My name is Zhang Hao, Miss Wanner's classmate." "Oh, so it's Miss Song's classmate, then we're also classmates, I'm in my senior class, nice to meet you." Chin Shou stared at Zhang Hao and spoke with a smile. Only, this smile, in Zhang Hao's opinion, was a bit chilly. Sure enough, the next moment, Chin Shou saw the shabby little gift box in Song Wanner's hand, and immediately spoke. "Is this a gift from student Zhang Hao to Miss Song? I'm afraid the gift from student Zhang Hao is worth a lot of money, isn't it? Can I have the honor to take a look at it?" Chin Shou was afraid that Song Wanner would push back, and purposely raised his voice when he spoke, and immediately the people around him heard the commotion and were a bit curious, and gathered over. When they saw the talking Chin Shou with Song Wanner on the side, and Zhang Hao, who was dressed unusually peculiarly for this kind of occasion, they suddenly murmured, "Hee, isn't that the Qin family's son? What's going on? Oh, to think that someone is giving a gift that Mr. Qin holds in high esteem, then I'd like to see it too. Miss Song, open up and let me have a look. Brother Qin, what kind of gift did this man give you that you want to see it? That's right, does it even compare to the ancient Qin that Brother Qin gave us?" At this moment, Song Wanner's face was a bit ugly. How could he not know that this was Chin Shou trying to fix Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao's background Uncle Hai had already told her. She was naturally clear about the condition of Zhang Hao's family, and was also clear that Zhang Hao wasn't able to send her any expensive gifts. However, she does not care if the gifts Zhang Hao sends are expensive or not, as long as she likes it. However, now it is good, by Chin Shou so a pick, she does not open her and afraid of hurting Zhang Hao's self-esteem. She left and right is very difficult. At this time, Zhang Hao on the side of the Chin Shou's provocation does not seem to care, a look of calm and relaxed. However, he was ecstatic inside. "Originally, I was thinking about how to draw attention to myself, but I didn't expect this foul beast brother man gave me a divine assist, I'm so thankful to him." At this moment, Chin Shou did not know about Zhang Hao's elation and still had an underhanded smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Hao. "Brother Jiang, everyone wants to catch a glimpse of the regrettable treasure that Brother Jiang has given us. Does Brother Jiang mind if we take a look?" Zhang Hao sniffed and smiled faintly as he said to Chin Shou. "Regrettable treasures don't count, it's just a small item." With that, he turned his head to Song Wanner and said, "Since everyone wants to see it, Miss Wanner will open it and take a look, I hope you'll like it." When Zhang Hao said this, Song Wanner instantly became even more unable to shrug it off, and she had originally wanted to find another reason to put it off. "Alright." Unable to do anything else, Song Wanner had no choice but to agree, and only afterwards, she apologized to Zhang Hao again. Song Wanner held those boxes in one hand and pulled the straps on the gift boxes with one hand. The crowd watching around them also gathered around. Chapter 23, Don't Understand and Pretend Garlic, Professional Big Brother Appraisal. When the gift box was opened, an emerald green to colorful, overall clean and incomparable, the whole body crystal clear, but also lifelike skeletonized phoenix pendant quietly lying on a piece of cotton cushion. The moment she saw this pendant, the air around her seemed to freeze. Even Song Wanner was shocked by this lifelike pendant. This pendant, if it was genuine, I'm afraid the value was really not expensive. At this time, Chin Shou, who had been on the side, wanting to see Zhang Hao's jokes, his face was even more disoriented. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw the floor-length sweatshirt that Zhang Hao was wearing, and immediately reacted. "Brother Jiang, you're not being tricked, are you? Look, there's a wrong opening in front of this phoenix pendant, it looks like someone modified it after it was broken. Let's look at the material of this pendant again, although it looks like quick jade. However, if you take a closer look, you'll realize that it's actually a mechanically fused crystal artifact. Shinsho's voice instantly broke the tranquility, and at the same time, it also made the surrounding spectators who were watching the spectacle and didn't know much about jade instantly suspicious. After all, Jiang Hao wasn't dressed like the rich type. If this is a real piece, then I'm afraid that some of them cannot take out, let alone a poor boy. For a moment, the crowd murmured. No way, even taking a crystal artifact as a gift. I told you, so it's a piece of crystal. It might really be fake, after all, this young man doesn't look like a family descendant either. But why do I feel as if this is a real piece of treasure? The crowd murmured, while Jiang Hao, with a smile on his face, just looked at Shinsho, smiling childishly. What's wrong? What's the good stuff? Let's see it too. At this moment, Song Wanzhong brought a few bigwigs and walked over with a smile. At that moment, Shinsho was proudly about to tell Song Wanzhong about this matter when he was about to do so. Uncle Song, this Wan-Air's classmate was tricked into buying a fake pendant as Wan-Air's birthday gift, He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly an old man next to Song Wanzhong caught a glimpse of the phoenix pendant in Song Wan-Air's hand. His eyes immediately went wide, then he scurried to Song Wan-Air's side in a flash, his eyes almost sticking to the pendant. He was like a child seeing a toy, staring at the pendant in Song Wan-Air's hand, his hands itching. This old man's movements instantly froze the crowd. Even Shinsho was stuck. At this moment, this old man pushed Song Wan-Er, who was staring at the pendant in a daze, and said with some embarrassment. Little girl Wan-Er, this pendant of yours, quickly let me take a look. At that instant, everyone's eyes fell on that old man. And at this moment, Shinsho suddenly had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Wan-Er was awakened by the old man, and when she saw the visitor, she was overjoyed and shouted. Third Grandpa, it's you, it's really great. You quickly help me see if this pendant is a glass-seeded imperial green. Saying that, he carefully handed the pendant to the old man next to him. Song Wan-Er's words were immediately like a deep water bomb that exploded in the minds of the crowd. Hiss. At once, the crowd at the scene sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss, glass seed imperial green? Crap. Groove, it can't be a real emerald, right? Oh my god. Imperial green Chapter 24, Don't Know How Not to Pretend, Big Brother to Hit the Face. Jiang Hao heard this and was also this surprised. It seems that Miss Wan-Er is a knowledgeable person. However, when he saw Song Wanzhong, the Jade King, who was also staring at this jadeite phoenix pendant, he instantly understood. People were in the jade business, so it didn't seem strange that they had this insight. When Shinsho heard this, his face changed drastically, and at the same time, his legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. How could it be fake? How could it be a glass seed? It must be a crystal artifact. He murmured to in a low voice. And at that moment, that Song Wan-Er's third grandfather took it, looked at it carefully and again, and muttered to himself with delight in his mouth. This color is rich and even, the tone is consistent, without the slightest impurity, the seed quality is delicate and moist, this is indeed the real glass seed emperor green jadeite. And this carving work fully embodies the spirit of jadeite light moist beauty, at the same time perfect carving out the charm of the phoenix, when it is ingenious This is definitely from the hand of a master. As this third grandfather of Song Wan-Er gave his assessment, the crowd was instantly shocked. This third grandfather Song was a resounding figure in the jade world, whoever knew about it. The Song family's jade pavilion was able to rank in the top 3 in the highly competitive jade industry in Jiangbei province, and that was a credit to this third grandpa Song. When Jiang Hao heard this third master Song's comments, he immediately looked at him twice more. And at that moment, after Shinsho heard third master Song's evaluation, he immediately seemed to have lost his soul, paralyzed on the ground, still unwilling to believe it. How is it possible? Fake, it's all fake. How could he, a poor boy, have such a precious treasure? It must be fake. Shinsho was hissing madly there as if he had lost his mind. At this moment, third master Song could not look away on. Kid, are you saying that the old man is blind? He let out a question, seemingly very angry. I'm not afraid to tell you, this pendant is from the hand of a patriarch, the material is a top-notch treasure, just this piece alone, is worth more than $15 million. Moreover, see this piece has interface, this should be a pair of, there should be a piece of dragon shape with it. If the dragon and phoenix are in harmony, the value will be even higher. After third master Song said that, the crowd was once again shocked. Patriarch I really want to meet the patriarch who can carve such a rare treasure. After saying this, he returned the lifelike phoenix pendant to Song Wan-Er with some reluctance. Jiang Hao on the side could only mutter silently in his heart. the system is really powerful, but a small modification function actually has such power. It was true that this phoenix pendant was what Jiang Hao had asked the system to modify. Originally, he thought that the system only had decomposition and synthesis functions, but who knew that last night, when he unintentionally had a mouthful of it, the system had actually helped him modify the piece of glass-seeded imperial green jadeite that he had synthesized into a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. The system's modification function was only for things synthesized or divided by the system, and it could only modify their appearance. Despite this, it made him happy for a while. At the same time, it also allowed him to find a way to become rich. At this moment, Song Wanner carefully received it, even though he loved the pendant immensely. At the same time, he was also touched that Jiang Hao had sent him such a precious thing, but she couldn't accept such a precious thing. Moreover, it didn't match the information she had asked Uncle Hai to check on Jiang Hao, making him very suspicious. She put the pendant back into the box and then handed it to Jiang Hao, who looked at her as she said, "Jiang Hao, I can't accept such an expensive gift, take it back. I'm happy that you came to my birthday party, but this I really can't accept." Song Wan-er said apologetically. Chapter 25, Crowd Shocked, Reach Your Wish. Seeing this, Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't take it back. Moreover, he naturally didn't just come to congratulate Song Wanner on her birthday by sending such an expensive gift. "Miss Wanner, I sent something out, how can I take it back? I'm not just sending you this pendant to congratulate you on your birthday, in fact, I'm also representing my master and want to reach an agreement with your family's Cui Yuxian. That is, in the future, the treasures that he carves, I hope to take them to your family's Cui Yuxian to sell. I'm not going to hide it from you, this pendant is exactly out of my master's hand, this old gentleman has good eyesight, this pendant does have another half of a dragon shape, together known as the dragon and phoenix." Jiang Hao turned to third master Song, and then said in an unassuming manner. After saying that, Jiang Hao landed his gaze on the Jade King Song Wanzhong at the side. Song Wanzhong had also seen the pendant, and with the title of Jade King, he naturally saw at a glance that it was a genuine glass-seed imperial green jadeite. Moreover, this carving is from the master above, the value is unimaginable. Now, this patriarch even wanted to cooperate with himself, his heart was immediately happy. I promise, in the future, your master-carved treasures can be placed in my Cui Yuxian sale, and I Cui Yuxian only draw 10%. Although he didn't know if this patriarch was real or fake, but even if there was a problem, it was something that didn't affect him in the slightest. Song Wanzhong's handiwork could not be said to be large, letting out so much profit at once was not a decision that an ordinary person would be able to make. However, he wasn't stupid. If it was true, then exchanging a small benefit for a patriarch's favor, he wasn't losing out at all. Even the reputation of a patriarch was able to bring more benefits to their jade pavilion. Song Wanzhong's dryness also surprised Jiang Hao, but then he understood. "Alright, 1 for 1, I'll thank the Jade King on behalf of my master." Jiang Hao bowed and thanked him. Seeing this, Song Wanzhong hurriedly stepped forward and helped Jiang Hao up. Out of the way, what Jade King or not, since you and my family Wan-er are classmates, then you can just call me Uncle Song." Jiang Hao was not ambiguous. "Then thank you, Uncle Song." The two had reached such an agreement in nothing more than an instant, which shocked the crowd. 10%? The Jade King is actually charging only 10%, this handwriting, it's really worthy of being the Jade King. Hiss. You can't judge a person by their appearance. I didn't expect this pendant to come from the hands of a grandmaster. And at that moment, Song Sanjun Jiang Hao talked about business with Song Wanzhong and hurriedly interjected. "Little friend, can you introduce me? I would like to pay a visit to the master." When Jiang Hao heard this, he was a bit embarrassed. I'm afraid, my master lives nowhere, it's all about him coming to me, and I can't find him, so I'm afraid I'll have to let the old gentleman down." Jiang Hao's master, naturally he made it up, otherwise how would he be allowed to explain this pendant? At once, third master Song was disappointed. "Then, little friend, in the future, if your master has any new works, please let the old man have a glimpse of them." "That's not a problem." Jiang Hao sniffed and agreed. And at that moment, Jiang Hao became the center of the banquet, with the crowd browbeating him, while Qin Shou had long been forgotten. Qin Shou stood in the distance, looking at Jiang Hao, who was surrounded by the crowd, his face full of resentment. In the end, he quietly left with a few of his lapdogs. As for this birthday banquet, Jiang Hao ended up taking out 3 pieces of top-grade jadeite jewelry in a row that had had their shapes modified by the system. They were a top-grade ink jade trigger, a phoenix-shaped jade hairpin, and a hibiscus seed jade Buddha. On the spot, they were bought by several business tycoons at $1 million, $3 million, and $5 million respectively. Jiang Hao almost became a multi-millionaire on the spot. As a result, Jiang Hao was considered to be in the sights of the high society. Chapter 26 $9 million, 2 generations of concepts. Carrying such a large sum of money in his pocket, Jiang Hao's journey home was complicated with excitement, apprehension, worry and other emotions intertwined. $9 million in the eyes of Jiang Hao, that is a large sum of money. He had never imagined that he would one day have so much money. When he arrived at the door of his house, Jiang Hao suppressed the excitement within him. 9 million is just 9 million, in the future, I'll have 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times as much money as 9 million. At this moment, Jiang Hao was filled with endless expectations for his future life. Still, emerald artifacts can't be sold in large quantities on a regular basis, or else there's really going to be a big problem. After calming down, Jiang Hao was immediately alerted. Although my fabricated patriarch master has temporarily fooled those people. But there must be people who are skeptical of my words, and this lie might only be able to fool them for a while, but not for a lifetime. It seems that I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Only when I'm strong enough, everything will be solved. Back home, Jiang Hao lay on his bed. Now that I have money, it's time to make things better for my family. At this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to remember something and suddenly frowned. But, how should I tell mom and dad? Jiang Hao poured out the key to today's situation, and Jiang Hao fell into deep thought as a result. A new day arrived, and before Jiang Hao even woke up, he heard the bells clanging outside. Jiang Hao stepped out of his bedroom with sleepy eyes, and saw his dad and mom packing up their things, looking like they were going out to set up a stall, and Jiang Zixuan was already reading and studying. Since Jiang Dad drank the life essence liquid, all the roots of the illnesses that his body had accumulated over the years had healed, and Jiang Dad's body had even experienced reverse growth. Even Jiang Dad's hair, which was originally somewhat gray, had now become dark and shiny. Looks like I'll try to break down a few more bottles of life essence and give my mom a bottle as well. As Jiang Hao thought this, Jiang Ma also saw Jiang Hao, who smiled and said to Jiang Hao, "Hao, woke you up? It's not that your dad is well and can't be bothered, we're going to go out and set up a stall. You're going to take the college entrance exam soon, your studies are heavy, so go and get some more sleep, I'll come back at noon and make you a delicious meal." At this point, Jiang Hao's nose was a little sour when he heard this. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to work so hard, I have a lot of money." Jiang Hao spoke directly. When Jiang Ma heard this, she froze, then smiled and teased. "Silly child, how much money do you have? Is it 100? Or 200 ah?" Jiang Hao heard the disbelief in his mother's words and instantly became anxious. "Mom, I'm really rich, I have $9 million. Jiang Ma listened to Jiang Hao's nonsense, and immediately looked serious, reaching out to try on Jiang Hao's forehead, and then had a try on her own forehead. "There's no fever. How come you're talking nonsense?" Being so messed up by his own mom, Jiang Hao was instantly a little skeptical. Are one's own words that unrealistic? However, Jiang Hao thought for a moment, this kind of thing in his own body, I'm afraid I would not believe it, right? At this time, Jiang Dad pushed the car out, then smiled and teased. If you really have $9 million, we won't use it, we have to save it for you to get a daughter-in-law in the future, he said. Nowadays, it's not easy to get a daughter-in-law. To marry a daughter-in-law, first you have to have a suite, usually more than $1 million, and the good ones have to be several $1 million. Then you have to have a car, which costs several $100,000 more. Then there's the dowry money, which costs several $100,000 more, and with all that, people are willing. What about later? You have to live, you still need money, and if you have a child, you'll need even more money. So, your $9 million is better for you to keep for yourself. Jiang Dad's words instantly froze Jiang Hao. Chapter 27, the $9 million no one believed in, the quirks of a rich young master. When did Dad become so nagging? And this is, Jiang Dad shouted as he pushed the cart out the door. Laogua, let's go, we have to go out to the stall. Coming. Jiang Ma answered, then looked at the frozen Jiang Hao with a smile. Your father is right, your $9 million is better for you to keep for yourself. After saying that, he turned around and followed Jiang Dad's footsteps. And at that moment, Jiang Zixuan, who was reading a book on the side, sneered and disliked. Jiang Hao, are you still awake? It's broad daylight, what are you daydreaming about? And $9 million? If you have 9 million, I still have 10 million. Too bad it's 10 million medieval dollars. With that, holding the book and laughing, he went back to his house. Jiang Hao turned around and pointed at Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Zixuan, you. Pa. A slamming door interrupted Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao helplessly lowered his hand and muttered to himself. Come on, you all don't believe me, do you? Looks like I'll prove it to you. Saying that, Jiang Hao went back to the house and washed up, turning to go out. Should I go buy a house first? Or go buy a car? Jiang Hao was thinking like this, when suddenly, it occurred to him that his $9 million was still 3 checks that he hadn't gone to exchange yet. I'd better go to the bank to exchange the checks first. Afterwards, Jiang Hao brought his documents and went to exchange the checks. The exchange didn't go well at first. After all, Jiang Hao was only 18 years old, and it was suspicious to exchange a huge $9 million check. However, later on, the bank seemed to confirm the news internally, and everything turned smooth. After matching the check to the cash and depositing it into his bank card, the staff in the bank also upgraded Jiang Hao's card by several notches, replacing it with a diamond card. With $9 million, the bank's staff is to Jiang Hao introduced a variety of financial products, but Jiang Hao was not very concerned. Now, it's time to check out the house. Thinking this way, Jiang Hao hitched a ride and went to the nearest sales center. Soon arriving at the place, Jiang Hao got out of the car and entered the Tianhong Sales Center. After entering the Tianhong Sales Center, the interior was very large and the decoration was luxurious and upscale. Inside is also quite a lot of people. Some salesmen wearing professional clothes are full of smiles for their customers to introduce information. And some of the ones without customers were chatting on the side. At this time, the few chatting saleswomen also saw a sportswear, young face of Jiang Hao, but surprisingly none of them to receive. One of them even pointed at Jiang Hao and spoke to another lady on the side. Xiao Mei, the customer is here, quick reception. Maybe it is a rich young master. Oh. And the saleswoman on the side glanced back at Jiang Hao and instantly flirted. Sister Hong, why don't you go? Look at his childish face, he's just recently weaned. There's even less to say about what he's wearing, a $100 tracksuit and a pair of dozens of dollar sneakers. Where does he look like some rich young master? Maybe this is the fetish of rich young masters nowadays? Just as those few people were making fun of Jiang Hao, a girl who was not tall but had a very pretty face with a bit of youthfulness on her face happened to walk over. At this time, the one called Xiao Mei saw this little girl and, at once, spoke out. Su Jia, come over here for a moment. That little girl answered and hurriedly ran over, saying with some restraint. Sister Mei, what are you calling me for? Chapter 28 Dog's Eyes, Backhand Slap. Jia. Manager Su asked us to take care of you more in general. We usually don't have the chance, but now the chance has come. At this time, Xiao Mei pointed at Jiang Hao and spoke. Look, there's a rich young master there, go and receive him. At this moment, Su Jia also saw Jiang Hao. Okay, thanks Sister Mei. After thanking her, Su Jia then walked towards Jiang Hao. Although she had only just arrived a few days ago, she still had an eye, and with his gaze, Jiang Hao didn't look like some rich young master. However, she still went. After all, this was her job. Moreover, even if he wasn't some rich young master, she would consider it a training experience herself. On the other side, a few gossiping women covered their mouths and laughed as they watched Su Jia actually go for real. Hey, the little girl is still too young. Yeah. So stupid and still wants to steal customers from us. You guys stop talking, maybe he's really a rich young master. Ha. Several people's behavior fell into Jiang Hao's eyes one by one, and Jiang Hao just smiled without saying anything. He sized up the young, green girl who was walking towards him. Su Jia was also sizing up Jiang Hao. Sir, hello. My name is Su Jia, just call me Xiao Jia, how can I help you? Hello, I've come to look at the house. Oh, may I ask what is the gentleman's name? Surname Jiang. Oh, Mr. Jiang, what kind of room do you need? Can you tell me your requirements first? Su Jia inquired very seriously. Jiang Hao thought for a moment, and he didn't seem to know what his requirements were. You can first bring me an introduction to a house worth around $5 million. Jiang Hao casually said. Su Jia, who was at the side, was also stunned when she heard this request, but upholding the idea that the customer is God, she agreed with a smile. Subsequently, Su Jia led Jiang Hao and introduced him to several houses that were all worth between $5 and $6 million. Su Jia seemed to have done her homework and was very detailed in her introduction of these houses. Eventually synthesizing these houses introduced by Su Jia, Jiang Hao finally took a fancy to one of the sets, and he stopped in his tracks and pointed at the display diagram. This is the set. With that, he turned to look at Su Jia, who was still introducing. And Su Jia, who was still in the middle of the introduction, froze when she heard these words. However, soon she reacted. Mr. Jiang, you want to buy this set? Jiang Hao nodded. At this time, Su Jiao reminded. Mr. Jiang, this finely decorated set is worth about $5,116,000, are you sure? Jiang Hao turned around, looked at Su Jia, and spoke with a smile. What? Afraid I don't have the money? With that, Jiang Hao pulled out his diamond card and handed it to Su Jia. Afterward, turning around and heading out, he opened his mouth. Quickly go get the contract and the key to this room, I'll wait for you outside. And at this moment, Su Jia was filled with shock. She stared at the gray bank card in her hand. If she had read it correctly, this was the bank's highest-ranked VIP card, a diamond card. At this moment, Su Jia felt that a pie had fallen from the sky, and it had hit her head. After Su Jia reacted, he was instantly ecstatic. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Afterwards, turning around, he hurriedly ran to ask for the key and contract. And Xiaomei and that sister Hong, who had been gossiping and paying attention to Su Jia and Jiang Hao, saw Su Jia running over with a happy face, and immediately even teased. I don't know what that rich young master said to make our Jia Jia so happy. That's right, it couldn't be that rich young master decided to buy a house after hearing our Jia Jia's introduction, right? Chapter 29, Don't Underestimate the World, Cozy Family. How could Su Jia not hear the mockery in their mouths? However, sometimes playing dumb was the way to survive. And that was exactly what Su Jia was doing. Su Jia sniffed and pretended to be shocked. Wow, Sister Mei, you have a good eye. That Mr. Jiang is really a rich young master. Hey, he decided to buy that house in Jingtai that's worth $5,160,000. Saying that, Su Jia even took out Jiang Hao's diamond card in her hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Look, this is his diamond card. Not to mention, Mr. Kong is still waiting for me to get the key and contract. With that, he turned around and walked away with a happy face. And at this moment, Xiaomei and that red sister stayed on the spot. After a long time, a few people then woke up with a face of regret and unwillingness. It can't be. He has a diamond card? $5,116,000? How much does that commission have to be? How is that possible? Dressed like that, how could he have a diamond card? And at this moment, all of this fell in Jiang Hao's eyes, causing him to sigh. This little girl's methods aren't bad. Sure enough, no one should be underestimated. Su Jia happily took the key and contract, and rushed out of the sales hall to the door. She thought that Jiang Hao, the rich young master, drove some kind of luxury car. Who knew that Jiang Hao directly blocked a cab, which really made Su Jia fall down. In the end, after looking at how Jiang Hao was dressed, Su Jia could only assume that this was a special fetish of Jiang Hao, the rich young master. Jiang Hao personally looked at the house and went back to the sales center, signing the letter with alacrity and letting Su Jia go and swipe the card. And that sister Hong and Xiaomei, who had been a bit disbelieving before, froze when they realized that Jiang Hao had swiped his card. The two of them then even went up to Jiang Hao to get close to him. However, in front of Jiang Hao's eyes filled with disgust, they were still defeated. Jiang Hao took the key and various documents, and exited the sales center under the respect of a crowd of people. Now it's time to go buy a car. Just as Jiang Hao moved to go buy a car, he seemed to think of something and suddenly froze. Sassafras, I don't have a driver's license yet, who's going to drive when I buy a car? Bad luck. Looks like the fine time to get a driver's license. Jiang Hao muttered and went home. Back at home, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom hadn't come home yet, and only Jiang Zixuan was home alone reading and studying. Jiang Hao still had a lot of respect for this sister of his. What's the saying? Don't be afraid of others being smarter than you, just be afraid of others being smarter than you and working harder than you. Anyway, that's probably what it meant. Maybe many people envied a school bully like Jiang Zixuan, but they never thought about how hard Jiang Zixuan worked behind the scenes. Except, of course, Jiang Hao, the one with the hang-ups. It was noon, just when there were a lot of customers, so Jiang Hao was ready to go and give his parents a hand. Jiang Zixuan, I'm going to give Mom and Dad a hand, are you going? Why don't we go together? It's just as well if you eat lunch at Mom and Dad's and then come back, so you won't let Mom run back and forth. Jiang Hao then proposed. Okay. It was said that children from poor families were born early, and Jiang Zixuan was also very understanding. The two of them then went to where Jiang Dad had set up his stall. Jiang Hao's siblings arrived at the usual place where Jiang Dad set up his stall, and sure enough, there were already a lot of customers, and Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were already busy. The two siblings also rushed forward to help. Jiang Dad is in the business of making small noodles, and today, perhaps because it's Sunday, Jiang Dad's business is still okay. Chapter 30. The divine chef reappears, the crowd is alarmed. Seeing the arrival of Jiang Hao's siblings, it just so happened that today's noodles were a bit insufficient, so he then spoke. Zixuan, you and your mom quickly go to your old Uncle Tang's house and buy some more noodles back. Jiang Zixuan answered. Oh, got it, Dad. Mom, let's go, just let Jiang Hao clean up those tables. Jiang Ma smiled and spoke. Good. With that, the two of them went to buy noodles. And at this moment, when Jiang Hao saw the cooking utensils, he remembered his divine chef skills and his hands itched. He then spoke to Jiang Dad. Dad, let me do it, you take a break first. Jiang Dad didn't seem to be at ease with Jiang Hao. It's fine, just help serve the bowls and sassafras the table, I'm not tired. Jiang Hao didn't die, persuaded, and finally Jiang Dad gave up his position. Jiang Hao picked up the kitchenware, immediately felt as if the kitchenware had a life. At the same time, he moved very skillfully, began to move. And Jiang Dad, who was uneasy with Jiang Hao, supervised from the side. However, when he saw Jiang Hao's familiar and instinctive movements, he was a bit surprised. Just then, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. He then read it and instantly realized, abandoning the soup prepared by Jiang Dad and resumed debugging the soup. Kong Dad rushed forward to stop it. Howard, I still have the soup I tuned, no need for you to retune it, you haven't tuned the soup before, the tuned one won't taste good. And at this time, a few of Jiang Dad's watching acquaintances came and just happened to see Jiang Hao cooking while Jiang Dad was guiding from the side, and immediately flirted. Old Jiang, does your son know how to do the following? Don't give down out inedible and waste it. Saying this, he pulled out $7 and handed it over, immediately followed by admonishing. Old Jiang, my share I can want you to personally give me under ah. Papa Jian was also quick to smile with him. So it's Mr. Su, it's not that my son wanted to give it a try. It couldn't be helped, so I let him give it a try. But don't worry, I won't give the guests what he made, as for your portion, I'll personally give you down. Still thin noodles, right? Just as Jiang Dad was chatting with his acquaintances, on the other side, Jiang Hao had already debugged the soup in 3 tries, and subsequently fished the noodles into it as well. A bowl of noodles was also born from under Jiang Hao's hands, and as the bowl was completed, a tantalizing aroma instantly spread out. It smells so good. Smelling this fragrance, Jiang Hao was also surprised for a moment. A breeze blew past, and this fragrance instantly drifted out. Instantly, the few customers next to him were instantly attracted by the scent and began to look left and right, talking about it. Wow, what kind of delicious food is this, so fragrant? You smelled it too? I think, to be able to make such a fragrant rice aroma, this must be a master chef. Sassafras, smelling this fragrance, I suddenly feel that this noodle is tasteless. I want to taste it so badly, even if it's a few $100, a few $1,000, it's worth it. At this time, Papa Jiang also smelled the fragrance and was suddenly envious. However, he couldn't show it, and at this moment, after collecting the money, he was about to make the noodles for that old customer with his own hands. Suddenly, the few customers around him unexpectedly all got up and took a few steps to Jiang Hao's side, surrounding Jiang Hao, who was in the middle of cooking, with his stall. Their noses shrugged and their eyes were mesmerized, as if they had smelled something. Finally, they all landed their gazes on the bowl of half noodles that Jiang Hao had just finished cooking, their eyes full of shock. Chapter 31. A Scholar Farewells 3 Days, A Glance in the Eye. Immediately afterward, it was even as if they had heard instructions, simultaneously pointing their fingers at the bowl of noodles made by Jiang Hao and saying in unison, I'll take this bowl of noodles, don't anyone grab it from me. Several people then looked at each other and once again said in unison, I was the one who wanted it first. You guys can't do this, it's me who wanted it first. Me first, me first. At once we're in chaos. While seeing this scene, Jiang Dad was surprised and couldn't say anything. Jiang Hao was awakened by the people here and seeing this, he hurriedly persuaded. Big brothers, you don't argue, this bowl of noodles is what I did, I'll make another one for a few people later is it? At this, several customers sniffed and dropped their gazes on Jiang Hao's body, their eyes revealing surprise, skepticism, and so on. Jiang Hao naturally knew what they meant. You guys trust me, if I don't do a good job, I won't charge you all any money, or even compensate you tenfold, that's always fine, right? Jiang Hao came to a ruthless, otherwise also this cannot be solved. At this point, a few people saw Jiang Hao so convinced, eventually they looked at each other. Good, I want in this bowl of noodles exactly the same, not the same you 10 times compensation, this is what you said. Subsequently, a few people in Jiang Hao's knot of confirmation this surrounded the stall around a small table brought by Jiang Dad sat down. At this point, the two dads came over in a hurry, and all of a sudden, the scent that had just made him envious grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he realized that the scent was actually emanating from the bowl of noodles next to Jiang Hao. At once, he was filled with shock. "Howard, when did you learn to cook?" Jiang Hao looked at his dad and immediately teased. "Dad, it's talent." Jiang Dad was also made to laugh by Jiang Hao. "Hey, you kid." After teasing, Jiang Hao pointed at the bowl of noodles and said, "Dad, go give this bowl of noodles to someone, I'll cook a few more bowls out." "Okay." Jiang Dad was full of joy as he carried the bowl of noodles and sent it over to the customer. And Jiang Hao started to cook the noodles and mixed the soup again in the same way he had just come. After Jiang Dad served it over, the young customer gave a thank you and was ready to eat when suddenly he was a bit surprised. "Uncle Jiang, why do the noodles smell so good today?" Then even more impatiently, he inhaled a mouthful of noodles. "Wow, it smells so good. It really smells too good." When Papa Jiang saw this, he was instantly filled with smiles. The commotion over here instantly attracted several more pedestrians. "Does it smell that good?" "No, it looks as if it smells good." "I want to taste it today too." "It looks good, this flavor really smells good, I'll try it too." Papa Jiang hurriedly took care of a few customers and sat down. On the other side, Jiang Hao skillfully had already made several servings and gave them to those few scrambling customers, and subsequently received even more favorable comments. In the end, even the old customer who didn't think highly of Jiang Hao and asked for Jiang Dad to make him noodles changed his mind and chose the noodles made by Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao made more and more noodles, the aroma became stronger and stronger. It even attracted a large number of pedestrians, and when the noodles that Jiang Dad had brought with him were about to run out, Jiang Ma and Jiang Zishuan arrived in time with a pocketful of noodles each. When they saw so many customers at their stall, they were surprised. The mother and daughter then rushed forward to help, and it was only in the process of helping that they learned about the situation, and at once the two of them looked at Jiang Hao with a burst of shock. Mother Jiang was naturally overjoyed to see her son becoming more and more capable. And after Jiang Zishuan got to know more and more about this brother he considered a wimp, the resistance within him began to slowly dissolve. Chapter 32 Encountering a surprise attack halfway, gifted aptitude showing its power. Going home at night, Jiang Hao didn't choose to tell his parents about the house for the time being. In 3 days it will be Dad's birthday, so we'll make it a surprise then. As a new day arrived, Jiang Hao carried his backpack to school as he had always done. Nowadays, with my current strength, going to school seems to be unnecessary. Should I take a break from school and just go straight to the college entrance exams when it's time? Jiang Hao thought like this, and had just entered a corner when suddenly, a tingling pain came from his mind, followed by his body involuntarily tightening up. He had sensed the danger. At that moment, the moment he looked up, a wooden stick came whistling, growing larger and larger in his pupils. The next one was about to land on Jiang Hao's head, in this 0.01 second instant. Jiang Hao's eyes were quick and subconsciously raised his hand, grabbing the stick that was about to fall, while his other hand clenched his fist and unreservedly slammed it forward. Boom! Ah! With a miserable scream, a figure was sent flying out by Jiang Hao, falling 6 or 7 meters away and coming to a stop against the wall. And only then did Jiang Hao see the situation clearly. At that moment, there were 8 young men standing in front of Jiang Hao, and each of them had dyed hair with a bright color. At the same time, each of them was holding a wooden stick in both hands above their heads, ready to slam down on Jiang Hao. But at this moment, each of them stared with shock at their companions who flew out backwards, and then looked back at Jiang Hao instantly frozen. And at that moment, one of the heads saw this and immediately stammered with a face full of agitation. "Brothers, go on. We still have 8 people, are we still afraid of him alone?" At this time, that head pushed the 2 men in front of him up with one hand, and at the same time pushed and kicked the men on the side. At this moment, although these punks were frightened by the hand of Jiang Hao just now, they were now pushed out by their boss. They had to step in, and all of a sudden, each of them rushed towards Jiang Hao with wooden sticks in their hands, fierce faces, and loud shouts under their breath, fueling themselves. "Ah! Hit me! On!" When Jiang Hao saw this, he smiled contemptuously. Then with his bare hands and agile figure, he quickly rushed forward and collided with the 8 men. Boom boom boom! Ah! Not long after only a miserable scream could be heard. In the end, only Jiang Hao was standing alone, while those 8 people were lying sideways at his feet. Looking at the 8 minions that he had instantly put down, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. Danger sense is definitely a good thing. Jiang Hao was satisfied with his level 2 danger sense, only, looking at the 8 punks lying on the ground wailing, he frowned slightly. Afterward, he came to the one leading the group, squatted down, and inquired. Kid, I have no grievances with you guys, why did you sneak attack me? And the kid just held his stomach and cried in pain, just not answering. But Jiang Hao was not one to be merciful. Jiang Hao smiled and spoke. Don't say it, right? Fine, I'll say it for you. Saying that, he threw another punch and ruthlessly slammed it on the punk head's stomach. Vom! With this punch, the punk head's mouth and stomach were flooded with acid, and he almost didn't vomit. If you don't speak up again, I'll waste you. Saying this, Jiang Hao picked up a wooden stick on the ground and pressed it on the crotch of the punk, and when the punk head saw this, a cool air immediately rose up from his back. Chapter 33 The Shady Villain Behind the Back, the joint grand exam comes to town. He instantly nodded his head straight in terror by being as if he were a chicken pecking at rice. Big brother, don't. I'll say. Then don't say it yet. Jiang Hao threatened in a stern voice. Only then did the little punk head open his mouth in a hurry. Yes, it's Chinsho from Tianhe Second Middle School, he's the one who spent $20,000, gave us your picture, and said he'd buy your 2 legs. At this point, as the punk finished speaking, Jiang Hao sniffed. Indeed. Chinsho, you're so ruthless as to sell my 2 legs. Jiang Hao grimaced. I'll write this debt down first. With that, Jiang Hao looked at the 8 punks and let out a low gulp. Get lost, you few, don't let me see you again, or else, I'll beat you up once I see you. Instantly, these 8 punks were pleasantly surprised. Many thanks big brother, many thanks big brother. We're rolling. A few people hurriedly thanked Jiang Hao, and then rolled and ran away. In the afternoon, the teacher sent out a notice that the last mock exam for the senior class would be taken tomorrow. The exam was a joint exam of the 4 major high schools in Tianhe City, so the exam was also very formal. They took an early vacation. Jiang Hao also went home early, and as he had already utilized the knowledge crystallization and mastered all the knowledge of his senior year, he naturally didn't need to drudgily review. Therefore, Jiang Hao began to study the system. Ever since the last time he utilized a few stones to synthesize jade, Jiang Hao understood that his knowledge of this magical system was still insufficient. The system claimed that it could decompose everything and synthesize everything, but it wasn't just for fun. At this time, Jiang Hao was pondering what to experiment with. Suddenly, he saw 2 crushing carp in the basin on the ground, which was bought back by Zhang's mom, ready to make soup for him, adding nutrition. Seeing this, immediately Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Decomposing spiders and ants have given me very powerful skills, I wonder what changes decomposing fish can bring me? Thinking like this, Jiang Hao quickly stepped to the side of the fish basin and without hesitation, reached out and grabbed one of them. Ding, found a carp, is it decomposed? Decompose. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and answered. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing 1 carp, obtaining the skill, swimming, gaining skill points 0.5 experience points 0.5. Decomposition complete, is it extracted? Swimming level 101, enables you to be like a fish in the water. Seeing this skill, Jiang Hao was slightly disappointed. Although he was a dry duck, this skill was simply not too low compared to the danger sense given to him by the spider, and the mega power avatar given to him by the ant. Despite the skill being a bit low, Jiang Hao still chose to fuse it, as the saying goes, more skill is not better. After fusing the swimming skill, Jiang Hao didn't feel any changes in his body. Subsequently, Jiang Hao tried to break down other things, but the effect didn't seem good. Unable to do anything else, Jiang Hao could only give up on decomposition for the time being. As a new day arrived, Jiang Hao brought his exam paraphernalia that he had prepared in advance, took his pass, and went to look for his exam room. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd floor of Teaching B and found his exam room, and just as he was looking for his seat, he felt someone push him. When he turned around to take a look, he was instantly a bit surprised. Student Song Waner? Song Waner was also surprised for a moment after she looked at what was really Jiang Hao. Why are you here? The two said in unison. Chapter 34, Smiling Tiger Moth, Jiang Hao lofty and unafraid. Instantly, the 2 of them smiled awkwardly. You're taking the exam here too? Jiang Hao looked at the classroom next to him and gestured. You're here too? Song Waner nodded and asked in return. Jiang Hao laughed dumbly. What a coincidence! Just as the 2 of them were chatting idly, a voice that disgusted Song Waner suddenly came. If it isn't Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao and Song Wan'er turned around in response to the voice, and saw Qin Shou, also holding exam tools and full of smiles, walking over head on. Oh, Wan'er is here too. Qin Shou seemed to have just seen Song Wan'er and then opened his mouth to greet her. However, after Song Wan'er saw Qin Shou, a trace of disgust flashed under her eyes and she didn't pay any attention to it. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, looked at this Qin Shou who was walking head on, often with a smile that made people keep mistaking him for a sunny boy. Who would have thought that it was such a sunny boy who would have to break a pair of legs on his way out? Perhaps, had it not been for yesterday's incident, perhaps even he would have been deceived by Qin Shou's smiling face. Song Wan'er's lack of attention caused Qin Shou to feel a hint of embarrassment, and in a moment that no one saw, a hint of sinister flashed under his eyes. Afterward, he greeted Jiang Hao in a self-congratulatory manner, without any color on his face, as if yesterday, the one who instructed others and wanted to break Jiang Hao's legs wasn't him. Student Jiang, you're taking the test here too. What a coincidence. Jiang Hao put on a surprised look. Right. Could it be that you're here too? Jiang Hao fudged and tried to figure out what this smiling tiger was trying to pull off again. Oh. That's a coincidence. To be able to take the exam in this class, it seems that Jiang's studies are not bad. I heard that this exam is very formal. Why don't we compare and see who does well? How about it? Jiang Hao smiled faintly at his words, fearless. Oh? How do you say we compare? At this time, the other candidates around them heard this and also gathered their gazes on Jiang Hao, Song Wan'er, and Qin Shou, discussing. Hee, isn't this the senior general school bully Qin Shou and our Tianhe kind of school girl Song Wan'er? Just, who's that guy next to them? HM? Who is he? How dare he compare exams with the school bully Qin Shou? Could it be that school bully? Sassafras, isn't that Jiang Hao, that sleepy notorious scum from senior class 8? How come he's here, and he even had to compare his grades with the school bully? Crap. No way. The school bully is competing with the school slag? And he still dares to agree? There doesn't seem to be the slightest suspense, right? Hey, Jiang Hao is really out of his depth. Some of these candidates among them knew Jiang Hao, and after speaking of Jiang Hao's previous deeds, instantly, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with strange eyes, their eyes filled with ridicule, as if they were watching a joke. Song Wan'er listened to the conversation between Qin Shou and Jiang Hao, in which Jiang Hao even agreed to signs. Instantly she was a little anxious. He quickly and secretly pulled the back of Jiang Hao's lapel, prompting him, so that he did not agree. Although she didn't know how Jiang Hao was assigned to this class for the exam, she had already asked Uncle Hai to look up Jiang Hao's information. Naturally, it was clear that Jiang Hao's studies were not good, or even said to be very bad. Unlike Qin Shou, although she was very disgusted by Qin Shou, his studies were in the top 10 in the senior class of Tianhe's second middle school. Moreover, she also knew that Qin Shou, this person was a smiling tiger, and was not as simple as he appeared to be, and since he mentioned this, he definitely had a purpose. Chapter 35 Confidently Making a Bet, Song Wan'er's Concerns. Sure enough, the next moment Qin Shou opened his mouth, confirming her suspicions. Qin Shou smiled slightly and then spoke. Of course it's based on the ranking of this mock exam, whoever has a high ranking wins. Of course, we're all men, since we're betting against each other, of course we need to have stakes. At this time, Qin Shou pretended to think, then spoke again. Let's bet on a meal for the stakes. Whoever loses, whoever invites, the location will be at the Central Street Tianfu building. At that time, each person can bring a partner. How about it? Student Jiang Hao won't be afraid, right? Qin Shou said, smiling and looking towards Jiang Hao, seemingly seeking Jiang Hao's opinion. And at that moment, those students surrounding the onlookers secretly smacked their lips when they heard that. TSK, the Central Tianfu building. That's one of the top 3 upscale restaurants in our Tianhe city, and even in our entire Jiangbei province. Right. I've also heard that you need a membership card to eat there, so the average person can only be deterred. I also know that I've heard that a bottle of wine inside the Central Heavenly Mansion requires tens of thousands of dollars, and the good ones require more than $100,000. Hiss, I'm afraid Jiang Hao won't agree to it, right? After all, it doesn't look like Jiang Hao is some rich family's son. The crowd murmured, and all of this naturally fell on Jiang Hao's ears. Next to him, Song Wan'er heard the words and was even more anxious as she hurriedly and secretly tugged on Jiang Hao's sleeve. Hopefully, he wouldn't be impulsive. As the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhong, she naturally knew about the Central Heavenly Mansion, and there was still a Central Heavenly Mansion Supreme Level Amethyst membership card in her dad's hands. She had also been there and naturally knew what was going on inside, and Qin Shou was clearly trying to pit Jiang Hao. Then at this moment, Jiang Hao heard the words and surprisingly remained calm and unperturbed, as if he hadn't felt Rong Wanner's reminder. He then said to Qin Shou, "Fine, since you want to gamble, then let's gamble." Subsequently, Jiang Hao turned to Song Wanner and spoke, "Since it's a bet, then student Wanner will be the notary." At this moment, Song Wanner had thought that Jiang Hao would understand his reminder, that had thought that Jiang Hao had not only agreed to this obviously unfair bet, but had even asked her to be a witness. It really pissed her off. Song Wanner was a bit cross as she gave Jiang Hao a veiled glare. The matter had come to this, so she could only go and ask her father for the Supreme membership card to help Jiang Hao get through this. At this moment, the surrounding students were also shocked when they heard this, and immediately looked at Jiang Hao as if they were looking at an idiot. Crap. Groove, this Jiang Hao head is not a problem, this is obviously a pit, but also to jump in? AI. Still too young. I can't even understand such a simple provocation. Sassafras, I'm afraid Jiang Hao is going to lose face this time. Hiss, hurry up and stay away from this idiot, it might be contagious. The crowd murmured, this bet, none of them thought that Jiang Hao would win. After all, Qin Shou was the existence of the top 10 ranked senior class in Tianhe's second middle school. After all, Qin Shou was the top 10 ranked senior in Tianhe number 2 middle school, and Jiang Hao was an uncompromising scum, not even on the same starting line. At this time, Qin Shou did not expect Jiang Hao to agree, and even let Song Wanner as a witness. Qin Shou instantly had no doubts and was happy in his heart. This is best. Last time, I let you dodge a bullet, this time, I'll make sure you know what happens when you offend my Qin Shou. Qin Shou viciously voiced in his heart. However, when he saw Song Wanner on the side, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Chapter 36, You Can Only Be Envious and Jealous, Can You Turn in Your Papers Early? At this time, he then said to Song Wanner, who was at the side. That would be troublesome for student Wanner, however, since student Wanner is acting as a witness, you can't help student Jiang. When Song Wanner heard this, she immediately became anxious and wanted to retort. But who knew that Jiang Hao unexpectedly pulled Song Wanner over and said, "Don't worry, a gentleman's word is a promise, and besides, I won't necessarily lose." Qin Shou looked at the confident Jiang Hao with a slight surprise in his heart, but when he thought of the information he had found out, he was greatly reassured. Ha, it seems that student Jiang is full of confidence. Let's wait and see then. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the examination room. As the frenzy ended, the other students shook their heads and walked into the exam room away from Jiang Hao as if they were avoiding the plague. They were afraid that idiots would be infected as if they were contagious. Song Wanner was also a bit angry, pouting her lips and glaring fiercely at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was a bit dumbfounded as he looked at Song Wanner with such a stance. However, he quickly reacted. Then he smiled and spoke to such a lovely Song Wanner, "Alright, trust me. There's no need to hide nowadays, it's time for me to show some strength to prove myself." Saying this, Jiang Hao's tone was filled with a powerful confidence. Seeing such a confident Jiang Hao, Song Wanner on the side also looked a little dumbfounded. "Alright, let's go in." He then pulled up Song Wanner's small, softly razor-sharp hand to enter the classroom. Song Wanner felt Jiang Hao's thick, strong and warm hand and was stunned, then a red cloud climbed on her delicate face. She let Jiang Hao pull her into the examination room. When they entered the examination room, all of a sudden, everyone's eyes fell on their hands in unison. Everyone instantly froze. Feeling the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd, Song Wanner hurriedly drew back her hand, sat down in the first row, and lowered her head. At this point, the surrounding crowd seemed to react, and all of a sudden, they all stared at Jiang Hao with hatred, itching to beat him to death in general. Afterwards, there was even a large wailing sound. "Ah! My dream goddess, ah! I want to kill Jiang Hao! Hiss, ah! That's my goddess! Mom, yeah! The good cabbages are letting the pigs get away again." The crowd stared at Jiang Hao as if they were looking at an enemy. Qin Shou, who was the first to come in and sat next to the window on the left side, had already had a gloomy face and was staring at Jiang Hao with a sinister look in his eyes. Such a scene, however, Jiang Hao did not seem to notice a change, frankly and calmly walked straight to the last row, where, precisely, his seat. Soon, the invigilator arrived, and the test papers were quickly handed out. The crowd also focused their minds on the exam. Jiang Hao got the test paper and casually roughly flipped through it for a bit. While seeing those questions, the solutions appeared in his mind along with it. There didn't seem to be anything difficult about it. Then he also started to put up his pen to answer the questions, and all of a sudden, only the sound of brushing and writing could be heard in the quiet classroom. Soon, half an hour passed, and while the others were meditating or writing furiously, a voice broke the silence. "Teacher, I'm done, can I turn in my paper?" Instantly, everyone turned around in response to the voice, their gazes falling in unison on the owner of that voice. And when they saw that this person was actually Jiang Hao, there were people who were shocked, people who looked skeptical, and people who looked sarcastic, with varying demeanors. "Sassafras, Jiang Hao actually finished? No way. I've only made it to less than one half. Humph, but it's just claptrap. Humph, he must have felt that he couldn't beat Qin Shou and was planning to break the pot." Chapter 37 Misunderstanding of the supervising teacher, handing in papers early and leaving the field. At this moment, Song Wanner was also startled. She was a little anxious, but, at this time, he suddenly thought of what Jiang Hao had said when he entered the examination room. Could it be that Jiang Hao was really hiding before? However, he took another look at the topic he had done 3/5 of, and his skepticism intensified. On the other hand, Qin Shou was also startled by Jiang Hao's actions, and even a hint of panic appeared in his heart. However, he soon thought of the news he had investigated about Jiang Hao, and his heart was instantly settled. Then, a hint of a sneer flashed across the bottom of his eyes as he thought in his heart. "Claptrap, but it's good to give up on yourself." Afterward, he stopped paying attention and worked on the questions seriously. At this moment, the invigilator frowned, glanced at Jiang Hao, and walked down. After a big sweep of Jiang Hao's paper, the invigilator teacher spoke. "You can't hand in your paper for now, after 40 minutes. However, don't just write all over it, you're all in your third year of high school now, and there's less than a month to go before the college entrance exam. Hasn't your teacher told you that no matter what exam, be serious, don't be in a hurry, even if you've finished answering, don't hand in the paper early, check it a few more times?" This invigilator kindly arrived. However, Jiang Hao was incredibly confident in himself and did not appreciate it. "Teacher, I've already checked 3 or 4 times after I'm done." And indeed, Jiang Hao did not lie. However, the invigilator didn't believe it, and when the invigilator didn't think that Jiang Hao had simply ignored his good advice, his senses towards Jiang Hao were suddenly greatly diminished. He frowned and said in a cold voice, "Well, in that case, then lie down on the table first, don't affect the others, when the 40 minutes are up, you can hand in your papers." Then turning around and ignoring Jiang Hao, he went back to the podium. "Everyone else have a good time answering the questions, don't talk to each other, there's still plenty of time." Seeing this, Jiang Hao was also helpless for a while, so he had to lie down. Soon, 10 minutes quickly passed. Jiang Hao raised his hand again and was about to speak. And the invigilator above him, seeing such a persistent student, was a bit disgusted and then said in a cold voice. "The one at the back who raised his hand, you can hand in your paper, don't disturb the others doing their questions." The others in the classroom were startled, then they saw Jiang Hao take the test paper and walk up. At once, their demeanor varied. However, most were filled with skepticism and even a few sneers. Only Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao, her face filled with worry. Jiang Hao gave Song Wanner a reassuring look. And at that moment, that invigilator spoke again. "Alright, you can leave once you've handed in your test papers, don't stay here and disturb the others doing their questions." Jiang Hao smiled without saying anything and turned around to leave. Walking home, Jiang Hao thought about breaking down what valuable things it was, and he didn't seem to have put the slightest bit of thought into his bet with Qin Shou. "Quick, someone help call the emergency number, don't just stand there. Stop arguing, it's already been called. You guys spread out, let the air circulate, don't crowd around. Hey, who's going to drive these two to the hospital? Sassafras, who dares to send them? You go. What if I blackmail you?" At this time, a burst of noisy sounds came from the front. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that there was a huge crowd of people surrounding Tianfu Garden. Something seemed to have happened there. Out of curiosity, Jiang Hao took 3 or 2 steps to get up there to prepare for the hilarity. It was still early today anyway. After Jiang Hao managed to squeeze into the crowd, he saw an exceptionally beautiful young woman squatting on the ground hugging an old man wearing a tang suit and crying. The old man's eyes were white, his face was pale, and his body seemed to have stiffened. Chapter 38, The Heart of Man is Cold and Warm, There is True Love on Earth. At this time, Jiang Hao also learned from other people that the beautiful girl was the granddaughter of the old grandfather who had an accident in a tang suit. The girl was originally taking his grandfather for a walk in the park, but who knows, the old man suddenly fell ill and fainted on the spot. Some of the people around them had already called the emergency services, but it was close to the end of the day, and it would take 20 minutes for an ambulance to arrive here. Although some people would like to drive them to the hospital, but nowadays, the society, passing by the grandmother, do not dare to help, for fear of being blackmailed. Not to mention this situation. So they could only watch. Jung Hao looked at the old man who was lying on the ground without much life, and the girl next to him who had cried into tears. He didn't feel like a blackmailer, and was instantly moved to compassion. I'm afraid that by the time the ambulance comes, this old man will have already hung up. I wonder if the life serum can save this old man? At this moment, Jung Hao thought of the amazingly effective life essence liquid and pondered in his mind. Ding, host, life essence liquid can give life to the dead and flesh to the bones, so as long as the vitality is unbroken, you can take life from the hands of the king of hell. The system's prompt sounded violently, causing Jung Hao, who was secretly lost in thought, to be startled. However, as he heard the system's prompt, he was instantly shocked. Hiss, the life serum is so powerful, it seems that I still underestimated the power of the life serum. Shocked, Jung Hao was instantly elated. He decided to help the old man. After all, saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. However, before that, he must first of all obtain a bottle of life essence liquid. At this moment, Jung Hao hurriedly exited the crowd and came to a corner of the park where there was no surveillance. Then he reached out and put his hand on a tree. Ding, found a tree. Is it decomposed? Decompose. Ding, congratulations on failing to decompose. Gain skill points 0.1, experience points 0.1. Failing for the first time, Jung Hao was instantly a bit anxious. He hurriedly pressed his hand onto the surprise tree. Ding, found a tree. Is it decomposed? Decompose. Ding, congratulations on failing to decompose. Gain skill points 0.1, experience points 0.1. After several successive failures, 2 to 3 minutes passed, and Jung Hao's heart went a little cold. However, Jung Hao didn't give up. After several attempts, finally the system beep sounded again. Ding, congratulations on the successful decomposition, obtaining a bottle of life essence, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Jung Hao was overjoyed when he heard this. Just as he was about to take the life serum and go to the rescue, suddenly he seemed to think of something and his body instantly froze. I'm afraid no one will believe me if I just rush over like this, let alone give that old man the life essence liquid. Moreover, it's even more important that I don't expose the existence of the life essence liquid. Only, in that case, how am I going to incorporate the life essence liquid into that old man's body? Jung Hao was anxious. Ding, host, the system can help you. As long as your hand is in prolonged contact with that old man, the system will be able to incorporate the life essence liquid into his body without a sound. Jung Hao was ecstatic when he heard this. Ah! That's great! With the help of the system, Jung Hao hurriedly squeezed into the crowd again, shouting as he did so. Make way, I can help him. Now time is life. Naturally, there was no delay. Chapter 39, Get out of the way, let me do it. At this time, the people around heard someone shouting, and the crowd responded by giving way while being a bit curious and looking in the direction from which the voice came. Is it the doctor coming? Jung Hao took the opportunity to rush up from the back and came next to the old man who was no longer much alive, being held by the girl. And at that moment, the crowd was stunned when they saw that it was actually a student. Where's the doctor? Didn't they say the doctor is here? Sassafras, could it be that this child is shouting? No way. A student, what kind of person would he save? Don't get people killed. Whose kid is this? His guts are too big. What time is it? Still dare to joke. At this time, Jung Hao came to that old man's side. Tian Tong originally heard that someone could save his grandfather, instantly like grabbing a life-saving straw, responding to the sound of the voice and hurriedly looked over. However, when she looked up and saw that it was indeed a student about her size, with a childish face and wearing a school uniform, her eyes were instantly filled with skepticism. However, at this time, she had already panicked. Even to this childish-faced student, his heart still had a trace of fantasy. Can you really save my grandfather? Jung Hao looked at Tian Tong, who was staring pitifully at himself with a gaze full of hope, and softly comforted him. Trust me, I can, your grandfather will be fine. At this moment, Jung Hao was about to reach out and touch the old man so that the system could integrate the life essence into him. Quickly stop him, don't let him touch the patient, what does a little kid know? At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from the crowd. Afterward, a young man in a suit squeezed in while taking out an ID from his purse and spoke in a hurry. My name is Jia Ren, I'm a doctor from Tianhe Second Hospital, this is my license to practice medicine. The crowd took a look at the ID and immediately gave way. The doctor said, quickly, don't let that kid mess around. At this point, a few people went up and were about to pull Jiang Hao, and even Tian Tong, who was on the sidelines, hurriedly shielded her grandfather from Jiang Hao. Jia Ren went up to check the old man's condition while educating him in a stern voice. "You're from that school, can a patient be touched casually? What if there's a death?" And at this time, as if he checked the old master's condition, all of a sudden, his face became more and more ugly. "I'm sorry, the old master's vital breath is already very weak, it may." Before Jia Ren could finish, Tian Tong was instantly scared and turned as pale as snow, and even almost fainted. And at this moment, Jiang Hao broke away from the pull of several people. "Get lost." As soon as he pushed Jia Ren away, he ignored Jia Ren, who was pointing at him, furious, and instantly chided. "Go to the side if you're not capable, don't delay me from saving people, if it's any later, there's nothing I can do." At the same time, he turned back and pointed at the several people who had just pulled him, questioning. "And the few of you, delaying me from saving people, are you responsible for that?" At once, those few people saw the invigorated Jiang Hao and did not come forward again. With that, Jiang Hao came to the old man's side and softly said, "The ambulance is too late, only I can save your grandfather now, are you sure you don't want me to touch it?" Tian Tong was in a dilemma at this point. "You can really save my grandfather?" "Yes, make a decision quickly. Otherwise, if you keep dawdling, there's nothing I can do." Jiang Hao looked at the old man whose vitality was dwindling and hurriedly said, "All right then, do it." Tian Tong gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Hearing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly reached out and helped the old master over, flattening him, reaching out and pressing his hand on the old master's body in all directions in a decent manner. Chapter 40, After the matter is over, go away and hide your accomplishments and fame deeply. On the other hand, Jia Ren on the side had an ugly look on his face as he stared at Jiang Hao dead in the face. "Humph, I'll see how you can cure it, if there's a death today, even if you're a student you won't be able to run away." At this moment, the surrounding crowd looked at Jiang Hao's actions and were instantly filled with skepticism, not believing that Jiang Hao could save anyone at all. Can this really save people? Sassafras, it can't really be trickery, can it? I told you, a student, how could he possibly know all this? Let's just stay away from it, don't blame us when something happens. Jiang Hao pretended to give first aid, pressing and pinching on the old man's body in a stylish manner, while in the dark, the system had already incorporated the life essence into the old man's body. Ding, host, fusion complete. Jiang Hao sniffed and stopped immediately, looking at the old man's face expectantly. Seeing this, Jia Ren instantly caught the opportunity. "Humph, see, don't pretend to know, think you can save someone by casually touching them twice? Joke. You'll just wait to do jail time." Jia Ren's ruthless voice too. Jiang Hao did not pay any attention to it, and at this time, he realized that the old man's face had rapidly reddened at a rate visible to the naked eye. Jiang Hao was instantly relieved. Cough, cough. What's wrong with me? In the next moment, with a light cough, the old man woke up ghostly. And Tian Tong, who had been nervously staring at the old man on the side, saw that her grandfather, who had already been pale and cold, was actually flushed and awakened. She instantly wept with joy and cried out, "Grandpa, Grandpa, you finally woke up. Woo! I thought I'd never see you again." With a light cough coupled with Tian Tong's excited expression, the crowd of onlookers on the side instantly became silent, and then the crowd directly exploded. Crap! Groove, woke up, really woke up. My God! God, this can save people? Hiss, he was dying just now, how did he wake up in the blink of an eye? My God! Could it be that those hands pinching and pressing is some kind of lost life-saving technique? Just when the crowd was shocked and talking, the old man even stood up by himself, completely different from the patient who was about to die just now. The crowd was even more shocked. And Jia Ren saw this, his face was full of unbelief, as if he had lost his mind, reciting words under his breath. How is it possible? This is impossible. However, he soon snapped out of it. No, I want to worship the master, yes, worship the master. He hurriedly searched for Jiang Hao's figure, but Jiang Hao had already taken advantage of the chaos to leave after saving the others, so where was he? Grandpa, just now it was this student. Tian Tong, with tear stains on her face, was happily about to introduce his rescuer, Jiang Hao, to her grandfather when she suddenly realized that Jiang Hao had disappeared. Huh, why is he gone? He was just here. Tian Tong anxiously looked left and right, searching for Jiang Hao in the crowd. At this time, the old man also instantly understood. He should have just had another attack, but happened to be saved by a nobleman. Moreover, at this moment, he felt relaxed and that pain in his head had disappeared. This made him very shocked. His own situation, he himself knew best. Even Chinese medicine practitioner Chao Guoshu couldn't cure it, but he was actually cured by a passerby. This made him have to sigh, "Masters in the bright room ah." However, the favor of saving his life, he couldn't just let it go. With that, he comforted his anxious granddaughter, took out a cell phone and dialed. "Dear Wang, it's me, Tian Tang, I want to ask you for a favor." Chapter 41, Exam results are out, I'm doing it for your own good. At this time, on the other side, Jiang Hao was already on his way home. He hadn't thought about anyone else's return for this outburst, and he hadn't taken the matter to heart. In this way, 2 days passed by in a flash, and after 2 days of fighting, the joint examination of the 4 major colleges in Tianhe City for the senior 3 levels ended, and the examination results also came out. May 12th, morning. Before the first class, a teacher replaced the column in front of the school building and posted the senior class exam ranking list. Instantly, countless senior students were like sharks that smelled blood, and surrounded the place in the twinkling of an eye. Don't squeeze, let me see. Sassafras, how come I only scored over 400 points? Hey! I, too, only scored a little. I feel that the questions this time are a bit difficult. I have a lot of questions did not come in a hurry to finish. The classmates looked at the exam rankings and talked a lot. Jiang Hao heard that the results were out and was about to go and join in the fun as well. But who knows, just as he walked out of the classroom door, he encountered the smiling tiger avian who was still smiling as if he were a gentleman. Beast classmate. Next to him, Song Wanner had a very reluctant peer, and around her, there were some of their classmates. Bird. Beast classmate as soon as he saw Jiang Hao, immediately rushed forward and smiled. Is this where student Jiang is going to look at the exam results ranking? It just so happens that I'm going as well, why don't we go together, and by the way, make sure that we both know who lost and who won. Jiang Hao sniffed and looked at the reluctant Song Wanner on the side as well as those students following behind Qinsho, and instantly understood Qinsho's intentions. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly and spoke kindly. Really want to watch? Why don't we just forget about it? Jiang Hao was so confident in himself that he was afraid he would strike Qinsho too hard. But who knew, Qinsho didn't appreciate it, and even, instead, he thought that Jiang Hao was afraid, and suddenly he was pleased in his heart, and in that case, he was even more unlikely to let Jiang Hao off the hook. How can this be? A gentleman's word is a promise. Could it be that student Jiang Hao was afraid of this? Qinsho hurriedly opened his mouth, and even used a simple agitation technique. At this point, even Song Wanner on the side thought that Jiang Hao was going to admit defeat. At this moment, on one hand, she felt a bit disappointed by Jiang Hao's admission of defeat, while on the other hand, she somewhat agreed with Jiang Hao's early admission of defeat. However, Qinsho obviously wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Seeing this, the junior brothers behind Qinsho also spoke up to play helpers. How can we let it go? Could it be that student Jiang Hao is really scared? So it's a wimp. Sassafras, I thought it was a man, not just a meal. At this moment, Qinsho sniffed and the smile on his face grew even more. Jiang Hao listened to the surrounding discussion, but also helplessly smiled, and then understood that it was these people who misunderstood him. Seeing this, Jiang Hao had no choice but to speak again. Everyone, don't argue, you've misunderstood me, I'm only afraid that the avian Beast classmates would be deeply shocked when they saw my grades. However, since avian Beast classmate and all of you want to see it, then let's go and see it, but just don't be devastated when the time comes, everyone. After Jiang Hao said that, hearing clearly the reason why Jiang Hao was unwilling to gamble, the face of Qinsho, who was originally incredibly smug, suddenly stiffened. However, he soon reacted as he smiled skinlessly and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Ego, classmate Jiang Hao was really good at telling jokes, I think classmate Jiang Hao was afraid of being a bit overconfident. Chapter 42 Witnessing the Miracle, Qinsho's Delight. Meanwhile, Qinsho could not be the only one who was dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's words, those students on the side were stunned when they heard them. I didn't expect student Jiang Hao to be so humorous. Strike us? Not afraid. I'm not afraid of blows. Egu, what arrogance! A scum who gives up during exams is afraid of striking us? One by one, they were unconvinced, and all of a sudden, their words carried endless sarcasm and laughter. At this time, Qinsho was unwilling to dwell on it any longer and spoke. Alright, since student Jiang Hao is so confident, let's go and take a look. Saying that, like Song Wanner who was on the side, he spoke. Student Wanner also a piece of it, you're a witness, you can't be missing even if you're missing someone. Song Wanner sniffed and frowned slightly as she looked at Jiang Hao on the side. Seeing this, Jiang Hao then walked in front of Song Wanner under the gaze of the stunned crowd and said with a smile. That's fine, then we'll trouble Student Wanner to be a witness for us, come along with us and take a look. Song Wanner looked at the confident Jiang Hao and was somewhat infected. Good. Song Wanner answered softly. The two of them then paid no attention to Qin Shou and some of the helpers Qin Shou had brought behind them, and walked side by side in front of them, heading towards the column that had the rankings of the exam results posted on it. As they walked on the road, Song Wanner's heart was torn beyond measure. On the one hand, Jiang Hao did not admit defeat, which made her somewhat inexplicably happy. And on the other hand, she was afraid that if Jiang Hao didn't admit defeat now, when the time came, perhaps Jiang Hao really lost, he might be hit even harder. As for the back, Qin Shou, a smiling face, saw this scene and instantly became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. A trace of viciousness flashed under his eyes, then he said in a cold voice. Go, and take a look. Soon, their group of people came in front of the list that was surrounded by the crowd. Looking at the list that was surrounded by many students, Qin Shou made a wink to the little brother beside him. Instantly, the junior brother next to him immediately cleared the scene. The students who were looking at the list were dissatisfied with the situation, but they recognized these few people who were clearing the scene. They were all uneducated, dominating existences amongst their schoolmates, and they could only dare to be angry. Not long after, they stood in front of the list as they wished. Jiang Hao, Qin Shou, and Song Wanner stared at the list and began to look for their rankings on the list. Not long after, an excited shout came out. Hee, I found it, Qin Shou, senior class of Tianhe Second Middle School, with a total score of 632 points, ranked 5th in Tianhe Second Middle School, and 12th in the overall ranking of the 4 schools. Hee. Didn't do well this time. I can't believe I only scored this much. Qin Shou pointed at a set of listings, although there was some regret and dissatisfaction in his words, the smugness in his tone, lack of how could not be concealed. At this moment, the surrounding crowd gathered around. Wow, so powerful, 632 points. Hiss, worthy of being a school bully. Hey, this is the gap between the school bully and the school slag. 632 points is not even good in the eyes of the school bully. How can we let this group of school slags live? 632 points Actually, I feel like there's no need to watch it anymore, Jiang Hao has already lost. Qin Code pretended to be embarrassed, then pointed at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner next to him. No way, it's only 632 points, these two over here are the schoolmasters. At this time, Song Wanner suddenly opened her mouth. Oh, I found mine as well, total score of 681. Ranked 2nd in Tianhe Second Middle School? As Song Wanner spoke, she suddenly frowned, seemingly a bit puzzled, and then she read immediately afterward. 3rd place in the overall ranking of the 4 schools. Chapter 43 The Birth of a Miracle, The Doubt of the Crowd. At this time, the surrounding people also gathered around, and when they saw the score, they were all shocked. Wow, 681 points. My gosh, worthy of being the school bully of school bullies. Second, not first? Sassafras, not even first with 681 points? When did another fierce person appear in our second middle school, who was able to pass Lady One Air? The crowd was a bit shocked, and at the same time, they were even more surprised at who had taken the first place from Song Wanner. At this time, Jiang Hao sniffed and looked at Song Wanner's score, gently saying, 681 points, very good. Jiang Hao's words instantly attracted the gazes of everyone around him, and the crowd was dumbfounded at his words. Hiss, 681 points is actually just good? Sassafras, this Jiang Hao student is really good at pretending. I wonder how much he scored, even 681 points is just good? He really thinks he's the reincarnation of the king of push. If you don't pretend, you'll die. When the crowd heard Jiang Hao's words, they immediately retorted with some dissatisfaction. Even Song Wanner on the side frowned slightly, feeling that Jiang Hao was a bit arrogant. At this moment, Qin Shou seized the opportunity and hurriedly spoke to Jiang Hao at the side. It seems that student Jiang Hao's score is even higher than student Wanner's. Then can student Jiang Hao point it out for us to admire? Qin Shou stared at Jiang Hao with a smile. The other students on the side were also up in arms. That's right. Point it out for us to admire. Don't be judgmental if you don't have 681. That's right, how much did you score? How dare you comment on other people's scores, you're not afraid of losing face. The crowd was talking, and Jiang Hao also had a flat face, seemingly unaffected in the slightest. I found mine too. With that, he pointed to the first place on a page of lists. Take, this is it. Qinshu, Song Wan'er, and the surrounding crowd sniffed, and all of them took a look along the spot that Jiang Hao was pointing at. Hiss. Seeing the name on it, the results, at once everyone present sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. After a long time, an exclamation broke the silence, and for a moment, it was as if the place had exploded. Crap. 747 points? My god. Is this still human? Sassafras, Tianhe No. 2 Middle School, Senior Class 8, Jiang Hao, total score of 747 points, ranked number 1 in Tianhe No. 2 Middle School, and number 1 in the overall ranking of the 4 schools. Is this really Jiang Hao? It can't be a typo, right? Seeing this score, the crowd was incredulous. Song Wan'er was even more completely shocked. It was only at this moment that he understood the words that Jiang Hao had said before the exam. She then looked aside at Jiang Hao, who was still calm even though he had gotten such a high score on the exam, and for a moment, she had a different look in her eyes. However, at this point, the one who couldn't accept this reality the most was Qinshu. His eyes were dumbfounded, his face full of ugly colors as he muttered. This is impossible, fake, it must be fake. Oh yes, it must be a printing error. It must be, I'll go to the teacher, said one, turning around and about to run. Jiang Hao's quick eyes and hands grabbed the Qinshu who was about to run, and opened his mouth with a smile in front of the crowd. Animal. Beast student wouldn't be trying to run away, right? As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, in an instant, all the gazes of everyone around gathered on Qinshu. Being stared at by so many strange gazes, Qinshu's body instantly stiffened. Chapter 44, The Head Teacher's Confirmation, Qinshu's running down. Even he could feel the contempt in Song Wan'er's gaze. This made it difficult for him, but soon, he had a bright idea and quickly spoke out in defense. How could I possibly run? I was thinking that there might be a mistake in this exam leaderboard, and I was just preparing to go to the faculty office to look at the test papers. Why don't I accompany you to take a look? Jiang Hao laughed. On the side, Song Wan'er saw this and also interjected. Why don't we go together? It just so happens that I know that the test papers haven't been sent out yet, they're all in the Director of Instruction's place, let's go take a look. At this time, Qinshu sniffed and his face froze once again. The students on the side also coaxed. Go take a look, go take a look. That's right, maybe it's a mistake. At this moment, Qinshu was in a dilemma. Jiang Hao has pulled him to go to the teaching office, and even comforted Qinshu at the same time. Let's go, maybe my grades are really wrong. Being pulled by Jiang Hao, Qinshu was like a small chicken, without the power to fight back. He could only hope that the report card was really a mistake. Soon, a group of people came to the teaching office. The director of teaching is a slightly chubby middle-aged man with a bit of a beer belly. Song Wan'er said that she wanted to find a few people's test papers. The director knew that Song Wan'er was the daughter of the Jade King Song Wanzhong, and would naturally help with this small matter. When the Director of Instruction learned that they were looking for Jiang Hao's test papers, it dawned on the Director of Instruction that he was helping to find the test papers as he said. Oh, so you're looking for Jiang Hao's test papers. You guys are suspecting that there's something wrong with Jiang Hao's score? Actually, it's not surprising, but I can definitely say that there's absolutely no problem with Jiang Hao's score. Because at first, we also thought that there might have been a mistake somewhere, but when we double-checked it, that score of his didn't have any water in it. This shocked all the teachers in our senior year group, and we couldn't believe it when we learned about Mr. Jiang Hao's previous scores. However, such a high score couldn't be achieved even if you cheated, so we agreed that perhaps he was a dark horse. Just then, he took out a stack of test papers and pointed at them. Found it, this is student Jiang Hao's test paper, look at it you guys. This time, we've also decided to hold a special encouragement meeting for all the students of the senior class, and we're going to let this Jiang Hao student talk about his learning methods for the students. And at this moment, when the crowd heard the Director of Instruction's explanation, they were all shocked and their gazes all fell on Jiang Hao. Hiss, terrifying as hell. Awesome, even the Director of Instruction said it, so it seems there's no fake. And at this moment, Qinshu completely ran out of breath. How can it be? It must be fake. Qinshu couldn't accept this fact for a moment, and at this moment, as if he had lost his mind, he pointed at Jiang Hao and even boldly questioned the Director of Instruction. He's a waste of space who usually only knows how to sleep and counts down every time he takes a test, how could he possibly get such a score? It must be that he cheated. The head of teaching had never simply such a bold student, and instantly his face turned blue. You are from that class, call your homeroom teacher, I want to see who handed over such a jealous student like you. At this moment, Song-won hurriedly came forward to apologize, and Jang Hao on the side even directly pulled Chin-sho directly out of the faculty office. Coming out of the faculty office, Jang Hao said bluntly. Since the avian beast classmate doesn't recognize it even if it's not, let's just pretend that we never made this bet. Saying that, he turned around and left. Chapter 45, Chin-sho convinced of defeat, Jang Dad's birthday. And Song-won, who was following closely behind her, sniffed with contempt. The other surrounding students who understood everything were also passing by Chin-sho with strange gazes one by one. I really didn't expect that Chin-sho would be such a person. Humph, a jealous villain, look at how magnanimous other student Jang Hao is. That's it, let's go. These people who usually looked at him with adoration, since one by one they were willing to pay attention to him today, Chin-sho instantly couldn't take it anymore. A trace of resentment flashed under his eyes, then he shouted out to Jang Hao, who had already walked away. Chin-sho, admit defeat, this week on Sunday, Central Heavenly Mansion, my treat, out of date. Saying that, he turned around in anger and left from the other side. When Jang Hao heard this, he turned around and smiled with Song-won. In the afternoon, Jang Hao took the report card from today's class, issued by the teacher, went to the gift store, bought a gift box, and went to the cake store, bought a birthday cake. Today was his dad's birthday, he wouldn't forget. And it just so happens that this report card is his surprise to his father. His father had worked so hard to send him to school, and a good grade was the best way to repay him. When he returned home, his parents had not yet returned home from their stall, and his sister, Jang Zixuan, was still the one who arrived home early from school. Jang Hao, together with Jang Zixuan, began to decorate the house in preparation for a surprise for his parents, who were returning home from the stall. At the same time, Jang Hao used his chef skills once again to make a table full of food. Afterwards, the siblings turned off the lights and waited for the arrival of Jang's parents. Snapping. With the sound of the door opening, Jang Hao and Jang Zixuan hurriedly got ready. When the door opened, Jang's parents turned on the lights. At that moment, Jang Hao directly clicked to play the birthday music, while singing in unison with Jang Zixuan at the side. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. As the birthday song ended, the brother and sister duo immediately shouted out with smiles on their faces. Dad, happy birthday to you. And at this moment, Jang Dad and Jang Mom suddenly wet their eyes when they saw the scene. Thank you, Hao Zixuan. With a faint choking sound, Jang Dad said his thanks. And at that moment, Jang Hao and Jang Zixuan each held a gift box. Jang Hao was the first to speak. Dad, this is my birthday present for you, open it and take a look. Jang Dad sniffed and looked at his son, who was already a head taller than him, and nodded silently. Aha! Afterwards, the opening of the gift began. At this time, Jang Zixuan was also curious as to what gift his vastly changed brother would give his dad, so his gaze also fell on the gift box in Jang Dad's hands. The same was true for Jang Ma as well. When the gift box was opened, the first thing that came out was a report card. Looking at the top of the report card, the line circled by a red-colored pen. All three of them, Jang Dad and Jang Mom, Jang Zixuan, were shocked. Jang Hao, total score of 747 points, number 1 in Tianhe number 2 middle school, number 1 in Tianhe City's senior 4 schools joint exam? At once, the family, except for Jang Hao, the other three instantly froze. They were aware of Jang Hao's previous scores. Although the family didn't want to put too much pressure on Jang Hao as the college entrance exam was approaching, they didn't hold too much hope for Jang Hao's studies. However, this report card. The family looked at the report card. At the same time, they also saw the report card, Jang Hao's classroom teacher's signature, as well as the school seal. They were already sure that it was true, but they still couldn't believe it. Kang's father broke the silence first. Hao, is this true? Chapter 46 Two Siblings Gifts, Cozy Family. Jang Hao also understood, after all, his previous self was indeed too bad. Dad, don't you have my homeroom teacher's phone number? If you don't believe me, make a call to confirm. Jang Hao's words instantly dispelled all the family's suspicions. Although Jang Hao used to be a bad student, he never told lies. Good. At this moment, Jang Dad happily said 3 good words in a row, his face full of smiles, as pleased as he could be, and the same was true for Jang Mom on the side. At this moment, Jang Hao opened his mouth with a mysterious face. Dad, the report card is just one of the little surprises, there's a big gift below. Jiang Dad smiled at Jiang Hao as he spoke. Ha, I feel like this report card is the biggest gift for me, nothing else matters. However, he still cupped the report card in his hand and looked at the bottom of the gift box. When he saw the red book underneath as well as the line of words on it, he was instantly puzzled. Even Jiang Ma and Jiang Zixuan at the side did likewise. Real estate license? How this belongs to our family? What are you doing with this? Jiang Ma asked suspiciously. Instantly, the family's eyes all fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and spoke. Yes or no, Dad, you'll know if you open it. When Jiang Dad heard this, he immediately opened the red book with suspicion. Sure enough, on the title of the first page, his name was written. But what shocked him was the location of the house. Number 333 Jingtai 2nd Road, Tianhe City, 3rd floor, 3rd unit? Our family didn't buy a house in Jingtai. Moreover, where Jingtai is a rich people's gathering area, how could we possibly afford it? Jiang Dad was puzzled. Seeing this, the family stared at Jiang Hao, hoping that Jiang Hao would give an explanation. Jiang Hao looked at the confused family with some amusement, then opened his mouth to explain. He told them all about how he had a mysterious master and how he had earned a huge sum of $9 million. After hearing this, the family felt like they were in quite a novel. In the end, Jiang Hao repeatedly guaranteed that this is all true, and he did not do anything illegal after, the family only believed most of it. The father of Jiang Hao spending money is also a scolding, but Jiang Hao also know that this is the father's love for his son, so he is not angry. After Jiang Hao's matter was over, Jiang Dad looked at Jiang Zixuan those a small gift box hesitantly, so he gently said. Zixian, you prepared a gift for me. When Jiang Zixuan heard this, she immediately hid the gift behind her back in a panic. No Dad, I forgot to prepare it. Jiang Zixuan lied. Although she also wanted to give her dad the gift that she had carefully prepared all day today, when she looked at her own gift that she had formerly despised her brother for, she instantly felt that her gift was a bit out of hand. Papa Jiang seemed to be able to see that as well, so he stroked Jiang Zixuan's head and comforted her. Zixin, it's fine, no matter what gift you and your brother gave, I like it all the same. And on the side, Jiang Ma also comforted. In the end, Jiang Zixuan took out her gift with some embarrassment. Jiang Dad unwrapped it, and the family looked on curiously. At that moment, Jiang Dad took out a folded greeting card from the gift box. It was beautifully dressed up, and the contents depicted a cozy family of 4, each with happy smiles on their faces, in a blissful manner. After reading it, Papa Jiang gently touched Jiang Zixuan, who had her head down. Dad loves it, this is our family. Chapter 47, Classmates Come to the Rescue, Who Says I Can't Play? A new day came, and Jiang Hao went to school as usual. Since Jiang Hao had shown his strength, the students of the 8th senior class didn't ignore and isolate him as they did in the past. Instead, they began to look for opportunities to pull Jiang Hao together to play. Of course, what cannot be solved difficult problems will also look for Jiang Hao to help. Jiang Hao did not resist these, and would help if he could, and this feeling made him enjoy it. In the afternoon, during recess, the other students went to play soccer. Jiang Hao had never played before, so he didn't go, and instead sat in the classroom with a few of his classmates and chatted together. Just as they were chatting quite vigorously, suddenly Zhou Yu rushed in a hurry, looking very anxious. Have you guys seen our sports commissioner yet? He shouted as soon as he came in. The other students were also puzzled and didn't know what was going on, so Jiang Hao opened his mouth and asked. What's going on? Zhou Yu. Didn't the PE member go to play soccer with you guys? Zhou Yu took a look at Jiang Hao and then spoke anxiously. Big deal, I was playing with Chao Wen and the others when those guys from the sports team suddenly came over to grab the rebound. We didn't allow it, and as a result, there was a clash, and now those guys from the sports team are clamoring that they want to educate us. And now we only have 4 people, we're still missing 1 person, and the other people in our class can't play, they definitely can't stand up to the sports team, so that's why I've come to find our sports commissioner. But now the sports commissioner doesn't know where he's gone, what can we do? Zhou Yu had an anxious face. Now, the surrounding few students were also anxious along with her. Nowadays, at their age, when they were young and hot-blooded, they naturally wanted to fight for their class. Now that someone was bullying them, they were all of a sudden on the same page. Let's go, he's still being unreasonable. That's right, the sports team is no big deal. A few students said angrily. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly spoke out. But, do you guys know how to play soccer? Jiang Hao's words were like a basin of cool air poured onto their heads. At this time, a classmate on the side was a bit dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's attitude and immediately disliked him. If we can't play, do you know how to play? It's still not the same as us. At this, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Hao's body, and their eyes were filled with dissimulation. Although they were convinced by Jiang Hao's study Ho, and Jiang Hao's words were also the truth, but at this time, there was indeed something he shouldn't have said. Being disliked by his classmates, Jiang Hao was not angry. He met the crowd's strange gazes, smiled blandly, took a hidden glance at where he was sitting, an NBA picture book sitting on the table, and opened his mouth. Who said I don't know how to play basketball? Speaking here, Jiang Hao gave a slight lurch, pretending to be mysterious, then directly stood up from where he was sitting and said, "Let's go, I'll let you all see my playing skills as well." He then casually took the picture book in his hand and pulled the dumbfounded Zhou Yu out of the classroom. The other students behind him were also dumbfounded as they looked at each other. Could Jiang Hao really know how to play basketball? Look at his confidence, it's not like it's fake. Sassafras, let's go and see if we don't know. At that moment, the crowd rose up in a flurry and rushed out to catch up with Jiang Hao and the others, running towards the basketball court together. Jiang Hao walked on the road, but his mind had long since sunk into the system. Ding, found one NBA picture book, is it decomposed? Decompose. Chapter 48, whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out to slip around. Ding, congratulations to the host for the successful decomposition, obtaining the Divine Great Ball Skill Crystallization, gaining 0.7 skill points and 0.7 experience. Divine Great Ball Skill Crystallization, the pinnacle of all ball sports. Decomposition complete, is it fused? Hearing this voice, Jiang Hao's originally apprehensive heart instantly settled without the slightest hesitation. Fusion. With Jiang Hao's command, a flood of memories instantly surged to Jiang Hao's mind, the use of all sorts of magnificent ball skill strokes, all sorts of steps, and so on. In an instant, Jiang Hao, who was originally unfamiliar with basketball, was instantly transformed into the god of basketball. On the side, Zhou Yu was still a bit worried. Jiang Hao, can you really play basketball? How are your skills? Jiang Hao looked at the worried Zhou Yu and instantly smiled. After you see my ball skills, you won't ask that. Saying that, Jiang Hao accelerated his steps, and behind him, Zhou Yu sniffed, and after a slight freeze, he also hurriedly accelerated his steps to keep up. Jiang Hao and his group arrived at the stadium, and sure enough, they saw that a lot of people were already gathered there. And Chao Wen and the others were among them, confronting a few taller boys. After they squeezed in, Chao Wen saw Zhou Yu but didn't find their sports committee member, so he became anxious and questioned. Zhou Yu, what's going on? Where's the sports committee member you're looking for? As for Jiang Hao on the side, he was ignored by Chao Wen. Although they were convinced by Jiang Hao's studies, but playing soccer, they had never seen Jiang Hao play, so they naturally ignored Jiang Hao. Zhou Yu glanced at Jiang Hao before speaking. I didn't find the sports committee member. Zhou Yu sniffed and was in a hurry. What's going on? Where did he run off to, the PE member? At this time, Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. That, Jiang Hao said he can play soccer, so he dragged me over. When Chao Wen heard this, he was filled with skepticism. Jiang Hao? He then looked at Jiang Hao on the side. Jiang Hao, do you know how to play soccer? This time, we're playing against this group of animals from the sports team, so we can't just play? To the side, a few other players looked at Jiang Hao, and their eyes were full of skepticism. That's right, if the skills don't work, forget it. Just being able to fight won't do it. In the face of his classmates' skepticism, Jiang Hao wasn't the slightest bit annoyed. After all, he had never played before, and it made sense for them to question it. However, who let him have a cheater? How's the skill? Just try it on the court. If it doesn't work, my side can take the top first. You guys can let the others look for the sports commissioner, and switch it all at that time. Jiang Hao came up with the idea. And at that moment, a big guy from the sports team over there shouted. Those boys over there, has the person you're looking for arrived yet? You're not too scared to come, are you? Several players wearing uniforms beside him also yelled. That's right, you're not afraid, are you? If you're afraid, get out. A few scum still dare to rob with us. Chao Wen and the others answered and glanced over there with faces full of anger. It was too much to bear. He glanced back at Jiang Hao and said in a fierce voice. Alright, listen to Jiang Hao, Zhou Yu, you tell a few students to quickly go find the sports committee member. Me, Guiqi, Lu Lu, Huang Wenjie, Jiang Hao first. Zhou Yu then took a few classmates to find the sports commissioner, while Jiang Hao and Chao Wen went on. Lu Biao, we have enough people, who will be the referee? We don't trust your people. Chao Wen's group of 5 people confronted a few big men from the sports team. Chapter 49. Someone at the court is being rude. Jiang Hao teaches him to be a human being. And at that moment, the one at the head of the sports team, the same big guy who had just taunted Chao Wen and the others, swept a glance at Chao Wen and the others. Are these your players? Why do they all look so skinny, like they haven't been weaned? And his words caused the people around them to burst into laughter. However, it was also true that on Jiang Hao's side, Chao Wen's physique was comparable to those of the sports team, while the others were all of average physique. The two sides weren't even on the same level physically. Lu Biao's mockery made Chao Wen and the others furious. And at this time, Jiang Hao on the side disliked. We don't play by physique, it's skill. We don't want some people, who are simple-minded and developed on all fours, just know how to run across the field. This kind of person's skill can be imagined. Jiang Hao's words immediately infuriated Lu Biao. Lu Biao viciously rushed up. What did you say? Who has a simple mind and developed limbs? Seek death. With that, he punched Jiang Hao. The surrounding crowd didn't even react to Lu Biao's sudden fury. To the side, the other students were instantly shocked by the scene. Ah! Jiang Hao, be careful. At such a critical juncture, Jiang Hao looked at the fist that struck him, but he smiled contemptuously. His level 2 danger sense allowed him to foresee the danger in advance, and he was quick on his feet, reaching out to pinch Lu Biao's wrist. The giant strength talent avatar was unleashed with a vicious pinch. Subsequently, only a miserable scream could be heard. Immediately afterward, a scene that shocked the crowd appeared. Ah! Ouch ouch ouch! The scene that the students had originally expected that Jiang Hao might be knocked down did not appear. Instead, cutting the opposite, what they imagined to be Jiang Hao, a 1.75 m boy with a somewhat thin figure, was pinching the wrist of Lu Biao, a lanky big man, with one hand. Instead, Lu Biao's face twitched in pain, and even more so, his knees were bent and he was yelling. This caused the crowd to be dumbfounded as well. At this time, after Lu Biao's accomplices were slightly stunned, they also reacted in a hurry, and each of them was filled with rage as they stepped forward and were about to surround Jiang Hao. Kid, let go of our captain. And at this moment, the students in Senior Class 8 who were cheering for Chao Wen and the others also snapped out of it, and one by one, they also directly surrounded them. Chao Wen and the others did the same. Jiang Hao was also quite moved when he saw this scene. Such a large group of people surrounding them also scared the ones who made the sports team, and those guys immediately stopped in their tracks and stood in place, screaming. You guys let go of our captain, we're not competing in basketball. Are you guys going to bully the fewer people based on the fact that there are more of them? If that's the case, we admit defeat. That's right, what kind of heroes are you if you are bullying fewer people by having more people? It was obviously Lu Biao who started the fight, but as a result, this group of people hit him with a rake, and immediately, Chao Wen was angry and wanted to theorize. Jiang Hao pulled Chao Wen, and then pulled up Lu Biao who was pinched by him. Just play ball, don't play rough on me. After saying that, he backhanded Lu Biao, a big burly man, and easily pushed him out. Lu Biao was pushed a few stumbles, thanks to the help of his accomplice behind him. Captain, are you alright? Are you hurt? His teammates also hurriedly picked up Lu Biao and asked. Who knew that Lu Biao was staring at Jiang Hao with hatred, his face unwilling? Ing. With a loud curse, he was about to rush up and hit Jiang Hao again. How could he not believe that he had been taken down so easily? He felt that he had been careless just now. At this time, the team members around him hurriedly pulled Lu Biao back and advised. Captain, they're outnumbered, let's play, let's play. That's right, Captain, don't be impulsive. Chapter 50. Lu Biao's delight, Jiang Hao's action. Lu Biao was grabbed by a few people. Lu Biao then stopped, only to warn Jiang Hao fiercely with his eyes, which seemed to really say, wait, you give me to be careful. Then, these teens Jiang Hao is not useful at all, and even, Jiang Hao feels that he is a little childish. On the other side, someone pulled a teacher who really liked to play and had very good skills to be the referee, and the two sides started the game. The spectators outside the court were also divided into two teams. One pair cheered for Jiang Hao and the others, and one pair favored the sports team. At this point, the spectators on the field were talking and had already begun to speculate. Which one of them do you think will win? I think it must be the sports team, just look at their size. That's true too. Look at how tall they are, while the senior class 8 guys are so skinny and not very tall. That's it, I feel the same way. Most of the spectators on the sidelines favored the sports team. After all, compared to those on the sports team, Jiang Hao and the others didn't have a size advantage at all. It was only the students of senior class 8 who were cheering for their classmates. On the field, as the two teams took their positions, a whistle blew, and the main strong ball players on both sides jumped up and started snatching directly. On Jiang Hao's side was Zhou Yu, while on the sports team's side was Lu Biao. After all, on Jiang Hao's side, only Zhou Yu had a decent size. Both of them jumped at the same time, but after all, Zhou Yu was no match for Lu Biao and the others who trained every day. The basketball was grabbed by Lu Biao and quickly passed to his teammates. Jiang Hao and a few people on their side also quickly followed. The basketball team's few people deserved to be trained regularly. Playing with each other was indeed very powerful. After a few passes, Lu Biao surged forward, his teammates quickly passed the ball over, he brought the ball over the people, and then threw it in. Lu Biao was even more complacent, his eyes staring disdainfully at Jiang Hao. Outside the field, the cheerleaders were also quick to applaud and shout. The students of senior class 8 were a bit lost. After all, the door was opened poorly. In this way, Lu Biao and the others played with each other and scored 3 goals in a row, while Zhou Yu couldn't keep up with Lu Biao at all, which made the onlookers sigh. The senior class 8 students who were cheerleaders were also anxious. Seeing this, Jiang Hao also had this anxiety, so he made a decision and directly chased after Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, you go with the one I'm following, I'll follow Lu Biao. Zhou Yu sniffed and was a little hesitant. Are you a success? We'll see if we can make it or not once we try. Jiang Hao said, directly ran up to follow Lu Biao. Helpless, Zhou Yu could only go to follow the person that Jiang Hao followed earlier. On this side, Lu Biao with the ball also saw that the person with him changed to Jiang Hao, suddenly smiled evilly, then wanted to show a little bit of ball skills in front of Jiang Hao, to play a little bit of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao also saw the understanding. Just when Lu Biao with the ball a swing, ready to pass Jiang Hao quick eyes and hands, a hand from Lu Biao hands to steal the ball, followed by a turn, pass to Zhou Yu. Just when Lu Biao was still in this daze, Jiang Hao had quickly rushed under the railings with a loud shout. Zhou Yu! Zhou Yu was thinking about who to pass the ball to, when he heard Jiang Hao shout, and then took a look at Jiang Hao's side. There was no one, and then subconsciously passed the ball to Jiang Hao. After passing the ball, he had some regrets. It was hard for them to get the ball, and he didn't know how skilled Jiang Hao was, so he just passed the ball out so easily. On the side, the senior class 8 cheerleaders were happy to see that their side finally got the ball, and shouted. Jiang Hao, go for it! Chapter 51 The Ballpark Zones, Lu Biao blocks the way. Jiang Hao received the ball, Lu Biao also reacted and hurriedly chased after him. But Jiang Hao raised his body and jumped, already throwing the ball directly. Clang! With a sound, the ball went straight in. At once, with a burst of screams followed by loud applause outside the stadium. The students of senior class 8 were also constantly shouting straight out. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao! The Lu Biao who chased after him looked a little bad, but with so many people watching, he couldn't lose the battle. He came to Jiang Hao's side and arrogantly said, Kid, this is me letting you guys win, otherwise I'm afraid you'll go down with 0 points, and then you'll cry. However, Lu Biao's pretense failed, and Jiang Hao just smiled without saying anything. Over here, it was finally Zhou Yu's turn to serve the ball. With the ball passed to Zhou Yu carried the ball, but was intercepted by the person in front of him. At this time, Jiang Hao saw the opportunity, a wrong turn to get rid of Lu Biao who was staring at him. This time, Zhou Yu also saw Jiang Hao. With the goal just now, Zhou Yu has more or less confidence in Jiang Hao, so he passed the ball over. Jiang Hao ball to hand, directly with the ball over the people, Lu Biao in the back of the crazy chase. Just a short distance from the board, Jiang Hao rushed up for a foul. Clang! The ball went in, and Jiang Hao grabbed the rail ring and hung onto it. Seeing this scene, the whole arena boiled over. Wow! Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao! At this point, even those who couldn't play basketball were shocked. And Zhou Yu and the others were even more ecstatic as they directly rushed towards Jiang Hao. Lu Biao, who chased over, was also completely shocked when he saw this scene. Such a foul dunk, even he who had practiced basketball for many years couldn't do it. The screams of the crowd around him made his face look embarrassed, and he could only comfort himself in his mind that it was an accident. But next, with Zhou Yu and their cooperation, Jiang Hao is even more flexible dribbling. More is not to a long 3 points, either one-handed dribble dunk. A variety of only in the international stadium can see the magnificent moves lay or not go. The atmosphere of the scene is more explosive. And the audience is more and more. Almost half of the playground on the students and teachers are crowded over. Even Song Wan Air is also with a few students rushed to the news. A few of Song Wan Air's classmates even kept calling out that Jiang Hao was so handsome, which made Songwon Air inexplicably proud. The few people from the sports team were even changed again and again, and even Lu Biao was eating dirt all the way behind Jiang Hao, tired as if he was a puppy, constantly spitting out his tongue. And Zhou Yu and the others finally understood where Jiang Hao's confidence came from. Such ball skills would be difficult for them to reach in their lifetime. With a whistle, time finally arrived. At that moment, the crowd was abuzz when they saw the 100-6 score on the scoreboard. The boys from Senior Class 8 even rushed up and directly lifted Jiang Hao up and threw him into the sky. After the excitement, the crowd gradually dispersed. The crowd surrounded Jiang Hao, ready to go back to the classroom. At that moment, Lu Biao and his men suddenly blocked Jiang Hao's way. The crowd thought that Lu Biao had lost the game and wanted to take revenge on Jiang Hao and the others. One by one, they surrounded Jiang Hao in the middle, while glaring angrily at Lu Biao and the others, while chattering and opening their mouths to theorize. Lu Biao, what, you can't afford to lose and want to hit people, right? That's right, so grown up, don't mind the shame. Come on. Who's afraid of fighting? I still don't believe that so many of us can't cripple a few of you. Chapter 52, a sudden divine twist, Lu Biao wants to worship the master. Facing such an excited crowd, Lu Biao was also a little apprehensive. In the end his heart crossed and he fiercely knelt down on both knees and stared at Jiang Hao. Master, please teach us to play basketball. Said, he also pulled aside his few embarrassed players. Those few people saw that their captain had knelt down, and they also knelt down on both knees, and in unison, they straightened up and exclaimed. Master, please teach us to play basketball. This divine twist also made Jiang Hao a little confused. Not only Jiang Hao was confused, everyone around him was confused. Originally, they thought that Lu Biao and the others were angry and came to fight. But who knows, they actually came to worship the teacher. Moreover, the object of worship was actually the person they had challenged the previous moment. This caused the crowd to be somewhat shocked. However, when they thought about Jiang Hao's superior playing skills, they were instantly less shocked. At that moment, the crowd gathered their eyes on Jiang Hao. Only then did Jiang Hao step out from the crowd, looking at the kneeling men, and hurriedly told them to get up. You guys get up, I'm not much of a basketball player either, I'm just playing casually. As soon as these words came out, all of a sudden the people around looked at Jiang Hao with disbelief. They really wanted to say, I believe you a ghost-o. The kneeling Lu Biao and the others had an even harder time. It turned out that they had trained so hard for so many years, but they were still no match for people just playing casually. Solid heart, old iron. They looked at Jiang Hao, and while being zapped by Jiang Hao, it strengthened their mentality to worship Jiang Hao as their master. Master, accept us. Lu Biao, a big man's image, knelt in front of Jiang Hao in a pitiful manner that made people look and feel weird. At this time, Lu Biao saw that Jiang Hao had absolutely no intention of accepting them, so he became anxious and spoke. Master, if you don't take us in, we won't get up. Jiang Hao was helpless, he hadn't even thought about accepting disciples. Alright, you guys can kneel if you want, I'm about to take the college entrance exam, I don't have that kind of time to teach you. Saying that, he turned around and was about to go around Lu Biao, who knew that Lu Biao directly hugged Jiang Hao's leg and spoke in a hurry. Master, don't go, we won't delay your study time, you just need to teach us a move and a half in your spare time, we'll be satisfied. Jiang Hao was hugged like this by Lu Biao, a big man with a tiger's back, and Jiang Hao immediately got goosebumps all over his body. He hurriedly struggled while shouting. You hurry up and let go of me, I'm not. Jiang Hao's words immediately caused the crowd to laugh, and then they looked at Lu Biao with some strange eyes. Lu Biao also shivered at his words. Master, don't worry, I'm not either. If you promise me, I'll let go. At this time, a few of Lu Biao's team members also followed suit and directly surrounded him. Master, if you promise us, we'll let go. Now, Jiang Hao was completely speechless. Seeing that class was about to start, in the end, Jiang Hao could only speak. Alright. All of you get up. When Lu Biao heard this, he immediately looked at Jiang Hao with eyes full of anticipation. Master, you promised us? Jiang Hao was somewhat helpless and said, yes. Just before he could wait for Lu Biao and the others to be happy, he warned again. However, I'll say the ugly words up front, I don't have the time, and teaching you guys can only wait until I have some free time. When Lu Biao and the others heard this, although there was some small disappointment, Jiang Hao's promise to teach them made them look delighted, and they hurriedly got up to give their assurance. Yes, yes, yes. We will definitely not disturb Master's learning, definitely. Chapter 53, Jiang Hao is on fire and the coach is looking for him. The basketball match between Senior Class 8 and the sports team was over, and Ran Jiang Hao's heavenly show operation on the court was videotaped and posted online. For a moment, the internet was in a state of shock. The number of likes and comments was growing at a terrifying rate. Jiang Hao's tiresome operation on the court made countless basketball fans go crazy, and such skills were very rare even in international tournaments. The outside world had completely ignited, yet Jiang Hao and his classmates returned to the classroom and didn't seem to show much joy. This made all of the students in Senior Class 8 even more admiring. Just like this, a day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Jiang Hao came to the classroom as usual. Jiang Hao had just walked into the classroom when Su Wentao suddenly ran over with an excited face. Jiang Hao, you're on fire, you're on fire. Jiang Hao froze at his words. What's on fire? What are you talking about? Jiang Hao's puzzled inquired. Then, Jiang Hao's doubt caused Su Wentao to freeze, and Su Wentao asked back with some anxiety. You still don't know? This made Jiang Hao a bit puzzled. What do I know? Dude, you should say it clearly. Jiang Hao was powerless to spit. At this point, Su Wentao was finally certain that Jiang Hao truly knew nothing. He then hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pants pocket, clicked on a video, and then started yakking with an excited face. Jiang Hao was a bit curious and came closer to take a look. Huh? This is a video of us playing basketball with the sports team? Through Su Wentao, Jiang Hao realized that someone had uploaded that video online. He became famous because of it, and even more so, he gained a whole bunch of fans online. This group of fans also called themselves the Hao Family Army. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was a bit surprised that this was an unexpected gain. However, it didn't seem to be of much use. After looking at it for a bit, Jiang Hao laughed it off and ignored it. Then, Jiang Hao returned to his seat and got down to think about life. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking about his life, a sudden sound of knocking on the table instantly woke him up. Jiang Hao frowned and looked up. Under a pair of presbyopic glasses, a dry old face smiled as if it were a chrysanthemum. Ah! Instantly frightened, Jiang Hao hurriedly moved away. Who are you? Jiang Hao inquired with a startled look on his face. Hello, you are student Jiang Hao, right? Introduce yourself, I'm Wang Yangming, the coach of Tianhe's second middle school sports team. Jiang Hao sniffed, and there was still some confusion, but he politely stood up. Oh, hello Mr. Wang. That may I ask what's the matter? At this time, not only was Jiang Hao puzzled, even the other students in the classroom were also very puzzled. Huh, isn't that Mr. Wang? Isn't he the physical education teacher? What's he looking for Jiang Hao for? Hiss, it can't be that the PE team under him was humiliated in front of Jiang Hao yesterday and he came to take revenge, right? The surrounding students were also gossipy and looked at Jiang Hao there. At this time, Wang Yangming looked at Jiang Hao's polite appearance and also nodded, then revealed a smile that he thought was very cordial before speaking. That, student Jiang Hao, I watched your game yesterday, it was very exciting. And your basketball skills are not inferior to some professional basketball players. I'm very optimistic about you, and I'd like to invite you to join the sports team. When you've gone through a period of systematic training, I'll recommend you to serve directly in our province's basketball team. How about it? Chapter 54 Coach Wang's Invitation, Jiang Hao's Unsatisfactory Results. As soon as Wang Yangming's words fell, there was a previous gasp of surprise in the classroom. Hiss, directly into the provincial basketball team service? Sassafras, I heard that if you want to enter the provincial basketball team you have to go through layers of selection. How come it's so simple here? I wonder if Jiang Hao will agree. The students were also surprised by Wang Yangming's words. At this moment, Jiang Hao was also surprised when he heard it. The provincial basketball team was indeed not something that ordinary people could enter. Then, this coach Wang was able to directly recommend him to join, which made him surprised for a while. It seemed that this coach Wang wasn't simple either. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with him. Because, he never wanted to think about joining any provincial basketball team, and even, his appearance on the court yesterday was just forced by the situation. Jiang Hao looked at Wang Yangming's expectant eyes and apologized slightly. I'm sorry, Coach Wang, thank you for your appreciation. However, I don't want to join the sports team, much less any provincial basketball team. It's going to be the college entrance exam soon, and I need to hurry up and study for it. As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, he immediately drew a gasp from the classroom. Hiss. Jiang Hao actually refused? That's the provincial basketball team. However, when they thought about Jiang Hao's studies, they instantly understood, which made them less shocked. On the side, Jiang Hao's answer made Wang Yangming a little confused. He thought that if he threw out the recommendation slot for the provincial basketball team, Jiang Hao would definitely scramble to agree. However, what he didn't expect was for Jiang Hao to reject him. Wang Yangming thought that Jiang Hao hadn't heard him clearly, so he hurriedly emphasized to Jiang Hao. I don't think you heard me clearly. I can recommend you to join the provincial basketball team directly. It's the provincial basketball team, and moreover, the whole process doesn't need to be assessed. Jiang Hao was somewhat speechless. He really hadn't thought about joining the provincial basketball team. Besides, with his skills, joining the national team was more than enough, let alone a provincial team. He was a bit helpless, so he had to explain once again that. Coach Wang, I heard you clearly. I don't want to join any provincial basketball team. It's about to be time for the college entrance exam. I just want to participate in the college entrance exam and enter my favorite university. When Wang Yangming heard this, he was anxious. He watched the video of Jiang Hao in their basketball game yesterday, and to be honest, Jiang Hao's basketball skills even had the possibility of entering the national team. And Jiang Hao was so young, this was definitely a talented athlete. He couldn't just give up like that. Just as he was secretly anxious, he was suddenly awakened by Jiang Hao's last words. Going to college? At that moment, he hurriedly spoke. Student Jiang Hao, don't you want to go to university? Actually, sports students can also go to university. Now, every university will recruit some sports students. You first join the provincial basketball, and then with this springboard, want to take the university exam. It's not very easy. Besides, looking at where you're sitting right now, I think your cultural performance isn't ideal. I'm afraid it's hard for you to get into a good university. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded when he heard this. My cultural grades aren't ideal? It seems that this Coach Wang didn't check any of his information when he came here. Wang Yangming's words instantly caused the surrounding students to be stunned as well. Jiang Hao's cultural scores are unsatisfactory? Sassafras, the first place in the joint examination of the 4 schools in Tianhe City, with a total score of 747 points is still unsatisfactory? My God, this is not even ideal. How can this still let us live? The crowd immediately wailed. Chapter 55, Principal agrees, I'll consider it. Coach Wang, I really thank you for your appreciation, but I don't really want to do sports. Then, Jiang Hao seemed to have thought of something, and he turned his words around and said. Unless. Wang Yangming saw that Jiang Hao hadn't even considered taking the path of sports, and his heart was very disappointed, but Jiang Hao's sudden turn of phrase made him see a glimmer of hope again. At once, he hurriedly asked after him. Unless what? Jiang Hao looked at the agitated Wang Yangming, his eyes gurgled, and he casually said. Unless the principal agrees to let me turn into a physical education student, then I will consider your suggestion. However, if the principal doesn't agree, you can't bother me anymore. Wang Yangming was overjoyed when he heard this. He was afraid that Jiang Hao would back out and hurriedly agreed. Good, it's a deal, you can't go back on your word. I'll go and talk to the principal right now. You wait, a good seedling like you can't be wasted on chewing on books. With that, he turned around and looked out, seemingly a little impatient. And Jiang Hao looked at Wang Yangming, who was so happy, and was instantly happy in his heart. Good, I won't back out. Jiang Hao looked at Wang Yangming's gleeful departure and instantly guffawed. Will the principal agree to let me, the number 1 in the 4-school joint exam, be some kind of sports student? Even if he promised, I only promised you that I would consider your opinion, but I didn't promise you to become a sports student. On the other side, Wang Yangming, who was still in a state of excitement, didn't know what Jiang Hao was playing at. He also didn't know that Jiang Hao's cultural class results were not unsatisfactory, but very good, and was the first place of the 4 joint schools in Tianhe City. He jogged all the way to the principal's office. Without knocking on the door, he barged right in. At this time, in the principal's office, a middle-aged man with a slightly blonde figure was sitting in front of his desk. When he suddenly heard that someone had barged in, he immediately frowned and raised his head, wanting to reprimand the visitor. But after he looked up and saw that it was actually the old man Wang Yangming, he was instantly somewhat helpless. Elder Wang, what's wrong again? Wang Yangming sniffed, and was instantly a bit displeased. Principal Gua, what? I came to see you, and you're so unhappy? When the principal heard this, he was a bit speechless. Wang Yangming was once the captain of the provincial sports team, and after he retired, he was still unable to stay idle, so he was invited to the school to take up the position of sports team coach. He also had great respect for this old man who had once led the Jiangbei provincial sports team to win awards in the country. However, even though this old man was almost 60 years old, he still acted in a windy manner, making him somewhat helpless. "Alright, Elder Wang, you just fool me, nothing is wrong, you tell me, what is it?" Principal Guo's directness made Wang Yangming a little embarrassed. However, once he thought of that genius boy Jiang Hao, he couldn't stop the excitement in his heart. He pretended to be mysterious and said, "Principal Guo, good thing, good thing. I'll tell you, I found a genius today, a demonic genius." Wang Yangming's excitement caused Principal Guo to be a bit surprised and instantly became interested. "Oh, what kind of genius is it that could be worthy of such praise from Elder Wang? What's going on? Tell me about it." When Wang Yangming heard this, he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pants pocket, clicked on that video, and then put it in front of Principal Guo. "Look, just this student, his basketball talent, is definitely something I've only seen in my life." He pointed to the video, Jiang Hao, who was showing off his ball skills, and exclaimed. Chapter 56 Principal Guo's weirdness, Wang Yangming's shock. "Well, indeed." Principal Guo looked at the video and nodded silently. At this time, Wang Yangming said excitedly again. "Principal Guo, this student is in our school. And such a genius is more than worthy of our focused cultivation." Principal Guo looked at the excited Wang Yangming and spoke. "Of our school? Did you not go to him in our school?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yangming was a little embarrassed. Did he say that he had gone to look for him, and even opened up the conditions of recommending him directly into the provincial sports team, but he was still unwilling? If he said that, where would his Wang Yangming's face go? Suddenly, he had a bright idea. "Principal Guo, I went to look for but Jiang Hao, he said that he would only be willing if you agreed." Wang Yangming's words caused Principal Guo to be stunned as well. "He's willing only if I agree?" Then, the corner of his mouth smiled slightly. "Interesting. Alright then, I." At this moment, just as Wang Yangming looked at Principal Guo expectantly, Principal Guo was also ready to agree. Suddenly, Principal Guo seemed to have just reacted, and his speaking voice came to an abrupt end. After that, it was even more so when he stood up violently. "Elder Wang, what did you say his name was?" Wang Yangming was also startled, and somewhat looking at Principal Guo's nervous appearance, he answered truthfully. "Jiang Hao, he is a student of senior class 8, sitting in the last row. Looking at his cultural studies should not be good either." When Principal Guo heard this, his face immediately froze. Senior class 8 Jiang Hao, how could he not know? The senior class is his key focus. This time, in the four-school joint examination, Jiang Hao, the dark horse, had suddenly entered with a different army, and had really alarmed a lot of people. He was one of them. With a high score of 747 points, some students who considered themselves geniuses were moved. With a score like that, you're saying he's not good at culture? Elder Wang, are you here to tease me? No wonder Jiang Hao asked you to ask me about this shrewd brat. At this moment, Principal Guo's eyes were looking at Wang Yangming with some weirdness. Wang Yangming was jolted by Principal Guo's strange eyes. "Principal Guo, why are you looking at me like that?" Wang Yangming said with some doubt. "Elder Wang, don't you know that this time, our Tianhe City Senior High School Grade 4 Schools Joint Examination? That Jiang Hao with a poor cultural score that you talked about, but with a high score of 747 points, he took the first place in this 4-school joint exam." Principal Guo explained somewhat breathlessly. When Wang Yangming heard this, he was dumbfounded. No way, 747 points? The first place in the 4 schools joint exam? This, really? Will there be a renaming? Wang Yangming was a bit hesitant. In his conception, shouldn't those schoolmasters that others talked about be nerds sitting in the front row, wearing glasses, and not exercising much? Principal Guo sniffed and was a bit helpless. "Elder Wang, there's only one Jiang Hao in senior class 8. Unsurprisingly, the Jiang Hao you're talking about is none other than the number 1 in the 4-school joint exam this time. Otherwise, that kid wouldn't have asked you to ask me." When Principal Guo said this, Wang Yangming instantly understood, and at once he was a bit anxious. But his basketball talent is so good. Before Wang Yangming could finish, Principal Guo stretched out his hand and stopped Wang Yangming from continuing. "Elder Wang, I won't agree to this student to be a physical education student no matter what I say. Besides, don't you understand what he means? He didn't even think of becoming a sports student. As for him asking you to ask me, that was his excuse, a polite refusal. He must have thought that I wouldn't agree." Chapter 57, Coach Weinstout, Genius is Not Understood. After hearing this, Wang Yangming thought back carefully and was filled with disappointment. He. That's fine. This kid, I didn't expect to be so shrewd. Alright then, Principal Gua, you get busy. Saying that, Wang Yangming hung his head and left under Principal Gua's escort. After leaving the principal's office, Wang Yangming was still upset when he remembered Zhang Hao's amazing basketball talent. Senior Class 8, Zhang Hao ran old lying on the table to sleep, but no one has any dissatisfaction with his behavior, they have only admiration, worship. Look at people Zhang Hao, sleeping every day can get the first 4 schools joint examination, and their own and other people a day to work hard again and again, but in the end with Zhang Hao is still too far away. Sure enough, genius is so unreasonable. Right at this moment, Wang Yangming suddenly walked into the classroom of Senior Class 8 again. The classroom was suddenly filled with whispers. Before, the conversation between Wang Yangming and Zhang Hao was known to all of them. Coach Wang went to ask the principal. I don't know if the principal agreed? I don't think the principal will agree. Zhang Hao is the number 1 in the 4 schools joint exam. How can he be a sports student? Maybe the principal didn't know it was Zhang Hao and agreed? At this moment, Wang Yangming looked at Zhang Hao, who was sleeping on the table, out of place with the tense atmosphere around him. If Principal Gua hadn't told him personally, he wouldn't have believed that a student who only knew how to sleep was a demon who was able to score 747 points. He came to Zhang Hao's desk and knocked on Zhang Hao's desk, and only when Zhang Hao heard movement outside did he pull his mind out of the system. When he looked up and saw that it was Wang Yangming, he instantly smiled slightly and asked curiously. It's you, Coach Wang, what did the principal say? Wang Yangming looked at Zhang Hao, who had pushed everything onto the principal, and his heart was clear. Sure is a shrewd kid. This also made him love Zhang Hao more and more. The principal doesn't agree. Wang Yangming said, and when the class heard it, they all talked about it. I told you, the principal won't agree. Zhang Hao heard this and was not the least bit surprised, he had already thought of this outcome. At this moment, Zhang Hao wore an apologetic smile and said to Wang Yangming. Then I'm sorry, Coach Wang. Wang Yangming looked at the polite Zhang Hao and nodded. That's fine, but if you change your mind, you can always come to me. After saying that, with disappointment, he turned around and prepared to leave under Zhang Hao's watchful eyes. After walking out 2 steps, he suddenly had turned back, his brows seemingly puzzled. Zhang Hao, can I ask you something? Zhang Hao was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Yes, you can ask. Wang Yangming hesitated for a moment and spoke. I see that you always sleep, but why are you so good at studying? Wang Yangming's words immediately asked the heart of all the students. Many students also looked at Zhang Hao with anticipation. Zhang Hao's body lurched when he heard this, however, he soon understood. It should be that Coach Wang knew that he was number 1 in the 4 school joint exam. However, how should he answer this question? Could it be that I have a hang-up? I'm afraid that no one would believe it if he said it. Zhang Hao looked at Wang Yangming's puzzled eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Coach Wang, genius, is not understood anymore. When Wang Yangming heard this, a flash of realization and surprise flashed through his eyes. Looking at Zhang Hao, who was full of arrogance, he nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 58, The Bet That Should Be Honored, the somewhat unusual Qin show. And the surrounding students were stunned when they heard this. Solid, old iron. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived, and it was time for Qin show to honor the bet. As soon as school ended in the afternoon, Song Wanner came to the door of Zhang Hao's classroom and waited for him. Zhang Hao, hurry up, let's go give Qin Shou a reminder that it's Saturday and it's time for him to honor the bet. Song Wanner was overjoyed when she thought of Qin Shou pestering herself with that hateful look, and then thought that Qin Shou was going to treat her at the Central Heavenly Mansion today. Today, this fairy is going to ruthlessly slaughter you. As she was thinking this, Zhang Hao finished packing up and came out. The two had just walked out of the building when they suddenly saw Qin Shou surprisingly walking towards here. When Qin Shou saw Song Wanner, who was with Zhang Hao again, his signature smile froze and his face instantly became gloomy. Stinking cousin, old man chased you so much, you didn't give a damn, and now you're even running to backstab. His gaze then fell on Zhang Hao. And you, this country bumpkin, making me lose face 3 times, I'm going to take care of taking care of you today. A hint of sinister color flashed under Qin Shou's eyes, but in an instant, he resumed his smiling mode. Student Jiang, Wan Air, you're all here. I was about to go and call you all, let's go to the Central Heavenly Mansion in a while, my treat. Oh, right, student Jiang Hao, where are your companions? Xinsho looked kind and opened his mouth to remind him. Xinsho was so punctual, which made Jiang Hao and Song Wanner a little surprised. There won't be any conspiracy, right? The two of them glanced at each other, but Jiang Hao was so bold in his art that he didn't put his mind at ease. I'll make a call, my companion will be here soon. Jiang Hao said, pulling out his cell phone and making a call to Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Zixuan, where are you? Come to the entrance of second middle school, I'll treat you to a big meal later. It's fine, it won't take you long, by the way, tell mom and dad that we'll be home a little later in a while. Jiang Hao was making this phone call like no one else. Xinsho's face still had his signature smile on it. One air, then you and Jiang Hao will come to the school entrance later, I'll go get my stuff, and invite a good friend. Song Wanna was a bit puzzled when she saw this Xinsho, but she still nodded. Xinsho left and Jiang Hao finished his phone call. Jiang Hao said to Song Wanner with some embarrassment. Fellow student Wanner, we might have to wait, it will still take a few minutes for my sister to come over. Song Wanner smiled unconcernedly. It's fine. However, she seemed to have thought of something else, then she put away her smile and said to Jiang Hao. I feel that today's Xinsho is a bit abnormal, so be careful. When Jiang Hao heard Song Wanner's kind reminder, he immediately nodded with a smile as well. It's fine, soldiers will stop, water will cover the earth. Soon after Jiang Zixuan arrived, the group rode in Xinsho's car to the Central Heavenly Mansion building. Arriving at the Central Heavenly Mansion building, Xinsho pulled out a blue crystal card, and only then did the group of people walk in under the leadership of the attendant of the Central Heavenly Mansion building. After entering the Central Heavenly Mansion building, Jiang Zixuan was however shocked by the magnificent decorations of the place. Soon, their group of four arrived at a private room before sitting down. When the waiter handed over the menu, it was intercepted by Xinsho. Jiang Hao and the others were a bit puzzled when Xinsho apologized a bit. Sorry. Let's wait a bit, there's a friend of mine who hasn't arrived, let's order when he arrives. Chapter 59 Xinsho's plot, Jiang Hao's reward. Since Xinsho had opened his mouth, Jiang Hao and the others had no choice but to wait. 20 minutes passed, and there was still no one waiting for the person Xinsho was waiting for. This made Jiang Hao very dissatisfied. Not to mention Jiang Hao's dissatisfaction, Song Wanna was the same, and Jiang Zixuan on the side even pinched Jiang Hao in anger and complaint. Jiang Hao had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only blame Xinsho. Xinsho, this friend of yours is also too unpunctual. Jiang Hao said in dissatisfaction. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a vibration came. Jiang Hao and the others subconsciously touched their cell phones. At that moment, Xinsho pulled out his cell phone. Jiang Hao's sharp eye saw the word Brother Shui written on Xinsho's brightly lit cell phone screen. At this time, Xinsho looked at the phone, his face changed slightly, then stood up, holding the phone in his hand, apologetically signaling that he went out to take a call. Then he went out. Now, Jiang Hao, Jiang Zixuan, and Song Wanner were left in the private room. At this moment, Jiang Hao stood up. That I'm going to use the restroom, I'll be back in a moment. Jiang Hao said and turned around to go out as well. After leaving the box, Jiang Hao entered the restroom under the guidance of the waiter. Brother Shui, you said you couldn't come today? He was just about to enter the restroom when he heard Xinsho's voice coming from inside, and upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately stopped walking. But then what you promised me? Oh, you've asked Ma to wait outside? That's fine, I won't make a scene, I want that kid to have a leg. Don't worry. Hearing this, Jiang Hao was suddenly enlightened. I said why Xinsho is so attentive today, so it's like this. After understanding, Jiang Hao once again heard. Then I'll treat you to dinner another day. Oh, don't worry about the money. Alright then, you're busy. I'll leave you alone. At this time, Jiang Hao heard the commotion and hurriedly turned around to return to the box. Not long after, Xinsho finished answering the phone and came back. Sorry about that. Let the three of you wait for a long time, that friend of mine suddenly called and said he had something to do and couldn't come, let's start ordering. Jiang Hao sniffed, pretending to know nothing about it, and said with some dissatisfaction. Not coming and not saying so earlier, causing us to wait for him. Rong Wanner on the side also muttered. That's right, not saying it earlier, causing us to wait for him for nothing. At this time, Jiang Hao got up and grabbed the menu in Xinsho's hand. Whatever, must order 2 good dishes to compensate us. Saying that, regardless, he began to look at the menu and order the dishes. This abalone seems good, come 3. Well, this bird's nest is fine, come 4. In a flash, Jiang Hao said a whole bunch of things. And the waiter on the side had his hand writing softly. Moreover, Jiang Hao still specifically picked some of the expensive ones on the menu. Jiang Hao already knew that Qin Shou was preparing to retaliate against him after hearing what he had just called. Since he was looking for someone to retaliate against him, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity so easily. On the other hand, Song Wanner and Zhang Zixuan on the side had looked dumbfounded. Song Wanner, on the other hand, silently looked at Qin Shou, who had an iron expression on his face, and suddenly felt some sympathy. Originally, she was also prepared to give Qin Shou a good slaughter, but she didn't expect that before she moved, Jiang Hao had already done so, and so ruthlessly. As for Zhang Zixuan, she wasn't familiar with his brother's friends, so although she was a bit shocked, she didn't say anything. Only Qin Shou was on the sidelines, clenching his hands so tightly that his nails were sinking into his flesh without even realizing it, staring at Jiang Hao with a grim expression. Chapter 60 Qin Shou who wants to vomit blood, Jiang Hao who eats until he is full. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly looked up. Student Qin Shou, do you think the dishes I ordered are enough? Do you want a few more? Qin Shou's heart was dripping blood at this moment, and when he heard that Jiang Hao was still ready to order, he hastily returned his signature smile. Enough, I actually don't have that big of a meal. And there's only 4 of us. Jiang Hao sniffed and stared at the menu, surprisingly still looking disgruntled. Hey, it turns out that the Central Heavenly Mansion's food isn't much, it's just about the same as the average 5-star hotel. At this moment, the waiter on the side retorted. Sir, this is something you don't understand. In fact, our Central Gifted Mansions members also have levels. This private room that you are in is only at the Blue Crystal membership card level, and even the dishes are likewise only limited to the Blue Crystal membership card level. And above the Blue Crystal membership card, there is also the King level Black Crystal, and the Supreme level Amethyst membership card. Jiang Hao was also surprised when he heard this. I see, no wonder he looked at the menu and felt what was special within the Central Heavenly Mansion. Originally, the Blue Crystal level membership card was actually thought to be equivalent to a 5-star hotel. And above the Blue Crystal card, there are even higher levels. At this time, his eyes turned suddenly to Qin Shou said. Qin Shou student, I'm a country bumpkin with no knowledge, I don't know if you have a Black Crystal or Amethyst membership card, let's change the level and let me, a country bumpkin, experience the treatment of the supreme level? PFF. Jiang Hao's words caused Song Wanner, who was drinking water, to not hold back and spewed out a mouthful. Wan Air, are you alright? Jiang Hao asked with concern. It's fine. Song Wan Air was embarrassed and hastily slurped up the sassafras water. Zhang Zixuan looked at Jiang Hao's concerned look, then turned her head to look at Song Wan Air next to her, a trace of dissimilarity flashed under her eyes. And to the side, Jiang Hao's words instantly gave Qin Shou the feeling of spitting blood. Just this Blue Crystal membership card, it was all stolen from his old man. What Black Crystal and Amethyst did he come with? He still wanted to experience a supreme level treatment. Fellow student Jiang Hao was joking, how could I have a membership card of that level? Qin Shou replied with a leathery smile. He had been screwed over so much with a Blue Crystal card, if a Black Crystal or Amethyst one came, wouldn't that sell him out? What a hick! The more Qin Shou looked at Jiang Hao, the more disgusted he felt. Just let you fool around for a while, you'll suffer later. A hint of viciousness flashed in Qin Shou's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Soon, the dishes came up. Jiang Hao and the others frantically came to eat, while Qin Shou Code was with sadness frantically gorging himself, as if he wanted to eat back all his losses today. But Jiang Hao had ordered too many dishes, and when one by one they couldn't eat anymore, the waiter was still serving the dishes. Waiter, how many more dishes do we have? Jiang Hao inquired as he reclined on a chair, rubbing his belly. Sir, you still have 6 dishes left, which are ice crystal water lobster. Look, do you still need to serve them? After the waiter said that, Qin Shou wanted to return those dishes and cut his losses. At this time, Jiang Hao also waved his hand. No need to serve it. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's heart rejoiced, thinking that Jiang Hao Liangjiu had discovered it. Who knew that the next moment, Jiang Hao's nightmarish voice came. No need to serve it, you pack it for me, I'll take it away later, such a delicious dish, I have to let my parents try it too. Qin Shou instantly had the urge to storm off. Chapter 61, Separated with a full stomach, encountered robbery on the way home. With a full stomach, Jiang Hao carried the packed dishes and exited the Central Heavenly Mansion with Zhang Zixuan, Song Wanner and Qin Shou, who had been following behind with a grim face. Fellow student Wanner, why don't I send you back? At this moment, Qin Shou hurriedly caught up with a smiling face and courteously said. Song Wanner glanced at Qin Shou, then pointed at a black car not far away and said, "No need, my father has already sent someone to pick me up. You see off Jiang Hao and sister Zixuan." Afterward, she somewhat shyly said to Jiang Hao at the side, "Jiang Hao, my dad asked you to come to my house as a guest sometime. Thank Uncle Song for me, I'll go over when I have time." Song Wanner nodded. While Qin Shou, who was on the side, heard the conversation between the two of them, then his eyes almost spit fire in general. At this moment, Song Wanner jumped and came next to Jiang Zixuan, pulling her hand and saying, "Sister Zixian, on behalf of my family, I also welcome you as a guest in my home." After a meal, the two girls, who were originally strangers, had familiarized themselves to the point of calling each other sisters. Jiang Zixuan, on the other hand, was extremely happy. "Thank you, Sister Wan Er. Alright then, you guys be careful on your way, I should go back too." "You too." The two sisters said their goodbyes, and Song Wanner got into her car to be picked up. Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan, on the other hand, got into Qin Shou's car. Jiang Hao lay in the car squinting his eyes, a little sleepy. Boom! Ah! Just then, the car shook violently, then braked and came to a stop. Jiang Zixuan was shocked and let out a loud scream. Jiang Hao was also shaken out of his sleep all of a sudden, and Qin Shou also looked startled. Bang 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 bang! At this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the car. At the same time, a noisy shout came. Come down, robbery!" Jiang Zixuan was so frightened that she jumped to Jiang Hao's side. "Brother, what to do, what to do?" Jiang Hao sniffed. Brother? The word was somewhat unfamiliar and familiar to him. It had been a long time since Jiang Zixuan had called him brother. And this call of brother actually made him a little delighted. "It's alright sister, there's elder brother." At the same time, he looked ahead, at Qin Shou on the co-pilot, and said in his heart, "Is this already?" And at this moment, the corner of Qin Shou's mouth suddenly revealed an arc together, and then pretended to be alarmed. "Don't fight, big brother, don't fight, I'll come out, this will come out." Said opened the car door. A car full of people got out of the car. After getting out of the car, a group of people with handheld blades, iron bars, and the like surrounded Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Zixuan was so scared that she buried her head into Jiang Hao's arms. At this moment, one of the gangsters holding a blade spoke up. "Robbery, our boss said $50,000 a person, leave the money and you can leave." At this time, Qin Shou pretended to have the guts to come forward, nodding his head and speaking to the punk who spoke. Big brother, cannot cheap, I give you 100,000, you let us go." 100,000? 100,000 you can go 2 people, the money stays, you 2 can go. The punk held a blade, pointed at Qin Shou and the driver on the side, and spoke. Big brother, I only have a total of 100,000, look, can you be accommodating and let us all go? Qin Shou accompanied a smile and spoke in a low voice. What a waste of words, 100,000 can only go 2, either one do not go. The punk chided. Yes. Qin Shou was so scared that he hurriedly agreed. Chapter 62, Botched Acting, in Meeting Yellow Hair. Afterwards, Qin Shou got into the car to get the money, and when he passed by Jiang Hao, he whispered. Jiang Hao, I'm sorry, I only have 100,000 on me, not enough money, they won't let go. However, don't worry, when I get out of this, I'll definitely call someone to save you guys. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, looking at Qin Shou's clumsy performance. What are you two muttering about? Money stays, people get lost. To the side, a punk chided. Yes. Qin Shou hurriedly nodded his head and took down the $100,000 that he had already prepared and gave it to the punk. Big brother, can we go now? Qin Shou accompanied with a smile and inquired. Get lost. Yes. Afterwards, Qin Shou turned back and glanced apologetically at Jiang Hao, and then the moment he turned around, his eyes were filled with gloom. Qin Shou's departure caused Jiang Zixuan to become even more blackly afraid, almost on the verge of crying. And while no one was looking, Qin Shou got into a black car not far away. Jiang Hao gently patted Jiang Zixuan's back and comforted. Fear not, there's brother. At the same time he looked at these punks, he had already convicted them in his mind. You two, where's the money? At this time, someone questioned Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Hao smiled and said. Stop acting, your acting skills, they're too trashy. Where's your boss, let him come out. Jiang Hao's words startled the man. What are you talking about? If you don't have money, leave a leg behind each. The punk uttered a threatening voice. And in the periphery behind him, a little brother sneaked away and headed towards the black car that Chinsho had gotten into. That little brother came to the black car and knocked on the window, and when the window was lowered, he hurriedly spoke. Brother Ma, it's bad, that kid seems to know something. And at this time, Chinsho was heckling in the car, and on the side, the one called Brother Ma was a youth with dyed yellow hair and tattoos tattooed on his arms. Eh? This little brother's words caused Chinsho and Brother Ma to be instantly startled, and the two of them glanced at each other. How is that possible? This bunch of accomplished trash. Brother Ma let out a rebuke, then turned to Chinsho. Mr. Chin, wait for a moment, I'll go over and take care of it. Chinsho nodded his head, reached out his hand in a please motion, and spoke. Brother Ma, please. Afterward, this Brother Ma got out of the car and headed towards Jiang Hao. Brother Ma. His juniors saw his arrival and made way. At that moment, he winced when he saw Jiang Hao inside, surrounded by his minions. How could it be him? And at this time, Jiang Hao also saw Brother Ma, immediately a little surprised. This is not the yellow hair that he had repaired. Oh, yellow hair, it's you again. Jiang Hao's words immediately caused yellow hair's little brother to be shocked all of a sudden. How dare he call Brother Ma like that? Hiss, is he doing it to death or is he doing it to death? Sassafras, he knows Brother Ma? Yellow hair had a shadowy face at this moment, and at the same time, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Last time, the three of them had joined forces and were still easily defeated by Jiang Hao. This time, Brother Shui had asked himself to help Chinsho fix someone, and he didn't expect that person to be Jiang Hao. At this time, yellow hair glanced at so many minions around himself without a trace, and then his heart was so determined that he said in a fierce voice. Kid, I didn't expect it to be you. It's just as well, this time, let's settle old scores together with new ones. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly at his words. Yellow hair, have you forgotten my words? Chapter 63 Decomposition of a Stick, surprisingly obtained martial arts. After saying that, Jiang Hao glanced at yellow hair. Instantly, yellow hair's heart rose together with fear. However, soon he reacted. This time, he had brought a lot of minions. Kid, don't be arrogant, this time, I'm not alone. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, raising his head again, his eyes instantly chilling. It seems that you don't remember. In that case, I'll help you remember. Saying that, he instantly took a step out and snatched the stick in the hands of a punk beside him, and at the same time, a few quick strokes of the stick instantly knocked down a few of the punks beside him. At this time, those punks were also intimidated by Jiang Hao's stature, and backed off, widening the encirclement, each staring intently at Jiang Hao. After Jiang Hao disarmed all the dangers around Jiang Zixuan, he blocked in front of Jiang Zixuan with an iron rod in his hand. Jiang Hao's face was grave. The situation was a bit bad this time. If it was just him alone, he would naturally be able to get away easily, but now, there was still his sister behind him. Just then, suddenly, a voice suddenly came from Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, found a long stick, is it disassembled? When Jiang Hao heard this, he instantly had a moment of hesitation, but instantly that moment of hesitation disappeared. Nowadays, one could only put up a fight. Decompose. Ding, congratulations on disassembling a baguette, obtaining the strike dog stick technique, skill point 0.9, experience point 0.9. Is it extracted and fused? Beating dog stick technique level 101, a martial art directly passed down from the Beggars Association, a great skill of the Jin gang. Seeing this note, Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. The strike dog stick technique. This is a martial art. Legendary martial arts. And it is also one of the two great schools of the Beggars Association. This is too incredible. Is there really martial arts? Jiang Hao was a little shocked. Martial arts. However, he suddenly thought of the system on his body, and was not so shocked. To be incredible, I'm afraid the system was the most incredible existence. Moreover, today was not the time to dwell on this. There was still a large group of people gawking outside. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao silently said, Fusion. With Jiang Hao's command, in an instant, a flood of memories appeared in his mind. The striking dog stick technique had a total of 36 paths, 12 moves, and 8 phrases, and was one of the two major town gang magical skills that had been passed down from generation to generation by the masters of the Beggars gang. 36 ways to beat the dog stick method is the Beggar's Helper grandfather created, traditionally by the former master of the oral transmission of the method, pro-teaching stick method in the latter gangmaster, never passed on to the second person. Beggar's Helper Direct Martial Arts Dog Stick Method. Non-Beggar's Helper cannot be taught by the master of the wonderful martial arts, as the town of the Beggar's Helper Jedi. Beating Dog Stick Law. Total trip, chop, rap, poke, pick, lead, seal, turn. 8 tips. Moves are divided into stick double dog, stick dog head, reverse cut dog buttocks. In an instant, however, Jiang Hao had comprehended all the subtleties of it. With the strike dog stick technique in conjunction with his danger sense, and the mega power avatar, Jiang Hao instantly gained a great deal of confidence. System, upgrade beating dog stick fight to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, the strike dog stick technique has been successfully upgraded. Beating dog stick technique level 2010, the Beggars Association's direct martial arts, the town's top secret. As the beating dog stick technique was upgraded, Jiang Hao instantly felt as if there was a little more something special in his body. However, it wasn't obvious. Jiang Hao looked at his skill points and finally had a hard heart. System, upgrade dog striking stick fight to level 3. Yes, host. Ding, beating dog stick fighting has been successfully upgraded. Beating dog stick technique level 30100, Beggars Association's direct martial arts, Jin Gang's best technique. Chapter 64 Martial Arts showing off your godly might, giving you 2 choices. As the system beep sounded again, this would be the moment when Jiang Hao clearly felt a surge of qi in his body, and at the same time, he felt like he was filled with power. At this moment, he felt better than ever. When it was too late, Jiang Hao's fusion skill was but completed in an instant. On the other hand, Ma and the others also reacted quickly, and Ma hurriedly retreated while shouting in terror. Get on me, cripple him. Once Ma's order was given, his junior brothers glanced at each other, revealing a hint of ruthlessness, and then they all raised the iron bars in their hands, and the blades surrounded them. Hit me. Kill. Ah. At this moment, Jiang Hao hurriedly hooked an iron rod on the ground with one foot, his body moving nimbly almost instinctively. As soon as he pushed the frightened and yelling Jiang Zixuan into the car, he slammed the door shut and then let out a loud shout. Stick to beat the 2 dogs. He leaned down and swept his stick across the room towards these punks who were rushing up, instantly sweeping down several, though a few were smart enough to dodge. However, this wasn't useful. Jiang Hao instantly changed his stance. Strike the dog's head with the stick. The stick in his hand struck at the top of the heads of those few punks who dodged away with a swift momentum. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, as a wail came, several more people fell. At this moment, a circle of people fell to the ground. He didn't stop there, but multiplied the victory and hit the dogs. However, in a few moves, all the punks that surrounded him were all knocked down. On the ground, Jiang Hao was carrying an iron bar in his hand and stood in front of Huang Mao, who was trembling and sweating coldly. Jiang Hao gently leaned over to Yellow Hair's ear and whispered. Remember what I once said? Yellow Hair was already stunned at this point, nodding his head continuously as if he were a chicken pecking at rice. Remember, remember. Just remember. You say, should I break your legs for a day? Or. Jiang Hao was just talking, but it turned out that Yellow Hair was actually scared and fell to his knees with a plop, and he had a sobbing tone in his voice. Big brother, spare me. He continuously kowtowed. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Big brother, someone instructed me to stop your car today. It's the son of the Qin family, Qin Shou, it's him, he made me do it. He's still in that black car. As if pouring beans, light Yellow Hair began to confess, and at the same time, he didn't forget to point to that black car in the distance. Big brother, just spare me. Yellow Hair's words also confirmed Jiang Hao's suspicions. Jiang Hao looked at the snotty Yellow Hair, his face was calm, without the slightest bit of sympathy, and said in a cold voice. Yellow Hair, today, I'll give you 2 choices. The first choice, I'll break your legs and we'll clear the air. Jiang Hao's words made Yellow Hair shiver. Breaking both legs, then wouldn't his life be ruined? And he had offended many people. Instantly, it was scary to think about. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke again. Second choice, you go and grab Qin Shou for me and break his legs. Yellow Hair sniffed, instantly filled with a hard look. The Qin family, although it wasn't a big family, Qin Shou's father was the boss of a listed company. If he broke Qin Shou's legs, Qin Shou's father would still not kill himself. However, Jiang Hao did not consider this. Alright, I've given you both options, I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. Now. 10. 9. Chapter 65 Yellow Hair chooses, Qin Shou begs for forgiveness. As Jiang Hao began to count down, Yellow Hair looked at Jiang Hao's eyes that were glowing with a cold light. He immediately realized that Jiang Hao was definitely not joking, and if he didn't do what he said, he was afraid that his legs would really be broken by him. 5. 4. Jiang Hao's voice was like a voice of urging, so that yellow hair finally came down on his heart. It is better to die poor than to die Taoist. Stop, big brother, big master, I'll choose the second one. With a crying voice, yellow hair hurriedly spoke. I'll go grab Qin Shou and break his legs for 2 days, right now. With that, he asked Jiang Hao to go over and arrest Qin Shou. Jiang Hao sniffed, and when he saw that yellow hair had made just the choice, the icy cold on his face instantly melted away, revealing a smile. You don't need to go over, have your little brother go over and grab Qin Shou for me, then, I want to watch you do it yourself. Jiang Hao's words instantly caused yellow hair's face to stiffen, and his last flicker of luck was blocked by Jiang Hao. His face was sad, but he still had to force a smile. Yes, yes. He had no choice but to agree to Jiang Hao's request. Afterward, he turned around and scolded the 2 little brothers still standing behind him. Didn't you hear me? Don't go yet. These 2 little brothers of his were also stunned by Jiang Hao's voice, and at this moment, when they were chided by their own boss, they immediately reacted, and hurriedly turned around and ran in a lousy manner towards the black car that was not far away. And at this time, on the black car, Qin Shou had long been stunned by what he saw. How is this possible? How could Jiang Hao be so powerful? He couldn't stop muttering without any conscious thought. At that moment, he saw the 2 punks walking towards him, and all of a sudden, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Brother Ma betrayed me? What to do? What now? Qin Shou panicked. At this moment, suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone from his body and began to make a call. Da. The phone was on, but no one answered, which caused Qin Shou to be tormented. Brother Shui, answer the phone. Boom. Qin Shou was anxious, however, at this moment, yellow hair's 2 little brothers had already pulled open the car door and reached out to Qin Shou to grab over. Qin Shou was so scared that he dropped his cell phone and began to plead with these 2 men. Brothers, I'm your boss's friend, why are you arresting me? Let's talk things over. Qin Shou kept pleading, but these 2 had already been scared out of their wits by Jiang Hao, so how could they listen to him? The 2 men yanked Qin Shou down and dragged him towards Jiang Hao's side. Jiang Hao stared at the wretched Qin Shou and smiled without saying a word. Qin Shou, on the other hand, knew that the matter had been revealed, and he was afraid that he would not have a good outcome. He met Jiang Hao's gaze and hurriedly prayed. Jiang Hao, I'm sorry, I'm the one who got carried away, I'm the one who rolled over, please let me go, I won't dare to do it again. Qin Shou spoke with a sobbing voice while slapping himself, looking pitiful. However, Jiang Hao was unmoved, and his gaze shifted to yellow hair. Yellow hair immediately understood. At once his gaze revealed a hint of ferocity, then he picked up an iron rod from the ground and came in front of Qin Shou. Qin Shou looked at yellow hair's actions and was immediately stunned, struggling to keep backing away. Ma, what are you doing? Qin Shou, don't blame me, if you wanna blame me for you offending the wrong person. Yellow hair said, his eyes signaling the 2 junior brothers. Chapter 66 Going home and moving, Dark Tide Surge. His 2 little brothers understood and helped grab Qin Shou. Yellow hair's eyes were ruthless, and his hand rose up and his stick fell. Several sticks followed in succession, and with a miserable scream, Qin Shou fainted. Jiang Hao had already turned around in advance and walked to the window of the car where Jiang Zixuan was, blocking the front. Over there, yellow hair's legs had already drooped after a few strokes. Jiang Hao glanced away, then opened the car door and got in, while speaking. Yellow hair, ask someone to send me home. Originally, after yellow hair had broken Qin Shou's leg, he was still a little apprehensive, fearing that Jiang Hao would still not let himself go. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Hao would keep his promise, and didn't seem to hold him accountable. At that moment, he hurriedly dropped the iron rod in his hand, licked his face, and hurriedly got into the car. I'll personally send Big Brother home, Jiang Hao didn't refuse either. The 3 people in the car each had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was dull. Not far from his home, Jiang Hao asked yellow hair to stop the car, and he and Jiang Zixuan got off, and at the same time, he didn't forget about the delicious food he had packed from the central heavenly mansion. As he was leaving, Jiang Hao looked at the respectful yellow hair and opened his mouth to warn. What happened today? But it's all you're doing, it doesn't have anything to do with me, remember? Jiang Hao's words immediately caused the corners of yellow hair's mouth to twitch. However, looking at Jiang Hao's warning eyes, he didn't dare to retort, and was even more assured. Remember, remember. Only then did Zhang Hao nod his head. Alright, you go back. Yellow Hair was instantly like an amnesty, and hurriedly thanked him, then drove off in a hurry. Watching Yellow Hair's car go away, Zhang Hao pulled Jiang Zixuan around twice before going home. He was afraid of bringing danger to his family. On the way home, Jiang Hao urged Jiang Zixuan. Zixuan, you can't talk to anyone about what happened today, especially mom and dad, remember? Jiang Zixuan sniffed and nodded silently. With that, the two of them went home. There were no words for the night. The next day was Sunday, and Jiang Hao had long discussed with his parents about moving into the new house today. Especially after yesterday's incident, Jiang Hao was naturally more reluctant to stay here any longer. Under Jiang Hao's strong request, Jiang Hao's family moved. Moving into the new house, Jiang Hao began to study his system. He longed to become stronger. He was naturally clear about what happened yesterday, and it definitely didn't end so simply. Next, he was going to face the Qin family's insane revenge, so he had to become stronger to do so. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Tianhe Second Hospital, in a separate ward, Qin Shou was lying on the hospital bed with a lifeless look. Next to the hospital bed, a noble woman with an unassuming temperament, aged around 37 or 88, stared tearfully at Qin Shou, her face full of pain. And not far away in front of the window, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, looking out the window, silent. At this time, the noble woman looked at the middle-aged man who didn't say a word, and suddenly let out a roar. Xin Ming, I don't care what method you use, you must kill that Jiang Hao and avenge Shou heir. The man turned around and glanced at Qin Shou on the hospital bed, and immediately a wave of hostility grew across his heart while his heart ached. He, Xin Ming, had only one son, but he let someone maim him. Jiang Hao, no matter what background you have, I will definitely make you pay. A trace of viciousness flashed across Qin Ming's face. Then, he turned around and came next to Qin Shou, looking at him and comforting him. Sure, feel at ease and recuperate. I've already hired a famous orthopedic surgeon from the country of M. Your leg will definitely be fine. As for Jiang Hao, I will take revenge for you. Chapter 67 Surprising Neighbors, a child fell into the water. However, at this time, Jiang Hao didn't know that someone was seeking revenge on him. He felt that staying at home didn't seem to be able to make him stronger, and at this point, he was ready to go out for a walk and look for a chance. Jiang Hao had just gone out when the door across from his own suddenly opened as well, and a beautiful woman in a dress walked out. When Jiang Hao saw this neighbor of his, he was strangely surprised. This is too much of a coincidence. On the opposite side, when Tian Tong, who was just about to go out, saw Jiang Hao, she was also stunned for a moment, and then she was even more delighted. It's you? That's great, I've finally found you. Tian Tong jumped to Jiang Hao's side in a flash, pulling Jiang Hao, overjoyed. Oh, I didn't expect it either, but is your grandfather getting better? Not bad, this was none other than the granddaughter of the old man he had left early for his exams last time and then saved in the park, Tian Tong. Well, my grandfather's illness is all healed, and he's much stronger now. Tian Tong was also in a state of disbelief when she talked about her grandfather. After all, before, her grandfather's body was clear to her. Oh, that's good. Jiang Hao had only casually asked, and he naturally wouldn't doubt the power of the life essence. This result, he had also expected it. Are you going out? I'm going out for a walk. Jiang Hao looked at this Tian Tong who was enthusiastically pulling on his arm and opened his mouth to remind him. Ah! Upon hearing this, Tian Tong's eyes gurgled, then she looked at Jiang Hao and also spoke in a hurry. As it happens, I'm also preparing to go out for a walk, let's join together. Jiang Hao didn't refuse either. He himself didn't have much of a purpose in the first place, and was prepared to take his chances, but now that he was accompanied by a beautiful woman, it couldn't be better. With that, the two of them went out of the Jingtai neighborhood together, heading towards the one-day river road not far away. Along the way, Jiang Hao and Tian Tong also became quite familiar with each other. It turned out that Tian Tong was actually a senior student as well, attending Tianhe First Middle School. Tian Tong also told Jiang Hao that her grandfather had been searching for him, his great benefactor, for a long time. She even sent Jiang Hao an invitation to her home for the evening. Jiang Hao didn't want to return the favor, so he wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist Tian Tong's repeated requests. He had no choice but to agree. Just like that, the two of them chatted with each other. Ah! Just then, a sudden scream startled countless people. The surrounding crowds followed the source of the sound. What's wrong? Who's wrong? It seems like something happened up ahead, let's go over and take a look. Just then, someone pointed into the river and shouted. Crap! Groove, a child fell into the river. At that moment, a large group of people lay down in front of the guardrail of the river and looked into the river. Sure enough, a small child was poofing and splashing haphazardly in the river. The child looked like he couldn't swim and was terrified, and drank a lot of water as he cried with his mouth open. At this point, the child's mother jumped in as well, despite the crowd. However, she couldn't swim and drank a lot of water as she jumped in. At this time, Jiang Hao and Tian Tong also saw the scene, and Tian Tong was secretly anxious. What to do? What to do? Who knows how to swim, save someone? But at this time, those who came out for a walk were all old men and women, so they couldn't be expected to save people. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have another swimming skill that he had acquired from the fish. At that moment, without the slightest hesitation, he directly leapt forward. Chapter 68: Entering the water to save a man, unexpected intrusion. Jiang Hao's determination made Tian Tong on the side even more startled. Jiang Hao, be careful. Tian Tong subconsciously voiced a reminder. This was followed by endless worry in her heart. I don't know how good Jiang Hao's water skills are. Don't let anything happen. Tian Tong stared at Jiang Hao's figure in the water, her heart constantly praying. After Jiang Hao jumped to the water, the swimming skill he gained from breaking down the fish was unleashed, instantly making him as flexible as a fish in the water. Someone's already gone into the water, it's a young man. On the shore, after the others saw that someone had already jumped into the water to save the others, they were instantly much more at ease, while everyone was constantly praying for Jiang Hao. On the other side, Jiang Hao came to the side of that small child between 3 or 2 strokes. As soon as Jiang Hao dragged up that child, he was immediately greeted by a large group of people at the river's edge who exclaimed, "This young man has good water skills, it's okay, it's going to be okay. Not bad, thanks to this young man today. Quick, let's also go to the riverside to give a hand and take over." As the crowd talked, some people rushed to the river and prepared to take over from Jiang Hao. When Tian Tong saw that Jiang Hao had very good water skills and had already saved the child, she was instantly relieved. And at this time, Jiang Hao was like a small fish, already dragging that child quickly to the ginger bank. He was ready to send the child up first, before going to save the young mother who couldn't swim, but was eager to jump into the water to save the child. Tian Tong also hurriedly came to the riverside, ready to receive Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao just reached the bank and stuck his head out, and after taking a breath of fresh air, he reached out and handed the child up. Beside him, Tian Tong also hurriedly spoke with concern. "Jiang Hao, are you okay?" Before Jiang Hao could answer, suddenly someone on the shore pointed to the water in the distance and let out a cry of alarm. Crap! Crap, what's that? Now, everyone's eyes were instantly attracted, even Jiang Hao. The crowd followed the direction the man was pointing. It was a piece of what looked like old tree bark floating on the surface of the water. Only, strangely enough, this piece of old bark had sand teeth on its back. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was instantly disturbed. However, just when everyone thought that it was really a piece of bark, the piece of bark-like stuff actually floated up a bit, revealing a large part of it, and only then did the crowd see the whole picture. Holy! That's a crocodile, run! With a scream from someone, it instantly caused the entire riverside to be in chaos. Crocodile? Crap! How could a crocodile appear here, run! Hurry up, the crocodile is coming! The crowd exclaimed, pushed and shoved, and turned to climb upwards. All of a sudden, this place was in a mess all of a sudden. At this point, who cares about saving or not saving people? Tian Tong was also scared white by the sudden appearance of the crocodile, and after reacting, she hurriedly went to pull Jiang Hao. "Jiang Hao, quick, come up here." That child who had been saved by Jiang Hao woke up and was also crying from fear. In an instant, the crowd fled, leaving Tian Tong and that little child by the river, while Jiang Hao was still in the river. Jiang Hao was also startled by the sudden appearance of the crocodile, and at this point, he couldn't be bothered to think about why there was a crocodile here. He glanced at the crocodile in the distance, as well as the young mom who was still flopping and constantly struggling in the water, and the crying child on the bank. His heart was suddenly softened. "It's just Tian Tong, quickly take the child up, I'll be right there." After saying that, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, reversed and stomped on the shore, using his strength to backlash towards the young mom who was still struggling in the water. Chapter 69: Swimming Skill Upgrade, Swimming Race with Crocodiles. At the same time, Jiang Hao's mind sank into the system space. System, add all my skill points to the swimming skill. Yes, host. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading his swimming skill to level 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading his swimming skill to level 3. Swimming level 30100, with it, you can be like a fish in the water. Tiantong watched as Jiang Hao not only didn't come up, but even ignored the crocodile's threat and instead swam towards the struggling young mother in the water. Ah! Jiang Hao, come back quickly! What are you doing? There's a crocodile! Behind the guardrail of the upper river, those people who had already run up to the crowd were shocked when they saw that Jiang Hao not only didn't come up, but even went to save the woman. Crap! Groove, there's a crocodile in the river, come back quickly! Young man, time is running out, you can't save her, come up here! And that little girl, quickly bring the child up, don't daze! Then, Jiang Hao ignored the reminders of the crowd and continued to swim over without any hesitation. Someone went down and pulled Tiantong and that child up. The third level swimming skill allowed Jiang Hao to be as if he was flat on the ground in the water, and at the same time, the time it took him to dive into the water was greatly lengthened. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived next to the young mother, while the young mother grabbed Jiang Hao tightly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Jiang Hao's body sank violently. Then, at this time, that crocodile had already rushed over on hearing the news and was only 3 or 4 meters away from them. Jiang Hao's heart sank, and without the slightest hesitation, he dived directly into the water, dragging the young mother on his back who was holding onto him in a death grip to swim directly forward. Behind him, the crocodile also violently accelerated and chased after him. At this time, the crowd watched the crocodile a little closer, suddenly heart secretly anxious, some people are secretly sorry. Hey, the young man does not listen to advice. The crocodile has already caught up, even if the young man to save people, I'm afraid they cannot come up. It's a pity, how can he swim past the crocodile? The crowd seemed to have foreseen Jiang Hao's downfall, and they were all pessimistic at once. And when Tiantong, who was on the side, heard the words of the crowd on both sides, she suddenly had 2 tears in her eyes and roared. Shut up! The crowd looked over, and when they saw that it was Tiantong who was with Jiang Hao, they subconsciously mistook her for Jiang Hao's girlfriend, and their hearts were clear, and all of a sudden, one by one, they also stopped talking. In the river, under the threat of life and death, Jiang Hao exploded all his potential, and suddenly his speed surged a few more points faster. Surprisingly, there were hidden signs of breaking free from that crocodile. Now, the crowd next to the river guardrail was also shocked for a moment. Crap! Damn, maybe he can really swim past the crocodile. Hiss, this speed. When the crowd saw this, their hearts rose together in anticipation again, and all of a sudden, they waited with bated breath. When Tiantong saw the scene, she suddenly looked ecstatic and apprehensive. Go Jiang Hao! Only now did the crowd realize that the young man who saved the day was called Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao just kept swimming without looking back with his head covered. After a few breaths, Jiang Hao carried the young mother and miraculously came to the shore. He grabbed the hand of the young mother who was still clutching his own, tyranny broke free, and with the giant power aptitude added, he threw the person onto the bank. Then hands on the edge of the river a vertical leap, jumped up. At this time, the crowd did not come to hurry to be happy, suddenly saw the crocodile chasing after Jiang Hao's buttocks unexpectedly swooped, leaped in the air, opened its bloody mouth, biting at Jiang Hao on the bank. Chapter 70 The Power of Jiang Hao's Kick, the Fear in the Crocodile's Eyes. Ah! The crowd let out a scream, followed by subconsciously closing their eyes. At the same time, Jiang Hao's mind felt as if pins and needles had been stuck in his head, and his body tensed violently. When he subconsciously turned around, he saw a ferocious sharp mouth, as well as teeth that glowed with a cold light coming head-on. At that moment, Jiang Hao was violently startled, and at that moment, danger perception was unleashed, and his body, almost instinctively, violently stormed up in place and kicked the jaw of the crocodile that was pouncing on him. At the same time, the giant power avatar was also unleashed at the same time, adding on. Ka-ching! Plop! With a crunching sound, followed by a loud plopping sound came. The pouncing crocodile was kicked down into the water by Jiang Hao, startling a splash. At this moment, hearing the sound of water, the crowd subconsciously opened their eyes and peeked at the shore. However, the scene they had imagined didn't happen. To their shock, Jiang Hao was standing on the shore intact. When they looked into the river in front of Jiang Hao, there was surprisingly nothing there, with only a ripple in the water. However, in just a moment, threads of blood unexpectedly seeped out from under the water, rapidly coloring that water red as well. Seeing this scene, the crowd was violently startled. Could someone have been bitten? However, when the crowd took another look at the shore, the intact Jiang Hao as well as the young mother, they were suddenly puzzled. However, soon, the crowd saw a head wrapped in armor slowly surfacing from the red-stained patch of the river. However, to the shock of the crowd, this guy, who had just been incredibly ferocious, was staring at Jiang Hao with a deep fear in his eyes. At the same time, blood continued to gush out of its mouth, and its lower jaw drooped, seemingly broken. Seeing this scene, the crowd was instantly horrified. Crap! Groove, did I see it right? How does its lower jaw look like it's broken? Hiss, I saw it too. Did you guys notice it? It seems to be afraid? At this time, just as the crowd was being shocked, Jiang Hao also didn't expect that his kick just now had broken this crocodile's jaw. However, once he remembered that he had just used his full strength, which was at least 800 pounds, he wasn't so surprised. With the danger lifted, Jiang Hao was just about to turn around to see the young mother he had saved. At that moment, the crocodile in the water, which was staring at Jiang Hao fiercely startled, turned around and went to the distance. At this, the crowd looked incredulous. The crocodile is really afraid of that young man. Crap. FCK, the crocodile's broken jaw couldn't have been done by this lad, right? Hiss, it can't be? That's a crocodile. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was also stunned when he saw that the crocodile was actually scared away by himself. However, while he was stunned, his heart was also happy, and at the same time, a taut heart finally fell. Only then did Jiang Hao walk to the side of the young mother he had saved. At the same time, the people on the river are also one by one reacted. Some people call for an ambulance, while others call to the relevant departments to report the crocodile in the river. After the others double-checked that the crocodile was far away, they also rushed down to help, and only then did Jiang Hao free himself. Tian Tong even rushed down at once, disregarding the dripping wet Jiang Hao, and rushed straight into Jiang Hao's arms. With a crying voice, the little girl said with concern, "Are you all right?" Chapter 71, Going home as a guest to Tian Tong's house, the unusually serious Songwaner. Tian Tong was indeed terrified. After all, that was a ferocious crocodile out there. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was a bit uncomfortable. When has Jiang Hao ever encountered this kind of scene? Tian Tong's looks need not be said, that is absolutely a top one of the big beautiful girl. Such a beauty suddenly threw herself at Jiang Hao, which made Jiang Hao a bit unprepared. However, very quickly, Tian Tong seemed to have reacted as well. He hurriedly withdrew from Jiang Hao's arms, red-faced. Jiang Hao pretended that nothing had happened in order to avoid embarrassment. Let's go back quickly. I'm all wet and uncomfortable right now. Jiang Hao reminded. Tian Tong looked at the dripping wet Jiang Hao and immediately said in a hurry as well. Right, quickly go home and change your clothes, or you'll be in trouble if you get sick. The two broke free from the crowd and hurriedly headed for home. The crowd who witnessed the whole process of Jiang Hao's rescue next to them looked at the departing Jiang Hao and immediately marveled, what a good deed without leaving a name, and at the same time, they didn't forget to take pictures. Seems to remember Jiang Hao this little hero to save people in general. Jiang Hao did not know, the crowd happened to have a reporter, with the hands of high-definition equipment to record the whole process of his rescue. Jiang Hao returned home in a mess with the help of Tian Tong. Jiang Hao's return home in such a state of disarray has given Jiang's parents a big fright. Jiang Hao, in order to avoid worrying his mom and dad, downplayed the situation by saying that he had saved a child from falling into the water. But even so, he was greeted with mixed doubles from his parents. They never knew that their son could swim, let alone save someone. However, only Jiang Zixuan believed her suddenly mysterious brother. In the evening, Tian Tong invited Jiang Hao to his house as a guest. Jiang Hao was afraid that his parents would dig deeper, so he said that Tian Tong was his classmate. Jiang Hao then went to Tian Tong's house after reporting to his parents. When Jiang Hao saw Elder Tian again, he was also surprised. Hiss, the life essence liquid is really powerful. At this time, Elder Tian was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his original gray hair had unexpectedly disappeared and was replaced with a head of black hair, and his entire body was unusually energetic. Grandpa, look who's here. Tian Tong didn't tell her grandfather about finding Jiang Hao because she wanted to give him a surprise. Tian Teng turned around at the sound of his voice and was also stunned when he saw Jiang Hao. It then turned even more to surprise. Ah! So it's little benefactor, old man, I finally found you. Tian Teng was so excited that he came over to pull Jiang Hao. Afterwards, the three of them even chatted away. Originally, Tian Teng wanted to call back his son and invite Jiang Hao to a banquet to thank him for saving his life. However, Jiang Hao repeatedly excused himself on the grounds that he was a student, and only then did he stop. In the end, Tian Tang gave Jiang Hao a personal business card, so that Jiang Hao can come to find himself if there is something he cannot handle. Jiang Hao did not care. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hao said goodbye and went home. The next day, as usual, Jiang Hao went to school. Jiang Hao had just arrived at school and sat down when Song Wan-er came to find Jiang Hao with an anxious face. Jiang Hao was puzzled and didn't know what was wrong, so he followed him out. When they arrived at the back playground, Song Wan-er's face was unusually serious, which made Jiang Hao puzzled. Jiang Hao, the matter of Qin Shou's broken leg, was it you who did it? Then, Song Wan-er's inquiry instantly made Jiang Hao instantly understand. Oh, you mean Qin Shou? Jiang Hao spoke without haste. This caused Song Wan-er to be anxious. Tell me instead, did you do it? Chapter 72 Song Wan-er's reminder, Jiang Hao fires up again. Yes and no. Yesterday he was premeditated, he called someone before inviting us for dinner, and finally tried to have someone break my legs halfway after you left. I had no choice but to do the same to him. Jiang Hao briefly talked about the course of events, and after Song Wan-er heard it, she was instantly furious as well. Serves me right, I didn't expect Qin Shou to be such a sinister villain. However, after cursing, she then remembered the reason why she was looking for Jiang Hao, and was instantly worried. Jiang Hao, although you did a great job this time, you're considered to have completely offended the Qin family. Yesterday, Uncle Hai asked me to remind you to be careful in the next few days. Qin Shou's dad, Qin Ming, seems to want to avenge Qin Shou's death, and even though my dad warned Qin Ming as well, there's no guarantee that he'll jump over the wall in a hurry. Song Wan-er looked at Jiang Hao with a worried face. This caused Jiang Hao to be touched for a moment as well. It can't be helped, if Qin Shou wants to beat me, I can't just stand and let him do it, can I? Now that I've broken his legs, it makes sense that his father would retaliate against me. You shouldn't worry about it, soldiers will come to the rescue, besides I'll be careful myself. By the way, you also thank Uncle Song for me, I will definitely pay a visit some other day. Song Wan-er's brows were furrowed, and she couldn't think of any better way. It can only be like this. My dad warned Qin Ming, so I think he shouldn't dare to blatantly retaliate. The two of them then casually chatted and went back to their respective classrooms. Back in the classroom, Jiang Hao lay on his desk and fell into deep thought. Song Wan-er's reminder made Jiang Hao wary. Although he wasn't afraid of Qin Ming, he was afraid that Qin Ming's retaliation would involve his family. It seems that the danger must be nipped in the bud. However, how to move Qin Ming became another big problem. Jiang Hao learned from Song Wan-er that Qin Shou's father was the owner of a listed beauty company. Although it couldn't be compared to Song Wan-er's father, such an existence was tantamount to a behemoth for Jiang Hao. In that case, how could it be messed up? Jiang Hao pondered. At this time, his deskmate suddenly pushed Jiang Hao next to him with an excited face and surreptitiously pushed his cell phone, blocked by a book, in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, is this you? Do you know the legendary martial arts? Jiang Hao was still a bit puzzled, but when he saw the screen of the cell phone pushed over by his deskmate, he was instantly surprised as well. It turned out that a video was playing on the phone, and it was the entire process of Jiang Hao's rescue yesterday. In it, there was even a scene where the crocodile pounced on him and he reversed and kicked off the crocodile's jaw, as well as the whole process of the crocodile finally being scared away by himself. And what surprised him even more was that this video had appeared on the news. It attracted a lot of attention, and the scene where Jiang Hao kicked the crocodile's jaw off was even pulled into a close-up. For a moment, many people suspected that Jiang Hao knew legendary martial arts. Legendary martial arts. That was the dream of countless people. Now that this legend was happening in reality, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. For a moment, Jiang Hao was once again on fire. However, with such a fire, Jiang Hao was not happy, and was even somewhat depressed as well as dissatisfied. Not to mention the various troubles that the exposure of this video would bring to himself. If Qin Ming saw this video, I'm afraid that he would be even more cautious in his retaliation. Chapter 73 Acquiring Hacking Skills, the king of the internet gets awesome. He still likes to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. Brother Ho, is this you? Do you really know martial arts? The same table looked at the dazed Jiang Hao and asked anxiously. Jiang Hao was awakened and looked at the expectant tablemate, and quickly spoke. How can it be, this person only looks a little bit like me, if I knew martial arts, would I still be sitting here? Jiang Hao's words seemed to have worked. You're right, but this is too much of a resemblance. Then, at this point, Jiang Hao had already gotten down again, ready to ignore it. His tablemates also had no choice but to retrieve their cell phones with interest and continue their research. And then, this scene reminded Jiang Hao. The internet. Can I get some of Qin Ming's black information from the internet? With this thought, Jiang Hao felt that there was a lot of potential. Subsequently, Jiang Hao took out his own cell phone and searched the internet. However, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. There were only a few rumors about Qin Ming Company on the internet, and there was no evidence of strength. But yes, it would be strange if there really is. But soon, Jiang Hao thought of a mysterious profession. Hacker. Although Jiang Hao wasn't a hacker, Jiang Hao had a system. At once, without much thought, in the eyes of his deskmates who were surprised, Jiang Hao got up and headed out of the classroom. He quickly came to his homeroom teacher's office and lied that he had a cold and had to take half a day off to buy some medicine. As soon as Jiang Hao's homeroom teacher heard that Jiang Hao had a cold, he was very concerned and quickly approved it. Jiang Hao went out of the school gate and quickly went to a very large bookstore and started looking for books about hacking. Not long after, Jiang Hao found a book on hacking. Jiang Hao held the book with a look of anticipation. System, decompose this book. Ding, found a copy of Hacking Techniques, is it decomposed? Decompose. Ding, decomposition successful, obtain 1 hacker technology crystallization, skill points 0.9, experience points 0.9. Hacking technology crystals, contains most of the hacking techniques on Earth, fuse it and you are an absolute presence amongst the network. Jiang Hao was ecstatic when he saw such a note. Is it fused? The system prompt sounded again. Fusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao hurriedly ordered. With the sound of Jiang Hao's words, in an instant, a flood of memories instantly surged to Jiang Hao's mind, and the countless cyber knowledge made Jiang Hao a little dizzy. Soon, as the fusion ended, that feeling disappeared. Feeling the knowledge in his mind, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 260.8100. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Divine Cooking level 1010, Swimming level 30100, Dogfighting level 30100, Hacking level 501,000. Avatar, Danger Sense level 2010, Mega Strength level 1010. Skill points, 27.8. Personal space, open. Seeing his attribute panel, Jiang Hao was also unusually shocked. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky this time that he would directly obtain a level 5 hacking skill. Instantly, in ecstasy, he rushed out of the bookstore and ran towards an internet cafe. After paying the money, he found a corner and turned on a machine. He began to crackle almost as if he was supposed to be skillfully striking the keyboard. Not too long after, Jiang Hao stared at the computer, seeming to find something and looking as if he was unusually angry. Chapter 74 Abnormally Synchronized Parties, Qin Ming's Revenge. Crap. Groove, this scum, really isn't something. Buying murders, tax evasion, money laundering, and even selling our country's intelligence to the country. Jiang Hao looked at the huge secret he had just hacked into the network and probed after following the clues, his eyes filled with anger. At this time, Qin Ming didn't realize that Jiang Hao was checking on him. In the center of Tianhe, on the topmost floor of a building, in an office, Qin Ming leaned back in his chair and was resting his eyes. After his only son had his legs broken, Qin Ming was ready to retaliate at the first opportunity. Who knew that when he was about to make his move, he had received a warning from Jade King Song Wanzhong. This caused him to be shocked and at the same time, he was also exceptionally angry. Song Wanzhong's power in Tianhe City was simply incomparable to his own, and his warning was something that he had to take seriously. But, his only son was still lying in the hospital. Was he going to be indifferent because of Song Wanzhong's warning? No, I must avenge my son. Thinking like this, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were like vipers. He picked up the phone and dialed a long-lost number. Hello. A what hoarse voice came out. The phone was connected. Qin Ming didn't drag his feet in the slightest and spoke directly. Number 3, I want that murderer who hurt my son to die in an accident before tonight. After Qin Ming said that, there was no response from the opposite side, yet Qin Ming didn't seem to be in a hurry. After a long time, the hoarse voice finally reappeared. Good. However, this is the last time I will help you. According to our agreement, after this order, the two of us will be strangers and have nothing to do with each other again. Then, Qin Ming listened without the slightest hesitation. Good, after this matter, you never owe me again, and I never knew you. Well, you wait for the news. The opposite party seemed to be satisfied with his answer, and after saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Shin Ming finished the call, his face was calm, he pulled out the cell phone card and folded it and threw it away, once again reclining on the chair. That number 3 just now was a bloodied, dying donkey friend he saved from the forest in Tanglong Mountain when he was traveling 10 years ago. However, what he hadn't expected was that the person he saved had another layer of identity, a killer. Back then, when he saved number 3, instead of killing him, number 3 promised to make 3 unconditional strikes for him as a way of repaying the favor of saving his life. Over the years, he had already used number 3 twice in the most critical times, which made him who he was today. This time, it would be the 3rd time. With this accomplished, there would be no more ties between them. Although it was a bit of a fuss to use the 3rd this time, but, in order to avenge his son's death, he couldn't care less. Jiang Hao also did not know that Shin Ming even chose to take revenge on him today. At this time, Jiang Hao was in the internet cafe, flipping through the evidence he had collected, hating his teeth. Humph, people do what the heavens see, there's never a good end for doing bad things. Today, it's time for you to be punished. Jiang Hao let out a murmur, and then his hands began to dance rapidly on the keyboard. In an instant, as he violently struck the keyboard one last time. Done. Afterward, he slumped back in his chair with a relaxed expression. Shin Ming, I think this time, you should be completely famous. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly as he stared at the computer screen with a murmur. Chapter 75 The Might of a Level 5 Hacking Skill, Shin Ming's Strangers. At this moment, throughout Tianhe City, a pop-up window suddenly popped up on almost everyone's computer, taking over the entire computer screen. In a university dormitory, Su Tianqing was wearing headphones and concentrating on playing one of the hottest gunfighting games of the moment, Chicken. At this moment, he was in the middle of a gunfight with someone, when all of a sudden, a pop-up window popped up on his computer screen, instantly blocking his computer screen to death. Crap. Groove, what is this thing? Old me is going to get killed. He instantly had the feeling that he was going to pass out from anger. At this time, he hastily searched for a place to turn off that pop-up window, but after he searched around, he was never able to find it, and he even unintentionally clicked on this pop-up window. At that moment, he was in a state of hopelessness. Now, even if you go back, you've definitely cooled off. But when he saw what the pop-up window forwarded, he was instantly attracted by the content on it. When he finished reading it in one breath, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. This was followed by endless anger. Sassafras, there's even this kind of scum in Tianhe City, this kind of person should be dragged off and shot. At this moment, Su Tianqing was not the only one who showed such a gesture after watching this video. Countless people who were using their computers had been forced to click on that pop-up window and saw the content inside, and all of a sudden, they were furious. This kind of scum is even the boss of a listed company. Surprisingly, he is a traitor, precisely disgracing the face of our Tianhe City people. Terrible, nowadays it's a legalized society, but there are still people who buy and kill people. Even the internet cafe where Jiang Hao was full of curses. Jiang Hao was happy to see such a scene. Just like that, that piece of evidence spread across the internet at an extremely terrifying speed. The internet police also noticed it at the first time, but surprisingly they couldn't do anything with that pop-up window either. Soon, the police were alerted, and the officers verified the evidence on the pop-up window. But they were shocked to find that several clueless serious cases that were previously pressed in the file room were answered in this evidence. At once, they acted at the first opportunity. In Shin Ming's office, Shin Ming was still lying on his chair with his eyes closed. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. Shin Ming was awakened, he frowned and took the phone on his desk to have a look. Surprisingly, it was an unfamiliar number, and he was a bit puzzled, but in the end, he still connected it. Hello. At this moment, an urgent voice came from the phone. Viper, this is Owl, where are you now? Owl? The two seemed to be very familiar with each other, and after Shin Ming let out a mumble, he seemed to have heard that Owl's tone was not right, and hurriedly answered truthfully. I'm in my office, what's wrong? Owl, office? The owl was unusually shaken and roared. You don't escape, what are you still sitting? You've already been exposed. Now the whole internet is all about you. What kind of people have you offended in the end? Well, let's not contact each other after that, you're on your own. On the opposite side, the owl's mouth was like a machine gun, instantly finished in one breath and directly hung up. Do. A busy tone came from the cell phone. Offend someone? No. At this time, the somewhat confused Qin Ming hurriedly opened his computer, and after a while, his face turned pale. It's over. However, in the end, Qin Ming was worthy of being a party boss. He quickly reacted. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly rushed out of the office. Chapter 76 Qin Ming arrested, Song-won airs suspicion. Outside the office, the employees of Yali Beauty Group stared at Qin Ming, who was fleeing in panic, their eyes filled with strangeness. Qin Ming didn't care. He panicked and pressed his special elevator, which came up, and he was about to rush straight in. Suddenly, he violently stopped dead in his tracks, and he put his hands up and began to slowly push back. Subsequently, unexpectedly from the elevator came out 6 police officers with pistols. In front of such a formation, Qin Ming dared to move. Even those employees of Qin Ming's company were so frightened that they hurriedly held their hands over their heads and quickly crouched down. Mr. Qin Ming, come with us. Qin Ming was arrested just like that, yet Jiang Hao didn't realize that it would all end so quickly. At this moment, in the Skystar Internet Cafe, Jiang Hao cleaned up the traces of his internet surfing after feeling that it was almost over, and then prepared to get off the computer. However, all of a sudden he thought of the video that was taken of him rescuing someone, and then began to crackle on the computer again. But after a while, he revealed Qin's relaxed smile. Done. Compared to being famous, I still like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Jiang Hao got off the computer after deleting the online video of himself saving people. After leaving the internet cafe, it was still early, so Jiang Hao went back to school. When he returned to the classroom, he heard his classmates talking about Qin Ming. Jiang Hao also pretended not to know anything, listening to their discussions from the side. At this time, what Jiang Hao didn't know was that because of his actions, he had shaken the entire Tianhe city and beyond. For a moment, countless people were in a state of panic, and everyone was in danger. Jiang Hao was unaware of all this. Soon, news of Qin Ming's arrest appeared on the internet. After Jiang Hao saw it, he was surprised, and at the same time, his body was instantly relaxed. Now that Qin Ming has been arrested, with those crimes Qin Ming committed, the Qin family is basically finished. After Jiang Hao thought about it briefly, the Qin family was no longer enough to worry about. During recess, Jiang Hao was in deep thought when Jiang Hao's deskmate suddenly pushed Jiang Hao and reminded Jiang Hao that someone was looking for him outside. When Jiang Hao went out, he saw Song Wanner in the hallway. Wan Air, it's you. Looking for me for what? Jiang Hao was a bit curious and then opened his mouth to inquire. Song Wanner sniffed and turned to stare at Jiang Hao, as if she wanted to see something on Jiang Hao's face. Unsure, Jiang Hao touched his face and then wondered. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Song Wanner stared at Jiang Hao and didn't withdraw her strange gaze, but suddenly spoke. Qin Ming has been arrested. When Jiang Hao heard this, he instantly understood Song Wanner's intention, and then his acting skills were in full swing. I know. I also just saw it from the internet. I didn't expect this person Qin Ming to be so terrifying. However, thanks to him being arrested, otherwise I might not be able to carry his revenge. Jiang Hao's heart palpitated and he celebrated. Song Wanner stared at Jiang Hao's eyes from start to finish. However, he didn't see anything he wanted from Jiang Hao's eyes. Song Wanner stared into Jiang Hao's eyes and followed up with the inquiry. Did you do this? Song Wanner's words startled Jiang Hao. But in an instant, Jiang Hao reacted. How could that be? If I had that ability, how could I have kept him until today? However, even though Jiang Hao denied it, and Song Wanner didn't find anything unusual in Jiang Hao's eyes. But, Song Wanner's sixth sense told her that this was definitely related to Jiang Hao. Chapter 77 Two Big Brothers Concerns, Out of Control Small Car. However, Jiang Hao was unwilling to say more, so it was not good for her to ask more. Afterward, the two chatted and parted ways. Meanwhile, in the center of Tianhe City, in a villa, Song Wanzhong was holding a jadeite jade Buddha in his hands, and behind him, Uncle Hai was reporting something to him. At this moment, he seemed to be surprised. Old Zhao, you said that Qin Ming was screwed? Uncle Hai's original name was Zhao Hai. At this moment, Uncle Hai behind him respectfully said. Yes boss, an hour ago. Song Wanzhong stopped his hand movements and was a bit out of breath. This Qin Ming is really unlucky. It's just that this time, I don't know which figure he actually offended. After saying that, he shook his head and ignored it. A small Qin Ming was not yet worthy of his excessive attention. After a short silence, Song Wanzhong suddenly spoke again. Old Zhao, do you think this has anything to do with Jiang Hao? Song Wanzhong's question caused Uncle Hai to be slightly stunned, but after a moment of contemplation, Uncle Hai spoke. It's a bit hard to judge. Saying it's not related, Qin Ming was just about to take revenge on Jiang Hao before he was screwed. If this has something to do with Jiang Hao, but who is this helping Qin Ming? However, Uncle Hai's doubts were exactly Song Wanzhong's doubts. At this moment, Uncle Hai hesitated slightly before speaking again. If this is truly related to Jiang Hao, then I'm afraid that Jiang Hao really isn't as simple as he appears. On the other hand, Elder Tian was reading a newspaper, but this was a phone call that came over, and after he took the phone and connected it, a strong voice came from the opposite side. Dad, that Qin Ming you asked me to warn, I didn't have time to warn him before he was arrested. A powerful hacker has exposed the secret deeds that Qin Ming has been doing, and Qin Ming has been arrested by the public security. Old man Tian sniffed and was also surprised for a moment. Do you know who did this? At this time, the voice from the opposite side came again. Not sure, but it should be related to that Jiang Hao you asked me to take care of. Elder Tian sniffed and was surprised again. Oh. Alright then, go get busy. Okay Dad, you take care of your health at Tong Tong's place. Aha. After Elder Tian hung up the phone, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Having a master who was a carving patriarch, as well as a magical medical skill, and now having a relationship with such a powerful hacker, sure enough, what a mysterious brat. However, the concerns of the two great lords were not known to Jiang Hao. After school was over in the afternoon, Jiang Hao packed up his things and was ready to go home with his backpack. Having messed with Qin Ming and without the mountain of Qin Ming weighing him down, he had once again returned to his previous state. Just as he was on the road, thinking about his future path, suddenly, his body tensed up, and his head felt as if it had been stabbed by a needle. Immediately after, an ear-piercing sassafras sound as well as a crash suddenly came from behind him. He subconsciously turned around, and saw a small car that seemed to be out of control, unexpectedly crashing into him. Jiang Hao's face changed violently, his head worked quickly, danger perception was activated, and he instantly took a step to the right to dodge. Next, the car crashed over, and although Jiang Hao reacted extremely quickly, he was still scraped, and was directly taken out and fell out. And the out-of-control car crashed directly into the guardrail next to him, breaking the guardrail directly and denting the front of the car. Chapter 78, first a car accident, then an assassination. Jiang Hao was brought tumbling a few times before coming to a stop. At once, there was a gasp of surprise from the surroundings. Crap! Groove, there's been a car accident. Some kind-hearted people rushed to call the emergency services. At the same time, the streets on both sides stayed many watchers. AI, it's a pity for that young man. Quickly go over to see how the young man who was hit is doing? I hope that young man is okay. At this moment, far away in front of the window of a building on the opposite side of this stretch of road, a middle-aged man dressed in a tracksuit with sunglasses and a hat saw this scene and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Qin Ming, even though you've been arrested, I won't go back on my word. Now that I've fulfilled my original promise, it's time for me to leave this place and return to the organization. This person was none other than number 3. However, right at this moment, Jiang Hao, who had been taken flying out and rolled a few times on the ground, suddenly climbed up from the ground like nothing was wrong. At that moment, the surrounding people were also shocked. Crap! Groove, he's actually fine. And at this moment, upstairs on the opposite side, number 3 similarly saw this scene, and instantly, he directly stood up and stared at Jiang Hao, who had rolled over and gotten up, with an unbelievable look on his face. How is that possible? After a long time, he had a sinister look on his face. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a hard life. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. With that, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao looked at the car that had been crashed and deformed with a palpitating face. At that moment, he suddenly felt someone peering at him from behind. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around violently and looked in the direction from which that peeping sensation came. At that moment, he saw the back of a middle-aged man wearing a tracksuit and a hat in front of the window on the opposite floor. Jiang Hao shook his head as he thought he had misread the situation. Soon, the traffic police came, and because Jiang Hao was only taken flying, he did not suffer any injuries. And that small car driver was seriously injured and was pulled to the hospital. Jiang Hao did not pursue the matter and turned around to hurry back. After Jiang Hao entered Tian Alley, there was no one in all directions, only in front of Jiang Hao, a man wearing a tracksuit with a hat in his head pressed down walked towards him head-on. Jiang Hao, who was stunned by the scene just now, saw this man and only felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Subsequently, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, just as the two men were getting closer, a wave of oppression and unease rose from Jiang Hao's heart. Just then, the two met. Just as the two were about to stagger apart, suddenly, they both struck out at the same time. At some point, the man with the duck-tongue cap and wearing a tracksuit had an extra dagger in his hand, and directly stabbed it towards Jiang Hao's chest. Jiang Hao subconsciously reached out and grabbed the man's wrist with the dagger with one hand, bringing it off. At the same time, the other hand clenched a fist and directly blasted it over, smashing it into this man's chest. Number 3 didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so sensitive. Not only did he block his attack, but he was also able to return it so quickly, and a flash of shock appeared on Number 3's face. Not bad, this person was none other than Number 3. However, shock was shock, yet Number 3's reaction was not slow at all, and he slammed his other hand over with a punch as well. However, he had ultimately underestimated Jiang Hao. Because in a life-and-death crisis, Jiang Hao had used all of his strength. The two fists collided, and only a click was heard. Aha! With a muffled grunt, Number 3's eyes filled with shock as he flew backwards. Number 3 slammed directly into the wall, knocking out a large portion of the wall behind him, and a large pit spread out around the pit as if it were a spider's web. Chapter 79 Unconscionable Assassination, 3 punches and 2 kicks to capture the enemy. At this moment, Number 3 only felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and a sense of suffocation came over him. At this moment, he had a bit of an urge to curse his mother. This power, is this ing human? At this moment, Jiang Hao took advantage of the situation and came to Number 3 in 3 or 2 steps. Without the slightest hesitation, he slammed his fist directly onto Number 3's stomach. Number 3 went down the wall and was helplessly paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, Number 3's face was white. The pain that drilled through his heart was too much for him, a person who had undergone hellish and brutal training. However, Jiang Hao didn't intend to let him go. Jiang Hao rushed up and stomped on this person's chest. PFF. Instantly, Number 3 sprayed out a mouthful of bruised blood. He only felt as if he was being pressed against his chest by a large vehicle, and even breathing became extremely difficult. In desperation, Number 3 exerted his last ounce of remaining strength and kicked at Jiang Hao's back. Then Jiang Hao, who possessed a sense of danger, was not so easy to sneak attack. Jiang Hao countered with an uppercut, directly smashing into Number 3's knee that had already reached up. Ka-ching! With a crisp ringing sound, Number 3's leg was directly misaligned and drooped down powerlessly. Aha! Number 3 was worthy of being a brutally trained assassin, and the breaking of his knee only caused him to stifle a grunt. Jiang Hao raised his foot and kicked Number 3 in the side of his waist. This would make Number 3 considered completely wasted, without the slightest threat. Jiang Hao stomped on this person, his face full of gloom. What was wrong with him today? Why was he so unlucky? Who are you? Jiang Hao questioned. However, the other person was silent to Jiang Hao's forced question. At that moment, he looked at the person's costume and suddenly remembered. This seemed to be the same person who had just been hit by a car not too long ago, and then felt an unknown prying eyes, and then saw that back figure on the opposite building well. At this moment, he connected back and forth and instantly felt that things were not simple. That car accident just now was instructed by you? However, in response to Jiang Hao's question, Number 3 remained silent. However, when Jiang Hao saw how Number 3 reacted like this, he instantly became more certain that the car accident just now was definitely related to this person. At this moment, he stared at Number 3, frowned, and with a slight push of his foot, he forced the question. Just who is it? I don't recognize you at all. Say, who sent you to kill me? However, although blood continued to gush out of Number 3's mouth, he just wouldn't open his mouth. At this moment, Jiang Hao thought back around to what people he had offended. Just as he was thinking back, a person suddenly broke into his mind. Qin Ming? It was only Qin Ming, but he had broken his son's leg. Moreover, this morning, Wan Air had said that Qin Ming wanted to take revenge on himself. At this moment, Jiang Hao was extremely certain that this person was sent by Qin Ming. Did Qin Ming send you? Jiang Hao stared at Number 3 and once again opened his mouth to inquire, but his tone carried certainty. However, this time, Number 3 glanced at Jiang Hao with a together dissimilarity in his eyes, and stopped talking. However, this scene did not escape Jiang Hao's eyes. At once, his heart was clear. He had only been feuding deeply with Qin Shou for a while, and besides Qin Ming, no one would be so ruthless as to kill him. However, Qin Ming had been captured, so he didn't expect this person to come and assassinate him. Just now, how should he be placed? Jiang Hao did a little thinking and then prepared to call the police. He had just made the call, when suddenly, the face of the third at his feet changed violently, and then his face showed a fierce color as he clenched his teeth vigorously. Chapter 80 Inexplicable Death, 1,000-Year Decomposition. Subsequently, number 3's mind went askew, and he suddenly bled through his 7 orifices and lost his voice. Jiang Hao was startled and hurriedly raised his feet. Hey! Are you alright? Jiang Hao's inquiry did not get a response, at which point Jiang Hao's face turned a little white. Sassafras, it won't die, right? When he followed the example of what was staged on TV, he put his finger to the nostrils of number 3 who was already bleeding from all 7 orifices. However, the next moment, he stumbled before crouching on his butt on the ground. Crap! Damn, it's really dead. What should we do? What to do? For a moment, Jiang Hao completely panicked. Call the police? No, there's no one here, no surveillance, no one to testify for me. But I didn't kill him, he was just fine. Jiang Hao looked at the 7 bleeding number 3, his eyes were full of doubts. How is this like those mysterious organizations in TV dramas that train dead soldiers? It's like he heard me calling the police, and that's how he became like this. Could it be that he's from some mysterious organization? Thinking of all this, Zhang Chen reached out his hand and prepared to check on number 3's corpse to find out what was going on. However, just as his hand touched number 3's body, his body stiffened violently. Ding, found 1 human corpse, is it decomposed? Hearing this voice, Jiang Hao had some difficulty believing it. Sassafras, corpses can decompose too? At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at number 3's corpse and hesitated for a moment, then with a ruthless heart. Decompose. Right now, he had to dispose of this corpse, and the best way to do so was to make him disappear completely in this world. Otherwise, any further disposal he did would come to invite endless trouble for him. And the system's decomposition would definitely not leave any traces. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful decomposition, gaining the skill 100 poisons, skill point 2.1, experience point 2.1. 100 poisons invulnerable level 101, the nemesis of all poisons. With it, from now on you can taste all kinds of herbs without worry. Decomposition complete, is it fused? As the system's beep sounded, the corpses of Jiang Hao's men instantly disappeared without leaving any traces, and Jiang Hao watched it all as if he was dreaming. However, the large pit on the wall not far away proved that it wasn't a dream. The corpses of the third disappeared completely, and Jiang Hao finally broke free from his fear. However, when he saw the message from the system in his mind, the corner of his mouth twitched. Screw tasting 100 herbs. Being teased by the system in such a way, Jiang Hao's taut mind instantly relaxed a lot. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and then ordered. Fusion. As the fusion proceeded, he only felt an energy sweep through his entire body, causing him to stifle a jolt, after which he felt nothing more. As the fusion ended, Jiang Hao turned back and checked the ground to see if it had left any traces. Only after double-checking did he then hurry towards home. When he returned home, Jiang Hao quickly went back to his room and closed the door, ignoring Jiang Ma's greetings. Only then did he ask the system about his doubts. System, why did the Baidu non-invasive skill appear when decomposing human corpses? Not bad, this decomposition acquisition made him feel puzzled, because human corpses had nothing to do with Baidu invasion at all. Ding, host, it is true that decomposing human corpses cannot obtain the Baidu invulnerability skill. In fact, the system just decomposed the human corpse and gained nothing, while the 100 poisons impervious skill was gained from the system's decomposition of the poison in that corpse. Chapter 81, Dog Drama, Nightmares. What? Jiang Hao is shocked. But soon, this shock was replaced with gravity. So it seems that my guess was right. He really did come from some mysterious organization, and when I called the police, he was afraid that the police would find out some secret from him, and that's why he killed himself. And what secret was it that made him even give up his life? Jiang Hao was filled with doubts. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. Duck. Hao, are you alright? Outside the door, Jiang Ma had a worried look on her face. Jiang Hao hurriedly got up, cleaned up a bit, and opened the door, pretending as if nothing had happened as he inquired. Mom, what's wrong? Jiang Ma looked at Jiang Hao, who was acting as if nothing had happened, and was a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask much. Oh, nothing's wrong. I mean, I've made the meal, you and Zi Xian go eat it quickly. I'm going to see if your father has closed the stall yet. Oh, I know. Jiang Hao replied back, and then he was speechless for a while. Mom, now that I have money, you and my dad shouldn't work so hard to set up the stall again. You guys go dancing, skating, or something. Jiang Ma sniffed and guffawed, looking at Jiang Hao with pride. I'm old, what kind of dancing? Besides, your dad and I have been busy for half of our lives. It's very uncomfortable to suddenly be idle now. However, Jiang Hao ultimately failed to convince his stubborn mom, so he let her go. After eating, Jiang Hao went to bed early. The two life and death experiences today were extremely draining on his spirit. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Time passed for an unknown period of time, when Jiang Hao, who had originally fallen into a deep sleep on the bed, suddenly began to roll from side to side on the bed, and his hands involuntarily clawed around. Afterwards, he even violently rolled over and sat up from the bed in one go. Jiang Hao's eyes were wide open, sweat was pouring down his forehead, and he was panting heavily. Awakened by the moonlight, Jiang Hao looked around and realized that he was in his bedroom. It turned out to be a nightmare. He sassafrased the sweat on his forehead and lay down powerlessly. However, at this moment, as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind couldn't help but conjure up that face of number 3 bleeding from his 7 orifices. Jiang Hao revealed a bitter smile. It seems that I'm still a mortal after all. Even with the system, I'm still afraid. With no choice but to get up, Jiang Hao turned on the light and got out of bed. Jiang Hao gently went out of the bedroom and received a cup of water. However, even so, Jiang Ma was still awakened. Confused, Kang Ma walked out of the bedroom, saw Jiang Hao, and said with concern, "Hao, what's wrong?" Jiang Hao apologized when he saw that his mother had been awakened by him. "Mom, nothing, just couldn't sleep." "Couldn't sleep? What's wrong with this? Shall I get you 2 pills?" Jiang Hao was about to refuse, but Jiang Ma had a worried look on her face and had already gone to look for medicine. Soon, Jiang Ma throws a bottle of tranquilizer pills. "Hao, this is what your father bought last time he couldn't sleep. It shouldn't have expired. Read the instructions and take a few pills?" Jiang Hao took the bottle of pills handed over by his mother and said in a hurry, "Mom, you go to sleep. I'll read the instructions myself." "That's fine, you remember to take the pills." With that, Jiang Ma turned around and left. Jiang Hao watched his mother leave, so he carried the water and took the medicine back to the bedroom as well. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Hao looked at the bottle of medicine in his hand and muttered, "I don't know if it works or not." He then unwrapped it to find the instructions. Once a day, 15 capsules at a time. Chapter 82, Synthesizing Super Tranquilizer Pill. Super Tranquilizer Pill's medicinal effects. As requested, Jiang Hao opened the pill bottle and poured out 15 pills. The pills were only the size of a toy gun bullet, and 15 pills wasn't a lot. Jiang Hao was about to put them in his mouth and eat them. At this moment, he suddenly gave a start. Ding, found 15 pills of tranquilizer pills. Is it synthesized? Instantly, Jiang Hao became interested. I wonder what this medicine will synthesize. With this thought, Jiang Hao ordered without hesitation. Synthesize. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful synthesis, obtaining 1 super tranquilizer pill, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Super tranquilizer pill, 1 capsule can be effective, even earthquakes can't make you lose sleep. Is it extracted? Jiang Hao originally had some expectations, but, seeing this note, his face instantly stiffened and he was somewhat speechless. He realized that the system seemed to have changed its skin. Sassafras, if it's really an earthquake, is this rhythm making me die directly in my sleep? Jiang Hao was really convinced of his system. However, should I take this medicine or not? Jiang Hao was a little hesitant, so he opened his mouth and asked. System, this medicine won't really make me die in my sleep, right? Host, please feel free to use it, the effect will satisfy you. Receiving the system's assurance, Jiang Hao's heart was much more at ease. Extract. With Jiang Hao's command, in an instant, his hand was filled with a shiny pill that was about the size of a small thumbnail. After Jiang Hao took the pill, he went to bed and prepared to sleep. When he turned off the light and lay down, he closed his eyes. Soon, an even breathing sound came, and Jiang Hao fell into a deep sleep. There were no words for the night. The next day, after 5 o'clock, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom woke up early, and Jiang Zixuan was also up. However, Jiang Hao hadn't moved yet. This made Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom puzzled for a while. Their family all woke up at this hour. Jiang Hao and Jiang Zi's siblings had to go to school while the two of them had to go out to the morning stall. Jiang Hao never stayed in bed either. Zixian, go wake up your brother, this kid, last night he said he couldn't sleep. Jiang Ma spoke up as she packed up her things. Jiang Zixuan frowned slightly, but she listened to her mom and walked towards Jiang Hao's room. Duck duck duck. After knocking on the door to no avail, Jiang Zixuan opened the door herself and entered. Looking at Jiang Hao, who was lying on the bed like a dead pig. Jiang Zixuan was a little hesitant, but in the end, she pushed Jiang Hao. Brother, get up. However, Jiang Zixuan's repeated shaking was ultimately fruitless. Jiang Zixuan instantly felt something was wrong, and for a moment, she rambled on, thinking of some sort of possibility. This frightened Jiang Zixuan, and with a tremor in her voice, she hurriedly called out to Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. Mom and Dad, come quickly. Brother doesn't know what's wrong, he can't wake up no matter how hard he screams. When Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom heard this, their faces changed, and they hurriedly put down the things in their hands and rushed over. Mom and Dad, what's wrong with Brother Im? Jiang Zixuan's face was anxious when she saw Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom hurriedly came to Jiang Hao's side and felt on Jiang Hao's forehead. However, it was still fruitless. Jiang Mom, Jiang Zixuan had already panicked. At the critical moment, it was still Jiang Dad who was able to test the situation. Jiang Dad commanded. I'll carry Jiang Hao on my back, you hurry and contact the car, let's quickly send Howard to the hospital. Said, Jiang Dad hastily dragged Jiang Hao from the quilt, or clothes. Jiang put a reminder. Jiang Mom instantly reacted, rushed to call. Jiang Dad just put his clothes on Jiang Hao, and was about to carry Jiang Hao to the hospital, when Jiang Hao woke up quietly. However, when he saw his anxious parents at the side, as well as Jiang Zixuan, he was instantly somewhat baffled. Chapter 83 Inspired by Super Tranquilizer Pill, Super Cold Medicine is born. Dad, Mom. What are you guys doing? Jiang Hao's eyes were filled with doubt. Jiang Hao's voice immediately startled the two old men. Howard? You're awake? Jiang Ma reacted with a look of excitement and rushed to Jiang Hao's side. Jiang Hao was a bit confused when he heard this. I didn't just sleep for a while. What the hell is going on here? Only then did Jiang Hao learn what happened from his mother. Learning the truth of the matter, Jiang Hao was apologetic and rushed to comfort his nervous family. And after his family repeatedly confirmed that Jiang Hao was fine, they then breathed a sigh of relief. After Kang Hao sent them away, he went to raise a question. System, what did you promise me yesterday? Jiang Hao questioned with a look of gnashing teeth and anger. As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, the system retorted. Host, the system has not guaranteed anything. The system has only said that the medicinal effects will satisfy you. Could it be that the host is not satisfied with the efficacy of the super tranquilizer pill? The system's rebuttal left Jiang Hao speechless. Last night, the system seemed to have said so. Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. At this time, Jiang Ma's voice came. Howard, come eat breakfast, eat and hurry to school. Only then did Jiang Hao take the opportunity to be very arrogant and walk towards the door while muttering softly under his breath. I'll let you off for now this time. After experiencing the super tranquilizer pill, it was as if Jiang Hao's thoughts had been opened up. The original mundane few tranquilizer pills, after being synthesized by the system, could have such a miraculous effect. Then if it was a painkiller, would it be possible to synthesize a super painkiller, so that pain patients would no longer have pain? Or a few cold pills, can they synthesize a super cold medicine, so that one pill can cure the disease? Or even a few anti-cancer drugs, after systematic synthesis, can we get a super anti-cancer drug, directly curing cancer? Thinking like this, Jiang Hao was getting more and more excited. However, the truth was not as simple as Jiang Hao thought. Because some medicines required a prescription. On his way to school, Jiang Hao passed by a pharmacy. Driven by curiosity, he walked into the pharmacy. Lying that he had a headache from a cold, Jiang Hao bought away several boxes of cold medicine from the pharmacy, including a dozen painkillers. When he arrived at school, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to dispense the cold medicine according to the dosage. Then he held it in his hands, his heart filled with anticipation. Ding, found 5 grains of cold medicine, is it synthesized? Synthesize. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing 1 capsule of super cold medicine, skill point 0.7, experience point 0.7. Super cold medicine, the nemesis of all cold and flu viruses, with it, you can wave without fear. Synthesis complete, is it extracted? As expected, hearing the system's beep, Jiang Hao's heart burst with ecstasy. Extract. As Jiang Chen's words fell, a white pill the size of a fingernail slice appeared in his hand. There were also 5 large words "super cold medicine" written on it. Afterwards, Jiang Hao dispensed the remaining 9-ton doses of cold medicine and synthesized them one by one. After 3 failures, Jiang Hao obtained 6 super cold pills. He put these 7 cold medicines into the system space as if they were a treasure. Afterwards, he took out the 10 painkillers and put them together 2 by 2. When he held 2 of the grains in his hands, the system's beep in his mind arrived as promised. Ding, found 2 painkillers, is it synthesized? Chapter 84. Yuan Hong has a cold, the first person to try the medicine. With the synthesis of the cold medicine just now, this time, Jiang Hao was much calmer. Synthesize. Ding, congratulations to the host for failing to synthesize, obtaining a number of medicinal dregs, 0.1 skill points, and 0.1 experience points. Jiang Hao was not discouraged by the failure of synthesis. Throwing away the dregs in his hand, he picked up 2 grains once again. Soon, a smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. Not bad, he had succeeded. It was just that this note was, indeed, very systematic, and looking at the note, Jiang Hao was a bit speechless. Super painkiller, with it, what 10 major tortures, that's nothing. Extract. Ignoring the note, after extracting the super painkiller, Jiang Hao then synthesized the remaining 3 points as well. After experiencing a failure, Jiang Hao obtained a total of 3 super painkillers. The first class in the morning was Yuan Daido's math. Ding bell. As the bell rang, Yuan Hong walked into the classroom. Good day, teacher. Hello, class, please sit down. Please take out your test papers from the day before yesterday. We'll talk about that set of papers today. Today's Yuan Hong, his voice was a bit hoarse and his face looked very ugly. And it was then that Yuan Hong spoke the reason. That, I corrected the papers late into the night last night, and today I got up and realized that I have a bit of a cold, so I might not be able to speak very loudly, so please don't talk, or else the students in the back shouldn't be able to hear. Oh, also, you guys are going to take the college entrance exam soon. You must pay attention to your health, don't catch a cold like me. Yuan Hong jokingly reminded. Yuan Hong's concern made Jiang Hao somewhat touched. At this moment, he remembered the super cold medicine he had just synthesized. Should I send a pill to him? Jiang Hao was slightly hesitant, but soon, he made a decision. Yuan Hong had treated him well in the past, and even when his grades were poor, he hadn't given up on himself. Besides, a dedicated teacher like Mr. Yuan Hong deserved his help. Jiang Hao extracted a super cold medicine from the system space and put it into one of the pill bottles that contained the medicine before. Afterward, he raised his hand. Yuan Hong on the podium soon also noticed Jiang Hao, who raised his hand, which made him a bit surprised. How come today's Jiang Hao didn't sleep and even raised his hand? For Jiang Hao, this demon, he was very impressed, sleeping in class every day and getting first place in the exam. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Jiang Hao, what's the matter? Yuan Hong's opening caused the others to fall their gazes on Jiang Hao, who had his hand raised at the back. Jiang Hao sniffed, ignoring the puzzled gazes of the crowd. He got up and directly walked towards Yuan Hong on the podium with the pill bottle in his hand, while also explaining. Teacher Yuan, this is the cold medicine my mom bought for me the last time I had a cold. It's very effective, try it. Yuan Hong sniffed and was touched, but medicine can't be taken indiscriminately. Yuan Hong smiled his thanks and politely refused. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Hao, but no need, my physique is a bit special. It's basically useless to take medicine when I have a cold. I have to go to the hospital to hang up some water. I'll go there when I get out of class. Yuan Hong really didn't lie, his physique might be a bit poor, it was indeed as he said. However, Jiang Hao had already reached Yuan Hong's nearness in 3 or 2 steps and handed Yuan Hong the medicine bottle. Teacher, try it, this medicine works quite well. Last time I had a cold, I ate 1 pill and I was fine. Looking at the medicine bottle handed over by Jiang Hao, Yuan Hong was a little hesitant, but in the end, he took it. Jiang Hao was so concerned about him, he couldn't let people down. As for Jiang Hao's comment that he would be fine after taking 1 pill, he did not take it to heart. Chapter 85, what you don't know doesn't mean there's none. Then thank you, Mr. Jiang Hao. In fact, Jiang Hao's words, not only Yuan Hong didn't believe it, even all the students of senior class 8 who usually admired Jiang Hao very much believed it. Because a cold medicine that could cure a cold was something they had never heard of. At this time, Yuan Hong took the bottle of medicine, came to the lecture table, put down the test paper, opened the medicine, ready to eat a few grains to try. He did not think too much. After all, Jiang Hao is his own student. It is impossible to harm him, is not it? However, when he opened the medicine bottle, his figure suddenly lurched. That student Jiang Hao, this medicine is really one tablet? There's no other dispensing? Yuan Hong inquired with some embarrassment. Teacher, this medicine is just one tablet can cure it. Jiang Hao also knew that a single tablet of cold medicine was indeed suspicious, however, his one tablet was not comparable to those demonic ES. However, the efficacy of this grain of cold medicine was only known to Jiang Hao himself, but not to the others. When the others heard what Jiang Hao said, they were disbelieving and murmured. One capsule can cure it? Why does it feel like it has the vestigial feeling of a charlatan? Sassafras, when did the schoolteacher turn into a charlatan? Teacher, you'd better not take it, medicine can't be taken indiscriminately. The comments of the crowd at the bottom were heard by Yuan Hongi. At this time, Lu Xian, who had been very dissatisfied with Jiang Hao, who had risen to prominence and taken away the halo that belonged to him, even stood up directly to stop it. Teacher, don't take it, a pill that doesn't know the root, how can it cure your cold? Said, he turned back, moreover glanced at Jiang Hao with a distrustful face. I've never heard of a cold medicine that can cure a cold with a single capsule. Jiang Hao sniffed and voiced a retort. Frog in the bottom of the well. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean there isn't any, there's a lot more you haven't heard of. Jiang Hao's retort instantly left Lu Xian speechless. You? Lu Xian pointed at Jiang Hao, his face reddening. Alright, thanks for your concern, Lu Xian student, please sit down. Yuan Hong spoke out to stop the two from arguing. Looking at this pill in his hand, Yuan Hong was a little hesitant. Especially when he saw the 5 big words on this pill, he was even more hesitant. Super cold medicine. This, not to mention, was really a bit of a Jiang Hu Langji's vestigial feeling. At this moment, he was inwardly rejecting it. But when he looked up and saw Jiang Hao in the last row, with a clear look in his gaze, he was a bit ridden out. In the end, he still made a decision. He felt that Jiang Hao was right, just because he didn't know, didn't mean there wasn't any. Alright, everyone stop arguing, student Jiang Hao also has good intentions, I believe that student Jiang Hao won't make fun of the teacher. Stopping the crowd from talking, Yuan Hong put the pill in his mouth, picked up his own water cup on the side and took a sip of water. But a cold pill is just, if there is a problem, the big deal is that he will go to the hospital in a while to check it out. Yuan Hong ate the cold medicine, then picked up the test paper again. Okay, now let's start talking about this test paper. Jiang Hao was also very happy to see Yuan Hong trusting himself so much. He was afraid that there was something wrong with the medicine, so he hurriedly asked after the system again. System, there's no problem with the super cold medicine, right? Host, please rest assured that the system's product will be of high quality. However, the system's assurance reminded Jiang Hao of this morning's dilemma again, and Jiang Hao was speechless for a while. I'll believe the hell out of you. You bad old man, bad. Chapter 86, Yuan Hong shock, someone wants to buy medicine. During this class, Jiang Hao didn't sleep and kept his eyes on Yuan Hong, afraid that something would go wrong. However, he was soon relieved. Because without the crowd realizing it, Yuan Hong's voice had unexpectedly returned to its previous healthy state, and even his face was normal. However, this change was not noticed by Yuan Hong, who had been carefully explaining the test papers, and the others did not realize it either. Until there were still 10 minutes before the end of class, Yuan Hong finished explaining the test papers. Okay, this set of test papers is finished, now you guys take a look, or else you don't know, raise your hands, I'll give you another lecture. After saying that, Yuan Hong picked up his water cup and took a sip of water. Suddenly, his body lurched, and his eyes were filled with shock. He realized that his cold had gotten better. His throat didn't hurt anymore, his voice wasn't hoarse, and that feeling of powerlessness all over his body had disappeared. This is actually true. At this moment, Yuan Hong looked at Jiang Hao, who was playing with his pen in the last row. Student Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao hurriedly dropped his pen and stood up upon hearing this, and the others also stopped what they were doing and looked at Yuan Hong. However, the next, Yuan Hong's action shocked them. Yuan Hong actually bowed to Jiang Hao and thanked him. Thanks to student Jiang Hao's cold medicine, my cold seems to have really gotten better. It was only then that the crowd had also realized that Yuan Hong's voice was not as hoarse as it had been just now, and Yuan Hong's face was flushed, which showed signs of a cold. At that moment, they all turned around and looked at Jiang Hao in the back row, full of shock. Crap. Groove, no way. There's really a cold medicine that can cure a cold with a single capsule? Sassafras, really? This, looking at Mr. Yuan's current condition, it seems to be true. However, this scene was hard for Lu Xian to accept. To know, he had just been skeptical of Jiang Hao's medicine and even persuaded Yuan Hong not to take it. But who knew that in just a moment, Yuan Hong's cold got better after taking what he recognized as fake medicine. His own face was even slapped. This caused his face to turn red. At this moment, Jiang Hao didn't expect Yuan Hong to thank him in person. At once he had a feeling of being flattered and he hurriedly stopped it. Teacher Yuan, no need to thank you. It's just a show of hands. Besides, your trust in me is already the greatest thanks to me. Speaking of which, Jiang Hao looked at the front row, a disgruntled Lu Xian, and squeezed. Unlike some people, as if they were frogs in the bottom of a well, they never know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Jiang Hao said, and the gazes of the crowd subconsciously landed on Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian knew that Jiang Hao was talking about him, but nowadays he naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. He could only pretend not to know. Soon, class was over, and with Yuan Hong leaving, Jiang Hao was about to rest on his desk when a classmate came to Jiang Hao's side. Zhou Tong, what's the matter? Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. Zhou Tong was also one of the academics in senior class 8, but he wasn't as perverted as Jiang Hao. Moreover, as far as Jiang Hao knew, Zhou Tong's family conditions were very good, and he had heard that his father was the vice president of a hospital in Tianhe City, and his mother owned a pharmaceutical company. Sort of veritable rich second generation. However, Zhou Tong was very low-key. Jiang Hao's impression of him was not bad. At this time, Zhou Tong looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. That Jiang Hao student, can you buy me one of that cold medicine of yours? I have a bit of a cold in the past few days, it's about to be the college entrance exam, I'm afraid that a cold will affect the entrance exam. Chapter 87, $1,000 a pill, who was more stupid? At this time, Zhou Tong was afraid that Jiang Hao would be unwilling, then he hurriedly spoke again. You put it down, the price will definitely satisfy you, how about $100 a grain? Jiang Hao sniffed, looked at the rosy-cheeked Zhou Tong, somewhat skeptical of Zhou Tong's motives. He was a little hesitant to give it to him. He knew that Zhou Tong's family members were all doctors, so if Zhou Tong had caught a cold at such a critical moment, why hadn't his family dispensed medicine for him? What he was more worried about was if Zhou Tong got his own super cold medicine and gave it to his parents to study. At that time, if his parents really duplicated the super cold medicine, then wouldn't he lose a lot of money? Thinking like this, he became even more hesitant. At this moment, Zhou Tong seemed to have seen Jiang Hao's hesitation as well, and then immediately increased his chips. Mr. Jiang Hao, if you're not satisfied with this price, I can raise it again. How about $1,000 a grain? Zhou Tong had raised the price tenfold in not more than a few seconds before and after, which stunned the surrounding peeps. Crap. Groove, Zhou Tong is crazy? Sassafras, a cold medicine only, even give $1,000. Hey! Sure enough, poverty limits our imagination. I wonder if Jiang Hao will agree. For a moment, the crowd stared at Jiang Hao and Zhou Tong, talking. However, at this moment, with Zhou Tong's violent price increase, Jiang Hao instantly became even more skeptical of Zhou Tong's motives. At this point, if only I knew medicine. Jiang Hao thought this. System, do you think he really has a cold? Jiang Hao casually asked, only, who knew, his casual question had led him to discover yet another new function of the system. Ding, host, this person's entire body is free of any cold virus and is in an extremely healthy state. System, you can still read the doctor? Ding, host, this system does not have this function, this is just the system's scanning function. At this moment, after Jiang Hao learned that Zhou Tong did not have a cold, he instantly understood. This person, Zhou Tong, had definitely seen the value of the super cold medicine and was preparing to take it for his parents to study. Since this was the case, how could he possibly buy the super cold medicine out? At that moment, with an apologetic face, he said to Zhou Tong. That one is very sorry, last time, my mom only bought a total of 2 pills for me, one had already been eaten by me long ago, and the last one was just eaten by Mr. Yuan. As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, Zhou Tong's original face of anticipation instantly froze. As for Jiang Hao's answer, even the students on the side were surprised. Sassafras, how is this head of the school bully suddenly not enlightened? A grain of $1,000 not a. Even if it's gone, go buy a few more grains, once it changes hands, it's a lot of money again. That's right. It seems that the school bully also has something he's not good at. Crap. Groove, is Jiang Hao stupid? Jiang Hao's reply made the crowd think they had heard wrong. At this time, Zhou Tong also reacted. With a small smile on his face, he then opened his mouth to Jiang Hao. "That's okay, student Jiang Hao. Why don't you give me the location of that pharmacy and I'll go buy a few capsules myself at noon." The drugstore was a fabrication of Jiang Hao himself, that came to be the drugstore. "Sure enough, tell one lie and you'll need countless panic words to round out the lie you told before." Jiang Hao pretended to be in a difficult situation and spoke. "That, my mom bought this medicine for me, and I don't know where she bought it." Jiang Hao's repeated refusal made Zhou Tong suspicious. Could it be that my purpose has been seen through? Chapter 88, A Grain of 10,000, Not Impossible. At this moment, Zhou Tong, who was clear about the value of the super cold medicine, did not give up so easily even though he had been rejected by Jiang Hao many times. "Oh, if that's the case, then can I ask student Jiang Hao to do me a favor?" Without waiting for Jiang Hao to agree, he spoke again. "When student Jiang Hao goes home at night, can you ask Auntie for a pharmacy to buy this medicine, and tell me tomorrow so I can go and buy a few capsules?" At this point, Jiang Hao's impression of Zhou Tong had gotten worse and worse. "All right. I'll go home at night and ask, but it's been a long time, so maybe my mom has forgotten." Jiang Hao agreed in a foreign manner. When Zhou Tong heard this, he immediately spoke in a hurry. "Then thank you, student Jiang Hao. However, what I said still stands, I'm willing to pay 1,000 for 1 grain." However, Jiang Hao did not show much enthusiasm as he listened. Zhou Tong left, and Jiang Hao plopped down on the table again, going to sleep. However, this was not actually the case. After this incident just now, he realized that he really seemed to have somewhat underestimated the value of the system synthesis drug. Since that's the case, it seems that when I finish the college entrance exams and apply for majors, I can enroll in the pharmaceutical sciences major. Besides, with the system in hand, pharmacy isn't that difficult for me. By then, after I have a certain foundation in medicine, I'll come up with a super cold medicine, a super painkiller, or even a super anti-cancer medicine. Everything will fall into place at that time. Thinking like this, Jiang Hao felt as if he had discovered a well-trodden path. Soon, another ordinary day passed, and the day of the college entrance exam was even closer. The next day, Jiang Hao, as usual, came to school and lay on his desk and huffed and puffed. This was when he felt someone gently push himself. "Student Jiang Hao? Student Jiang Hao?" Jiang Hao opened his eyes and realized that it was Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was full of apologies when he saw Jiang Hao awakening. "That interruption. Student Jiang Hao. I don't know if you asked Auntie for me yesterday?" In fact, when Jiang Hao saw Zhou Tong, the first thing he thought was that Zhou Tong should be here for this matter. It's just that he didn't expect that Zhou Tong would be so attached to his super cold medicine that he couldn't forget about it. And this also made Jiang Hao incredibly certain that Zhou Tong's reason for wanting his super cold medicine was by no means simple. However, Jiang Hao, who knew the truth, let him down. "That Zhou Tong student, I'm very sorry. I asked my mom last night, and my mom said that she also forgot where she bought it." Jiang Hao's words caused Zhou Tong's body, who was originally looking forward to it with immense anticipation, to stiffen violently. What can we do about this? It's almost time for the college entrance exam. If my cold doesn't get better, it will definitely affect my performance. Zhou Tong pretended to be anxious, trying to win Jiang Hao's sympathy. "That student Jiang Hao, are you really out of cold medicine? If so, please help me out for the sake of us being classmates. The price is negotiable, as long as you have the medicine, $10,000 a pill is not out of the question." Zhou Tong's large sum of money caused Jiang Hao to be shocked as well, and he almost didn't hold back from agreeing. At the same time, the students around Jiang Hao were even more shocked when they heard Zhou Tong's conditions. 10,000 for 1 grain? Is this an immortal medicine? Sassafras, it can't be that Zhou Tong is crazy, right? How could they not imagine that it was just a grain of cold medicine? Why did Zhou Tong have to cling to Jiang Hao's cold medicine? However, only Jiang Hao understood why Zhou Tong was so obsessed. Chapter 89, The Domineering Jiang Hao, The Goated Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's repeated interruptions caused Jiang Hao's patience with Zhou Tong to reach its upper limit. Jiang Hao frowned and stared at Zhou Tong, then couldn't help but say, "Zhou Tong, don't waste your time. I see that you have a rosy complexion, your eyes are sharp, your voice is booming, and you don't have any cold symptoms at all, so you shouldn't pretend either. As for that cold medicine, you don't need to take it. You don't need to take it either." Jiang Hao's warning caused Zhou Tong to panic, but soon, as Jiang Hao's words fell, he hastily put on an innocent look. "Jiang Hao, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? I only wanted to buy a cold pill, what did I hit on? Since you don't buy it, Forget it, why do you have to slander me like that? Zhou Tong put on a very aggrieved stance. However, Jiang Hao no longer cared to argue with him. Alright, you can get lost, just know what I'm talking about. Don't pretend to pretend for me, being a female cousin and wanting to set up a sign of chastity. Humph. A hint of sharpness appeared in Jiang Hao's eyes as he warned in a cold voice. Zhou Tong was scolded by Jiang Hao, and immediately his face turned a shade of white and a shade of red in anger. At that moment, just as he was about to stir up trouble, suddenly, he saw Jiang Hao's eyes with a sharp edge, and was instantly reminded of Qin Shou. Qin Shou had his legs broken by Jiang Hao, and when his father went to retaliate against Jiang Hao, he was straight up screwed. This matter was basically no longer a secret in the upper reaches of Tianhe City. Although his own family was slightly powerful in the upper class of this Tianhe City, it was ultimately unable to compare to the Qin family. Thinking of this, in an instant, under the gaze of Jiang Hao's cold eyes, Zhou Tong wimped out. Zhou Tong did not say much. Gray turned around and walked away. And the surrounding uninformed Guagua crowd saw that Zhou Tong, after being scolded by Jiang Hao, unexpectedly walked away in ashes. Some of them couldn't figure out the situation, but some of them heard a bit of a problem from the conversation between the two and instantly came to their senses. What's going on here? Oh, so that's how it is, Zhou Tong is also too sinister, isn't he? Wow, Schoolmaster Jiang is so domineering. Regardless of the murmuring crowd, Jiang Hao blasted away the shameless Zhou Tong, and then plopped down on the table and mentally sank into the system. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 271.3100. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Divine Chef level 1010, Swimming level 30100, Dogfighting level 30100, Hacking level 501,000. Avatar, Danger Sense level 2010, Mega Strength level 1010. Skill points, 68.3. Personal space, open. Jiang Hao looked at his personal panel, and Jiang Hao decided to level himself up a bit more. System, upgrade Danger Sense to level 3 for me. Yes, host. Ding, Danger Sense upgrade successful. Danger Sense level 30100 grants you a keen sixth sense, allowing you to detect and react to danger in advance, agility +4, spirit +2. After upgrading his Danger Sense, Jiang Hao instantly felt much lighter, and at the same time, his brain was clear for a moment. This feeling mesmerized Jiang Hao. Afterwards, Jiang Hao once again landed his gaze on the giant power avatar on the system panel. Although the giant power avatar was only level 1, he needed 10 skill points to upgrade to level 2. Chapter 90 Upgraded Avatar, Level 2's Giant Power. Jiang Hao stared at the giant strength avatar, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. A level 1 giant strength avatar is able to bring my strength up to 800 pounds, I wonder how much of an increase a level 2 giant strength avatar can bring me? With this thought, Jiang Hao gave a command to the system. System, upgrade the giant strength avatar to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, the giant power avatar has been successfully upgraded. Giant force level 20100, a powerful force that can break all rules. As the system beep sounded, on the system panel, the column of strength instantly changed in response, from the original 8 to 16. At the same time, Jiang Hao felt that his body was filled with power, as if he was able to hammer the air with a single punch. However, he knew that this was merely his illusion. Jiang Hao clenched his fist, satisfied. The second level's giant power avatar actually doubled my power. 1,600 pounds of strength. Boxing champion Tyson's power is only 1,600 pounds, I didn't expect that just a small upgrade would make my power comparable to that of a world boxing champion. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about this. But now, he had realized it, and even surpassing the world boxing champion was only a matter of time for him. For a long time, after Jiang Hao felt the changes brought to him by the upgraded giant power avatar, he looked at the skill points that were still left, and then he landed his gaze on the skills. Of all the skills, the Divine Chef skill was a bit low, and with that, he had an idea. System, upgrade the Divine Chef skill to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, Divine Chef skill upgrade to level 2 successful. Divine Chef level 20100, a skill practiced by the legendary cooks of the gods, specializing in cooking food for the gods. Able to use everything in heaven and earth as ingredients to make food that would make a god rave. However, nothing seemed to have changed with the upgraded level 2 Divine Cook skill, which made Jiang Hao puzzled for a moment. With that, he opened his mouth to ask the system. System, what exactly has changed with the level 2 divine chef skill? However, the system's reply left him speechless. Ding, the system has no right to inform, please ask the host to explore on his own. Helpless, he had no choice but to put it down for now. Looking at the greatly changed system panel, Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction, only, when he saw the last of his attribute column, endurance, Jiang Hao frowned. System, how should the endurance attribute be raised? Ding, the system has no right to tell, please ask the host to explore on his own. Hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. After inquiring to no avail, Jiang Hao did not ask any more questions. Soon, time turned to noon, and the weather was extremely hot at noon in June. Jiang Hao was lying on the table fanning himself with a book. Brother Hao, are you going to buy a popsicle? At this time, Jiang Hao's deskmate, Little Fatty, pushed Jiang Hao and inquired. Jiang Hao, as hot soon cannot stand, at this time, heard the little fat children's inquiry, suddenly some intention. Go, go, go. 1 piece to go. The two brought a trot all the way and rushed to the school's kiosk. However, at this time, there was already a long line in front of the kiosk. Jiang Hao and the small fat students can only follow the back row. After about 6 or 7 minutes, it was finally Jiang Hao and Fatty's turn. Jiang Hao followed behind Fatty, Fatty in front. Little Fatty reached out and handed the money to the boss. Boss, come 2 bottles of cold soda, and in come 2 popsicles, I want chocolate flavor. Chapter 91 Arrogant Interrupting 5, Calm Jiang Hao strikes out. He then turned to ask Jiang Hao. Brother Hao, what flavor do you want? I'll treat you. Jiang Hao was about to thank the little fat kid, however, just then, suddenly 5 tall men wearing t-shirts and sweating profusely ran over from the side. They looked like they should have just finished playing basketball. At this moment, these 5 people didn't seem to see the long line at all, and directly rushed to the front from the side, squeezing little Fatty's classmates directly to the back. Boss, come 5 bottles of soda, and then take a pack of Red River. The little fat classmate hadn't even gotten the popsicles and soda yet, and then he was cut in line, and was suddenly furious. Hey, why are you guys like this? Have no quality. The others at the back of the queue were also very dissatisfied and accused. How can you cut in line? Can't you see that we are all in line? That's right, all high school students, not even a little quality. Uneducated. Shame on you. The crowd was very dissatisfied with the 5 men's queue jumping behavior. At this time, the big tall man who had cut in line to buy something suddenly turned around, his face full of disdain, and looked down at the little fat student. Kid, what? Not convinced? I never queue up to buy things, what are you? At this time, several people beside him had surrounded, squeezing little fat in the center, with a look of wanting to eat people in their eyes. Little fatty student was squeezed by these 5 big and tall people, and was instantly a bit scared. When the others saw this scene, they immediately shut up. A look of concern, some even lowered their heads, fearing that these 5 people looking for trouble. At this time, the kiosk owner also hurriedly spoke out to regulate the situation. Several people, your sodas, drink them first, don't be angry, don't be angry. Only then did these few people turn around and accept the sodas handed over by the boss one by one. And although Jiang Hao was equally disgruntled, this was a school after all, and he didn't want to cause trouble. He pulled his little fat classmate back and chose not to be general with them. The little fat classmate squinted his eyes and looked at these 5 people, very depressed, and muttered in a low voice. Still really unqualified. However, although this mutter was very small, it was still heard by the 5 people who were standing on the side, preparing to eat popsicles. These 5 people immediately stopped dismantling their popsicles, and their gazes looked over. Little Fatty quickly pretended that he knew nothing and looked down at the ground. At this moment, Jiang Hao saw the scene and knew it was bad. Sure enough, the 5 people directly surrounded up, the leader of a person even reached out and pushed a lowered head pretending to know nothing little fat shoes. The little fat kid was pushed to stagger, bumped into Jiang Hao body. Jiang Hao held the little fat kid. Kid, what did you say? Little Fatty had already been intimidated by the 5, and seeing this, Jiang Hao had no choice but to step in. Anymore, little fatty classmate had just asked him to eat a popsicle, and even though this popsicle hadn't been eaten yet, he still had to take the favor, didn't he? Jiang Hao pulled the little fat classmate behind him, then stared at the 5 people who were looking for trouble without fear, and disliked them directly without mercy. He said, you guys are a bunch of trash and have no quality, what's wrong with that? Is there a problem? At this moment, Jiang Hao's words had just fallen, and as soon as these 5 people heard that, one of them became furious and was about to strike out, when the one next to him pulled the person back. Then with his eyes, he implicitly pointed to the camera above the kiosk. That person immediately understood. At this time, one of them laughed back in anger and spoke out. "Yell, young man, quite wild ah." Chapter 92, Meeting in the Back Playground, Not Talking About Windflowers and Quality. Afterward, this person took a step in front of Jiang Hao, stared at him, smiled contemptuously, and opened his mouth. "Kid, you've got balls, why don't you go over there and talk?" At the same time, he signaled the back playground. Jiang Hao was not afraid of these people's intimidation. Well, Hao skimmed at this person, then turned to Little Fatty and said, "Little Fatty, go back to the classroom first, I'll speak to these trash about quality." Jiang Hao's words immediately surprised the crowd that was originally watching from the sidelines. "Sassafras, did I hear it right? Hee hee. It's really a child, impulsive when provoked. Impulsiveness is the devil." At this point, how could they still not understand that this was going to be a move off? However, Jiang Hao's reply shocked them even more. However, none of them were optimistic about Jiang Hao, they just had to think that Jiang Hao's brain had been kicked by a donkey. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao's words caused these 5 to laugh in anger. "Hee hee, not bad, quite tough, I hope that when the time comes, you'll be as cocky as ever, lad." And at this moment, where was Fatty not clear about the situation, he was immediately filled with worry, while also being chagrined inwardly. Just now what did he say more? "How, don't go, let's just stay here and see what they can do to me." Finally, the little fat student gathered his courage and spoke out. "Besides, it's me who's going to go." Jiang Hao heard this, and instantly, there was a hint of more recognition for little fatty boy. However, this didn't mean that he agreed to let little fatty go and reason with these people. He was an artist and was not afraid of these 5 people, while little fatty went over there, I'm afraid that he would be completely on the receiving end of the bullying. Jiang Hao smiled and patted little fatty's child's shoulder. "It's fine, you go back to the classroom first." Saying that, he turned around and headed towards the back playground. Those 5 people instantly glanced at each other, and their eyes carried surprise in them. "Hee hee, looks like we've met a lad with a temper, right?" At this moment, Fatty was about to chase after them. Suddenly, 2 of that interloping quintet directly came out and blocked in front of little Fatty. A few people looked at each other and smiled, looking at the little fat student on the side and said, "Kid, someone is standing up for you today, so we'll let you off for now." After saying that, the big tall guy at the head of the group looked at Jiang Hao, who was already walking towards the back playground, and then reached out to the 4 people in their piece. "Let's go, brothers, we should go over and take care of this little friend, don't let people wait impatiently." At this, the little fat kid sniffed and immediately became anxious. Next to him, those who were lining up in front of the kiosk watched Jiang Hao and those 5 people leave, and all of a sudden, one by one, they opened their mouths. "Hey! That student was impulsive. That's right, they're 5 people, how can he fight them alone? I hope he's okay." The crowd muttered, but none of them showed a hint that they were ready to come forward to help. The little fat boy was so anxious that he was about to cry. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and a hint of joy appeared on his face at once. "Right, go back to the classroom and look for your classmates." After little Fatty reacted, his face was full of worry as he glanced in the direction of the back playground, and finally, clenched his teeth. Not even bothering to take the popsicle, he rushed towards where the teaching building was, and went back to the classroom to move help. Jiang Hao came to the back playground, found a place without surveillance, and quietly waited for those 5 people to come over. As soon as those 5 people came over, they all had teasing faces and surrounded Jiang Hao in the center. Chapter 93, Jiang Hao's Might, 5 Hegemons Kneeling. One of them spoke out. "Kid, if you kneel down now, call us grandpa, and beg us, maybe we'll let you go." "Ha ha. That's right, kneel down and beg us." At this time, the next few people also laughed and chimed in. The commotion here instantly attracted some of the surrounding students, who stopped to watch. "Hee hee, isn't that the 5 bullies from the senior 31 class? I heard that they even beat up the teachers. They're bullying again? Hee hee. Who's so unlucky here to meet these fiends?" And at this moment, Jiang Hao sniffed and immediately looked at these people as if they were clowns. The eyes of the one leading the group that saw Jiang Hao didn't even have the slightest bit of fear, but instead looked at them as if they were looking at a little cutie. Generally looking at them. He was instantly infuriated and reached out to push Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao suddenly struck out, as fast as lightning, and pinched this person's wrist. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he unleashed his giant power, using a slight amount of force on his hand. Ah! With a miserable scream, the crowd that was still discussing was instantly awakened. One by one, they hurriedly looked along the place where the tragic scream came from, and immediately saw a scene that shocked them. Originally, Jiang Hao, who they considered to be the weaker party, was pinching one person's hand, causing that person to cry out in pain. At that moment, the four people next to him saw the situation and immediately swung their fists, used their feet, and tried to kick and hit Jiang Hao. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao remained unperturbed as he pulled the screaming man and used a quarter of his strength to violently push the man out. The man's face was horrified, and the soles of his feet took a sharp step backward, staggering and crashing into the two men who would be rushing up at once. Those two people were filled with pain as they flew backwards. At this moment, they only felt as if they had been hit by a moving car. At this moment, Jiang Hao quickly turned back, raised his leg, and kicked out violently, kicking the other person in the stomach. Instantly, that person was like a rag doll and flew directly backwards. At this time, Jiang Hao changed direction once again, and with the added benefit of level 3 danger sense, he instantly punched like the wind, his fist instantly appearing in the face of the last person to make a move to rush up. The last person was scared to death, and subconsciously closed his eyes tightly, not daring to move. Whoosh! With a gust of force blowing across his face, Jiang Hao supported his hand when his fist was a centimeter away from the man's face. Just as the man slowly opened his eyes and was about to rejoice, Jiang Hao raised his foot and kicked the man in the stomach, directly kicking the man out several meters. At this moment, the surrounding crowd looked like they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that Jiang Hao, who they had originally considered to be on the weaker side, would be like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, kicking the 5 hegemons to their knees in 3 punches and 2 kicks? Hiss! The crowd at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. This is too powerful, isn't it? He actually kicked someone 2 or 3 meters away. Could it be that he knows martial arts? Crap! FCK, the 5 hegemons were beaten up like this? For a moment, people's eyes were filled with shock and there was a lot of talk. At this moment, Jiang Hao came to the big tall guy who was leading the group and looked at him lying on the ground covering his stomach, his face full of pain. Hey, do you know what quality is now? When the big tall man saw Jiang Hao, he had a look of fear on his face. Jiang Hao was about to educate the big tall man in education when a sudden shout came from the crowd. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Brother Hao, we're here. Chapter 94, Jiang Hao's quality teaching, Lu Xian soothes the darkness. Jiang Hao was full of doubts and had just stood up when he saw a little fatty boy holding a short stick he had found somewhere and rushing over with a group of people. When he saw that it was Little Fatty, he was instantly relieved. Little Fatty rushed over and saw the intact Jiang Hao, and hastily braked his car, somewhat confused. Behind Little Fatty, those students who had followed him were still uncertain of the situation, and one by one, they anxiously asked. Fatty, which 5 people did you say? Is the master okay? However, when they rushed over and saw the calm and intact Jiang Hao, they were each a little embarrassed. The leader was none other than the captain of the sports team, Lu Biao. That master, you're fine? Jiang Hao smiled faintly and nodded. At that moment, Lu Biao awkwardly touched his head. That this fatty said that someone bullied you. At this time, he seemed to remember something, and immediately turned around in a circle and began to hold the little fat boy accountable. Sassafras, Fatty, are you lying to us? My master is not fine. At this moment, Little Fatty pointed behind Jiang Hao, as well as when the 5 people on the ground holding their stomachs full of pain. One by one, they all looked shocked. Master, they. Lu Biao looked around, then stammered and inquired. Jiang Hao said with a calm face. It's not that these 5 said he didn't know what qualities were, so I'll teach them. Hiss. Now, Lu Biao had a moment of fear. At this time, he suddenly remembered that time when he was playing basketball, he even made a fool of himself and prepared to fight with Master. Luckily, he was pulled back by his friend at first, or else. Lu Biao looked at the 5 people behind Jiang Hao, lying on the ground holding their stomachs in pain. I'm afraid that this was the end of him. Now, he worshipped Jiang Hao even more. I didn't realize that his master was not only a good student and a great basketball player, but he was even so good at fighting. At this time, Fatty reacted with an apologetic face and hurriedly said. I'm sorry, Brother Hao. That just when I went back to my class to call our classmates, I ended up being blocked by our doggy class president Lu Xian. He also said that he's going to tell the teacher about this, so I guess the teacher will be here soon. There was nothing I could do, so I suddenly thought of Lu Biao and the others, so I went and called them to help. Zhang Hao sniffed and frowned for a moment. Lu Xian? At this moment, Lu Biao saw the opportunity and rushed forward. Master, do you want me to help? Zhang Hao raised his head and looked at Lu Biao, recognizing Lu Biao a little more, but for the jumping clown Lu Xian he didn't care to lend his hand to others yet. Zhang Hao smiled and said to Lu Biao, "It's fine, thanks for today, let's have a friendly match tomorrow afternoon." When Lu Biao heard this, he was ecstatic. Really, master? However, soon he was a little embarrassed again. Master, I actually didn't help today either. Zhang Hao smiled at his words and reached out to pat Lu Biao. Alright, don't be a mother-in-law. Now we should go, or else we'll have some trouble if the teacher comes in a while. As soon as Lu Biao heard this, he instantly understood. Yes. What about them? At this time, the little fat student suddenly asked. Zhang Hao turned around and glanced back, instantly scaring those 5 people full of panic. Seeing them in this abject state, Zhang Hao turned around and said, "Let's go, don't worry about it. I have a measure, there's nothing wrong with them, just rest." Alright, let's go. Zhang Hao said, and led a group of people back to the classroom in a hurry. Chapter 95 The Arrival of the Class Teacher, Sinister Lu Xian. With Zhang Hao gone, those 5 bullies heard that a teacher was coming, and all of a sudden, one by one, they struggled to get up and helped each other to hurry back to the classroom. Although they are not afraid of the teacher, but today's matter, they are the first to start, and 5 of them to fight one, but instead of being cleaned up by others. This matter is still the less people know the better, otherwise how can they still mix in the second middle school? Soon, the group of people on the back playground dispersed. After a short while, Lu Xian rushed to the back playground with a few teachers. However, there was no sign of Zhang Hao and the others on the back playground. Zhang Hao and their homeroom teacher Xiang Yingtian and the director of instruction and the others had angry faces, thinking that Lu Xian had lied to them. Lu Xian, you said Zhang Hao and the others were fighting here, where are they? Lu Xian is also confused, that dead fat guy clearly said that Zhang Hao was fighting with someone in the back playground, how come he's gone? Even a trace of his face was not left behind. Now, being stared at by the homeroom teacher and the director of instruction, Lu Xian instantly panicked. Teacher, maybe they've already fought and dispersed. A few teachers looked at the back playground that didn't have any traces, their faces were a bit bad. At this time, the director of instruction spoke up. Old Xiang, in a moment, you go to your class and take a look, nothing can happen to student Zhang Hao. Xiang Yingtian nodded. Well, I understand, Zhang Hao shouldn't fight with anyone, he's always been shy in these 3 years of high school. Lu Xian sniffed and immediately wanted to retort. This homeroom teacher of theirs had obviously been deceived by Zhang Hao's surface. When he remembered the time he had lost a bet with Zhang Hao earlier and Zhang Hao had forced him to learn how to bark like a dog, his teeth ached a little. He wanted to ask, why was Zhang Hao being coy? However, at this time, the teacher was still angry, so he didn't dare to open his mouth. At this time, the director of instruction glanced at Lu Xian and then said, if it's someone who's cheating and slandering others, then I think he needs a bit of punishment, so that he understands that a school is a school, not a place for hooking up. After saying that, the head teacher turned around and left. Yes, I know, I'll discipline him well. Xiang Yingtian said yes repeatedly, then turned around and glared fiercely at Lu Xian. He didn't expect this class president of his to have such a deep heart that he even went to the director of instruction before looking for him again. Soon after, Xiang Yingtian and Lu Xian rushed to senior class A to take a look. Zhang Hao was lying on the table sleeping, Wang Xiaoman was looking at the book, and the other students were reading books and doing problems without any signs at all. For Zhang Hao not studying and sleeping, he had long known and let it go. After all, there was always something different about a school bully, wasn't there? However, at this time, Xiang Yingtian's face was filled with gloom as he glared back at Lu Xian. He then walked into the classroom and came next to Zhang Hao, reaching out and knocking on Zhang Hao's desk. Zhang Hao pretended to look like he had just woken up from a nap. When he saw that it was his homeroom teacher, he hurriedly stood up. In reality, he had already known to the arrival of his homeroom teacher. Zhang Hao, what did you just go for? At this moment, Xiang Yingtian said. Zhang Hao sniffed and revealed a confused look. Then he said, Teacher, I was just thirsty, so I went to buy a bottle of water, nothing more. At this time, Lu Xian's face changed. If he didn't explain himself, he was afraid that he would be finished. At that moment, he hurriedly shouted. You're lying, just now this dead fat man clearly said that you fought with someone in the back playground, and he even ran to call the class to help. Saying this, Lu Xian also pointed at the little fat kid beside Zhang Hao. Chapter 96, Xiang Yingtian's Rage, the End of the Clowns. Lu Xian's words instantly made Xiang Yingtian, as well as all the hearts of senior class 8, feel disgusted. Xiang Yingtian frowned, becoming more and more disappointed in Lu Xian in his heart. Xiang Yingtian's face was unsightly as he stared at Lu Xian angrily. Lu Xian, watch your attitude. Also, who allowed you to give others random nicknames? As the head of a class, you sue for blackmail, give nicknames to your classmates, and never unite your classmates. Look at you, what kind of things have you done? Xiang Yingtian almost roared in anger as he questioned. Lu Xian was instantly intimidated by the angry Xiang Yingtian and stammered, unable to say anything. And at this time, Zhang Hao played another handful of assists. Zhang Hao glanced at Lu Xian as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Class president, can you grow a brain? If I had gone to fight, can I come back so quickly? Besides, if I just went to fight, then why isn't there a single mark on me? Zhang Hao's 3 words instantly left Lu Xian speechless. And at this time, the little fat kid shoes also stood up and said blindly in a serious manner. Teacher Xiang, I just went to buy ice cream with Zhang Hao and didn't know about the fight. And at this time, after Xiang Yingtian glanced at little fatty boy shoes, he then opened his mouth to all the students of senior class 8 and asked. Just now, did Wang Xiaoman ask you guys to fight? At this moment, Wang Xiaoman was instantly nervous while Lu Xian was elated. However, the next moment, to one's surprise, all the students of senior class 8 said in unison. No. In fact, over these 3 years, most of the students in senior class 8 had long been very dissatisfied with Lu Xian as the class president. Lu Xian usually looked down on this, looked down on that, and used his status as class president to bully others, and when he had any benefits, he kept them for himself, never considering others. Just now, not only did he block them from helping Zhang Hao, but he also ran off to tell the teacher about the blackmail. This is even more unbearable to them. As students, they are afraid that what they hate the most is the person who complains to the teacher. And undoubtedly, Lu Xian had long since lost the hearts and minds of everyone in senior class 8. This is what led to this scene. Zhang Hao was also surprised when he heard this. And while Wang Xiaoman was equally unusually shocked, he was also relieved. However, this ending left Lu Xian confused. You guys. Lu Xian looked at the cold eyes of the rest of senior class 8 and instantly panicked. It's not like that, how can you guys say panic? However, at this moment, none of the students in senior class 8 were willing to pay attention to him. At this moment, after he looked to the side at Xiang Yingtian who was already furious, his face was filled with aggression and fear. Teacher, it's not like that, listen to my explanation. However, Xiang Yingtian's patience had long been exhausted by Lu Xian over and over again. Alright, no need to say more. After saying that, Xiang Yingtian directly walked up to the podium and bowed to the crowd in a very serious manner, then said, I'm very sorry, due to my mistakes, I failed to know people well and caused a lot of inconvenience to everyone. I'm here to apologize to everyone. I apologize. After saying that, Xiang Yingtian turned his head again, skimming over Lu Xian who was at a loss for words, and said, Here, I have one more thing to announce. That is the removal of Lu Xian as class president. Now that the college entrance exam is coming up soon, I won't let you all vote for the election anymore, so I'll designate that I'll let student Zhang Hao temporarily take over the position of class president. Does everyone have any opinions? Chapter 97, The gainer of ways has many helpers. The loser of ways has few helpers. Xiang Yingtian's words instantly made Lu Xian's face turn ashen. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, was surprised. However, he had never thought of being the class president, and just as he was about to politely refuse, all the students of senior class 8 unexpectedly said in unison, No! At the same time, there was clapping in celebration. Looking at the trusting eyes of the crowd as they looked back one by one, Zhang Hao's words of refusal didn't come out after all. At this point, Xiang Yingtian then faintly revealed a smile. Student Zhang Hao, since everyone trusts you so much, then I'll trouble you for these next 10 days. Soon, the matter passed in this manner. Lu Xian was removed from his position as class president, and was also pulled by Xiang Yingtian for a while of ideological education. Zhang Hao instead became the temporary class president of senior class 8. Everything is quiet again. In this way, time passed day by day. Sunday came. On Sunday, Zhang Hao and the others finally had a day off to rest. When they got up in the morning, Zhang's father and mother, who couldn't be bothered, got up early again and prepared to go to the restaurant to work. As for the restaurant, Jiang Hao saw that his parents could not be idle at all, and out of safety considerations, he asked his parents to rent a store and open it up. In the morning, Jiang Hao woke up early and prepared to follow his parents to the noodle shop. Even though Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom wanted Jiang Hao to study at home, however, Jiang Hao's own situation, he knew best. Reviewing, he didn't need it at all. Afterwards, Jiang Ma instructed Jiang Zixuan for a few moments before the three of them left the house. The three of them soon arrived at the Jiang family restaurant. In the morning, although there were quite a lot of people eating breakfast, however, the Jiang family restaurant had only been open for a few days, and the customers around it weren't familiar with it, so business was a bit lukewarm. However, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom weren't in a hurry. Jiang Mom started preparing the ingredients, while Jiang Dad started making the noodles, and Jiang Hao also helped out by playing a hand on the side. However, after Jiang Hao touched the kitchenware once again, suddenly, he remembered his divine chef skill that had been set aside after he had upgraded to level 2 not too long ago. There was a sudden burst of skill. The divine chef skill had barely changed after upgrading to level 2 in the first place, and when he had asked the system about it, the system had told him to explore it on his own. Now, wasn't this a good opportunity? With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao opened his mouth and said to Jiang Dad, who was at the side, "Dad, I'll do it, you take a break." Jiang Dad didn't push back, so he gave Jiang Hao the cooking utensils in his hand. "That's fine, you get it done, I'll go outside and clean up the table." He was still assured of his son's craftsmanship. After Papa Jiang went out, Jiang Hao picked up the cookware and waved it skillfully. Soon, an exquisite bowl of small noodles came out of the pot, and a special fragrance instantly wafted out, strangely fragrant. Jiang Hao was also very satisfied as he smelled the fragrance. Right at this moment, after his gaze landed on the bowl of small noodles, he unexpectedly realized that there was a small line of words floating on the bowl. Fragrance +5. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao was instantly stunned. "Sassafras, what's going on?" Jiang Hao rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had misread it. However, when his gaze fell on the bowl of noodles again, the line of words was still there. At that moment, Jiang Hao was shocked, how this was a bit like the attributes in the game. Crap. Groove, the rice I made wouldn't have attributes, right? After being shocked, Jiang Hao reacted and his mind sank into the system in a hurry. System, what the hell is going on here? As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, the system's mechanical voice rang out. Ding, there's no need for the host to be alarmed, this is exactly the change brought about by the level 2 Divine Chef. Chapter 98 Level 2 Divine Chef Skill, Food with Additional Attributes. Level 2 Divine Chef allows the food made by the host to possess special attributes. When Jiang Hao heard this, he sucked in a breath of cool air and felt a moment of incredulity. Hiss. It's worthy of being a skill that even the gods are amazed by. At this moment, a cacophony of noises came from outside. Boss, what smells so good? I'll take this. It smells so good. Boss, did you come out with a new dish? Papa Jiang generally consoled the guests while rushing to the back kitchen. How, what are you doing that smells so good? Just now I said that bowl of Yangchun noodles is done yet? Jiang Dad just entered the back kitchen and hurriedly inquired curiously. Dad, I didn't do anything, just made this bowl of Yangchun noodles. Saying this, Jiang Hao lifted up the bowl of Yangchun noodles in front of him that he had just made with a +5 aroma and turned around to hand it to his father. After Jiang Dad looked at the exquisite, almost glittering bowl of Yangchun noodles that Jiang Hao handed over, he was instantly in awe as well. It was only then that he realized that the tantalizing aroma had just emanated from the bowl of noodles. To be able to make an ordinary bowl of Yangchun noodles to such an extent, I'm afraid that such culinary skills could not even be compared to a culinary master, right? However, what shocked him even more was that it was his son who made the mistake. Now, Mr. Jiang couldn't understand this son of his even more. At this moment, Papa Jiang suddenly laughed in the sun. It seems that I'm really old, no matter how mysterious Hauer is, he's still his own son. With this thought, Jiang Dad took the Yangchun noodles in Jiang Hao's hand, gave his son an encouraging look, and then said, How, 3 more bowls of such Yangchun noodles. After saying that, he carried the bowl of Yangchun noodles and went out happily. Not long after, a burst of marvelous sounds came from outside. Soon, Jiang Hao once again made 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles and went out. This time, Jiang Hao purposely kept a close eye on these 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles one by one. First bowl, Spirit +2. Second bowl, Strength +1. Third bowl, Speed +1. Seeing such attributes, Jiang Hao was instantly nonplussed. System, this noodle of mine can still add physical attributes? Ding, the food made by the host's level 2 divine chef skill, the increased attributes are not permanent and can only be maintained for 1 day. Now, Jiang Hao heard the key. Level 2 divine chef skill doesn't work, what about level 3, level 4? By then, I'm afraid that he could become a god just by eating the food he made. Just as Jiang Hao was still envisioning the future, the sound of Jiang Dad shouting came from outside. How, are the noodles ready yet? Jiang Hao was awakened, he hurriedly put away his harangue and hurried back. Alright Dad, I'll bring it out right now. Jiang Hao decided to serve it out himself in order to see how the customers would react after eating the bowl of noodles. After serving the noodles to those 3 customers one by one, Jiang Hao stood aside and observed. When those 3 customers couldn't wait to taste the first bite, they were instantly full of praise. Wow, this noodle is too delicious. Soon, the 3 guests wolfed down the 3 bowls of noodles. At this time, the guest who had eaten the first bowl of noodles suddenly marveled. Why do I feel especially energized today after eating this bowl of noodles? And at this time, the 2 guests who had eaten the second and third bowls were also surprised for a moment. When you say it like that, why do I feel how I feel full of strength after eating this bowl of noodles? Need to know, I just feel like I'm floating lightly. Chapter 99, Business Explodes, Hearing the Sound of the Business. At this moment, after Jiang Hao watched the reactions of these 3 people after eating the Yangchen noodles with special attributes, he had a moment of realization. Subsequently, Jiang Hao was deeply afraid that these 3 would look deeper into the matter, so he hurriedly spoke out to round up the situation. This is probably the illusion of the 3 of you. If the 3 of you think my noodles are delicious, you are welcome to come back next time. After Jiang Hao dismissed these 3 people, he started another round of busyness. Soon, before noon, the ingredients that Jiang Dad had prepared for 2 days were nearly at the bottom. During this time, Jiang Hao even made meals with various attributes. There were energy boosting, flavor boosting, strength boosting, and acceleration boosting ones. At this moment, outside the Jiang family restaurant, more and more people had formed a long line outside, all of them attracted by the aroma in this restaurant. Jiang Hao had been busy for most of the morning, and with the ingredients already running out, Jiang Hao was ready to close down. At the same time, he wanted to adjust the price of the food he made. Anyways, he was at least a divine chef heir, and the food he made even contained special attributes. A bowl of noodles that was still $7 would be a bit pricey. Moreover, it's too cheap, there are too many people eating it, he can't do it alone. At the same time, he was going to add a few more dishes on his own menu. After Jiang Hao called Jiang Dad in for a discussion, he was ready to close for the day. After Jiang Dad came out, he looked at the crowd that was still waiting in line, and momentarily said with an apologetic face. That's sorry everyone, today's ingredients bought out, thank you for your support. As soon as Papa John's words fell, the crowd wailed. I waited for a long time, how come it's gone? Hey, me too, I haven't eaten until now. However, there was no way around it, so Papa Jiang could only say sorry, and after dismissing these disappointed guests, Papa Jiang went back to the back kitchen to pack up his things. Not long after the crowd dispersed, a black Land Rover sped up and stopped at the side of the road. Afterwards, the car door opened, and a young woman wearing a black uniform, about 27 or 88 years old, came out from the driver's seat and carried down a cute and adorable little loli from the passenger side. That young beauty woman looked around, seemingly searching for something. Soon, her eyes landed on the Jiang family noodle house. Afterwards, he pulled the little loli by his side and walked towards the Jiang family restaurant. Looking at the cold and clear Jiang family noodle house, Xiaoqin was a bit puzzled. She took out her cell phone, tapped on a picture, came to Jiang Ma who was packing up outside, handed it over, and inquired. May I ask sister, are the Yangchen noodles in this picture from this Jiang family restaurant of yours? Jiang Ma looked up at the words, a hint of amazement flashing under her eyes. However, when Jiang Ma saw the picture in Yang Han's hand, her face was full of smiles and she said proudly. That's right, moreover, this Yangchen noodles are still made by my son. But, sister, you're late, we're already closed. Xiaoqin sniffed, and immediately became a bit anxious. Sister, it's not even noon yet, why are we closed? Jiang Ma smiled. It's not because my son's cooking is too delicious, no, I prepared the ingredients for 2 days, and I've already finished buying them in the morning. When Jiang Ma said that, Xiaoqin understood. At this time, Xiaoqin looked at her side, a listless and somewhat pale daughter, a burst of heartache. This can be done. That sister, can you be accommodating and let your son make a bowl of Yangchen noodles for my daughter? Look, what ingredients are needed, it's fine if I personally go and buy them. Chapter 100, the end of the story, anorexia xiner. Her own daughter somehow got anorexia. She would be nauseated by everything she ate, and she had searched for so many doctors and taken so many medicines, but she couldn't see any improvement. Later, she invited many chefs to cook for her daughter, but it didn't help. This morning, unintentionally, she saw someone on the internet said that there is a Yangchun noodles here is so delicious that it is bursting, and also with a picture of guests waiting in a long line. Xiaqin then took a look and realized that this restaurant was not very far away. Even though she didn't have any great hopes for such a small restaurant, however, she still held the mentality of giving it a try and brought her daughter here. Jiang Ma, who was clear about the truth of the matter, then looked at the little loli beside Xiaqin, whose face was a bit hungry and yellow, and her eyes were suddenly filled with pain. Poor child, how could this happen? Good, I'll go and talk to my son about it. Sister, you sit down first and wait for a moment. Xiaqin was overjoyed when she heard this. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. After arranging for Xiaqin to sit down, Jiang Ma went to the back kitchen and told Jiang Hao about the matter. After hearing this, Jiang Hao came out with Jiang Ma. Jiang Hao had just seen Xiaqin and was also amazed by her. Xiaqin's body's noble aura, at a glance, is not ordinary people. At this time, Jiang Ma followed out and hurriedly introduced herself to Xiaqin. Sister, this is my son, Jiang Hao. He made the Yangchun noodles in your photo. Xiaqin heard the commotion and hurriedly turned around. After listening to Jiang Ma's introduction, she stared at Jiang Hao's boyish face with a burst of surprise, her eyes filled with skepticism. After all, Jiang Hao looked far too childish for his own good, and even, he already didn't hold much hope for this trip. Mr. Jiang, hello, my name is Xiaqin. However, her good upbringing made her not forget where she was. He hurriedly introduced himself while politely extending his delicate hand to Jiang Hao. However, the sensitive Jiang Hao had long seen the skepticism in Xiaqin's eyes. Seeing Xiaqin's skeptical gaze made his image of Xiaqin greatly discounted. He hadn't begged her to come, she had begged him, so what reason did she have to doubt him? Jiang Hao ignored the chin-shan hand that Xiaqin reached over, but instead, his gaze fell on the budding little loli next to Xiaqin. Looking at the little loli whose face was hungry and yellow and whose spirit was a bit sluggish, Jiang Hao's heart was touched. He was a little heartbroken. How did such a cute child get anorexia? At this moment, Jiang Hao revealed a gentle smile and staggered to the side of the little loli. Jiang Hao's reaction caused Xiaqin a moment of embarrassment. However, although Xiaqin was dissatisfied, she didn't say anything, she just smiled slightly and withdrew her hand, easing the embarrassment. Seeing this, Jiang Ma burst out in anger. This child! Jiang Hao reached out and gently touched the little loli's hand, asking softly. Little sister, what's your name? The little loli opened a pair of round eyes and glanced at Jiang Hao, followed by a sticky voice. Hello brother, my name is Xiner. Oh. So little sister's name is Xiner. Then what does Xiner want to eat? Brother will make it for you? Xiner stared at Jiang Hao and said in a good-natured manner. Xiner doesn't know. Don't know? Then how about brother make Xiner more delicious food, and when the time comes, how about Xiner chooses what she likes to eat herself? Thank you brother. Then Xiner sit down first, wait a little for brother will immediately make delicious food for Xiner. The two chatted as if no one else was around. Chapter 101 Jiang Hao strikes, Xiner is hungry. After saying that, Jiang Hao got up, glanced at Xiaqin on the side, and spoke. I don't know if the dishes I make can help Xiner, but I'll do my best, so you wait with Xiner for a little while. Saying this, Jiang Hao turned around and headed straight for the back kitchen. Xiaqin sniffed and hurriedly thanked him. However, Jiang Hao had long since entered the back kitchen. Jiang Ma, who was at the side, was a bit embarrassed and quickly rounded up the situation. This child. Sister, I'm sorry. Jiang Hao isn't usually like this. As Jiang Ma accompanied Xiaqin and Xiner, Jiang Hao returned to the back kitchen and was instantly in deep thought. After doing a little thinking, Jiang Hao got to work. Whether or not the dishes he made could make Xiner talk, Jiang Hao actually didn't have a clue in his heart, and he could only try his best to give it a shot. Jiang Hao prepared the ingredients and started cooking according to some of the recipes and the divine chef's skill in his mind. Soon, an aroma emanated from the pot and floated out from the back kitchen. Xiaqin, who was sitting outside, was immediately attracted by the scent as well. Wow, it smells so good. Xiaqin was shocked for a moment. This fragrance alone was not inferior to those cooking masters she had once hired. At this time, Xiner, who was originally sitting quietly on the side, shrugged her little nose and suddenly turned around, saying to Xiaqin, "Mom, Xiner is hungry." When Xiaqin heard this, she was slightly stunned, as if she had misheard. "Ah." And at this time, Xiner's glutinous voice came again. "Mom, Xiner is hungry." This time, Xiaqin finally heard it clearly, and at that moment, she burst into ecstasy. "Xiner is hungry? It's working, it's working." At that moment, Xiaqin cried out in joy, and then she even stood up in a hurry, looking towards the back kitchen in succession, somewhat at a loss for words. When Jiang Ma heard this, she was surprised, but she was also bursting with joy. "It's good to know that you're hungry, it seems to be really effective." "Maisie Xia, don't be in a hurry, I'll go see how Howard is preparing." Saying that, Jiang Ma got up and hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. And at this moment, in the back kitchen, Jiang Hao was also pleasantly surprised as he looked at the exquisite, small dishes on the plate in his hands that emitted a tantalizing golden luster. Because in Jiang Hao's eyes, there was actually a line of small words floating on top of the plate. Appetizing +5. This dish is red with fire, fire with gold, and has the image of a lotus flower, so let's call it golden lotus in fire. After saying that, Jiang Hao was about to carry this plate of small dishes out and let Xiner taste it first. At this time, Jiang Ma happened to walk in. "Howard, is it ready?" "Mom, I just fried a dish and I'm going to let Xiner try it first." "Also, Mom, you tell my dad to hurry to the market after he comes out of Uncle Cheng's house and buy some vegetables, some more meat, and wolfberries, millet. Later on, I'll see what happens and make something else for Xiner." "Good, good, then you serve this dish up first," Xiner said she's hungry. Jiang Ma hurriedly urged. At the same time, she took out her cell phone and called Jiang Dad. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, carried this dish of golden lotus and fire in his hands and went out of the back kitchen. Soon, the dish was served, and Xiaqin and Xiner's gazes were immediately drawn to the dish. Xiaqin swallowed her saliva as she looked at the glowing dish and the scent wafting through the air. "Xiner, hurry up and taste if the dish that brother made is good." Jiang Hao pushed the dish next to Xiner and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Xiner took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of egg and put it in her mouth. On the side, Jiang Hao and Xiaqin looked at Xiner with an expectant face. Chapter 102 Anorexia doesn't exist. Soon after, a piece of egg went down. Xiner instantly showed a glint in her eyes, and then she hurriedly added up another piece of tomato and put it in her mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Hao suddenly burst of joy. It is true that the dishes with attributes made by himself are different. And Xiaqin on the side was even more delighted, crying tears of joy. "My Xiner has finally started eating." Xiner stuck her chopsticks into her plate one after another, and soon, most of a small plate of food was gone. At that moment, Xiaqin, who was at the side, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and hurriedly got up, bowing deeply to Jiang Hao to say thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang." Seeing this, Jiang Hao had to sigh. Pity the world's parents. "Alright, no need to thank, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Besides, Xiner is so endearing, anyone who comes across her will help her too. Xiner has just gained an appetite, so she can't eat too many greasy things. The ingredients of this plate of golden lotus planted in the fire are all appetizing vegetables. Later, I'm going to make some more kanji for Xiner to warm her stomach first." This time, Xiaqin was very respectful to Jiang Hao, so she spoke up after hearing this. "Everything is at Mr. Jiang's disposal." Jiang Hao nodded. Soon, Papa Jiang arrived. Jiang Hao hurriedly took the ingredients from Jiang Dad's hands and once again went into the back kitchen and got busy. Soon, a thick fog of aroma came from the back kitchen. Not long after, with the help of Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom, a plate of exquisite, luster-emitting dishes were served. Jiang Hao first served Xiner a glance of kanji, and Xiner seemed to have an appetite, devouring the bowl. Seeing this scene, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were overjoyed. Xiaqin looked at this table. Whether it was the color, or the aroma, or the taste was far superior to any of the meals she had eaten at any of the high-class restaurants. Even an anorexic like her daughter was unable to resist it, and for a moment, her eyes were filled with shock. In front of the food with additional attributes made by Jiang Hao, Xiner looked like she wasn't sick at all. Seeing this, Jiang Hao and the others were relieved. Afterward, Jiang Hao was about to call Jiang Zixuan to come here for dinner when suddenly a young man in a suit walked in from outside. Seeing this, Jiang Hao quickly spoke out. "I'm sorry, sir, the small store is closed today." However, this person didn't even look at Jiang Hao, but his gaze fell on the table of glistening, fragrant dishes where Xiaqin was. A hint of shock and delight flashed under his eyes, and then, the man's face was filled with arrogance and a look of superiority. Kid, where's your chef? Go quickly and tell him that Fan Jian, the general manager of the Heavenly Mansion building, has an invitation. Tell him to come out quickly. I am prepared to send him a creation. This man's arrogance immediately caused Zhang Hao to frown in displeasure. I'm sorry, this gentleman, we're closed for business. Also, regarding the chef here, my humble self is none other than the following. As for the creation you mentioned, I do not want to know. Fan Jian was shocked when he heard this, and only then did his gaze fall on Zhang Hao. However, when he saw Zhang Hao's childish face, that wink of surprise turned into a sneer. Kid, just you? Don't tease. Quickly go and call your chef to go and tell him that Fan Jian, the general manager of the Heavenly Mansion building, is waiting for him, and will not wait until it's too late. Fan Jian simply didn't believe that being able to make such an exquisite-looking and aromatic rare delicacy, how could it be a kid whose hairs weren't even long enough to grow? Chapter 103 Retarded Fan Jian, Disliking Retards. Zhang Hao looked at Fan Jian as if he was looking at a retard. I'm the chef of this restaurant, it's fine if you don't believe me, but now please leave, my house is closed today, no hospitality. Fan Jian sniffed, and instantly became angry. Humph, you brat, do you know who I am? The commotion over here instantly startled Xia Qin and Zhang Dad, Zhang Mom, and the others not far away. They also got up and came over. At this moment, when Fan Jian saw Zhang Dad, who was nursing his apron, he instantly assumed that Zhang Dad was the chef, and then pointed at the table where Xia Qin and the others had just sat and said, Did you cook that table? My humble self is the general manager of Tianfu House, Fan Jian. Let me tell you, you're in luck today, my Tianfu Lu now needs a chef, so hurry up and pack your things and follow me. After saying that, Fan Jian directly turned around and was about to leave in a very tuggy manner. Fan Jian was very proud to announce the name of Tianfu House. In his thoughts, when the average person hears that Tianfu House is recruiting, they will definitely run their asses off to follow. After all, Tianfu House's reputation is there. At this moment, Papa Jiang was also stunned when he heard this, but soon, he reacted. I'm sorry, sir, you might be mistaken. That table was cooked by my son. As soon as Papa Jiang's words fell, Fan Jian's body, which was about to walk out of the door, suddenly froze, and he quickly turned around, looking at Zhang Hao, and then at Papa Jiang. His eyes were filled with skepticism. I can tell you, I recruited you because I saw that your cooking skills are barely okay, so don't lie to me. If you want your son to be an imposter and indiscriminate, that won't do. Fan Jian's mouth was unforgiving as he said seriously. Fan Jian's words immediately caused Zhang Dad and the others to frown full of displeasure. And at this time, Xia Qin opened her mouth. Mr. Fan, that table dish was indeed made by this little brother, you're looking for the wrong person. Fan Jian sniffed, glanced at Xia Qin, and instantly his eyes were filled with amazement, then with a piggy face, his words changed. Alright then, if it's really as this pretty lady said, you'll first go with me to the Heavenly Mansion to take a test. If you pass, I'll believe it's you, and in the future, you can stay in our Heavenly Mansion. Looking at Fan Jian, who was tugging like 25,000, Zhang Hao was annoyed and said in a cold voice. Heavenly Mansion, what a great name. Heavenly Mansion has a general manager like you. I see that Heavenly Mansion is nothing more than that. Alright, you can get lost, you're not welcome here. Fan Jian sniffed and instantly became furious, pointing his finger at Zhang Hao with an angry face. You little billet, I only decided to give you a chance because of this beautiful lady's face, how dare you scold me? Zhang Hao looked at Fan Jian, who was pointing at his face, and his anger rose. I'm warning you, don't point your finger at me, get lost. At this moment, Fan Jian was furious. In the past, as long as he mentioned that he was the general manager of the Heavenly Mansion, countless people would flatter and compliment him, so how had he ever suffered this humiliation? Little you. Fan Jian's sentence of small exit, before the words were finished, Zhang Hao was already furious, he reached out and grabbed a handful of Fan Jian's fingers and wrenched them hard. Ah! At once, the pain caused Fan Jian to let out a pig scream. The Zhang father on the side was startled, and he quickly pulled Zhang Hao with one hand. Hao, stop, let go. Seeing this, Zhang Hao grabbed Fan Jian's wrist and pushed him out with a violent force. Ah! As if he was hit by a train, Fan Jian staggered and withdrew a few steps one after the other, his buttocks directly squatting on the ground. Zhang Dad was instantly furious, shaking off Zhang Hao and rushing forward to help Fan Jian, apologizing uncontrollably as he did so. However, at this moment, Fan Jian was dizzy with anger and pushed Zhang Dad to the ground. Ugh! Chapter 104, it's not that we're finished, it's that you're finished. Get out of my way. Fan Jian roared, rolled over, crossed over to Zhang Dad, and was about to hit Zhang Hao. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ma was shocked and went up to help Jiang Dad in a hurry. His dad. Seeing Jiang Hao being pushed back, he immediately roared. You seek death. Saying that, Jiang Hao took an arrow step forward and kicked Fan Jian, who had just rolled up, to the ground again, ruthlessly stomping on him. Ah! Fan Jian once again revealed a pig-killing sound. This was when Jiang Hao turned around and looked at Jiang Dad, who was being helped up by Jiang Ma and Xiaqin, and anxiously said, Dad, are you alright? Jiang Dad sniffed and shook his head. You little, let go of me, I'm the general manager of Tianfu Building, you dare to hit me, you wait for me, I'll let you die. Jiang Hao sniffed, and immediately used a force on his foot. Ah! Then, another mournful scream came out. Jiang Hao, let go of him. Jiang Dad was shocked and immediately scolded. Jiang Hao somewhat reluctantly lifted his foot and let go of Fan Jian. After Fan Jian struggled to get up, he looked at Jiang Hao with a look of fear, and then he stepped back, pointing at Jiang Hao as he did so, his eyes filled with resentment. You wait for me. Jiang Hao couldn't look away and took a step forward, frightening Fan Jian so much that he stumbled and turned around and was about to take the door. And at that moment, Xiaqin pulled Jiang Hao back, then drank. Stop. You're the general manager of the Heavenly Mansion? At this time, Fan Jian went out the door, thinking that it was safe, and when he heard that, he looked at Xiaqin through the glass door with a wild, resentful voice. Ha, you just realized it now. It's too late. I'll make sure you all kneel down and beg me. You guys wait for me. Fan Jian said and was about to run. Fan Jian's threat caused a look of worry to fill Jiang parents' faces, while Jiang Hao didn't care in the slightest. At this time, Xiaqin suddenly spoke. No. I mean, it's not that I'm afraid of you, and we'll all be fine, it's that you'll be fine soon. Because, I've already recorded everything that just happened, and unluckily, I also know the eldest Miss Tianfu Lu and I've already passed that recording just now to the great Miss Tianfu Lu. I'd like to see if the people of the Heavenly Mansion House are running amok outside, and whether the great Miss of the Heavenly Mansion House cares or not. On the side, Jiang Hao sniffed and glanced at Xiaqin with some surprise. On the other hand, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were pleasantly surprised. And outside the door, Xiaqin's words immediately caused Fan Jian to freeze, and a trace of panic flashed in the bottom of Fan Jian's eyes. But soon, he reacted. What was the status of the Heavenly Mansion's eldest miss, and how could she be acquainted with such a barbaric lowly person? Instantly, Fan Jian looked Xiaqin up and down with a sneer on his face. Just you? Still know my family's eldest miss? Is my family's Missy Chi not something that an inferior like you can recognize? However, Xiaqin didn't retort, instead, her face was full of smiles and calmness. You wait a bit, there will be results soon. Xiaqin's calmness caused Fan Jian to inexplicably panic in his heart. Just as he was about to retort, a cell phone suddenly rang. The crowd subconsciously touched their cell phones, and then all their gazes simultaneously gathered on Fan Jian outside the door. At this moment, Fan Jian was holding his cell phone, both of his stalks trembling, his eyes full of shock, and then his gaze subconsciously landed on Xiaqin, who had a calm face. Seeing this, Xiaqin smiled and opened her mouth. Pick up My fan big general manager, should be your big Mrs. phone call You don't pick it up, beware of her anger Chapter 105 Tyrannical Missy, the downfall of being bitchy. Fan Jian sniffed and hurriedly picked up the phone, and at the same time, was even more respectful as he assumed the appearance of a dog's leg. Hey, Missy. And at that moment, a cold, domineering, unquestionable female voice came from over there. Fan Jian, due to you destroying the image of Heavenly Mansion, and also suspected of taking bribe, private transfer of public funds, by the decision of the board of directors, you have now been dismissed from your position as the general manager of Tianfu House's first district. Originally, you should have been sent to prison, but the company decided to settle the matter privately, considering that you have also made some merits for the company. As long as you make up for the public funds you misappropriated, the company will not pursue the matter. Well, I hope you'll hurry. After saying that, there was a busy tone from the other side. It turned out that the person had already hung up the phone. And at this moment, Fan Jian was stupefied and pale. This can't be. Right at this moment, Xiaqin's cell phone suddenly rang. Xiaqin glanced at Fan Jian, then picked up the phone and pressed the speakerphone. Hey, my Missy, thank you so much for today. And at this time, the female voice that had just spoken with Fan Jian came over again. However, this time it wasn't as domineering as it was just now, instead it was somewhat gentle and melodious. My Cheener, I've already told him to get lost. I've done you such a huge favor today, how should you repay me? Should you give your body in return, this king will never mind. At this point, Xiaqin sniffed and immediately stole a glance at Jiang Hao and Jiang Ma, and immediately realized that they were looking at themselves with some strange eyes. Jiang Hao looked at Xiaqin and thought to himself. It seems that this Xiaqin and the Heavenly Mansion building's eldest miss are by no means as simple as just knowing each other. At this moment, Xiaqin was flushed with shame, and she was very sorry that she had put herself on speakerphone at this point. Xue Zishi, shut up, I've got a lot of people here. Xiaqin roared angrily as she peeked at Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was watching from the side, as if he hadn't heard them at all. At that moment, the voice over there suddenly turned, once again transforming into that lofty, domineering, unquestionable queenly tone. Xiaqin, I heard that someone said that my heavenly mansion is nothing more than that? Wait a moment, I'll come over right away, I'd like to see what kind of person dares to make such a big statement. When Xiaqin heard this, he was a little embarrassed and stole a glance at Jiang Hao. However, he realized that Jiang Hao was not amused. Afterward, Xiaqin hurriedly spoke out to stop him. My missy, you're so busy, so don't come over. That was merely an unintentional remark from my brother, so be generous and don't take it to heart. After Xiaqin's constant discouragement, the queen on the other side finally loosened her tongue and didn't come. Xiaqin hung up the phone, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Fan Jian, who had listened to the entire conversation between Xiaqin and Xue Zishi, was suddenly ashen. He hurriedly opened the door and ran into the Zhang family restaurant. Puff! Fan Jian directly knelt down at Xiaqin's feet with a handful of snot and tears. Miss Xia, please help me plead with Missy, I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again. Xiaqin looked at Fan Jian, her eyes gurgling. You're begging the wrong person, you should be begging Mr. Jiang, only if you beg for his forgiveness will I dare to help you. Xiaqin wanted to make Jiang Hao owe her a favor through this incident, as a way to pull in her daughter's subsequent treatment for anorexia. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian immediately looked up at Jiang Hao before kneeling down in front of him without hesitation, a sobbing tone in his voice. Mr. Jiang, Grandpa Jiang, I have an old man on top and a young man on the bottom, my whole family is counting on me, so just let me go as a fart. Chapter 106, A Poor Man Must Have Something to Hate. At this moment, Fan Jian looked as pitiful as he had to be. However, Jiang Hao wasn't willing to pay him any attention. Jiang Hao glanced at the shrewd Xiaqin, naturally knowing exactly what Xiaqin was doing this for. Only, would Jiang Hao not owe Xiaqin a favor for a favor? Jiang Hao stared at Fan Jian and warned in a cold voice. You get the hell out of here, or I'm going to call the police. Fan Jian sobbed, but was unwilling to let go. Some of Jiang's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, were too kind-hearted to look away and kept looking up at Jiang Hao's face. Only, Jiang Hao is not a good man, but will not sympathize with this kind of dogfighting, thinking he is superior. Jiang Hao let out a cold shout. You get up! Fan Jian still put on a pitiful appearance, wanting to win the sympathy of Jiang Dad, Jiang Mom and others, still unwilling to get up. Seeing this, Jiang Hao had long been impatient, and he grabbed onto Fan Jian's collar as if he was carrying a dead rabbit, and surprisingly easily lifted Fan Jian directly up. At that moment, fear filled Fan Jian's face with horror. Subsequently, in the crowd's horrified gazes, Jiang Hao carried Fan Jian and directly walked out of the restaurant, unceremoniously dropping him on the street. Fan Jian was thrown and tumbled several times, while Jiang Hao returned to the Jiang family restaurant as if nothing had happened. Fan Jian rolled up with a face of pain, looked back at the stone-hearted Jiang Hao, seemed to feel no hope, and immediately turned away with eyes full of resentment. At this moment, in the Jiang family restaurant, Jiang Hao greeted the crowd and sat down, looking at Xiner who had recovered a bit of her vitality. He then softly said, Xiner, does brother's cooking Xiner like to eat? Xiner raised her head and looked at Jiang Hao, revealing a sweet smile. Xiner likes it so much, super likes it. The little child could no longer find a word to describe her favorite. The crowd that saw this scene instantly broke into smiles. Jiang Hao smiled and said, since Xiner likes brother's cooking so much, then Xiner can come to my house more often in the future and I'll cook for Xiner to eat. Okay? When Xiner heard this, she was, at once, bursting with joy, and soon, she turned around and looked at Xiaqin, who was on the side, with eyes full of hope. Xiaqin was in a difficult situation for a while. Although she also wanted Xiner to get better quickly, she couldn't constantly bother others. Jiang Hao naturally saw Xiaqin's difficulty and then spoke out to Xiaqin. You don't have to be like this, Xiner I like very much too, besides, you helped me today. When Xia Qin heard this, her eyes were instantly filled with gratitude. I'm really thankful to Mr. Jiang, as well as Big Brother and Big Sister. Saying that, Jiang Qin hastily took out a bank card and directly handed it over. Mr. Jiang, there's 1 million here. I have nothing to repay you guys. This is a little bit of my heart. Please ask for Mr. Jiang's hand. Xia Qin's words immediately took Jiang's father and mother under a big jump. Jiang Hao looked at Xia Qin with some surprise, although he felt that Xia Qin was not simple, but he did not expect Xia Qin to be so generous, with $1 million in his hand. However, a person who loves money has a way of taking it. This money, there was no way he would take it. Jiang Hao reached out and pushed the card back, speaking. I'm willing to make a move, not for money, but for Xaner's sake. Moreover, I'm not short of money. Alright, if you want me to continue cooking good food for Xaner in the future, take the card back. If you don't want me to cook good food for Xaner again, then you can leave the card behind and you guys can go. Chapter 107 Lu Biao's plea for help, the match he's about to lose. Xia Qin was in a difficult situation for a while. At this time, Jiang Ma hurriedly picked up the card and shoved it into Xia Qin's hand. Maisie, quickly put it away, just as Howard said, we would never take it. Xia Qin's eyes were filled with emotion, and she instantly got up and bowed very seriously to Jiang Hao. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Soon, Sunday passed. It was Monday again, and it was time for Jiang Hao to go to school. As time passed day by day, it was getting closer and closer to the college entrance exams. Recently, teachers had begun to let students do a lot of problems as a way to train them to have a good grasp of time when doing problems. However, no matter what the exam was, nothing was a problem for Jiang Hao. Every time, Jiang Hao was always the first to finish and hand in his papers. Teachers were always full of smiles every time they saw Jiang Hao's neat, nearly perfect test papers. Therefore, for Jiang Hao's early departure, the teachers turned a blind eye, almost tacitly accepting it. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao, as usual, 20 minutes to finish the math, handed in the paper in style, in a crowd of almost worship in the eyes of the general far away. After handing in his test papers, it was still a bit early to go home, so Jiang Hao thought of his disciples Lu Biao and the others. It's still early today, so I'll teach them a few moves. With this intention, Jiang Hao was ready to call Lu Biao's phone. However, just then, his cell phone rang. Jiang Hao picked it up and saw that it was Lu Biao, which caused Jiang Hao to be surprised for a moment. Sassafras, can it be that Lu Biao is a roundworm in my stomach? I just thought of teaching them a few tricks and they already knew? Surprised, Jiang Hao picked up the phone. However, a loud clamor unexpectedly came from Jiang Hao's phone. Immediately afterward, Lu Biao's voice came, except that Lu Biao's voice carried a hint of urgency, as well as a hint of aggravation. Master, I've embarrassed you. Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this. HM? How did you disgrace me? It was then that Lu Biao slowly stated the reason. Master, it's like this. Last time in the city's high school boys basketball competition, we didn't come in second place, and then first middle school came in third. The first middle school didn't beat our second middle school, so they've been grumbling about it. This afternoon, Yang Chuanwei, the captain of the sports team of the first high school, suddenly brought someone to provoke us. He said that our second middle school beat them in the citywide basketball tournament by a fluke, and that he wants a rematch. If they win, we have to give them the second place medal. If we win, they'll buy us each a cell phone. We didn't hold back for a moment, so we bet against them. Saying this, Lu Biao was a bit embarrassed, then Lu Biao followed up. Originally, we are not afraid of Yang Chuanwei them, but, who knows Yang Chuanwei old Ingbi do not know where to find foreign aid. Saying that, Lu Biao's words were filled with anger. Jiang Hao listened, his face flat, very calmly inquired. The result? The result? At this time, Lu Biao was somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Hao said with some hatred. As a result, you guys lost? Lu Biao sniffed and immediately hastened to explain. Didn't lose, master, haven't lost yet. Jiang Hao asked rhetorically, why are you calling me if you haven't lost yet? Jiang Hao's words instantly choked Lu Biao. Lu Biao hesitated for a moment, then weakly said, we just haven't lost yet for the time being, but we're about to lose. Chapter 108, Jiang Hao promises to save the day. Can the schoolmaster save the day? Jiang Hao was speechless for a while. And at that moment, an arrogant mocking voice came from Lu Biao's side. Lu Biao, can you do it or not? You should be almost done resting, right? Could it be that you are afraid and want to be a shrunken head turtle? Lu Biao sniffed and roared with a defeated breath. Who's afraid, Yang Chuanwei? What's your ing hurry? The time isn't here yet. Haha, that's good. I'll wait for you guys for another 2 minutes. At this moment, Lu Biao looked at the smiling Yang Chuanwei and hated to give this sinister villain a slap. Then, he thought of Jiang Hao on the other side of the phone, and immediately said weakly, his words full of prayers. Master. How could Jiang Hao not know what Lu Biao was thinking? It was just that, he was a little angry at him. Okay, stop screaming, where are you guys? Once Lu Biao heard this, he felt that there was something going on, and he was overjoyed, and he quickly opened his mouth. Master, we're in the back playground, field number 2. Jiang Hao sniffed and said to Lu Biao as he walked towards the back playground. Got it, wait for me, I'll be right over. With that, he hung up the phone and rushed towards the back playground. Over there, Lu Biao was ecstatic when he heard that Jiang Hao was coming, and hurriedly pushed through the crowd to keep looking outside. At that moment, not far behind him, number 3 amongst a group of athletes wearing yellow ball shirts labeled with the first middle school logo saw this and hurriedly spoke up. Lu Biao, you're not going to run, are you? Lu Biao was instantly confident when he learned that Jiang Hao was coming soon, not caring in the slightest about Yang Chuanwei's ridicule. He glanced back at Yang Chuanwei and revealed an impish smile. How can that be, Yang Chuanwei? Don't worry, I will never run. However, I'm afraid that in a while, you guys might not be able to resist running. Saying that, he turned around and looked towards the distance, wearing white short sleeves, running past Jiang Hao, and was instantly filled with smiles. Lu Biao's perverse behavior immediately made Yang Chuanwei's heart burst, born a trace of uneasiness. However, when he saw the number 8 athlete beside him, who was sitting there resting calmly, after thinking of this person's identity, he smiled in the sun. Secretly, he said that he was really overthinking it. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at the venue, and Lu Biao's group of people rushed to welcome him, instantly attracting a crowd of people's attention. Wow, it's actually Jiang Hao. Crap, it's really Jiang Hao, there's finally hope now. Who is Jiang Hao? Is it famous? Sassafras, you don't know Jiang Hao? Are you from the second middle school or not? How could Jiang Hao not have imagined that his fame was so great that it had reached the point where everyone knew him? At this time, not far away, Yang Chuanwei and the others looked at Jiang Hao, who was being arched over by Lu Biao and the others, as well as the reaction of the surrounding students of the second middle school, and he was instantly filled with doubt. He asked the other students to the side. Do any of you recognize, who is that person? The few people next to him looked at Jiang Hao for a few moments, then shook their heads. Don't know. And one of these people looked at Jiang Hao with this hesitation and spoke. I heard from the people around me, he seems to be called Jiang Hao, he was the number 1 in the joint exam of the senior year group in our Tianhe city last time, and he's a very powerful schoolmaster. I think I've heard about it, I heard that he scored 747 points in the exam. Yang Chuanwei sniffed and was dazed for a moment, looking at Jiang Hao with a hint of envy in his eyes. However, when he saw that Lu Biao was actually treating Jiang Hao so respectfully, he suddenly burst into laughter. Sassafras, Lu Biao wouldn't have lost his mind, would he? Now that their defeat is assured, what does he want to do by bringing in a school bully? Could it be that he wants the school bully to save the day for them? Ha ha! Yang Chuanwei's words instantly drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Chapter 109, Jiang Hao takes the field, strength speaks for itself. On the other side, Jiang Hao glanced at the score, 645, Lu Biao and his team had only scored 6 points, while the first middle school side had already scored 45 points. When Jiang Hao saw this score, his heart was clear, no wonder Lu Biao was so anxious. With a score like this, there was basically no point in playing on. At this time, Lu Biao pointed to the number 8 athlete in the first middle school's team not far away, surrounded by the athletes of the first middle school, and said, Master, that number 8, that's the foreign aide they hired. Jiang Hao looked in the direction Lu Biao was pointing, and saw the number 8 sitting in the center of those athletes from first middle school. A sweatshirt, big and tall, with a face full of pimples, the muscles on his arms were one piece at a time, and he wasn't a good fighter at first glance. At this time, Lu Biao once again opened his mouth. I heard that he's from the City Basketball Association, we were just abused by him, you must avenge us. Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the number 8 and was a little surprised, this number 8 looked about the same age as them, he didn't realize that he was on the Tianhe City sports team. Lu Biao looked at Jiang Hao with his eyes blinking in a pitiful look, trying to win Jiang Hao's sympathy. However, for this action to be done by a big man with a tiger's back, it was as hot as it could get. Jiang Hao was speechless, slapped Lu Biao's face, pushed Lu Biao away, and then headed towards the basketball court. Lu Biao's eyes were full of grudges and he hurriedly prepared to follow, but at that moment, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly came. Why don't you go communicate with the referee and change the players? Upon hearing this, Lu Biao immediately looked at Jiang Hao, ecstatic, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. Master, do you really want to go on? Jiang Hao turned around and glared at Lu Biao. If you want you to go, you go, where's all the nonsense? That's not exactly what you want. Lu Biao hemmed and hawed, and instead of getting angry, he happily ran towards the referee. Not long after, Lu Biao ran back, the referee also officially blew the whistle. The match started. On this side, Jiang Hao took the place of the number 6 athlete from the second middle school sports team. As the whistle blew, Jiang Hao and Lu Biao took the field with them. Lu Biao looked at Jiang Hao, who was standing beside him, wearing the number 6 t-shirt, and was instantly relieved. Lu Biao, in a moment, we'll still play the way we did in practice before. I'll watch that opposite number 8, and you'll each follow one person. Lu Biao hurriedly agreed. At this time, Lu Chuanwei from the opposite number 1 middle school looked at Jiang Hao beside Lu Biao, and was surprised for a while, and then sneered at Lu Biao for a while. Lu Biao, are you out of your mind? Surprisingly, you want to turn the tables by finding a school bully? I can tell you, although I have nothing to say about a school bully being a good student, this is not a comparison of studies. Today, even if you call in a school god, you won't be able to turn the tables. Lu Biao sniffed and was about to retort. At this time, Jiang Hao pulled over Lu Biao and blandly said, saying more big words here is futile, everything still needs to be spoken with strength. Jiang Hao's words instantly rendered Yang Chuanwei speechless. At this time, the number 8 beside Yang Chuanwei was somewhat surprised as he glanced at Jiang Hao. As he looked at Jiang Hao, he was suddenly somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him before. At this time, with both players arriving and the referee arriving, the match started again. The surrounding crowd watched as Jiang Hao took the field, and after a moment of ecstasy, there was more worry. Sassafras, why is Jiang Hao only coming now? Can this catch up? That's right. And that number 8 from the first middle school is so powerful, can Jiang Hao defend? Chapter 110. All calm down, but the basic operation only. At this time, although Jiang Hao was on the court, most people were skeptical as to whether or not second middle school's score would be able to catch up to first middle school after Jiang Hao was on the court. Jiang Hao followed that number 8, and at this time, it was the person from the first middle school who was serving the ball. As Yang Chuanwei threw the ball to one of the players, number 8 started to withdraw people under the rim. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't follow closely, he intentionally showed a break, hoping that those people in the first middle school would pass the ball to number 8. Sure enough, the man with the ball in the first high school saw that there was no one around number 8 under the rim, so he hurriedly threw the ball and passed it to number 8. Number 8 saw this and met the ball. Snap! Just then, number 8 only felt a black shadow flash in front of him, and before number 8 could react, the ball had already reached Jiang Hao's hands. Jiang Hao took the ball and dashed down, like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared under the opposite side of the rim. With the help of this boost, he jumped and directly made a foul shot. Clang! Clang, clang, clang! With a loud bang, the basketball fell to the ground from the basket. Only then did Jiang Hao release his grip on the basket and fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss! Wow, a dunk! Finally saw it again today. Sassafras, foul dunk, he actually knows this trick. Ha, this is just one of Jiang Hao's stunts. Those in second middle school who had seen Jiang Hao play basketball also looked proud, while those who hadn't seen it were in a state of shock. At this time, one by one, the players of the first middle school reacted with a burst of shock. No way, he can dunk. Outside the court, a thunderous applause rang out, while Jiang Hao returned to his team with a calm face. Lu Biao and the others were also all filled with ecstasy, looking at Jiang Hao with even more fervor. Master, you're fantastic. That's right, Master, you're so handsome. Jiang Hao smiled and said. Calm down, it's just a basic operation. Lu Biao and the others looked at the pretentious Jiang Hao, somewhat speechless. This is all just a basic operation, then I'm afraid this foundation is too high? On the opposite side, Yang Chuanwei reacted, looking at Lu Biao and the others one by one happy, some can't look at it, but cold voice. It's just a ball, what's there to be happy about? Jiang Hao did not pay attention. On the other hand, the first middle school served the ball. The result was that the ball missed, was intercepted by Lu Biao. Lu Biao with the ball looked to charge. The result was that he encountered several people to intercept. At this time, Lu Biao once again cast his eyes on Jiang Hao. However, at this time, the number 8 was dead set on Jiang Hao, and Lu Biao was a little anxious. At that moment, he saw Jiang Hao's hand signal. However, beside Jiang Hao, number 8 was following closely. Lu Biao hesitated and violently threw the ball toward Jiang Hao. Seeing this, number 8 quickly attacked, wanting to learn from Jiang Hao, intercepting the ball from in front of Jiang Hao, avenging the revenge just now. Snap! However, he only felt a black shadow skimming by, and someone was already one step ahead of him, catching the ball. When number 8 saw it clearly, Jiang Hao had already carried the ball, launching with agility several times that of a normal person, and instantly had crossed several meters away. Number 8 immediately chased after him, but in an instant, Jiang Hao had already arrived at the three-point line. With a pause, Jiang Hao held up the ball, jumped, and shot directly at the bar. Whoosh! The basketball drew a perfect parabola in the air, precise and accurate, not next to anything, directly flashing through the basket. A perfect 3. Chapter 111, What did you just say? I didn't quite hear you clearly. At this moment, a mountainous and loud shout rang out around them. Jiang Hao glanced back at number 8, who had just run over, and without any words, turned away. However, number 8 was furious. It was a silent mockery of him. As Jiang Hao passed by Yang Chuanwei, he spoke carelessly. Actually, being good at studying doesn't mean you can't play basketball. Yang Chuanwei sniffed and looked at Jiang Hao, his face reddening, with nowhere to retort. And at this time, it was time for First Middle School to serve the ball again. As one of the players from the First Middle School passed the ball to Yang Chuanwei looked at number 8, who was still pinning his hopes on number 8. At that moment, Jiang Hao didn't follow number 8 too closely, so Yang Chuanwei passed the ball without hesitation. This time, number 8 caught the ball. Jiang Hao quickly turned back and came in front of number 8. Number 8 looked at Jiang Hao and let out a cold laugh. Kid, just now was just a moment of carelessness on my part, it's my turn to perform next. Number 8 was about to respond to Jiang Hao's taunting of him with a display of his ball skills when he suddenly felt nothing but a void in his hands. In the next moment, Jiang Hao had already disappeared from in front of him. At that moment, Jiang Hao was already going through 5 hurdles and rushing towards the basket with the ball. At this moment, number 8's face turned red and he roared. Stop him, stop him. However, Lu Biao and the others were each dead set on their man, and would not give them a chance. Jiang Hao stopped a long way from the three-point line, he glanced at the rim and directly reached out to throw the ball. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the basketball flicked through the center of the rim. Jiang Hao turned back, looked at the number 8 who had chased after him, and spoke. Sorry, what did you just say? I have bad ears and didn't hear it clearly. Number 8 had a gloomy face, staring fiercely at Jiang Hao without saying anything more. However, right between his turns, a hint of viciousness flashed through his eyes. However, at this moment, number 8's blunders one after another made Yang Chuanwei furious. Sun Zhou, what the hell is wrong with you? Yang Chuanwei questioned loudly. At this time, number 8, also known as Sun Zhou, had already risen a bellyful of anger, and at this time, being questioned by Yang Chuanwei, he was even more furious, and he turned his head with a roar. Shut up! And at this time, Lu Biao saw this scene and somewhat sympathized with 8. To others, it seemed as if everything was caused by number 8's mistake. However, only they knew that Jiang Hao was terrifying. Terrifying physique, powerful explosive power, unbelievable bouncing power, unrivaled accuracy, and all sorts of magnificent moves. He had already expected that number 8 would never be Jiang Hao's opponent. Another center serve, this time, Yang Chuanwei and the others were much more cautious. Number 8 was also nimble, scurrying around left and right, while Jiang Hao didn't follow too closely at all. Because Jiang Hao knew that only when he relaxed, number 8 would have a chance to get the ball, and that's when his chance would come. Sure enough, soon, one of the players of the first high school saw that there was no one around number 8, so he saw the opportunity and passed the ball over. At this time, number 8 was outside the three-point line, he received the ball, and without the slightest hesitation, he jumped straight up and threw himself at the basket. Pop! However, right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly arrived, and number 8 only felt a blackness in front of his eyes. Immediately afterward, he saw that the basketball he had thrown out was actually dunked by the suddenly arriving Jiang Hao. Seeing this scene, the number 8 eyes are all shocked. He was 6'7" and had been working out since he was a child, so his bouncing power was naturally not bad. However, even so, he was surprisingly still blocked. Chapter 112 Eggs Against Stones, Not Measuring Up. How can this even be a fight? Number 8 was suddenly powerless, and a sense of decadence surged through his heart. At this moment, Jiang Hao skipped past number 8 with the ball. Number 8 looked at Jiang Hao's slightly thin body, suddenly his eyes flashed a trace of viciousness, part a poisonous plan. Clang! With a sound, Jiang Hao scored another goal. As number 1 middle school served the ball, number 8 rushed forward to receive the ball, and then, with a hidden glance at Jiang Hao, he then brought the ball towards Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao was facing his back to number 8, who with the ball violently rushed over and crashed into Jiang Hao. At this time, Jiang Hao's heart was suddenly, and then he turned around, and saw the number 8 who rushed over. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was dumbfounded and realized what number 8 was aiming for. Instead of dodging, a small smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. In that instant, number 8 had arrived close to Jiang Hao. Number 8, who had crashed over with the ball, originally had a grimace on his face, looking like he was about to succeed in his plot. However, when he saw the smile on Jiang Hao's face, he suddenly felt uneasy. Boom! Number 8 flew directly backwards. Sun Zhou only felt like he had hit a boulder. Number 8, who had flown out backwards, looked at Jiang Hao, who was standing there loftily, and a hint of horror appeared in his eyes. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Bang! Ka-ah! Ah! 8, who flew out backwards, made a close contact with the ground. A faint sound of misplaced bones was followed by a miserable scream. Number 8 was wrong. Although Jiang Hao's body was slightly thin, the energy contained within his thin body was not comparable to theirs. At this moment, number 8 was holding his arm, lying on the ground, a sharp pain constantly stimulating his nerves, and cold sweat constantly seeping out of his forehead. At this moment, a cry of alarm came. Sun Zhou, Sun Zhou! The players of the first middle school rushed forward and helped number 8 up. Although Yang Chuanwei was very dissatisfied with Sun Zhou's constant loss of strength today, when he thought of Sun Zhou's background, all of a sudden, he had a worried look on his face. Sun Zhou, are you alright? Jiang Hao, what exactly do you mean? At the same time, Yang Chuanwei turned around and came straight to Jiang Hao's nearness, even biting back and starting to hold Jiang Hao accountable. Beside Jiang Hao, Lu Biao sniffed and immediately exploded with anger. Mother, Wang Chuanwei, are you blind? Who the hell hit who just now, didn't you see? Lu Biao took a step out and stood side by side with Jiang Hao, his face furious as he confronted Yang Chuanwei. That's it. Behind Lu Biao's minions and others took a step forward, staring at Yang Chuanwei with an angry face. Outside, the people watching the ballgame saw this and pointed. It was clearly that number 8 who hit someone with the ball, and he even tried to bite back. That's right, I didn't think that the people from the first middle school would be unable to afford to lose. The surrounding murmurs had reached Yang Chuanwei's ears, and Yang Chuanwei was immediately infuriated, and at the same time, he was a little short of breath. After all, it was indeed Sun Zhou's fault just now. Underneath his heart, he became more and more dissatisfied with Sun Zhou. However, he wasn't able to do anything to Sun Zhou. Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou, who had dislocated his arm, then glanced at Yang Chuanwei and said, "There will be a fair judgment on right and wrong. Now, are you going to continue, or are you going to admit defeat?" When Yang Chuanwei heard this, he looked at Sun Zhou, who had dislocated his arm, as well as the first middle school players who were in a slump, and then turned his head to look at the imposing Lu Biao and the others. He immediately held his tongue. Chapter 113 Two Choices, Admit Defeat in the First Grade. No more fighting. Yang Chuanwei twisted his head and was about to leave. Stop! Jiang Hao bellowed. Yang Chuanwei turned around angrily, he pointed at Sun Zhou, who was on the side, and roared at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, my man is in such a state, what more do you want? Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou and said with a flat face. What's the deal with you not fighting? I'm only giving you two choices, either switch and continue the fight, or admit defeat and honor your promises. Yang Chuanwei sniffed and looked at his teammates behind him who had already lost their confidence. In a situation like this, there were still a few hammers to fight. Continuing to fight would only make it more embarrassing for himself. Su Kuan, give them the money, let's go. Behind him, one of the substitutes sniffed and took out a stack of red tickets from his bag, handing it to Lu Biao with a meaty face. Lu Biao's face was full of smiles as he took the stack of red tickets from the man. Yang Chuanwei, with an angry face, turned around and led Sun Zhou away. Yang Chuanwei supported Sun Zhou, and the moment he left, Sun Zhou turned around, his eyes staring at Jiang Hao like a viper. Jiang Hao's heart sensed this, and following his senses, Jiang Hao's gaze landed on Sun Zhou. However, at that moment, Sun Zhou had already left in a group with Yang Chuanwei's support. As Yang Chuanwei and the others left in disgrace, Lu Biao and the others burst into ecstasy. Master, you're fantastic. Jiang Hao looked at Sun Zhou and frowned slightly, but with Lu Biao and the others celebrating, he didn't care. A small city sports team athlete was just that, not enough to catch his eye. "Master, where are we going to celebrate tonight?" Lu Biao had an excited look on his face, and around him, several other athletes were also looking at Jiang Hao with excited faces. Jiang Hao looked at the crowd with a slight smile and shook his head. "You guys go play. I won't go, my family is still waiting. You guys remember to be safe." Saying that, Jiang Hao refused Lu Biao's repeated invitations and turned around to go home. Jiang Hao returned home as usual, and just as he entered the door, Jiang Hao heard his mother at home talking to someone. Jiang Hao was a bit curious. Was there a guest at home today? With curiosity, Jiang Hao walked through the door. And at home, Jiang's mother heard the sound of the door being opened, and immediately smiled and said to the side of Xiaqin, "Xinr, and another young woman whose appearance was even better than Xiaqin's ever was. It should be my son coming back." Saying that, a few people looked towards the door, and sure enough, they saw Jiang Hao who had just walked in. After Jiang Hao looked at Xiaqin and Xinr, his heart was clear. However, when he saw the woman next to Xiaqin, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. If Xiaqin was like a tulip, then next to Xiaqin, this woman who wore black silk underneath and a black wrap-around skirt on top, exuding fatal temptation all over her body, was like a ripe poppy. Let a person can't help but feel the desire to commit a crime. "Brother!" At this moment, Xinr saw Jiang Hao, so she let go of Xiaqin's hand and rushed over. Jiang Hao was awakened, and upon hearing this, he squatted down and opened his arms to greet Xinr, who rushed over with a face full of fondness. Did Xinr miss her brother? Jiang Hao hugged Xinr and asked softly. "Think. Where do you miss?" "Here." Xinr pointed to her heart and returned sweetly. At once, it caused a burst of laughter. Xiaqin was a bit embarrassed and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm going to trouble you again." Jiang Hao nodded to Xiaqin. At this time, Jiang Ma pointed at Jiang Hao and said with a proud face, "Sister Shui, this is my son, Jiang Hao." Chapter 114 The Truth, Shui Zixi Shock. After Jiang Ma introduced Jiang Hao, she was about to introduce the wildly beautiful woman next to Xiaqin to Wu Hao. And at that moment, that beauty looked at Jiang Hao with eyes full of surprise, and then she introduced herself. "Shui Zixi, that's the not-so-good Tianfu Lu family's eldest miss you're talking about." Shui Zixi introduced herself and extended her delicate hand to Jiang Hao politely. Shui Zixi words instantly threw the scene into awkwardness for a moment. Xiaqin secretly glared at Shui Zixi and poked her. When Shui Zixi was unmoved, Jiang Ma was also a bit embarrassed and quickly spoke out to break the silence and said to Jiang Hao, "Hao, quickly thank Ms. Shui, yesterday Ms. Shui was a great help to us." Although Jiang Ma didn't say it explicitly, but from the change in title, it could be seen that Jiang Ma was dissatisfied with Shui Zixi. However, Jiang Hao just glanced at Shui Zixi outstretched and thin hand, then without paying any attention, he turned around and left with Xinr in his arms. After Jiang Hao left, his voice then floated lightly. "Just being honest. As for thanks? Even less so, because I don't need her help." After saying that, Jiang Hao walked into the bedroom. Jiang Ma was also embarrassed for a moment. This child. Miss Shui doesn't have to care, Hao has some childish temper. Shui Zixi shook her head, not caring. Her eyes looked at Jiang Hao who walked into the bedroom. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Jiang Hao's disdain made her suddenly more interested in Jiang Hao. Since she was born, she had been living in a world of compliments from everyone. When had she ever received such a blank stare? At this time, Xiaqin, who was on the side, also hastened to explain for Jiang Hao. "Zixi, don't mind, Mr. Jiang has always been like this." Shui Zixi nodded, and the group sat down. Jiang Hao took off his jacket and sent Xinr next to Xiaqin, then walked into the kitchen. There were 3 more people today, his to make more. What should he do? Duck, duck, duck. Just as he was thinking about what to make, a rhythmic knocking sound came. Jiang Hao turned around and saw that Shui Zixi had actually come to lean against the doorway, looking at him with interest. Jiang Hao skimmed a glance and ignored it, starting to organize the ingredients. With everything ready, the oil in the pot to the best, Jiang Hao orderly one by one will be ready to pour the ingredients into the pot. The various ingredients were then added to the pot in a certain proportion. He held the spoon in one hand and the pot in the other, both hands working seamlessly together. At the doorway, Shui Zixi looked more and more surprised. In her eyes, Jiang Hao's flowing movements were a complete pleasure. Soon, a rich aroma of vegetables wafted in. The scent teased Shui Zixi taste buds, surprisingly making her, a young lady who was used to eating the delicacies of the heavenly mansion, unable to stop herself from inhaling a few more mouthfuls of the aroma. Soon, a plate of dishes came out of the pot. Shuezishi couldn't help but walk in from outside the door. Shuezishi looked at the oil-roasted cabbage on the plate on the table mixed with the red-tinged meat strips, and above it, the aroma lingered. It was truly a perfect combination of color and flavor. Shuezishi glanced at Jiang Hao, then stared at the dish that was like a work of art, and was inwardly shocked. With her discerning eyes, this dish of Jiang Hao's, this selling appearance alone was comparable to that of a master chef. Not to mention this fragrance that filled the air. Although Shuezishi hadn't tasted it yet, to her eyes, Jiang Hao's dish was already no less than those of the senior chefs at Heavenly Mansion. I'm afraid that only a grandmaster who hadn't made a move for a long time would be able to hold Jiang Hao down. Chapter 115 Shuezishi's invitation, is 5 million a lot? Shuezishi's eyes were filled with a strange color when she looked at Jiang Hao. Her mind was starting to become active as well. At this moment, Shuezishi spoke. Mr. Jiang, are you interested in becoming a full-time chef? A full-time chef? It wasn't that Jiang Hao hadn't thought about it, however, there was a system of how he was only willing to be a full-time chef. Such a life was not what he wanted. With the system, his life shouldn't be so dull. Jiang Hao didn't even turn his head, and without any hesitation, he bluntly said, No. Shuezishi sniffed without any disappointment in her eyes. Instead, she looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. $5 million a year. Jiang Hao was a little surprised as he looked back at the queen-like figure beside him with a powerful aura that exuded deadly temptation. $5 million a year, this used to be a dream he didn't dare to think about. But nowadays, when he casually picked up a few stones, it was more than $1 million. Therefore, a 5 million annual salary was more like an insult to him. He was surprised that Shuezishi, this woman's boldness, opened her mouth to ask for a 5 million annual salary. As expected, she was worthy of being the eldest Miss Tianfu Lu. However, Shuezishi thought that the remuneration she had mentioned had aroused Jiang Hao's interest, and smiled faintly, blossoming her overwhelmingly beautiful face. If Mr. Jiang feels it's not enough, we can still discuss it again. She still didn't believe that she couldn't fool a little kid. Jiang Hao sniffed and didn't say much as he looked at the plate of dishes placed on the table next to him. Above that plate of food, a small paragraph of small words that no one but Jiang Hao could see floated above it. Spirit +2. Seeing this, Jiang Hao turned his head, gave Shuezishi a very plain look, and said bluntly, 5 million is a lot? 5 million was indeed a lot, but that also depended on who it was for. Shuezishi didn't know his depths, and $5 million to hire him as a full-time chef? What a joke! She is the heir to the divine chef, and the dishes she makes are not comparable to those mortals. $5 million and you want him, the heir to the divine chef who has additional attributes in cooking, to work for her? Perhaps, only after she personally tastes the dishes she has made will she change his mind. Jiang Hao thought this as he glanced at Shuezishi. Besides, for him who had a system nowadays, being a full-time chef would be the biggest insult to the system, to him. Shuezishi blushed. This was a bit different from what she had imagined. Sniffing the tantalizing scent in the air, Shuezishi said undeterred. Then I wonder how much Mr. Jiang wants before he's willing? Jiang Hao didn't turn around as he refused while shaking the pot in his hands. I appreciate your good intentions. But cooking is just a small interest of mine. I don't want cooking to be my whole life. When Jiang Hao said that, Shuezishi was dumbfounded. Such a high level of culinary skills was just a small interest in his eyes. She didn't know what to say. Indeed, Jiang Hao was still young, and being young meant endless possibilities. Shuezishi was a little disappointed. Sorry, Mr. Jiang. With that, Shuezishi turned around and left in disappointment. Jiang Hao didn't say much either. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao had prepared a table of dishes, during which both Jiang Zixuan and Jiang Dad returned. After the dishes were served, everyone went to the table to eat. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom looked at the table of mouth-watering delicacies, their eyes filled with pride. Jiang Zixuan looked at Jiang Hao, a moment of shock followed by endless doubts. She could not understand this mysterious big brother of hers more and more. Although Xiaqin and Xian'er were prepared, they were still shocked by this table of delicacies. Chapter 116, Price Soars, Annual Salary of $50 million. Shuezishi was equally shocked, but while shocked, her gaze at Jiang Hao was filled with regret. When the meal entered their mouths, the instantly that floating taste made them think that they had eaten immortal delicacies. Soon, the group of people swept away a table of dishes like a windstorm. After eating Jiang Hao's cooking, the crowd felt energized and refreshed. Originally, they only thought that it was their illusion. However, Xue Zishi had been busy all day today and was originally sore and very tired. She wanted to go home and rest. However, she learned that Xia Qin was going to find Jiang Hao, and out of curiosity, she followed her over. Of course, Jiang Hao didn't disappoint her. But what shocked her even more was that after eating the dishes that Jiang Hao had cooked, the exhaustion in her body was swept away. Now, she was unusually refreshed and full of strength. Out of curiosity, she opened her mouth and spoke to Xia Qin at the side. Sister Qin, do you feel like you're much more refreshed after eating? Xia Qin was surprised after hearing this. Zishi, do you feel this way too? However, before Xue Zishi could speak, Jiang Zixuan, Jiang Ma, Jiang Dad, and Xaner on the side also spoke up. I have it too. I have it too. After saying that, a crowd of people looked towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao faced the gazes of the crowd with equanimity. It's just a small trick. Eating the dishes I make has the effect of eliminating fatigue, nourishing the spirit, increasing strength, whetting one's appetite, and even prolonging one's life, among many other things. Jiang Hao spoke in an unusually relaxed manner. However, this caused Xue Zishi, Xia Qin, Jiang's father and mother, Jiang Zixuan and the others on the side to suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. How could eating have such an effect? Could this be another kind of medicinal meal? One must know that being able to make a medicinal meal with such an effect was something that only a culinary arts patriarch had the ability to do. Culinary arts masters were not a common existence, and the number of culinary arts masters was even rarer. The whole of China is known to the culinary arts master only 4. Her family's heavenly mansion had a culinary arts master, and that culinary arts master was seldom seen even by her, and generally only appeared at very, very important banquets. Moreover, every culinary arts master's age was at least 50 to 60 years old. How old is Jiang Hao? Not even 20 years old. Thinking of this, Xue Zishi looked at Jiang Hao with even more eagerness. As for the unthinkable possibility of a meal possessing attributes, Xue Zishi did not associate it with that. Xue Zishi associated many things at once, and without the slightest hesitation, she hastily opened her mouth. Mr. Jiang, I'll offer $50 million to invite you to our heavenly mansion. Xue Zishi's words instantly caused the crowd to look at Xue Zishi with eyes full of shock. However, Xue Zishi had no pretenses, only she was clear about the value of this table of dishes. She had been fortunate enough to have eaten the medicinal meals of that old sect master of the heavenly mansion house once or twice, and she even felt that that old sect master was slightly inferior compared to Jiang Hao. Her gaze was eager, staring straight at Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Papa Jiang and the others also turned their gazes towards Jiang Hao with an excited look on their faces, waiting for Jiang Hao's answer. However, Xue Zishi's words did not arouse much interest in Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's face didn't change. In fact, he had expected Xue Zishi's reaction. $50 million was indeed tempting for others, but for Jiang Hao, the temptation wasn't great. Chapter 117 The Might of a Grandmaster, $50 million just for an apology. Thank you Ms. Xue for your appreciation, however I'm not interested, sorry. Jiang Hao's dry refusal caused Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom to be shocked for a while as well, but they didn't stop it. They would support Jiang Hao's decision. Jiang Zixuan had long been stunned. His brother had actually refused. Xia Qin's shock was accompanied by a moment of dawning realization. That's when it occurred to her. Mr. Jiang didn't even hesitate to reject $50 million, no wonder he couldn't see past his $1 million thank you gift. However, what was even more shocking was that in the next moment, Xue Zishi unexpectedly stood up very seriously and discreetly, bowing respectfully to apologize to Jiang Hao. I'm sorry, Patriarch Jiang, it was me who was abrupt. The $50 million just now will be used as an indemnity for Zishi's abruptness to Patriarch Jiang. Zishi is willing to offer another $100 million a year, as well as 3% of the shares of the Heavenly Mansion, to once again implore Patriarch Jiang to join us. Moreover, we will not easily disturb Sovereign Master Jiang unless it is a major event. Xue Zishi's words were shocking, and the treatment given was even more shocking. $10 million just for compensation? $100 million a year aside, 3% of the shares of the Heavenly Mansion, that was definitely a heavenly figure when converted into money. In fact, in order to be able to invite Jiang Hao, the young master, Xue Zishi had already given Jiang Hao the same compensation as the old master of the Heavenly Mansion. What's more, Jiang Hao hadn't accomplished an inch of work, and Xue Zishi had already taken a huge risk by giving such a huge reward. However, if he really invited Jiang Hao, an unusually young culinary arts patriarch, it would be a huge boost for his Heavenly Mansion. Xue Zishi's words instantly shocked the crowd. At this moment, Xia Qin thought that Xue Zishi had gone crazy and hurriedly pulled Xue Zishi's lapel with her hand. Xue Zishi did not pay any attention. Even Jiang Hao was inwardly shocked and looked at Xue Zishi in surprise. However, Jiang Zixuan heard the point in Xue Zishi's words. While Jiang Zixuan was shocked, she hurriedly opened her mouth to Xue Zishi and asked, Sister Xue, why did you call my brother Patriarch Jiang? Upon hearing this, the others also reacted, their gazes falling on Xue Zishi's body. Xue Zishi had this surprised look at the crowd, wanting to speak. In the end, when she saw that Jiang Hao was still looking like a breezy model of a high-ranking person, she didn't stop. In fact, even Jiang Hao himself didn't know what a grandmaster actually was. Seeing that Jiang Hao didn't stop, Xue Zishi then began to introduce the crowd to the patriarch. A little while passed, and Xue Zishi finally finished introducing the sect masters to the crowd. And at that moment, all the unusually shocked looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao also finally knew about the patriarch. However, he wasn't a true patriarch, he had merely utilized the divine chef skill, which gave him the ability to be different from the culinary arts patriarch. This made him feel the power of the system once again. One must realize that today, his divine chef skill was only at the second level. A level 2 divine chef skill was equivalent to a culinary arts master. What about level 3? What about level 4? Howard, when did you become a sect master? Jiang Ma couldn't help but ask. Jiang Hao's face was colorless as he blandly said, I arrived while cooking, it wasn't a big deal, so I didn't tell you guys. Jiang Hao said, and the crowd was speechless for a while. Cooking and doing dishes and arriving? Then China didn't know how many chefs there were, so why were there only 4 known patriarchs? Becoming a grandmaster isn't a big deal? Then what's a big deal? Chapter 118 Generous Conditions, Jiang Hao's Choice. If Jiang Hao's words were to go out, he was afraid that he would be mobbed. Jiang Hao met Xue Zishi's expectant gaze and thought twice, he had already felt Xue Zishi's sincerity. Such a reward, although he could casually synthesize a few rare emeralds with the system. But the rare emerald he had decided long ago, before he had a strong foundation, he wouldn't make it easy again. After all, it was fine if there were fewer of them, but after there were more of them, they would definitely be targeted by someone with a heart of gold, and although he wasn't afraid of being targeted, he was afraid of being in trouble. Moreover, agreeing to the invitation from the heavenly mansion would be quite beneficial to him. Afterwards, Jiang Hao stared at Xue Zishi and spoke. You said that non-major matters wouldn't bother me easily. Just what kind of things are considered big events? It's not like some random thug, or the young master of that family or something like that is going to make me do something, is it? Jiang Hao's inquiry caused Xue Zishi to be pleasantly surprised. It seemed there was hope. She hurriedly spoke. No, a patriarch cannot be insulted, Zishi still knows that. Xue Zishi then asked with a hopeful, apprehensive face. Is this a promise from Patriarch Jiang? The gazes of the others also gathered on Jiang Hao's body, waiting for him to make a decision. Although Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were eager for Jiang Hao to agree, they would likewise support Jiang Hao if he didn't want to. On the other hand, Jiang Zixuan, who was on the side, stared at her own blood brother who was both affectionate and unfamiliar, and suddenly felt a bit inferior. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. In the past she had been the object of envy and admiration. Xia Qin, on the other hand, was a little apprehensive. She both wanted Jiang Hao to say yes and didn't want Jiang Hao to say yes. If Jiang Hao agreed, would he still treat Xin her? That was what she was worried about. Jiang Hao's gaze swept past everyone's faces one by one, eventually landing on Xue Zishi's delicate little face. I can join your heavenly mansion, but unless there's a major event, I must not be easily disturbed. And even if there are major events, you must make an appointment in advance. Jiang Hao's words instantly caused Xue Zishi to burst into ecstasy. Please rest assured, Patriarch Jiang, we will definitely do this. I'll go draw up the contract, let's sign it. Xue Zishi said, and hurriedly stood up to go draw up the contract. On the side, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were all happy. While Jiang Ma was excited, she realized that it was getting late and hurriedly pulled Xue Zishi back and said, Miss Xue, don't be in such a hurry, it's getting late, let's do it tomorrow. Xue Zishi sniffed and looked at the time, it was more than 8 o'clock, it was indeed late. She glanced at Jiang Hao with some embarrassment. At this time, Jiang Hao also spoke. Let's do it tomorrow, just have someone send it over tomorrow after you draft it. Xue Zishi sniffed and hurriedly agreed. Alright, I'll definitely personally send it over tomorrow. At this moment, by Jiang Hao's side, Xaner's milky voice suddenly came. Brother, do you not want Xaner anymore? Zhang Hao sniffed and turned to look at Xaner's big, round eyes with a slight smile. At that moment, Xiaoqin also looked at Zhang Hao with a nervous expression. How could it be? Xaner is so cute. How could brother not want Xaner? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin then let go of her apprehensive heart. Jiang Zixuan looked at the way Zhang Hao was doting on Xaner, and was instantly torn. She herself was his sister all right. Mom and Dad, Sister Xia, Sister Shui, I'm full, I'm going to go do my homework. Saying that, she turned around and went to her bedroom. Chapter 119 Dark Tide, Conspiracy Hibernation. Zhang Ma was all over the place and could see clearly, she was all smiles at once. This dead girl, still jealous of Xaner. Zhang Ma's words immediately caused a group of people to laugh. At night, Xue Zixi stood on top of a 100-meter tall building, looking down on Tianhe City at night. Now, with the addition of Zhang Hao, a young grandmaster, and the powerful publicity, Tianfu House will be taken to the next level. Xue Zixi thought like this, then picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call from the opposite side was connected. Xue Zixi cleanly ordered. 9 returns, put the word out for me that my heavenly mansion is adding another very young culinary Dao grandmaster. Yes, eldest miss. The person on the opposite side did not hesitate and immediately returned. Note that this news must have leaked out unintentionally. Yes. Xue Zixi hung up the phone, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. This time, with the addition of Zhang Hao, a young sect master, let's see who still dares to talk too much. Soon, the entire upper-class bigwigs of Tianhe City knew that Tianfu House had added another very young culinary sect master. At the same time, on the outskirts of Tianhe City, in a very luxurious manner, a middle-aged man crossed into the main hall in 3 or 2 steps with a gloomy face. After he informed the servants, a white-bearded old man soon appeared accompanied by several young men. Once this person appeared, a powerful aura of a long time in power was revealed. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly and eagerly said, Patriarch Wu, master is not well. This Patriarch Wu made himself comfortable in the upper eunuch chair, before he dropped his gaze on that middle-aged man. Second Master Shui, please sit down. Patriarch Wu said nonchalantly. Just what is it that has caused Second Master Shui to be so alarmed? Second Master Shui didn't make a show of it, and after sitting down, he spoke with an anxious face. Patriarch Wu, something big has happened. Today, I got a piece of news from the underground world. My precious niece Xue Zixi has found a kitchen Dao patriarch from somewhere. Moreover, this kitchen Dao master is very young, probably not even 30 years old. Patriarch Wu, the situation is very unfavorable for us now. Second Master Shui had an anxious look on his face. The originally very calm Patriarch Wu instantly stood up in place after hearing Second Master Shui's words, startled. What? A patriarch who is less than 30 years old? Patriarch Wu was also in a state of shock. As a kitchen Dao patriarch, how could he not know how difficult it was to become a kitchen Dao patriarch? He was already 55 years old when he became a culinary Dao patriarch, and now, someone had actually told him that someone had become a culinary Dao patriarch at less than 30 years old. How could he not be shocked by this? Moreover, this kitchen Dao patriarch who was less than 30 years old had indirectly created a dispute of interest with him. This was definitely bad news for him. Although he was also a kitchen Dao patriarch, anyone with a discerning eye could see which of the two of them had the greater potential. Just that, could someone really break through to the sovereign master realm at less than 30 years old? Awakening to his senses, Patriarch Wu was instantly filled with skepticism. Second Master Shui, is this information reliable? Second Master Shui didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly said. Patriarch Wu, the news shouldn't be false, this is the news from the eyes I planted beside my niece. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Wu's face stared. He was silent for a long time, then his eyes flashed with a ghostly light. Since this is the case, we can only take advantage of this person's unstable foundation and strike first. Chapter 120 Crisis in the Air, Happy Cooperation. I'm going to use cooking to meet friends and completely ruin this young genius patriarch. Speaking here, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across this Patriarch Wu's face. To be able to ascend to the rank of kitchen Dao patriarch before the age of 30, the talent is so strong that it's rare in the world. We Ju won't allow him to grow up. Second Master Shui was shocked when he heard this. Patriarch Wu, you've decided to start a culinary fight with that young patriarch you've never met? This. Second Master Shui was shocked to the point of being somewhat hesitant. A kitchen fight, that was a means of settling disputes between chefs. Kitchen fights were bets set up as a last resort after two chefs had irreconcilable conflicts. The two chefs would cook a dish, and then all the people would taste it and vote for their favorite dish. The one with the most votes wins. As for the ending of the cook-off, it was a bit cruel for the chefs. According to the rules, the one who lost the cook-off must seal his sword, and will be completely unattached to the culinary path, and will not be allowed to cook again. Patriarch Wu seemed to be able to see Second Master Shue's concern, and then he pretended to be relaxed and said, "Second Master Shue, this is because he doesn't believe in the old immortal?" Second Master Shue was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly explained. How could I? I'm confident that Master Wu is invincible." Second Master Shue's compliment made Master Wu very happy. The two of them exchanged glances and then laughed out loud. The next afternoon, Shui Zishi came to Jiang Hao's house early and waited for Jiang Hao's arrival. Soon, Jiang Hao came home from school. "Patriarch Jiang, there's $150 million in this bank card, take it first." On the table in the hall of Jiang Hao's house, Shui Zishi took out a black and gold card from her bag and handed it over. Afterward, without waiting for Jiang Hao to open his mouth, Shui Zishi took out another purple, carved with diamonds membership card. "Patriarch Jiang, this is my Heavenly Mansion's highest grade supreme grade membership card, a small token of appreciation." Immediately afterward, Shui Zishi took out a stack of contracts from her bag and handed it over with both hands. "This is the contract I drew up this morning. It includes a 3% contract for the transfer of the shares of Heavenly Mansion. Please have a look at it, Patriarch Jiang." "If Patriarch Jiang has no objections, please just sign here." Shui Zishi pointed to the last page of the contract and spoke. Jiang Hao glanced at Shui Zishi with some surprise, then took the contract from Shui Zishi. As for the two cards that Shui Zishi pushed over, he did not seem to be in much of a hurry. Jiang Hao carefully looked at the various clauses in the contract in his hand, and after making sure that there was no hidden anything unfair treaty, he picked up a pen and signed his name. In fact, in order to be able to understand the contract, the law and other treaties, he had specialized in furthering his legal knowledge today. Swashing, Shui Zishi also did not set any trap treaties. Otherwise, Jiang Hao would definitely let her know what it meant that a patriarch could not be bullied. "Happy cooperation, Grandmaster Jiang." Shui Zishi took the contract that Jiang Hao had signed and glanced at it, then extended a friendly hand to Jiang Hao with a smile on her face. Jiang Hao glanced at it, then reached out and gently shook Shui Zishi's small, softly razor-sharp hand. "Happy cooperation." In this way, time passed day by day, and June 8 finally arrived. In the morning, after breakfast, Jiang Hao picked up his examination tools and pass, and was ready to run to the examination center. At this time, Jiang Ma hurriedly put down the things in her hands and looked for her clothes. "Howard, wait a moment, I'll go put on some clothes, I'll accompany you." Jiang Hao sniffed and hurriedly pulled his mother back. Chapter 121. The college entrance exam is coming. The candidates nowadays are old and powerful. "Mom, just stop tossing and turning, you still don't trust your son me." Jiang Ma looked at Jiang Hao and rolled her eyes. "How can I not worry about you? Without saying a word, you've become a culinary master, and you can become a little hero who saves people's lives even after a trip out of the house." Jiang Ma ranted and counted down Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was embarrassed for a moment, not realizing that his mother already knew so much bad news about him. "Mom, stop counting down your son, just listen to me and don't go today. You going instead will affect your son's normal play for me." Only after Jiang Ma's repeated attempts to dissuade Jiang Hao did Jiang Ma agree that Jiang Hao wouldn't go. However, when Jiang Hao had just left a short while ago, Jiang Ma looked at the many students outside who were accompanied by their parents to take the college entrance exam. In the end, she couldn't hold back. "No, I have to go and take a look. Since Howard won't let me accompany him, I'll just watch him from afar, or else I won't feel solid in my heart." It was really a pity for the world's parents. However, Jiang Hao didn't know all of this. Walking into the exam room, Jiang Hao sat in the third row against the door. With the arrival of the invigilator, after narrating a passel of exam rules, the exam began. The first class, language. Jiang Hao skimmed through the entire paper, then put up his pen and began to answer. Unlike the other students who were scratching their heads, Jiang Hao put up his pen and wrote. Instantly, a dragon flying, thick, square and neat words jumped on the paper. For the college entrance exam, Jiang Hao was very well prepared. Jiang Hao was seriously answering the questions. Time flies, in the blink of an eye 30 minutes passed. Jiang Hao finally finished writing the essay. After he repeatedly checked a few times, and did not I found what big problems, then some do nothing. Jiang Hao's abnormality instantly attracted the supervising teacher's attention. The invigilator stared at Jiang Hao, frowning for a while, keeping a close eye on Jiang Hao. However, when he realized that Jiang Hao had actually climbed onto the table and slept, he was confused for a while. He strolled ice and quickly came to Jiang Hao's side and gently knocked on the table where Jiang Hao was lying. Da. Jiang Hao looked up with some surprise and looked at the invigilator teacher in confusion. Teacher Jiang Hao came to Jiang Hao's side and whispered, "Answer the questions carefully, there's still plenty of time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't say anything, but got up from the table and flipped over the answer card that was already full of writing. Seeing Jiang Hao's already fully written, neat and tidy answer card, the invigilator was instantly dumbfounded for a moment. This is done? The invigilator looked at his watch and realized that only 40 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. 40 minutes to finish answering a complete set of language questions for the college entrance exam? And it was also written so carefully and neatly, without the slightest sign of fabrication at all. At this time, he then remembered his previous hardships when he took the college entrance exam. At that moment, the invigilator looked at Jiang Hao with a strange look in his eyes. Is this me being outdated, or am I getting old? When did students start becoming so powerful? Seeing this, the invigilator teacher turned to leave, and the next until the end of the language exam, that invigilator teacher's strange gaze always kept sweeping over Jiang Hao's body. Jiang Hao was speechless for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that the college entrance exam didn't allow for early handing in of papers, he would have handed in his papers and left. Soon, as the bell rang, the exam time ended. Instantly, many students revealed a look of chagrin. After handing in his papers, Jiang Hao, who couldn't wait to leave, rushed out of the classroom at the first opportunity. Chapter 122. One word difficult, two words very difficult. Jiang Hao's speed was incredibly fast. When Jiang Hao had already rushed to the entrance of the school, the other students then vaguely walked out of the examination room one by one. When Jiang Hao was the first to walk out of the school gate, instantly several reporters holding mics instantly surged up and surrounded Jiang Hao and them. May I ask if you are a student of the college entrance exam? May I ask if the language of this college entrance exam is difficult? May I ask how much you expect you can probably score on the exam? Jiang Hao nodded and then said very calmly, "The language of this college entrance exam is very simple. I finished it in 30 minutes. As for the score, it's probably above 145, even a perfect score is possible." As Jiang Hao's words just fell, the surrounding crowd was petrified on the spot. Could it be that this year's questions are really simple? Soon, after a crowd of people came to their senses, their eyes were filled with suspicion as they stared at Jiang Hao. Could it be that we've run into a school bully? Thinking of this, the group of reporters' eyes instantly glowed. In a burst of pushing and shoving, one by one, they hurriedly handed the microphone they were holding to Jiang Hao in a hurry. May I ask, which high school are you a student of? May I ask what your usual grades are? After a long time, Jiang Hao finally broke free from the crowd of frantic reporters. In the eyes of the crowd of reporters filled with regret, Jiang Hao fled towards his home with a palpitating look on his face and without looking back. This group of reporters was really crazy. However, he didn't see Jiang Ma, who was looking at him with a proud face under a tree in the dark. Soon, finally most of the students poured out from the school entrance. Only, unlike Jiang Hao, each and every one of these students showed regret, remorse, and chagrin. Seeing this, a group of reporters keenly acted as if they had discovered a new continent and hurriedly rushed up again. May I ask if the language questions for this year's college entrance exam were difficult? Difficult? How can it not be difficult? I didn't even finish my essay. Sassafras, me too. Alas, I feel that this year's questions are probably the hardest in the last 10 years. My goodness. Looks like I'm completely out of luck with PTU this year. Amidst the wailing of the crowd of candidates, these reporters were dumbfounded. Didn't the student who came out first just now say that the questions were very simple? He even said outright that the language score would never be lower than 145. How does it feel that the picture style is a bit off? Just as they suspected that they might have encountered a school slag, they then had dispersed to randomly find a few candidates who had just come out from the school gates and asked them. They summarized the answers of the next few candidates. To put it simply, one word. Difficult. 2 words. Difficult. 3 words, very difficult. Now, they remembered Jiang Hao's calm reply, and instantly, they had 2 guesses. First, Jiang Hao was a god of learning. Second, Jiang Hao was a psychopath, a fanatic. In the afternoon, math. Jiang Hao was still the first to come out of the school gate, and the reporters were instantly stunned after seeing Jiang Hao. For Jiang Hao, their image could be considered very profound. After being slightly stunned and reacting, they hurriedly surged forward. May I ask, how was the math on the college entrance exam this year? Were the questions difficult? How many points do you think you can probably get? Jiang Hao was also not expecting that he would be blocked by this group of people again. Seeing this group of hungry, thirsty eyes, he was instantly reminded of the fear that his own group had dominated him this morning. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly realized that he was surrounded by people and he had nowhere to run. Chapter 123, The King of Forcing is back, someone wants to plagiarize. Helpless, he had no choice but to answer the group of reporters' questions. It's not difficult, it's very simple. I finished it in 25 minutes. Without the slightest surprise, full marks. Jiang Hao's answer instantly caused the group of reporters to stare again. It was in this instant that Jiang Hao took the opportunity to escape from the encirclement in a hurry. The following morning, the science exam opened. Without the slightest surprise, Jiang Hao finished the entire set of papers in less than 30 minutes, and then waited quietly for the bell to ring. This time, in order to prevent himself from being blocked by that group of hungry reporters, Jiang Hao escaped. This time, in order to prevent himself from being blocked by that group of hungry reporters, Jiang Hao was not the first to rush out. However, what Jiang Hao didn't know was that outside, reporters from several different organizations had already placed bets on whether or not he would be the first to rush out of the school this time. I guess, this time, it's going to be that king of pussy who comes out first again. I think so too. No, he's been blocked by us twice, this time I guess he'll blend in with the other students. Soon, the bell rang, the handing in of papers contacted, and students came out of the examination room one after another. And outside, a reporter was already eagerly waiting, constantly looking for something in the crowd. Jiang Hao mixed in after the other people piece by piece, and as soon as he came out, he saw this group of frantic reporters seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, Jiang Hao seemed to think of something and then revealed a look of hell. Crap. Groove, they're not looking for me, are they? Thinking this way, Jiang Hao felt it was extremely possible. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the unexpected. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao hurriedly put up the hood on his clothes and prepared to escape quietly. However, when he walked out of the school gates, he was eventually spotted by a young female reporter who was searching left and right for Jiang Hao's figure. Come here quickly, he's here. As soon as that young female reporter realized it, she let out a loud cry. Instantly, the other reporters instantly gathered around as if they were sharks smelling the fishy odor. Jiang Hao's slightly radiant figure instantly stiffened and darkened. Not good. As expected, the next moment, he was surrounded again. Student Jiang, may I ask if the science synthesis is difficult? Student Jiang, how many points can you probably score on the science synthesis questions? Easy. It's only about 20 to 30 minutes. Full marks if there are no accidents. Soon, under the siege of a crowd of hungry, thirsty reporters surrounded him, Jiang Hao quickly lost the battle and fled. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The last trip of the afternoon, English. Jiang Hao was done within 30 minutes again. And at this time, when the candidates in the middle of this exam room saw Jiang Hao, who was once again doing nothing, they suddenly looked at Jiang Hao one by one with varying gazes. Sassafras, did this guy really give up on treatment? Crap, he's not going to finish early again, is he? Just claptrap. Most of the gazes that the crowd skimmed towards Jiang Hao were filled with pity, skepticism, disdain, and so on. The invigilators in this examination room, on the other hand, had a very deep impression of Jiang Hao. After carefully observing and realizing that Jiang Hao didn't have any irregularities, they stopped paying attention. Just then, Jiang Hao was about to lie down on the table and take a nap. Suddenly, the bench under his buttocks shook. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised, and when he looked down, he realized that it was one of the candidates in the back row who was kicking his bench. After Jiang Hao vaguely glanced backward, he realized that the person behind him was actually making motions for him. Looking at his movements, that person was actually trying to copy his answer key. Chapter 124, Jiang Hao's warning, breaking down a mosquito. This person even wanted Jiang Hao to sit a little to the left, and then asked Jiang Hao to place his answer card a little more to the right so that he could copy it. Jiang Hao understood and moved his figure. Seeing this, Su Tianlong in the back row was bursting with joy. It seems that this person is very up to speed. However, the next moment, Su Tianlong's face stiffened. It turned out that Jiang Hao actually pulled his stool forward, and the whole person lay on the answer card, completely blocking it. This is a college entrance exam. Cheating is a criminal offense. Jiang Hao had no relatives with him. How could he risk his life for him? Jiang Hao didn't want to cause trouble, so he chose to tolerate it. However, some people took Jiang Hao's tolerance as cowardice. They became even more aggressive. At this moment, Su Tianlong's face was gloomy, constantly kicking Jiang Hao's bench and harassing him. This made Jiang Hao furious. In June's weather, there were very many mosquitoes on this side of Tianhe City, and a mosquito probably smelled Jiang Hao's fresh blood and sought out the trail to land on the back of Jiang Hao's hand. Just as this mosquito puckered its butt and prepared to have a full meal. Snap! Originally, a sudden crunching sound came from the classroom where only the sound of brushing and writing as well as the sound of turning over test papers could be heard. It instantly startled everyone in the classroom. The invigilator frowned and walked towards Jiang Hao. Everyone else answered the questions properly. He came to Jiang Hao's side and inquired, "What's wrong with you?" This scared Su Tianlong, who was behind Jiang Hao, and he was apprehensive as he thought that Jiang Hao was going to expose him. Jiang Hao sniffed, then his mind turned, and with a slightly apologetic glance at the invigilator, he spoke. "I'm sorry, teacher. Just now, there was a mosquito that didn't know how to die that harassed me 3 times, and I swatted it to death." The invigilator was somewhat speechless when he heard this. "Alright, answer the questions properly. Pay attention next time." "Yes, yes." Jiang Hao nodded in response. And behind Jiang Hao, Su Tianlong was furious when he heard this. This wasn't a clear warning to him. The meaning was already obvious. To think that I, Su Tianlong, have never received this warning in Tianhe City's 4th middle school? The more Su Tianlong thought about it, the angrier he became. Instead of copying the answers for himself, this person even warned him. It seems that after the exams are over, there is a need to help this dude straighten his bones. However, before that, one couldn't make things easy for him. Anyway, he can't get into a good university, and he doesn't know a single word of English. I am not good, then let this kid do not want to be good. Thinking like this, Su Tianlong glanced resentfully at Jiang Hao. After the invigilator left, he relentlessly went to kick Jiang Hao's bench again. At this moment, Jiang Hao was staring at the corpse of the mosquito he had swatted to death on the back of his hand with a giggle. If this was seen by others, it would be recognized as a cutie. And at this moment, a voice rang out in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, the system found a mosquito corpse. Is it decomposed? Decompose. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a mosquito, gaining the skill insect harnessing, skill point 0.9, experience point 0.9. Insect harnessing technique level 101, can harness and drive all insects. Decomposition complete, is it fused? Jiang Hao read the notes and became more interested in this insect harnessing technique. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao chose fusion. As soon as Jiang Hao's words left his mouth, all of a sudden, Jiang Hao only felt a sense of relief in his body, followed by no further changes. At that moment, Jiang Hao was driven by his curiosity about the insect harnessing technique, and he unleashed the insect harnessing technique. Chapter 125, Kid, I Can't Rule You. With a fluctuation that could not be seen or felt by the human eye, it emanated from Jiang Hao's body. However, in the blink of an eye, 10 mosquitoes were added to Jiang Hao's test paper. Jiang Hao stared at the 10 mosquitoes with a look of amazement, and he actually felt a sense of affection from these 10 mosquitoes. At that moment, a strange thought emerged from his mind. I seem to be able to drive these 10 mosquitoes? Coincidentally, just at this time, he felt his back row again, that was kicking his stool again. Thereupon, his mind moved, silently, in his heart, he gave a command to these 10 mosquitoes. The next moment, these 10 mosquitoes actually really seemed to understand his words, flying up from in front of him, flying toward his back row. In Jiang Hao's back row, Su Tianlong kicked Jiang Hao's bench. Jiang Hao didn't make any moves. He thought that Jiang Hao was afraid, and he became more and more complacent. Just then, he suddenly felt what seemed like a pinprick in his cheek. Subsequently, his hands, arms, thighs, and other places all seemed to be stabbed by needles. When he took a closer look along the back of his hand where the pain was coming from, he instantly realized that on the back of his hand, a mosquito was pouting its ass off in the middle of its work. Splat! Without the slightest hesitation, he called it a surprise and slapped it over. Bastard, let's see if I don't slap you to death. Su Tianlong looked confident. However, when he took his hand away, where was there any trace of a mosquito? Just as he was looking left and right, searching for traces of that mosquito, And at that moment, the candidates in the classroom who were originally answering the questions seriously suddenly looked at Su Tianlong one by one, glaring angrily. This was the college entrance exam, one of the major turning points in their lives. On such an important occasion, this person was disturbing them. While in the front row, Jiang Hao heard the commotion, and his heart snickered. "Little fellow, I can't rule you out." The invigilator also frowned and walked over unhappily. "What's wrong with you?" Su Tianlong was shocked at his words and looked up to see that it was the invigilator. "I'm sorry, teacher. Just now, there was a mosquito that didn't know how to die that provoked me, and I swatted it to death." He followed Jiang Hao's tone and opened his mouth. The invigilator sniffed and frowned for a while, although he always felt that something was wrong. He couldn't be too harsh in his accusations. "You pay attention, don't disturb others doing their questions." After the invigilator warned Su Tianlong, he turned to leave while looking at his watch and reminded, "Everyone, hurry up, there are still 30 minutes until the end of class." Hearing that there were still 30 minutes left, the candidates, one by one, didn't care about Su Tianlong's, hurriedly grasped the time and answered the questions carefully. While at this time, Jiang Hao drove the 10 mosquitoes, one by one, to climb onto Su Tianlong's face. Immediately afterward, Su Tianlong only felt as if his face was being stabbed by needles one after another. He hastily reached out and rubbed at his face. But as soon as he had rubbed it, immediately, a faint tingling sensation would come from somewhere else. Su Tianlong was about to go crazy from the torture. His face was also scratched out by himself with red blood marks. At this moment, a mosquito flew past his eyes. At that moment, Su Tianlong burst into a rage. He finally found the culprit. Without the slightest hesitation, he slammed his hands together. Splat! A crunching sound rang out in the silent classroom. Instantly, one by one, the examinees in this examination room threw angry looks at Su Tianlong. The invigilator also had an angry look on his face. Chapter 126, Nothing a Slap Can't Solve. The invigilator took 3 or 2 steps to cross to the side of Su Tianlong, but when he saw the Su Tianlong at this moment, he was stunned. He was not only a little skeptical, this classroom really has so many mosquitoes? At this moment, Su Tianlong's face was full of big bags, and there was also a trail of blood marks on his face that he had scratched out himself. It looked as miserable as it could be. All sitting in a classroom, other people are fine, only Su Tianlong seems to be particularly popular with mosquitoes. Looking at this miserable Su Tianlong, the invigilator suddenly sympathized with Su Tianlong. However, sympathy is sympathy, but here is the examination room, there are so many candidates, Su Tianlong's behavior seriously affects others. As the invigilator, he couldn't just ignore it. "Classmate, keep your noise down. Bear with me a little, hurry up and answer the questions, it's almost time." Su Tianlong nodded with a stifled face. At this moment, Su Tianlong was on the verge of crying. What was wrong with himself today? How was he so popular with the mosquitoes? Soon, the time arrived, when the invigilator finished collecting the test papers and turned to leave. Candidates in the classroom, this is one by one out of the sound, chattering and talking on the side to get up and prepare to go out of the examination room. Jiang Hao picked up the exam tools that he had already packed and was ready to leave the room. At this time, an angry roar suddenly came from behind him. "Stop!" Hearing the commotion, the crowd stopped and looked over. Jiang Hao also turned around. At this look, Jiang Hao was also startled. This dude in the back row of him had a face full of big bags and scratches. It was simply worse than the natives in the Amazon from the forest. The others were also stunned when they saw Su Tianlong's appearance. At this time, Su Tianlong pointed at Jiang Hao with a rampant face. "Kid, where are you mixed up? Pretty wild." It was originally a very serious scene, but when Jiang Hao saw Su Tianlong's appearance, he couldn't hold back his laughter. "Ha ha!" Jiang Hao's sudden laughter caused Su Tianlong to be a little confused, and with that, his anger rose in rage. "Damn, I'll let you laugh." Su Tianlong let out a furious curse, and then reached out to slap Jiang Hao. Seeing as the scene, the surrounding melon-eating crowd was shocked, originally thinking that Jiang Hao was going to be slapped by this slap when, who knows, the next moment, with a miserable scream. The scene in front of them changed. Jiang Hao was still standing there, but Su Tianlong flew out backwards. Ah! Seeing this scene, the crowd's mouths opened wide one by one. Crap! Groove, this is martial arts? Sassafras, it can't be my eyesight, right? A slap can send someone flying? Hiss, Su Tianlong has run into an expert this time. The crowd looked at Jiang Hao with awe, and some even looked at Jiang Hao with some fervor in their eyes. Su Tianlong struggled to get up, pointing at Jiang Hao with a horrified face, slurring his words and constantly backing away. You. Seeing this, Jiang Hao felt bored and then turned around to leave as the crowd watched. As Jiang Hao left, the others looked at Su Tianlong with a pang of pity. Su Tianlong was a little uncomfortable by the strange gazes of the people around him. Get lost! With a roar, Su Tianlong looked at the direction that Jiang Hao had left with eyes full of resentment and turned to leave as well. Back home, Jiang Hao turned around and went back to his bedroom after his mom's hush-hush. He was going to study his insect harnessing technique. He saw great potential in the insect harnessing technique. After many experiments, he realized that a level 1 insect harnessing technique only seemed to allow him to summon 10 small mosquitoes. Chapter 127 Upgrading the insect harnessing technique, even cabbage can be decomposed. Jiang Hao was slightly disappointed. However, after he spent a skill point to upgrade his insect harnessing technique to level 2, his insect harnessing technique changed greatly. In terms of quantity, the level 2 insect harnessing technique was able to summon 100 bugs. And within these 100 bugs, other than mosquitoes, other types of small bugs finally appeared. Although these bugs were small, sometimes they could receive strange effects. It would be awesome if he was able to summon some bugs that possessed intense poison. Insect harnessing technique level 2010, harness all insects, drive all insects. A level 2 insect harnessing technique is already this powerful, what about a level 3? Jiang Hao's eyes were filled with anticipation. System, spend 10 skill points to upgrade the insect harnessing technique to level 3. Jiang Hao commanded. Ding, insect harnessing technique upgraded successfully. Insect harnessing technique level 30100, harness all insects, drive all insects. As the insect harnessing technique was upgraded to level 3, a message was instantly integrated into Jiang Hao's mind. After digesting that information, Jiang Hao was filled with smiles. Sure enough, not only did the third level of the insect harnessing technique skyrocket tenfold again in terms of quantity, but the variety had also increased quite a bit the next time around. Even some of the poisonous insects he could now drive. If anyone dared to offend him, they would be killed by him. And there wouldn't be any handles left behind. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao was bursting with excitement. Just as Jiang Hao was still excited, Jiang Ma's voice came, interrupting Jiang Hao. Why? Howard, come out to eat. Got it. Only then did Jiang Hao suppress the excitement of trying out the level 3 insect harnessing technique and went out to eat. The college entrance exam was over, and Jiang Hao was finally free. In the morning, Jiang Hao woke up early as usual and prepared to make a breakfast for his parents. Walking into the kitchen, Jiang Hao found various ingredients. This big cabbage, what can I make something delicious? Jiang Hao looked at a cabbage in his hand and pondered slightly. Ding, found a Chinese cabbage, is it decomposed? Just then, the system's voice suddenly came, and Jiang Hao froze. Cabbage can also be decomposed? I wonder what I can get after the cabbage is decomposed. Jiang Hao instantly became interested after a slight freeze. Decompose. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a Chinese cabbage, obtaining 1 mutant Chinese cabbage seed, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 experience points. Mutant cabbage seed, super fast growth, eating it can beautify and nourish your face. Is it extracted? As the system's tone recalled, the cabbage in Jiang Hao's hand suddenly disappeared. Instead, a tiny cluster of light appeared in his mind, with a seed dripping and spinning in it. Seeing the seed, Jiang Hao was a little confused. Mutant cabbage seed? Super speed growth, and eating it will beautify and nourish your face? After reacting, Jiang Hao had a happy face. Sassafras, awesome system. Extract. As Jiang Hao's words fell, an ant-sized purple pellet appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao carefully preserved it, and then, he looked at the various vegetables in the vegetable basket to the side, his eyes glowing. Since the decomposition of cabbage can obtain mutated seeds, what about the other vegetables? Thinking, Jiang Hao grabbed a red pepper. Immediately afterward, the system's beep arrived as promised. Ding, found 1 red pepper, is it decomposed? As the system's tone came to mind, a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth. Decompose. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao opened his mouth. Chapter 128 Mutated vegetable seeds, each with their own effectiveness. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a red pepper, obtaining 1 mutated red pepper seed, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Mutant red pepper seed, super fast growth, eating it can be appetizing and addictive, please use with caution. Decomposition complete, is it extracted? Jang Hao was also amused after reading the note. Egu, this mutated pepper is appetizing and addictive? Jang Hao thought back, and it seemed to be true. He himself loved spicy food, and the more he ate spicy food, the more he wanted to eat it. It seemed like eating chili peppers was indeed addictive. With this thought, he didn't care much. Afterwards, he broke down the several other vegetables in the basket one by one. In addition to the cabbage, chili peppers, he obtained 3 more mutated seeds. Mutated cucumber seed, super speedy growth, can lose weight if eaten. Mutant tomato seeds, super speed growth, eat it for beauty. Mutant leek seeds, super speed growth, eating it can replenish chi and aphrodisiac. After breaking down the 5 types of vegetables in the vegetable basket, Jang Hao was a bit overwhelmed. Looking at the 5 tiny mutant vegetable seeds in his hand, Jang Hao was again a bit confused. He looked around for a bit before realizing that he had no place to grow these seeds here. All he could find after looking around was a not-so-large flower pot. Jang Hao had no choice but to plant the mutant cabbage seed in the pot first. He was going to see the effect, and plant the other seeds when he had time to buy a few pots. After Kong Hao watered the pot a little, he planted the mutant cabbage seeds inside. After placing the flower pots in his bedroom, Jang Hao didn't care much. Although the system hinted that the mutant seed had the skill of super speed growth, he had just planted it, so it couldn't grow all at once, could it? Jang Hao went to cook and didn't think much about it. What Jang Hao didn't know was that the mutant cabbage seeds he planted in the flower pot had already sprouted in the soil just after he left. Soon, a fragrance of vegetables wafted out from the side of the kitchen. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom woke up, ate breakfast, and went to the Jiang family restaurant. Jiang Zixuan, on the other hand, went to school. Jiang Hao was also idle, when he suddenly remembered that Song Wanzhong seemed to have asked Rong Wanner to invite him to the Song family several times already. Uncle Song has invited me several times, I didn't have the time before, but now that I have the time, it's time for me to pay Uncle Song a visit. With this thought, Jiang Hao called and inquired about Song Wanner, and after getting that Song Wanzhong was at home, he prepared a few gifts and went out. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at a large manor. Just as Jiang Hao arrived, he saw Song Wanner already waiting at the door. Song Wanner had a sultry look on her face as she said, "You're finally here, Jiang Shueba is just hard to invite." Jiang Hao was a little embarrassed and rubbed his head. That, in the past, it wasn't that I didn't have the time, now that I have the time, I didn't come immediately. Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao's cute appearance and snorted a laugh. "Okay, just kidding. Let's go, my dad is waiting." Under Song Wanner's leadership, Jiang Hao walked into the Song family estate. After going in, looking at the opulent manor, Jiang Hao also sighed for a while. Arriving at the hall, Jiang Hao finally met the famous Jade King Song Wanzhong again. In the hall, next to Mr. and Mrs. Song Wanzhong, stood a well-mannered young man and a noble wife with outstanding temperament. And Jiang Hao had long since learned from Song Wanner that it was her distant aunt and cousin from somewhere. Chapter 129 Unconscionable, A Small Punishment. "Dad, Mom, look who's here." Song Wanner called out. Song Wanzhong took a glance at the door and saw Jiang Hao next to Song Wanner, and was instantly filled with smiles as he got up and said, "Junior nephew Jiang, finally you've been invited here." Jiang Hao pays his respects to Uncle Song, Auntie. Jiang Hao performed a bow to Mr. and Mrs. Song Wanzhong. On the side, Song Wanner's distant cousin and aunt instantly had a subtle change in their faces when they saw that Song Wanzhong was actually so polite to this young man. The two of them glanced at each other and instantly saw the surprise, doubt, and worry in each other's eyes. And at that moment, Jiang Hao glanced at the side, Song Wanner's distant cousin and aunt, pretending not to recognize them and said, "Uncle Song, these two are? Oh, I forgot to introduce them." At this moment, Song Wanhwa introduced Jiang Hao. "This is Wanner's distant aunt, just call Auntie Feng." "Good day, Auntie Feng." Jiang Hao called out obediently. And Song Wanner's aunt nodded faintly, seeming to treat Jiang Hao with some disdain. Jiang Hao didn't care, and Song Wanzhong frowned a bit when he saw this, but he didn't say much. "This is your Aunt Feng's son, Feng Jiangwo, just returned from studying abroad not long ago. He's a medical doctor, and has opened a sizable private clinic in Tianhe City." At this moment, Feng Jiangwo took the initiative to step forward with a smile on his face and extended his hand to Jiang Hao. "Auntie is joking, I'm just fooling around, hello." "Hello?" Jiang Hao didn't think much of it and reached out to shake his hand. Just as Jiang Hao was about to let go, suddenly, a not-so-small force came from his hand. Jiang Hao looked at Feng Jiangwo in surprise, only to see him looking at Jiang Hao wistfully, seemingly waiting for Jiang Hao to make a fool of himself. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled sunnily and slightly exerted force in his hand, and instantly, Feng Jiangwo's hand directly deformed. Feng Jiangwo's face changed and was filled with pain, as if he was afraid that other people would find out. He eventually held back from screaming out. After Jiang Hao punished this inexplicable Feng Jiangwo, he smiled and let go. Feng Jiangwo hurriedly pulled his hand back, his hanging hand trembling. However, no one noticed these details. Feng Jiangwo stared at Jiang Hao, a hint of resentment flashing under his eyes. "Alright, let's sit down and chat." At this time, Song Wanhua spoke, and only then did the crowd take their seats one by one. After eating, Feng Jiangwo was ready to find the right moment to try and get back into the game. He glanced at Jiang Hao, and then at Song Wanner's mother, and then his eyes lit up, and then he said, "Auntie, didn't you say that you can't sleep these days? Why don't you come with me to my clinic? I just entered a new medical machine that is the most advanced in the country of M not long ago. I'll give you a comprehensive examination." He heart sniffed and had a hint of intention. These past few days, she had always been unable to sleep for some reason. As for the side, when Jiang Hao heard this, he suddenly remembered that he had insomnia not long ago, and it seemed that he still had the super tranquilizer pill synthesized using the system. At this time, Song Wanzhong also spoke up. "Heart, why don't you go check with Jiangwo?" On the side, Feng Jiangwo's mother was also quick to help her son. "Alright." He Heart agreed. Feng Jiangwo was instantly filled with smiles and looked at Jiang Hao with some dejection. Jiang Hao was like looking at a little cutie. Generally glancing at Feng Jiangwo, he didn't know what kind of disease this Feng Jiangwo was suffering from. Why was he always having trouble with him? However, since this was the case, he would not be polite. "Auntie, do you just have insomnia?" Jiang Hao suddenly spoke out. Chapter 130. There's nothing wrong with being ignorant, the fault lies in the fact that you're ignorant and still don't know it yourself. Jiang Hao's inquiry caused all eyes to gather on him. However, Jiang Hao wasn't the least bit afraid and was open and calm. Although he Heart didn't know why Jiang Hao had asked this question, he answered anyway. "Well, I've just been suffering from inexplicable insomnia these past few days, but nothing else." Jiang Hao smiled slightly at his words. "In that case, if Auntie just has insomnia, it's not a big deal." At this time, Feng Jiangwo let out a snort, his eyes filled with contempt. "What? Could it be that Brother Jiang has a wonderful trick to solve Auntie's insomnia?" An elementary school student who hadn't even grown his hair was acting like a big head in front of him. At this time, Song Wanzhong also frowned, looking at Jiang Hao with suspicion. As for Song Wanner, seeing that the situation was not right, she also pulled on Jiang Hao's lapel in private, trying to remind Jiang Hao not to talk nonsense. For Feng Jiangwo's ridicule, Jiang Hao paid no attention as he reached into his coat pocket and took out a small gourd-shaped porcelain bottle. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he pushed it in front of Heart. "Auntie, this is the 9 flowers jade dew tranquilizing pill given to me by my master. It can reassure and replenish qi and contain the spirit. Originally, this is something that my master exchanged with a medicine master specifically for the purpose of nourishing and growing my spiritual power. However, Auntie needs it, so I gifted it to Auntie to relieve her of her worries." Jiang Hao spoke in such a high-class manner that he also bluffed the others. However, the 3 members of the Song family, who had been dealing with jade for years, did see at a glance that the small porcelain medicine bottle was extraordinary. I had the same % line 7 plus n forbidden y turn equals x% this. The following is a summary of the results of the study, which were presented to the Commission on Human Rights at its meeting in Washington, D.C., on March 31, 2002. However, without waiting for the others to speak, Feng Jiangwo pointed at Jiang Hao with a sneer. "Ha ha! Laughing me to death, Brother Jiang, you're afraid that you've read too many martial arts novels, and you've been tricked by a swindler and still don't realize it. Master? And growing spiritual power? And a grand master? This is all from martial arts novels, where is this stuff in reality?" Saying that, he stood up and reached out for the small porcelain pill bottle that Jiang Hao had taken out. "As for this thing, it looks decent, but it's only $3 or $4 to buy outside." However, just as he was about to get that small porcelain medicine bottle, suddenly a hand quickly reached over and took the bottle before him. When he looked up, he unexpectedly found his Aunt Song Wanzhong holding that jade vial, scrutinizing it with caution in his eyes. At once, he was greatly surprised. "Aunt husband, you wouldn't believe it too, would you?" However, Song Wanzhong did not pay him any attention. At this time, when Ikamet Heart heard Feng Jiangwo being so ignorant and disgraceful, she hurriedly scolded him. Jiangwo, stop it. Ikamet Heart's chiding caused Feng Mother to be a bit displeased. Sister, Jiangwo is right. What, do you also believe that thing he said? Alas, you've all been tricked by this liar. As she said this, she also pointed at the calm-faced Jiang Hao with disgust in her eyes. Afterwards, she continued. I think you'd better hurry up and tell this little liar to get lost and keep him away from Wanner. Wanner should walk around with our family Jiangwo more often. Song Wanner glared at this 8-pole aunt of hers with a burst of disgust. Once Jiang Hao heard this, he realized why Feng's mother and son were so disgusted with him. On the other hand, Ikamet Heart on the side frowned in displeasure. This distant sister of hers really didn't have any eyesight, just like her son. Feng Jiangwo on the side was unaware of this, listening to his mother's praise. Although he had a modest face on the surface, the smugness in his eyes was something he couldn't hide. Chapter 131 Not knowing and pretending to know, being slapped in the face. However, just as Mother Feng was gushing and bragging about his son, Song Wanzhong suddenly let out a cold shout. Enough! Feng Mother was startled by Song Wanzhong's cold shout, then she felt aggrieved, just as she was about to defend herself. But she saw Song Wanzhong looking over with a cold face, and finally glanced at Feng Jiangwo with some disgust. This mother and son duo's purpose, how could he not know, just that he was too lazy to say it? Shame on you, not pretending to understand. Saying this, Song Wanzhong pointed at the small porcelain vase in his hand and said, This is a medicine vase made of the finest horse-tooth species of jadeite jade, and it's also a medicine vase that has been carved by a carving master. This one medicine alone is worth over $1 million, and this is just a medicine bottle. Saying that, Song Wanzhong did not say more, his meaning was self-evident. The bottle that holds the medicine alone has such a price, the medicine inside can be imagined, how precious it should be. Feng Mother and Feng Jiangwo were instantly blinded by Song Wanzhong's words. They looked at the glazed ceramic vial in Song Wanzhong's hand with disbelief. How is this possible? It's just a small vase, how is it possible? That's right, brother-in-law, you must have misread it. At this moment, Feng's mother and son were as if they had lost their minds, their eyes were lifeless, and they were muttering under their breath. Ikamet Heart was a bit intolerant, however. At this time, Song Wanzhong glanced at Feng's mother and son, frowned tightly, and spoke again. Hi, this mother and son think they are tired, send the two of them back. Yes, master. Soon, Uncle Hai brought people to prepare to invite Feng's mother and son out. Feng's mother and son were awakened and immediately shouted. However, to Jiang Hao's surprise, after Uncle Hai gave Feng's mother and son a gentle pat, the mother and son were instantly quiet. Jiang Hao looked at Uncle Hai with curiosity. Was that a point? Could there really be martial arts in this world? Jiang Hao did not have the slightest feeling about casually punishing Feng's mother and son, a pair of jumping clowns. Just as Jiang Hao fell into deep thought, Song Wanzhong's slightly apologetic voice suddenly came. I've made virtuous nephew laugh. We'll take this medicine, count me as owing Xian nephew a favor. If Xian nephew has anything in the future, feel free to come find me. Saying this, Song Wanzhong lifted his wine cup and said, This cup, I toast to Xian nephew. Jiang Hao sniffed, and hastily raised his glass in a polite manner. It's fine, uncle doesn't have to take it personally. After a long time, Jiang Hao bid farewell to Song Wanner's family. As for whether or not Ikamet Heart would take that one tranquilizer pill, Jiang Hao didn't know. But he knew that a big family like the Song family would definitely not easily believe his words. Even if they believed his words, it was certain that they would do certain tests before eating it. After leaving the Song family, Jiang Hao ran to the flower and bird market, bought a few flower pots, and went back to prepare to plant several other mutated vegetable seeds. When Jiang Hao returned home with a few flower pots, he saw the three of them, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom, Jiang Zixuan, gathered around the table in the hall, seemingly looking at something, not even realizing that Jiang Hao had returned. Jiang Hao was instantly interested and tiptoed closer to take a look. Crap! Groove, growing so fast? Jiang Hao's outburst instantly startled his mom, dad, sister, and the three of them. Jiang Mother was startled, rolled her eyes when she reacted, and slapped Jiang Hao hard. Dead kid, scared your mom to death. While at this time, Jiang Hao stared at the large cabbage in the flower pot on the table, his eyes full of shock. Chapter 132 Mutant Chinese Cabbage Matures, Powerful Overgrowth. When Jiang Ma saw this, she remembered. This flower pot seemed to have been brought out from Jiang Hao's room by herself. Moreover, there was clearly only a small green seedling in the pot when she brought it out. But who knew that when she came back in the afternoon, there was an extra cabbage completely wrapped tightly in the pot. She thought it was someone who had nothing better to do and had planted a mature cabbage instead. But Zixian and his father both said it hadn't been replaced, and she hadn't moved it, and Hauer hadn't come back. She thought it was haunted. Now, looking at Hauer seemed to know something. Hauer, what's going on? How come there's suddenly an extra cabbage this big in the flower pot? Mother Jiang inquired with some curiosity. As soon as Mother Jiang opened her mouth, instantly, the gazes of Father Jiang and Jiang Zixuan also fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao reacted and looked at this large cabbage in front of him, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Mom, this is a mutated vegetable seed that I obtained through hybridization in my spare time. It can grow quickly, and eating the cabbage grown from this mutated vegetable seed can also beautify and nourish your skin. When Jiang Dad, Jiang Mom, and Jiang Zixuan heard this, they were instantly shocked. When would Jiang Hao research this stuff? At this moment, Jiang Ma suddenly seemed to think of something and hurriedly opened her mouth to inquire. Hauer, you said it can grow quickly, so how long does it take for it to mature from the time it's planted? Jiang Hao was stunned, and was really caught off guard by his mom's question. At this time, he remembered that he seemed to have planted it at 8 in the morning, and now it was 3 in the afternoon. O'clock. Mom, it takes about 6 to 8 hours for it to mature from seed planting. As soon as Jiang Hao's words left his mouth, all of a sudden, the family sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at this large cabbage and the flower pot on the table. At this point, even Jiang Hao was taken aback by the timing. One must know that the normal growth cycle of a cabbage was around 50 to 60 days. And now, the growth cycle of the mutated Chinese cabbage seed was actually directly shortened to 6 to 8 hours. This was a direct shortening of more than 200 times in one fell swoop. Simply terrifying. Jiang Dad, Jiang Mom, and Jiang Zixuan were as if they were looking at perverts. Jiang Hao was also uncomfortable being stared at so much by his family, so he pinched his orchid fingers and timidly said, Mom and Dad, I know I'm handsome, but there's no need for you guys to stare at me like this, right? I'll be shy. The family was instantly amused by the quirky Jiang Hao. Screw you, I've never seen you so self-absorbed. Jiang Ma gave Jiang Hao a blank look as she nudged her finger on his brow. At this point, Jiang Dad calmed down and instantly sensed the crisis in this matter, then said seriously, Hauer, who else knows about this matter? Jiang Dad's words instantly made the family tense up again. Where Jiang Hao didn't know what his dad was worried about. He naturally knew the reasoning of a piker's sin, but not a piker's sin. Dad, don't worry, I got this alone, no one knows. Only then did Jiang Dad let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Jiang Dad stared at Jiang Hao, Jiang Ma, and Jiang Zixuan with a serious face, and said very cautiously, Child's mom, Hauer, Zixuan, this matter must not be spread out casually. Jiang Ma, Jiang Hao, and Jiang Zixuan Feng naturally understood the reasoning behind this and nodded their heads. Alright Dad, don't be so serious, later I'll take this cabbage and make you a few dishes for you to try. Jiang Hao felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, then he directly wrenched the Chinese cabbage and held it as he slipped into the kitchen. Chapter 133 The Power of Mutated Vegetables, Jiang Hao's Thoughts. Mutant cabbage tastes really extraordinary, the flavor is many times more delicious than the average cabbage, not to mention. What shocked Jiang Hao even more was the mutant cabbage's beauty function. Soon after they ate, Jiang Hao felt a sense of greasiness all over his body, as if there was something that was constantly being discharged from his body. The family lined up and switched bathing, cleaning each person 3 or 4 times before calling it quits. Afterwards, Jiang Hao felt much more relaxed, and he was surprised to find that his face was much whiter when he looked in the mirror. His mother, on the other hand, had changed the most, more like she was a few years younger. Such a powerful effect was truly shocking. If this kind of vegetable is taken out and sold, it will definitely fetch a very good price, right? Jiang Hao was delighted with this thought, but soon, he seemed to think of something and a hint of regret appeared on his face. Such a cabbage, selling him for $100 or $200 wouldn't be too expensive, it's just that, for the time being, I can't plant it on a large scale. However, this is good, after all, things are more expensive than rare. Thinking like this, Jiang Hao wasn't torn. As for the output of mutated vegetables, perhaps I can talk to Xue Zixi. The more Jiang Hao thought about it, the more feasible he felt, so he sat down and decided. It's settled. As for Jiang Dad's advice, he hadn't forgotten about it, but it wasn't like he was going to be stupid enough to show his hand to someone else, so naturally, there wouldn't be any major problems. With this in mind, Jiang Hao went to the kitchen to break down another ordinary cabbage and plant the one mutant cabbage seed he had obtained. Tomorrow, he would have to rely on these mutated vegetables to talk business with Shuezishi. The night was silent. The next morning, Jiang Hao woke up early and was pleasantly surprised to find that all the other mutated vegetables he had planted had matured. After collecting all of the ripened mutant vegetables, Jiang Hao took out a portion to simply make breakfast for his family. He then finished eating breakfast amidst the family's marveling. In the blink of an eye, it was almost noon. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Hao looked for the phone number left by Shuezishi and dialed it. In an unusually clean, high-class office, Shuezishi looked at the name displayed on her cell phone with some surprise. It's him? I wonder what he's looking for me for. After a slight contemplation, Shuezishi answered the phone with interest. Hey, Mr. Jiang, rare guest. Looking for me for something? Jiang Hao went straight to the point between openings. Nothing big, just a piece of business I want to talk to. After making an appointment with Shuezishi, Jiang Hao took his mutated vegetables in a car and went straight to Tianfu building. When he arrived at the Heavenly Mansion, Jiang Hao carried his bag and walked straight into the magnificent door of the Heavenly Mansion with a put-on style that he thought was very handsome. However, handsome but not 3 seconds. Jiang Hao had just arrived at the door. The 2 security guards at the door had a strange look on their faces at the all-plain Jiang Hao and reached out to stop him. Good day, sir. Please show your membership card. It was only then that Jiang Hao remembered that Tianfu House seemed to be a membership system. It seemed like Shuezishi had given him a Heavenly Mansion Supreme membership card. However, it seemed like he had forgotten to bring it with him. Jiang Hao felt around himself with some embarrassment, but he didn't touch anything. Thus, Jiang Hao looked at the security guard at the door and said with some embarrassment, Big brother, I forgot to bring my membership card. However, I have an appointment with your Heavenly Mansion's eldest lady. Can you accommodate me? Chapter 134, Big Brother, remember to write your name backwards in the future. At this time, one of the small security guards was expressionless and spoke. I'm sorry, sir, we have rules. Although he knew this was the outcome, Jiang Hao was still a little depressed. However, he did not say much. At this point, he had already come. Running back to get his membership card was impossible, so he had to call and ask Shuezishi to send someone to pick him up. Soon, the phone call came through. Hello, Ms. Shui. I'm downstairs at the Heavenly Mansion. I left in a hurry today. I forgot to bring the Supreme membership card you sent me, and I was stopped by your security, so send someone to pick me up. Aha! Jiang Hao didn't avoid the phone call, so what Jiang Hao said on the phone word for word all fell into the ears of the 2 small security guards behind him. When the 2 small security guards heard this, they immediately let out a puff of laughter. Jiang Hao then heard the 2 security guards behind him whispering. How many has this been today? Another one pursuing our family's Missy. Yeah. The one who was just dragged out was fine, at least he drove an expensive sports car, and his outfit was worth a lot of money. But this one, not only did he come here by taxi, but his dress is even plainer, and he doesn't even have a membership card, so he still wants to pursue our family's big miss. TSK. However, I admire this kind of warrior who dares to pursue our family's Missy. Jiang Hao sniffed and retracted his steps. They're treating me as Shuezishi's suitor? Jiang Hao turned around and looked at the 2 security guards with some surprise. At this time, the 2 small security guards also knew that the 2 of them had been overheard talking. However, they weren't scared, and one of them even gave a sneaky thumbs up to Jiang Hao. Brother, I admire warriors like you. Still, our brothers can't let you in. The man then skimmed over what Jiang Hao was wearing, as well as the bag in Jiang Hao's hand, and advised once again. Little brother, don't pretend anymore, hurry back and study hard. And a Supreme membership card. If you have a blue crystal card, I'll write my name backwards in the future. At these words, Jiang Hao was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. After a slight contemplation, Jiang Hao smiled suddenly and inquired with interest. Does that domineering Missy of your family have many suitors? This was, the small security guard who had been talking to Jiang Hao instantly looked proud upon hearing this. That's not true. Today, just as he was about to make a long speech to persuade this boyish teenager, the companion next to him unintentionally swept a middle-aged man in a suit in the distance toward them. Instantly, this person's face changed and he hurriedly whispered to remind his companion who was still talking to Jiang Hao. Lai Fu, stop it, Manager Su is coming. His companion sniffed and hurriedly stood back up. At this time, Jiang Hao also saw the middle-aged man walking towards the area. Taking another look at these 2 small security guards, the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly. He spoke to that small security guard who had spoken to him earlier. "Big brother security guard, remember to write your name backwards to me later." Oh. That little security guard was stunned at his words. However, at this time, their general manager had already arrived at the door, so he didn't dare to think too much. After Su Jojo came back over, after seeing a 17 or 18-year-old child staring at him at the door, and no one else around, he was suddenly puzzled. "Didn't Missy say that Mr. Jiang is at the door?" Su Jiaohui muttered. Chapter 135 proved to be secret of Jiang Hao, inexplicable questions. Just as he was about to ask the two security guards, the kid who was staring at him unexpectedly greeted him with a smile on his face and said something that shocked him. "You're the one Miss Shui sent to pick me up, right?" "Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Jiang Hao." "Let's go." After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored the frozen Su Jiaohui and the two small security guards who were shocked at the sight, and was about to cross the door straight away. As Jiang Hao passed the two security guards, he also purposely patted the big brother who was going to write his name backwards. At this time, Su Jiaohui reacted and remembered Shui Zishi's instructions. At once, he hurriedly followed with an apologetic face and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's my humble self who was blind. I hope Mr. Jiang will forgive me. My humble name is Su. Tim is the general manager of Tianfu Lues area." At this moment, Su Jiaohui suddenly remembered something and hurriedly scolded the two security guards next to him. "You two, don't apologize to Mr. Jiang yet." The two big security brothers looked at the plainly dressed Jiang Hao with shocked faces. They also didn't expect that their general manager would be so polite to this poor boy. At this moment, Jiang Hao waved his hand. "No need, General Manager Su. This is supposed to be their duty. It's me who forgot to bring my card. Let's get going, Ms. Shui is still waiting." Saying that, Jiang Hao stepped into the Tianfu building. Su Jiaohui hurriedly followed, leading the way. After Jiang Hao left, the two small security guards returned to retrieve their gaze, coincidentally glancing at each other. Suddenly the two of them were wide-eyed. Crap, is that brother telling the truth? As if, yes. Of course, all of this was just a small episode for Jiang Hao, and he didn't take it to heart. Under Su Jiaohui's leadership, Jiang Hao arrived at a very elegantly decorated, atmospheric, and honorable private room. Just as he entered, Jiang Hao saw Shui Zishi. After Shui Zishi heard the commotion and looked up to see that it was Jiang Hao, she hurriedly got up and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, you're here." She greeted Jiang Hao while instructing Su Jiaohui, who was next to her. "Mr. Su, order down and serve the food." "Yes." Su Jiaohui turned around and was about to leave when Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. "Wait." Shui Zishi, Su Jiaohui both turned back. Shui Zishi was somewhat surprised and inquired, "What else does Mr. Jiang command?" Jiang Hao glanced at Shui Zishi, then spoke in a mysterious manner. "Miss Shui, please ask the back kitchen to make a few vegetarian dishes with cabbage, chili peppers, cucumbers, tomatoes, and leeks. This has a lot to do with the business I want to talk to you about today." Shui Zishi sniffed and immediately became interested. "Oh, in that case. Mr. Su, follow Mr. Jiang's request and order it down." "Yes, Missy." Su Jiaohui left, and Shui Zishi glanced at the bulging bag on the seat next to Jiang Hao with some surprise. She returned to her seat and sat down, looking at Jiang Hao with some curiosity. "Mr. Jiang, didn't you say you have business to talk to me about?" Jiang Hao looked at Shui Zishi, who had already been aroused by his words, and mysteriously said, "Miss Shui, don't be in a hurry, wait for the food to come up. I promise, I will not let Miss Shui down with this business." Shui Zishi was indeed aroused by Jiang Hao's mysterious behavior. "Oh, when did Mr. Jiang become so mysterious?" Jiang Hao smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, Shui Zishi was not in a position to ask more questions. After a long silence, Jiang Hao suddenly and inexplicably inquired, "Miss Shui, there should be a bathroom here, right?" Chapter 136 Shui Zishi's doubt, shock after understanding. Shui Zishi felt a pang of puzzlement at his words, but he still answered truthfully, "Yes." "That's good." Jiang Hao replied back and went back to resting his eyes, causing Shui Zishi to feel depressed for a while. Looking at such a Jiang Hao, she was somewhat skeptical of her own charm. Soon, the dishes were served. Jiang Hao picked up his chopsticks and sampled a bit of each and tasted it, then shook his head and put down his chopsticks without a word. At this time, he took out the mutated vegetables he had brought from his own bag, and handed it to the waiter in front of Shui Zishi's strange look. "Please have your back kitchen make me the same dish with the vegetables I brought." The waitress lady looked at Jiang Hao with a strange look on her face, reaching out to take the vegetables that Jiang Hao handed over, and looked at Xue Zishi with a somewhat overwhelmed look. He had never seen a meal that came with its own ingredients. Although Xue Zishi didn't know what Jiang Hao was up to, she still spoke. Go ahead and make Master Zhao work hard. After receiving Xue Zishi's order, the waitress lady then hurriedly took the mutated vegetables and went to the back kitchen. Originally, the ingredients of the Heavenly Mansion house all came in through their own channels, and never accepted foreign ingredients, let alone those brought in by the customers. However, with Xue Zishi here, everything wasn't just a matter of words. 20 minutes passed, and the dishes were brought up. Jiang Hao revealed a smile and made a please pose to Xue Zishi. With doubt, Xue Zishi picked up her chopsticks and tasted the dish that had just been brought up. With the dish just entering her mouth, a rich and special flavor exploded in her mouth. This scent made her unable to resist her appetite, and she couldn't help but take a few more bites one after another. Afterward, Xue Zishi was a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and then she hurriedly tasted the dish that was served up earlier. This bite of the dish was just imported, and Xue Zishi didn't take 2 bites before she frowned and spat it out. She was shocked to find that 2 plates of the same dish, and from the same chef, but why was there such a big difference in this flavor? At that moment, she suddenly remembered that Jiang Hao had just brought his own version of those vegetables, and her eyes instantly lit up as she hurriedly looked up at Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, those vegetables you just brought with you. Xue Zishi looked at Jiang Hao with eyes full of anticipation, while Jiang Hao was not only not slow to taste the veggies that had just been brought up and made with mutated vegetables. The craftsmanship is a bit worse, but it doesn't affect the comparison. Only then did he look at Xue Zishi and said, Miss Xue must have already felt the difference, right? Xue Zishi didn't interrupt, waiting quietly for Jiang Hao to speak down, and Jiang Hao did as she wished. This is a new variety of vegetable I've researched. The flavor is more than 10 times fresher than a normal vegetable. This mutated vegetable has just appeared, so I need to find a group of buyers. And as one of the minor shareholders of Tianfu House, I certainly prefer Tianfu House. It's just that I don't know if Miss Xue is willing to do this business. With that, Jiang Hao looked towards Xue Zishi. And Xue Zishi was shocked. She hadn't heard it wrong, had she? This was actually researched by Jiang Hao himself. Was this something a high school student could do? I'm afraid those national treasure researchers of the country might not be able to do it either, right? However, she was less shocked after she thought that this high school student was a culinary master. Ms. Xue, are you interested in doing this business? Jiang Hao saw Xue Zishi, who was lost in thought, and spoke out to remind her. Chapter 137, another 100 million, however, is 100 million a lot? Xue Zishi was awakened and hurriedly spoke. Yes, it is. I'm willing to bid 50 million to buy this batch of mutated vegetable seeds from Mr. Jiang. Xue Zishi opened her mouth and it was $50 million. However, Jiang Hao just looked at Xue Zishi and smiled without saying anything. Although $50 million was a lot, he hadn't even told the best features of these mutated vegetables yet. If Xue Zishi knew that the Chinese cabbage she ate alone had very strong beauty features, then she wouldn't have offered only $50 million. I'm afraid she wouldn't have wanted to buy these 5 mutant vegetable seeds for only $50 million. At that time, I'm afraid that $50 million wouldn't even be enough to buy one of the mutated vegetable seeds. Seeing that her bid did not satisfy Jiang Hao, after a slight silence, Xue Zishi spoke again. How about this, Mr. Jiang? I'll bid 100 million. How about buying me all 5 of these mutant vegetable seeds? Ending, Xue Zishi followed up. If Mr. Jiang is still not satisfied with this price, Zishi has no choice. Xue Zishi opened her mouth again, and surprisingly, she directly doubled the price. If the mutated vegetables had only undergone a huge change in flavor, he might have agreed long ago. However, the reality was not like that. Jiang Hao's silence caused Xue Zishi to frown. She felt that Jiang Hao was a little too insatiable. However, right at this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the time, then a confident smile appeared on his face as he looked at Xue Zishi. Does Miss Xue feel sticky and uncomfortable all over? Xue Zishi was shocked when she heard this. After Jiang Hao reminded her of this, it seemed that she really felt a little uncomfortable all over her body, and there was a hint of sweaty odor. Miss Xue, go take a shower, we'll talk later. Xue Zishi thought that Jiang Hao had drugged him in that moment. However, looking at such a calm Jiang Hao, she discarded that thought. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Xue Zishi spoke with an apology. Jiang Hao did not say much. Soon, an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Xue Zishi finally arrived late. This time, after Xue Zishi hurried over, she looked at Jiang Hao with a face full of shock. "Mr. Jiang, what the hell is going on?" Jiang Hao smiled faintly at his words. It seemed that Xue Zishi had already discovered it on her own. Jiang Hao hurriedly extended a gesture of "please sit down," and Xue Zishi obediently sat down. Only then did Jiang Hao open his mouth. "I'm sure that Miss Xue has already discovered it. Not bad, each of my mutated vegetables not only tastes 10 times more delicious than normal vegetables. Even each mutated vegetable possesses a very powerful attribute. Mutated Chinese cabbage possesses a terrifying beauty and skin-improving function. I think Miss Xue has already felt it. There's no need for me to say more." As Jiang Hao spoke, Xue Zishi on the side was filled with shock. Although she had guessed it during the bath, she still felt a wave of incredulity after the truth came out of Jiang Hao's mouth now. Afterwards, Jiang Hao made a special introduction to the other 4 mutated vegetables. After listening to Jiang Hao's introduction, Xue Zishi thought that she had heard a magical story. However, the experience she had just had could not be faked. After a long silence, Xue Zishi apologized to Jiang Hao. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's Zishi who has taken the heart of a gentleman for a small man. It's just that, I don't know what Mr. Jiang plans to do with this deal?" At this point, she had realized that the price she had offered before was indeed far from enough. Chapter 138 Shock after shock, shocked to the point of skepticism. Jiang Hao was also silent for a while. How to do this business? He was somewhat hesitant. Originally, he had wanted to grow these mutated vegetables himself, yet sell these mutated vegetables to the Heavenly Mansion. But, on second thought, he didn't seem to have the space to grow them on a large scale. If he planted less, he couldn't afford it. If he planted more, he would have to hire workers, as well as land and many other issues. Now that Xue Zishi had already seen the power of mutant vegetables, he might as well throw all these problems to Xue Zishi. Moreover, the mutant vegetable seeds were all obtained from the system, after going through the seeding. The vegetables grown from the seeds bore seeds that could not be planted again. Therefore, even if the seeds were sold to Xue Zishi would not be able to replicate them. He could only keep buying mutated vegetable seeds from him. What's more, the perverted super speed growth attribute of the mutated seeds could be used as another powerful bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao spoke. "I can buy you these 5 mutant vegetable seeds." Jiang Hao had just finished speaking when Xue Zishi burst into ecstasy. "Really?" Jiang Hao looked at the surprised Xue Zishi and revealed a treacherous smile. "Really? However, I made all these seeds to go to seed, so you can only keep buying this mutated vegetable seed from me every time." When Xue Zishi heard this, her eyes widened and she grit her teeth for a while, even having the urge to hit someone. However, she was also clear about Jiang Hao's reasons for doing so. Xue Zishi spoke in a good-natured manner. "Name your price." Jiang Hao sniffed and after a slight pause, he then spoke. "Let's put it this way, I'll set the price per kilogram for each type of mutated seed at 8 million. Before Jiang Hao finished speaking, Xue Zishi jumped up violently, her eyes widening. She almost couldn't help but be about to scold Jiang Hao for forcefully robbing her. Jiang Hao quickly waved his hand to stop Xue Zishi, who was about to explode. He then pulled out a paper bag from his body and pushed it in front of Xue Zishi before adding, "Actually, these mutated vegetable seeds have an even more perverse attribute that I didn't mention." Xue Zishi didn't have the heart to say, "What ah?" She didn't believe that Jiang Hao's mutated vegetable seeds had any other attributes that were even more perverse than those additional attributes. Jiang Hao wasn't angry either and smiled. "That's that the growth cycle of these mutant vegetable seeds has been compressed by me to 6 to 8 hours. In other words, if you plant these seeds, it will only take you 6 to 8 hours before you can harvest them." Originally, Xue Zishi, who was full of unconcern, jolted up and looked at Jiang Hao with a horrified expression, and when he did, he was a little skeptical of life. "What?" Jiang Hao knew it would be like this, and hurriedly signaled Xue Zishi to sit down. "It's only natural that you don't believe it. This is a few mutated vegetable seeds, take them and plant them in a flower pot. You'll see the results tomorrow, at that time you'll decide if you're willing to do this business with me. Alright, it's almost time, I should go back." Saying that, Jiang Hao got up, grabbed his school bag, and ended the conversation. Jiang Hao had already left for a while, and Xue Zishi was still in a state of shock. After she came to her senses, she hurriedly picked up the paper bag that Jiang Hao had left behind, looked for a flower pot, and as soon as she did, she unmercifully pulled out the valuable flowers in the pot. Planting the mutated vegetable seeds, she then quietly stared at the flower pot. After leaving the Tianfu building, it was still early in the day, so Zhang Hao was ready to call his family to report his safety before wandering around on his own. Chapter 139, Supporting Domestic Production, Pandering to Foreigners. However, when he took out his cell phone, it was only then that he realized that his broken cell phone that he had used for almost 3 years was out of power again. Sassafras, this morning just charged the electricity, not used it is gone? Bad luck. Zhang Hao said darkly. Looking at the elderly machine in his hands, Zhang Hao could not help but say. After holding it for 3 years, it's time to update it, and it's time for Mom, Dad, Zishuan and their cell phones to be changed. With this thought, Zhang Hao took a taxi towards the largest electronic mall in the neighborhood. Walking into Hong Roi Electronic Mall, a sales lady soon ran over to receive Zhang Hao. Hello, welcome to Hong Roi Electronic Mall. What electronic products do you need, sir? Zhang Hao went straight to the point. Which is the best cell phone you have here? Upon hearing this sales lady was very skillful and began to introduce it to Zhang Hao. Sir, the best one we have here that would have to be the Huawei, the Fruit. Saying this young lady took out 2 cell phones with large screens and very nice styles and began to introduce them to Zhang Hao. Sir, this is the latest Fruit 9 launched by M Country Fruit Company, Chip. At this time, not far from Zhang Hao's side, a young girl with a hot body, wearing a very revealing dress in sassafras with a very thick foundation on her face. She heard that the Fruit cell phone introduced by the sales lady was the latest launch of the M Country Fruit Company, and her eyes immediately lit up. She hurriedly pulled a middle-aged man with a big beer belly next to her to Zhang Hao's side, listening to the receptionist's introduction. Zhang Hao felt someone close, just skimmed a glance and did not care. The salesgirl was still working hard to introduce the Fruit cell phone to Zhang Hao. However, once Zhang Hao heard the provenance of this Fruit cell phone, he lost interest in continuing to listen. At this time, Zhang Hao interrupted the salesgirl's introduction. Alright, you don't need to introduce this one. He then pointed to another cell phone next to him and said, I support domestic production, so introduce me to this Huawei. That sales lady was also very patient, showing Zhang Hao a slight smile. She was about to introduce that Huawei to Zhang Hao. Yes, sir. However, at this time, Su Jialong, who was still listening quietly next to her, was not happy. No way, you're just going to introduce me to this Fruit phone, I haven't even finished listening yet. She then glanced at Zhang Hao, who was beside her, dressed in plain clothes and with a childish face, and her eyes were instantly filled with contempt. Go aside if you don't have the money to buy it, don't talk so highly of yourself. Still support domestic? Can a broken Huawei be compared to Fruit? Su Jialong was a veritable Fruit fan, naturally unable to tolerate others not treating Fruit phones. Zhang Hao turned around, his eyes cold, and glanced at this brainwashed woman. He didn't care for this kind of brainwashed argument, then coldly said without mercy. Scram! Su Jialong was scolded and became furious, reaching out to fight. However, Zhang Hao suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Su Jialong. At that moment, Su Jialong took a step back in fear when her angry eyes met Zhang Hao's icy gaze. At that moment, she snapped out of it. She had actually been frightened by the eyes of a little kid. Thinking of this, Su Jialong immediately turned red and felt a wave of shame. She turned around in a flash and flung herself onto the chest of the beer-bellied uncle next to her, and as if she was possessed by a playwright, she actually huffed and puffed. Chapter 140, well, it's really bitchy. How, he's mean to people. Whoa. People just want that Fruit 9. When Zhang Hao heard this, he took a somewhat strange look at this dog and boy who were hugging each other, and immediately felt goosebumps all over his body. He thought that the middle-aged uncle next to this brainwashed girl was her father. Who knew that the relationship between the two of them was actually like this? At this time, even the salesgirl who introduced the cell phone to Zhang Hao looked at the dog couple with a strange expression on her face. At this time, the beer-bellied middle-aged uncle, who was called Hao by the brainwashed girl, gently patted the brainwashed girl on the back and comforted her. It's okay, don't just know the poor boy. See brother, Hao avenge you. Saying this, Hao pulled Su Jialong to one side, then took a step to Zhang Hao's side with a fierce face. Poor guy, you're looking for death. My Hao Jian's horse is also for you to scold? However, he was a bit low, and when he pounced in front of the 1-meter-8 tall Zhang Hao, his aura was a bit suppressed. And at this time, Su Jialong on the side looked at Zhang Hao with some complacency. Seeing this, the sales lady who introduced the cell phone for Zhang Hao hurriedly came out to pull Hao Jian and Zhang Hao apart. Sir, please calm down. Sir, don't be in a hurry, I'll introduce you to this Fruit 9 right away. However, the sales lady just came out and was blocked by the brainwashed woman. Jiang Hao looked down at this Hao Jian for a moment of contemplation. He then spoke very seriously. Well, not bad, indeed. Jiang Hao said, and instantly drew the sales lady next to him, who didn't hold back a puff of laughter. When Hao Jian heard this, his face instantly turned red and he glared fiercely at the sales lady, followed by a furious curse. Grass. You. Da. Master. At the same time, reaching out, he slapped at Jiang Hao's face. Seeing this, the sales lady was shocked and let out a scream. Ah! Watch out! However, at this time, Jiang Hao didn't seem to notice and didn't dodge in any way. At this moment, seeing Jiang Hao who didn't dodge, the sales young lady who was staring closely at the scene was a bit intolerant and subconsciously closed her eyes. On the side, Su Jialong saw this scene and even revealed an expression of unrestrained triumph. Splat! After a crunching sound, a figure flew out. Ah! A mournful scream followed. The crowd looked over. Miss Sales opened her eyes and looked at the situation in front of her with a shocked expression. When Su Jialong saw the eyes, the original smug expression on her face instantly froze. How was this different from what they thought? It turned out that in front of them, in their imagination, Jiang Hao, who was about to be beaten, was actually intact and still standing in place. While Hao Jian, who had just reached out to hit someone first with a ferocious momentum, was lying on the ground not far away, covering his face and constantly wailing. After a slight beat, Su Jialong reacted. She pointed at Jiang Hao with a hint of fear in her eyes. You're finished. How dare you hit Mr. Hao? With that, she hurriedly ran to Hao Jian, who was lying on the ground, and hastily helped him up. Hao, are you okay? Are you okay? At this time, the sales young lady hurriedly ran to Jiang Hao's side and said anxiously. Sir, you should go now, or you'll be in trouble in a while. When Jiang Hao heard this, he glanced at the sales lady with some surprise. However, he did not listen to the sales miss's persuasion. This made the sales miss look anxious. At this time, Hao Jian was helped up, his face was full of anger, one hand covered his reddened cheeks, and one hand pushed Su Jialong away. Chapter 141. Ignorance is right, what's wrong is that you're ignorant and still don't have a brain. He then pointed at Jiang Hao with a hint of madness in his eyes. You bastard, how dare you hit me? Jiang Hao, upon hearing this, his eyes immediately flashed with a cold light as he coldly looked at Hao Jian. Hao Jian was immediately startled by the cold light in Jiang Hao's eyes and hastily took a few steps back. Subsequently, he had a feeling of shame. You wait for me. With that, he took out his phone and prepared to shake people. At this time, the commotion over here had alarmed quite a few people, and soon, the general manager of this Hong Rui electronic mall rushed over with 5 or 6 security guards. What's going on here? As soon as the general manager arrived, he hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired. At this time, Su Jialong stood out, the evil one first. She pointed at Jiang Hao with an indignant face. Do you guys care? This poor kid doesn't have the money to buy a cell phone, not only is he occupying a spot, he's even hitting people. At this time, Hao Jian, who was on the side, saw this and also hurriedly opened his mouth. Mr. Wang, this matter your tube, you see this hit my face. Saying this, he also pointed at his face. This pair of dogs reversed black and white, but Jiang Hao didn't refute it. However, at this time, the sales lady beside Jiang Hao couldn't stand to watch. She was just about to step forward and was about to explain the situation to their general manager when Jiang Hao pulled her back. At this time, the general manager listened and frowned, not having a good impression of Hao Jian, but seeing Hao Jian who covered his face. The balance in his heart still slightly favored Hao Jian. However, he wouldn't be stupid enough to just listen to one side of the story. He then set his eyes on Jiang Hao, who was dressed in plain clothes and carrying a cheap school bag. His good education made him not belittle Jiang Hao because of his age and clothes, and he asked politely. Sir, is that so? Jiang Hao glanced at the smug pair of dogs and didn't explain much as he pulled out a black and gold diamond card from his pocket. Snap! A slap to the glass counter. At that moment, General Manager Wang and Hao Jian's faces changed when they saw the black gold diamond card on the counter. That General Manager Wang had a shocked look on his face. Hao Jian, on the other hand, looked as if he had eaten, and at the same time, looked at Jiang Hao with a vague pang of regret. Black gold diamond card, that wasn't just a senior member of the Royal Bank of R, it was a status symbol. A person who possessed such a card would not be someone he could offend. These people, if they wanted to mess with him, they could easily mess with him. However, now that the matter has come to this, he can only think of a way to pray for the forgiveness of this yearly listener. Hao Jian wanted to use what method to apologize to Jiang Hao, in order to let Jiang Hao let him go. On the side, the sales lady beside Jiang Hao was sensitive to the change in the faces of his family's general manager and Hao Jian when they saw the card. He immediately looked at the exquisite black gold diamond card on the counter with a face of surprise and curiosity. The card made her feel a pang of familiarity, but she just couldn't recall it. However, Su Jialong beside Hao Jian did not see the expressions of Hao Jian and the general manager when they saw the card. She didn't recognize that card either. Put. He looked at the pretentious Jiang Hao and let out a snort. Poor guy, it's that time of the year, why are you still pretending? Who are you scaring with a random game membership card? You little Yakuza. Shut up. Pa. Before Su Jialong could finish her sentence, she was slapped by Hao Jian with a cold shout, followed by an even more vicious slap. Chapter 142 Hao Jian, sure is a bitch. Su Jialong was confused by Hao Jian's slap. Su Jialong looked at Hao Jian, who was staring at her with an angry face. Mr. Hao, why did you hit me? And at this time, to people's surprise, the scene took a sharp turn. Hao Jian didn't care about Su Jialong's aggression, instead, he licked his face and stared at the crowd in surprise. As if he were a pug, he bowed and accompanied with a smile as he arrived in front of Jiang Hao. This gentleman, I'm sorry, it's someone Hao who was dog-eyed. With that, he pulled the blindfolded Su Jialong over with one hand. Oh, and everything is her fault, it's this crazy woman. At this moment, Hao Jian thought that if it wasn't for this vain woman looking for trouble, he wouldn't have stood up for her, thus offending this big shot. The more he thought about it, the more angry Hao Jian got. He reached out and ruthlessly slapped another slap on Su Jialong's pretty face and drank coldly. Don't be quick to apologize to this gentleman and ask for his forgiveness, or I won't spare you. Su Jialong was slapped twice by Hao Jian inexplicably. She was instantly enraged and was about to lash out. However, when her gaze met Hao Jian's eyes that contained a cold light, she instantly reacted. She is only a powerless college student from the countryside, she has many handles in Hao Jian's hands. Moreover, from Hao Jian's reversed attitude, I'm afraid that the card that this poor boy took out is not that simple. Even Hao Jian is so afraid of this person, not to mention their own such a helpless college students. At this moment, the more Su Jialong thought about it, the more scared she became, and all of a sudden she slapped herself with a scared face and apologized to Jiang Hao. I'm sorry. It's my dog's eyes. Jiang Hao watched all of this with cold eyes, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. The sharp reversal of the scene's image surprised the crowd, and at once, the crowd murmured. Isn't that Mr. Hao Jian Hao of the Red 9 Company? Sassafras, what exactly is that young man's identity? Crap. Groove, that person just wasn't quite arrogant. How to turn around and kneel down? Jiang Hao's indifference made Hao Jian and Su Jialong's hearts more apprehensive. Hao Jian stole a glance at Jiang Hao and eventually seemed to make some sort of difficult decision. Punt. Hao Jian directly fell to his knees with a sobbing tone in his voice. My lord, I have an 80-year-old mother and a child waiting to be fed, please be generous and let us go. After saying this, Hao Jian kowtowed. On the side, Su Jialong saw this, also hastily kneeled down, followed suit. This scene made the crowd cry and laugh. Jiang Hao was also diabolized by Hao Jian's exaggerated acting skills. He also didn't expect that the card Shui Zishi gave himself to work so well. And at this time, Hao Jian saw that his acting didn't impress Jiang Hao. He was so anxious that he crawled towards Jiang Hao and was about to hug Jiang Hao's big push. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hastily stopped it. Stop. Hao Jian looked at Jiang Hao expectantly, and Jiang Hao looked at the pair of dogs with a look of disgust. You put away your... I won't pursue this matter anymore, and you should stop disgusting me. Hurry up and take this woman and get the hell out of here. When Hao Jian and Su Jialong heard this, they were overjoyed and hurriedly spoke. Thank you, my lord. Afterward, the two of them hurriedly got up and slipped through the crowd, disappearing. Jiang Hao looked at the direction the two had left and muttered. Hao Jian, sure is a good. Chapter 143 Decomposing Cell Phones, 1000-mile sound transmission technique. The salesgirl who was looking at Jiang Hao with a face of adoration sniffed and let out a giggle. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Hao turned back to look at the salesgirl. At that moment, that salesgirl hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiang Hao's eyes. And at that moment, that general manager also reacted and hurriedly said respectfully. I'm sorry, sir. For today's accident, we apologize profusely. So, today, whatever electronic product Mr. looks at, we'll give it away for free as a reparation from our Hongroy electronic mall. Jiang Hao sniffed and glanced at that general manager in surprise, then said, "No need, I can still afford a few cell phones." "Alright, it's alright." Afterward, looking towards that sales young lady beside him, "You introduce me to this cell phone." That general manager was also a smart person. He sensed that he wasn't very well received by Jiang Hao, so he didn't make a fool of himself. When the sales lady heard this, she gathered herself together and hurriedly introduced Jiang Hao. "Sir, this Huawei phone has the latest face recognition function, and..." Jiang Hao listened to the salesgirl's introduction while picking up one to play with. However, when he had just picked up a cell phone, his body froze violently. "Ding, found a cell phone, is it decomposed?" Jiang Hao was startled and didn't act rashly. "I wonder what I'll get after the cell phone is disassembled." Just as Jiang Hao was secretly thinking, he suddenly saw a computer on the counter next to him, and his eyes lit up. Since the cell phone can be disassembled, the computer shouldn't be much of a problem either, right? He then pointed at the computer inside the counter and said to the sales lady, "Please help me take out that computer, I'll take a look." Without the slightest bit of impatience, the sales young lady took out that computer for Jiang Hao and then professionally began to introduce that computer for Jiang Hao. And just after Jiang Hao received the computer that the sales young lady received, he then revealed a hint of a smile. This was because the system alert tone came to mind in his mind as promised. After learning about this, Jiang Hao didn't have the heart to continue listening. "Bring me 3 computers with the best performance you have here, and also, that Huawei cell phone just now, pack me 5, I want to take them away." Jiang Hao interrupted the sales lady's introduction and spoke bluntly. The sales lady was also surprised to hear Jiang Hao's demand. However, although she was surprised at why Jiang Hao would buy so many, he wouldn't pry into other people's privacy. Moreover, it wasn't like this gentleman couldn't afford it. So after reacting, the sales lady hurriedly went to get something for Jiang Hao. In the end, Jiang Hao spent $46,000, carried a large bag of things, and left under the respectful escort of the sales miss. Returning to his family, Jiang Hao took 2 cell phones, 2 computers, and put the rest in the living room. On his own, he took the things and ran to his bedroom in a flash, unlocking it and starting his research. First, after drawing the phone card from his recently retired senior citizen's phone, he began to call out to the system. The system's beep came as promised. "Ding, found a senior citizen machine, is it disassembled?" Jiang Hao didn't hesitate for a second. "Decompose." "Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the elderly machine one step, gaining the skill 1000-mile voice transmission technique, skill point 0.9, experience point 0.9. 1000-mile transmission technique level 1010, literally, no explanation. End of decomposition, is it extracted for fusion? Chapter 144 Initial test of 1000-mile sound transmission, then decomposition. After the decomposition of his own geriatric machine, he unexpectedly obtained this ability as if it were an immortal method. Crouch. Groove, awesome system. Jiang Hao was shocked. Shocked to the core, Jiang Hao was so excited that he hurriedly opened his mouth. Extract fusion. As Jiang Hao's words fell, in an instant, the skill melted into his body, followed by the skill about the 1000-mile voice transmission technique appearing in Jiang Hao's mind. Soon, after Jiang Hao had accepted all the memories, he had an excited look on his face. "Sassafras, this really is an immortal art, and a great accomplishment can transmit sound to the heavens and the worlds. It's just that, could there really be all the realms of the heavens?" Jiang Hao was somewhat puzzled. However, very quickly, Jiang Hao put this question behind him. It's just that, nowadays, this immortal art is only level 1, and the sound transmission distance is only 100 meters. Jiang Hao was slightly depressed. It's also thanks to the fact that I can upgrade it with skill points, and besides, 100-meter distance isn't useless. Thinking of this, the trace of depression in Jiang Hao's heart dissipated. Talking about it being so powerful, I haven't tried it yet. Acquiring a new skill, Jiang Hao had an itch to try it out. As for the object of experimentation, it was naturally Jiang Zixuan who was studying at home. A hint of mischief flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, then he activated the 1000-mile sound transmission technique, and soon, a itsy-bitsy fluctuation emanated from Jiang Hao's body. In the opposite bedroom, Jiang Zixuan was still studying at ease, not realizing that her delinquent brother was preparing to tease her. As she got to know this brother of hers better and better, she instantly felt a strong crisis. Thus, she could only study harder. Moreover, he was a senior this year, and with the end of the college entrance exams, the midterm exams were coming up soon. She didn't have a hangover, so naturally she could only rely on her own efforts. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly entered his ears, as if someone was calling her. Zixuan, Zixuan. Jiang Zixuan was a bit puzzled, and turned her head to look out the door, and after realizing that no one was there, she listened with her ears again. At that moment, the voice came back again. Zixian, Zixian, I'm your brother. This time, Jiang Zixuan heard it clearly. Brother? This was her brother's voice. However, she didn't hear any movement. A little puzzled, Jiang Zixuan opened her bedroom and looked down the hall. Brother, is that you back? Jiang Hao didn't move. Zixian, there's a gift I bought for you in the living room, pick it out yourself. At this moment, Jiang Hao's voice once again clearly reached Jiang Zixuan's ears. However, Jiang Zixuan didn't really hear where the voice was coming from even at this point. Gifts? Soon, Jiang Zixuan did find a large pile of wrapped boxes on the living room sofa. However, there was still no sign of Jiang Hao anywhere around. Brother, where are you? Jiang Zixuan's voice carried along with it a tremor. Jiang Hao sniffed and felt that the teasing was almost done, so he opened the bedroom and stopped teasing Jiang Zixuan. When Jiang Zixuan saw Jiang Hao, she was quite relieved. Jiang Hao gave Jiang Zixuan a word, and after Jiang Zixuan took a computer and a cell phone, she went back to her bedroom with joy. Jiang Hao would likewise go to his bedroom and went to finish his big job. This time, his eyes were fixed on the brand new Huawei cell phone that he had just bought back. I've already disassembled a cell phone, I wonder if there's still something to be gained by disassembling it again? It was because of this consideration that he had bought an additional cell phone. As Jiang Hao held that brand new Huawei cell phone in his hand, the system's beep sounded once again. Chapter 145 Re-Decomposition, Pupil of Lawbreaking. Ding, found a Huawei cell phone, is it decomposed? As the system's beep sounded, Jiang Hao was a little hesitant, but in the end, he made up his mind. Decompose. As Jiang Hao gave the order, in an instant, the Huawei cell phone in his hand disappeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful decomposition, gaining the skill Pupil of Lawbreaking. Skill point 0.9. Experience point 0.9. Pupil of Lawbreaking level 1010, a divine grade pupil skill, with it, nothing can deceive your eyes. End of decomposition, is it extracted and fused? The system's beep sounded in Jiang Hao's mind, however, at this point, Jiang Hao was already attracted to this newly appeared skill. Hiss, law-breaking pupil? There's no unknown. Regardless of why he had broken down the Warwick cell phone, he had actually obtained this skill, but Jiang Hao was still excited. Extraction fusion. In the next moment, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of purple light, instantly, adding endless mystery to Jiang Hao. However, very quickly, that flash of purple light disappeared, and Jiang Hao's eyes returned to normal. And everything that had just happened was as if it had never happened. At this point, with the skill melting into his body, Jiang Hao realized the power of the Dharma-breaking pupil. To break the law was to break out of all disguises and see the true meaning of the world. The first thing that Jiang Hao thought of when he learned of the role of the pupil of breaking the law was to gamble and pick up the pieces. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao hurriedly removed a dragon jade pendant from his neck. This jade pendant, which he had carried with him since he was a child, was an old object that had been passed down from his family, according to his father. He didn't know if it was real or fake, but he could just test it with his law-breaking pupil. As Jiang Hao activated the law-breaking pupil, in an instant, it was as if time was flowing backwards. All the experiences of this dragon jade pendant appeared in his mind. Everything was broadcast in his mind as if it were a movie rapidly rewinding. From the modern era to the Republic of China, to the Qing, to the Ming dynasty, and right here, somehow, the picture suddenly came to a halt. However, seeing this, Jiang Hao could at least be certain that this jade pendant was indeed considered an old object. As for why the image suddenly came to a halt, perhaps the level of the Dharma-breaking pupil wasn't enough. After all, the law-breaking pupil was only at level 1 nowadays. At this point, Jiang Hao looked at the fact that upgrading the second level of the lawbreaker's pupil would only require 10 skill points. And 10 skill points he still had. System, upgrade the lawbreaker's pupil to level 2. As Jiang Hao commanded, the system's beep instantly recalled. Ding, 10 skill points deducted successfully, the upgrade of the pupil of lawbreaker is successful. Pupil of lawbreaker level 20100, a divine grade pupil technique, with it, nothing can deceive your eyes. After the law-breaking pupil was upgraded, Jiang Hao once again used the law-breaking pupil to look at the jade pendant. Sure enough, this time, the image was restored all the way back to the Song dynasty, and it only stopped at a piece of its unimpressive stone in the hands of a master carver. It sounded like a long time, but in reality, it took only a few seconds to complete. At this point, Jiang Hao had to marvel at the power of the Dharma-breaking pupil. He happily went around looking for something to experiment with until Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom arrived, and only then did Jiang Hao call it quits. After dinner, Jiang Hao gave the other 2 steps of the phone to his parents separately, and by the way, his parents, Jiang Zixuan, degraded down all the phones. The beauty of the name is that it can't be wasted, and should be taken for money, but in actuality, he is decomposing the cell phone, and is somewhat addicted to it. Chapter 146. Another skill. Shunfeng Year. Mr. Jiang is truly an immortal. After decomposing 2 cell phones, he gained 2 unparalleled skills. He naturally had to try and see if he would gain anything else if he disassembled it again. However, this time, Jiang Hao wasn't as lucky as the last 2 times. 3 cell phones, 1 old computer, and only 1 cell phone managed to get lucky again. Gained yet another powerful skill. Shunfeng Year level 1010, a person sitting at home knows everything about the world. This caused another burst of ecstasy for Jiang Hao. Subsequently, after Jiang Hao tested it, level 1 Shunfeng Year could only manage to listen to 100 meters. However, what made him even happier was that his 1000-mile voice transmission skill happened to be able to work perfectly with his Shunfeng Year skill. It would be even better if he could obtain another clairvoyance skill. However, this could only be something he could think about. Afterwards, he spent 20 skill points to upgrade both his 1000 miles voice transmission and Shunfeng Year skills to level 2 before calling it quits. The next day, Jiang Hao ate breakfast and prepared to go to a nearby antique street to try and use his law-breaking pupil to see if he could pick up a leak. However, just as he was about to leave the house, Xue Zixi rushed over in a flurry. This was the first time Jiang Hao had seen Xue Zixi so nonchalant. As soon as Xue Zixi arrived, she stared at Jiang Hao as if he had flowers on his face. Jiang Hao naturally knew that Xue Zixi must have been shocked by the mutated vegetable's super speed growth as well. After a long time, Xue Zixi finally reacted, and she looked at Jiang Hao with some complexity in her eyes, and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Mr. Jiang is truly an immortal. It wasn't that she was exaggerating, it was really that the super speed growth was too unbelievable. At this moment, Jiang Hao smiled without saying anything as he heard the words. Soon, Xue Zixi stated the purpose of her trip. She agreed to the conditions proposed by Jiang Hao and purchased 2 kilograms of each of the 5 mutated vegetable seeds at a price of 8 million per kilogram. However, Jiang Hao said that the seeds were not enough for the time being, and he needed time. And Xue Zixi also said that she was willing to wait. Therefore, the 2 sides reached an agreement to trade in a month's time. Xue Zixi also paid half of the deposit first. Another $40 million went into Jiang Hao's account. After sending Xue Zixi away, Jiang Hao began to think about how to get these 10 pounds of mutant seeds together. If he went on a buying spree of these 5 vegetables in Tianhe City, he would definitely be suspected by having Xue Zixi. Therefore, he planned to go to the field after a while. For now, he might as well continue to fulfill his agenda to pick up the pieces. After leaving the door, Jiang Hao took the bus and headed towards Antique Street. Due to the speed of the bus, the journey, which wasn't very long originally, surprisingly took almost an hour. Therefore, Jiang Hao was considering learning to drive, getting a driver's license, and buying a car to get around. An hour's journey, sitting in the car was very boring. After another stop, the car stopped again. At this time, a mother holding a little girl got on the bus, but the little girl did not know what was wrong, constantly crying. The mother had to keep coaxing the little girl. Because the bus stops at the train station, there were a lot of people on the bus. Now there is no seat at all, the mother had to hold the crying child standing. And Jiang Hao did the bus earlier, so there are seats. Many people around were disturbed by the crying little girl, and some frowned with indifference after taking a look. When Jiang Hao saw the scene, he stood up even though he still had a long way to go. Chapter 147 gave a seat to the trafficker, and the pupil of the law-breaking pupil built a miraculous feat. This big sister, sit with me, the child is crying. Jiang Hao got up and spoke to the young mom with a smile. That mom sniffed and turned to look at Jiang Hao with a grateful face. Thank you, thank you. Afterwards, that mom sat down with her child in her arms. However, the little girl didn't know what was wrong, but she was still constantly crying out. The car was already crowded, and in addition to the fact that it was now June, it was very hot. When the child cried, it made the whole carriage very stuffy. Many people were distracted by the noise and frowned at the child. Jiang Hao stood by the side and watched as the mom held the child and coaxed the child in a low voice, but the child was still crying very hard. However, the next scene made Jiang Hao feel that something was wrong. The child was crying so loudly that it was really sad to smell and tearful to hear. When Jiang Hao's gaze fell on the mom's face, he noticed that the mom seemed to be a bit impatient by the child and looked at the crying little girl with a disgusted face. Then, he saw that this mom pulled out a lollipop from her pocket, peeled off the candy paper, and shoved it directly into the little girl's mouth. And Jiang Hao, who saw this scene, immediately frowned. It made him a bit skeptical. Was this child her own? Not only could she not even coax her own child, but she also disliked her own child, and even that last action was even less like a mom. After Jiang Hao's attention was focused more and more on this mom, he suddenly realized that the mom's posture of holding her child looked all awkward. Also, he realized that one of the little girl's feet was bare, and he didn't even know when the shoe was lost. Moreover, the little girl's pants had fallen down, and this mother was surprisingly unresponsive. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. Is there such a careless mom with rusty maneuvers? Just then, he suddenly remembered a piece of report he had read online not long ago. It said that human traffickers had been rampant lately, committing many crimes around, and had recently roamed into Tianhe City, and the report told everyone to pay attention. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao snapped out of it. I'm not going to run into a human trafficker, am I? At this moment, when Jiang Hao's gaze fell on the little girl, he realized that the little girl stopped crying as she ate the candy. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao secretly said, "Did I guess wrong? Maybe this is this mom's way of coaxing her child?" Jiang Hao didn't move to survey the scene, and at that moment, he suddenly thought of his Dharma-breaking pupil. Instantly, he brightened up, then stared at the strange mother and daughter, and utilized his law-breaking pupil. Instantly, an image appeared in his mind. At first there was nothing wrong, the mom was holding the little girl. However, soon, an image appeared. The child's mom in the image suddenly changed, not the current one. A mom holding a little girl walks into a barbershop, the mom is doing her hair and the little girl waddles out on her own with a wobbly gait. At this point, the mom, now holding the little girl, sees this scene from a short distance away and quickly comes over to the little girl. She takes a lollipop and lures the little girl to follow her. After the little girl follows and walks a short distance, this woman looks backward and realizes that no one is paying attention. Then she quickly came to the little girl and gave the candy to the little girl, then immediately picked up the little girl and ran away. Seeing this, where Jiang Hao did not know that his guess was correct, he unexpectedly gave up his seat to the trafficker. Chapter 148. I want to report that there's a human trafficker next to me. Jiang Hao's teeth ached just thinking about it. What should I do now? Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask himself. Now if he made a move to take back the little girl from this woman, at that time, he might even be misunderstood by the others, which would be embarrassing. It seems that I can't make a move to rob her hard until it's absolutely necessary. Anyway, she's by my side, so don't panic. With this thought, Jiang Hao's brain worked extremely fast and began to think of a way. At this time, a pair of soldiers were on duty next to the traffic light at the intersection ahead. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao's eyes instantly lit up. And it was at this moment, just as the red light came on, the bus that Jiang Hao was on had to stop. At this moment, the location of Jiang Hao's bus was only 60 to 70 meters away from the team of soldiers on duty. When the female trafficker next to Jiang Hao saw the soldiers on duty, a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. Jiang Hao didn't move and glanced at the female trafficker on the seat while unleashing the 1,000-mile voice transmission skill. Instantly, a special fluctuation emanated from Jiang Chen's mouth and headed towards the team of soldiers on duty. Sun Jingyi was on meticulous duty with his own soldiers. At that moment, a voice suddenly entered his ears. Brother soldier, there's a female human trafficker on the bus at the intersection to your left. She's holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl, sitting on the third seat on the left. The child's name is Yi Xiaobei, come and arrest her. Who? Sun Jingyi asked back in his next batch. He then looked around suspiciously, seemingly searching for something, but he didn't find anything. At this time, Sun Jingyi subconsciously looked at the bus not far away. The soldiers behind him, each with a different color on their faces, also spoke out. Squad leader, you heard it too? As soon as Xiao Wang spoke up, the others were shocked. Reporting to squad leader, I heard it too. I heard someone say that there are human traffickers on the bus. Squad leader, should we take a look? Sun Jingyi was originally a bit hesitant, however, so many brothers had heard it, then it could never be a hallucination. As for whether what that voice said just now was true or false, Sun Jingyi felt that it was true. However, regardless of whether it was true or false, he had to check it out, or else his heart would not be at peace. At this time, Sun Jingyi opened his mouth and ordered, "Wang Sharan. Here. Command that bus to pull over and accept the inspection. Yes. Everyone else, follow me up for inspection. Yes." Worthy of being a well-trained soldier of China, the order was still and everything was not delayed in the slightest. With Wang Sharan running to the front of the bus, he gestured for the bus to stop by the side of the examination. Although the bus driver was puzzled, he did as he was told. Seeing this, the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly. The conversation between Sun Jingyi, Wang Sharan and them, Jiang Hao listened to everything. As for the trafficker next to Jiang Hao, when he saw the situation, his face immediately stiffened, and his heart was even more apprehensive. The other people in the car were either noisy, surprised, or puzzled, etc., with different looks. At this time, Sun Jingyi led the people to the near front, tapped the car door. "The driver will understand, open the car door." In the crowd's puzzled gazes, Sun Righteousness led the people to get into the car. "Excuse me, we're on a mission, please take out your ID cards for everyone to be inspected." Although the crowd had a lot of doubts, they still started looking for their ID cards. Soon, one by one, the soldiers started checking. And Sun Jingyi personally started inspecting the row against the left. Chapter 149, Life is like a play, it all depends on the acting skills. Next to Jiang Hao, the female trafficker saw this, nervous and panicked, began to touch on her body. At this time, Sun Jingyi saw the opportunity, came to the female trafficker's side, and in the moment when the female trafficker had not yet reacted, reached out and picked up the little girl sitting on her lap. The female trafficker only felt a lightness on her legs, and then after the next batch of panicked hands reached out, a surprised voice came. "Hee, Bei, why are you here?" Hearing this voice, the female human trafficker shivered and turned white. When she slowly raised her head, she happened to see that Sun Jingyi was holding the little girl in surprise, and Xiaobei was not crying or fussing. The female trafficker's complexion stiffened, but soon, after she reacted, she instantly lowered her head in a hurry. At this time, Sun Jingyi's gaze suddenly landed on the female trafficker, and with a hint of doubt in his tone, he spoke. "Ha, who are you? Why are you bringing Xiaobei?" The female human trafficker instantly looked up in a hurry, with a smile on her face, a bit scared to the point of stuttering a bit. I'm Xiaobei's nanny." "Nanny? But I didn't hear my sister hire a nanny?" Sun Jingyi was like a playwright possessed at this moment, acting as if it was real. Jiang Hao also couldn't help but be a little impressed. The female trafficker was stunned when she heard this, but she also reacted quite quickly. "Oh, I just came here in the past few days." "Oh." Sun Jingyi had a look of understanding. "I see. Then where's your ID card?" However, the female trafficker felt around her body for half a day, but still didn't feel out her ID card. Sorry, I forgot to bring my ID card when I went out," the female human trafficker said with a smile on her face and an apologetic expression. When Sun Jingyi heard this, he frowned. Are you really Xiaobei's nanny?" The female trafficker instantly stiffened, and right at this moment, Sun Jingyi suddenly pointed at the female trafficker and inquired to Xiaobei in his arms. "Xiaobei, do you recognize her?" This time, the terrifying female trafficker was shocked. Not waiting for the little girl to answer, the female trafficker saw the time, and pushed Sun Jingyi away, and ran towards the rear car door. However, how could she not expect that outside the rear car door, a door of soldiers had already been waiting for a long time? The moment she rushed down, she was grabbed by the soldier's arm and pressed to the ground with a tackle. Then the screams of the female trafficker and the soldier's chiding came from outside. "Ah! Behave yourself." At this part, Sun Jingyi was 100% sure that this person was really a human trafficker. At this point, he was even more curious about the owner of the voice that had just tipped them off. All of this basically happened in a flash of lightning, and when the crowd reacted, they were shocked. "Crap! FCK, what happened? What's going on here?" All of a sudden, the car was in chaos. Unable to do anything about it, Sun Jingyi had to explain. "Everyone be quiet. Just now, we received a report that there were human traffickers in this car, so that's why we made an emergency inspection. Alright, now that the person has been caught. Now, I'm here to apologize for the delay." At this moment, as Sun Jingyi stated the original reason, there was a burst of exclamations. "Hiss, human traffickers? Sassafras, I haven't seen it yet." Subsequently, thunderous applause resounded throughout the car. And when Jiang Hao saw this scene, he smiled faintly. And no one knew that the unsung hero was right next to them. Chapter 150. Picking up leaks. There really are leaks to pick up. Sun Jingyi called the police, and soon, the police took the person away, and this little episode came to an end. After this little episode, soon, Jiang Hao arrived at his destination. Getting out of the car, Jiang Hao walked into the antique street. Everything around the curio street was modeled after ancient buildings. And since this place was a specialty of Tianhe City, it was also very lively and full of tourists. Jiang Hao also looked around and there. Hey, take a look, ancestral blue and white porcelain, sold at a low price. Jiang Hao just happened to pass by and casually glanced at it, and was a bit speechless. That is the blue and white porcelain, but a modern handicraft, or new products. He didn't open the pupil of the broken law, and could tell it was a fake. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Hao could only look around aimlessly. At this time, a noise came from the front. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that there were people gathered in front of him, seemingly arguing about something. Jiang Hao was a bit curious, so he went up. He then saw a young man, those a very ancient tiger talisman, arguing with a stall owner. Through the narratives of the people around him, Jiang Hao learned that the young man, like him, had come to pick up the pieces. That young man saw the tiger amulet at the stall owner, he thought it was real, and then he bought it at a price of $50,000. However, when he witched it to an expert for appraisal, the expert said it was a fake and not worth $100. Subsequently, the man learned that he had suffered a big loss, and even asked for a refund. And antiques, this kind of thing, once sold, there is still a reason to return. So, the two argued. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at this tiger talisman shape. The material are very ancient. From the shape, he felt that it should be real. However, he also knew that nowadays, the technology of making old is very powerful, but he can't rely on this to determine the authenticity. As for letting him rely on his knowledge and experience to judge it like an expert, he didn't have that ability either, but he had the pupil of dharma breaking. Thus, Jiang Hao stared at the tiger talisman and utilized the pupil of law breaking. Subsequent to the opening of the pupil of law breaking, a large number of images quickly appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. This fast tiger talisman had also had a great deal of experience and had passed through many hands. Until the background in the picture in his mind by the present, receding to the Republic of China, the Qing dynasty, Ming Han dynasty in the hands of a great general. Jiang Hao was suddenly awakened. He couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. Crap! Groove, this is actually a real one. At once, Jiang Hao looked at the young man who was determined to return the item with a burst of joy. Brother catch, since you don't want it, then the old man will take it, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Jiang Hao's heart was bursting with joy, but he didn't show it. At this time, Jiang Hao squeezed into the crowd and pretended to look at the pair of tiger talismans in the young man's hands with a curious look, then spoke. Big brother, don't you want this one? The young man sniffed and turned to frown at Jiang Hao. What? Kid, you want to buy this? He then sized up Jiang Hao, who was dressed in cheap sportswear, as well as the boyish-faced Jiang Hao, and instantly despised him. Can you afford to buy it? Jiang Hao didn't get angry, he put on a coy look and bowed his head stubbornly. Big brother, how much did you say you were willing to buy it for me? At this time, the people around the old Jiang Hao was so stubborn and seemed to have the intention of buying it for real. At that moment, a kind person quickly opened his mouth and reminded him. Child, that's fake, the expert firm over, don't buy it. Chapter 151. Full of sets, in the end who is stupid? When Jiang Hao heard this, he immediately feigned a sudden realization. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I won't buy it. With that, Jiang Hao was about to stand up and leave. But, I still like them so much. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at the tiger talisman in the youngster's hand with a longing face. At this, the young man was struck by a flash of inspiration. It's my fault for being blind and buying a fake, and now the stall owner won't return it. However, since this stupid kid likes it so much, that I might as well sell it to him, so that, at least, I can recoup my losses. Although this ingrate doesn't seem to have much money, he's stupid. At this point, just like that, he had already treated Jiang Hao as an ingrate. Therefore, how could he let this ingrate just walk away? He hurriedly got up and pulled Jiang Hao with him, while he viciously and angrily rebuked the good Samaritan who had reminded Jiang Hao. What are you talking nonsense about? This is my ancestral-looking object, don't talk nonsense, be careful I'll sue you for slander. He then returned his gaze to Jiang Hao and asked apprehensively, "Hey kid, how much can you offer? If the price is right, I can buy it for you." At this moment, the people around them each looked at the young man oddly. When Jiang Hao heard this, the corners of his mouth also twitched. MMPO. Just now, I was clearly asking the stall owner to return the item. Now how did you turn around and become an old ancestral object? You bad old man, bad. However, since you set me up first, there's no psychological burden for me to pit you. At this moment, Jiang Hao was already happy in his heart, but on the surface, he still didn't move and pretended to be ignorant and dumbfounded. With a very coy look, Jiang Hao lowered his head and extended 2 fingers. When the youngster saw Jiang Hao's 2 extended fingers, his expression was stunned and he said with some uncertainty, 20,000? It's a bit less, but since you like it, then I'll be kind and bear the pain and sell it to you for 20,000. The youngster had a heartbroken look on the surface, but in reality, he was already happy in his heart. To know, he found that expert but said, "This is a complete imitation, not even worth $100. Although he had spent $50,000 when he bought it, and now he was selling it for $20,000, he was losing money, but at least he could recover $20,000, and he was not so heartbroken. "This is for you, do you give cash or Jifu Bao, or feed letter transfer?" The youngster was afraid that Jiang Hao would back out. The surrounding crowd was warned by the youngster, so they didn't mind their own business, but rather had a posture of watching. However, at this time, Jiang Hao did not take the tiger talisman handed over by the youngster. The youngster was still a bit puzzled. At this time, Jiang Hao still kept his head down and timidly said, "This big brother, I only need $2,000. Not 20,000. When the youngster heard this, his eyes widened. What? 2,000? However, very quickly, he looked at Jiang Hao's attire, as well as Jiang Hao's boyish face, and instantly figured it out. It was indeed he who was delusional just now, a student boy that could casually come up with $20,000. The youngster comforted himself with a face of flesh pain. But 2,000 is 2,000, at least we can still get back some money. And on the surface, the youngster had a difficult look on his face. This 2,000 is too little, right? This is an old item that has been passed down from my ancestors. Why don't you add more? I'll buy you if you add more. Chapter 152, The Oscars Owe Me a Little Gold Man. The youngster's mind, Jiang Hao had long since seen through. I believe you a ghost-o. However, acting naturally requires a full set. Thus, Jiang Hao pretended to have a longing look on his face and glanced at the tiger talisman in the youngster's hand. Then, with a clench of his teeth, as if he had made some sort of determination, he touched out 2 more pieces from his body. Afterwards, he took his backpack down and reached into it with his hand, pretending to withdraw money. In reality, his money was in the system space, and as for sticking his hand into the backpack, it was merely a cover. Soon, Jiang Hao took out a stack of money from his backpack, then he held $2,000 in one hand and $2 in the other. Big brother, that's all I have. The youngster looked at the money in Jiang Hao's 2 hands, and then the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's only $2, as for making such a big determination. Sigh, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. The youngster handed over the tiger talisman in his hand with a look of disgust, and then reached out to snatch away the $2,000 that Jiang Hao had taken out. All right. $2,000 is $2,000. With that, he started counting the money. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, took the tiger talisman that the youngster stuffed over, and was secretly happy in his heart. Around him, when the crowd saw this scene, some were surprised, some shook their heads, and some looked at Jiang Hao with a cute little face. Look at Jiang Hao. Sassafras, this kid actually bought it. The kid didn't listen to advice, he said it was fake. So be it, $2,000 to buy a lesson, so that he knows the viciousness of society. Alas, don't listen to the old man's words, suffer before your eyes off. The people were talking, and none of them looked favorably on Jiang Hao. After all, even the experts had been firm, so naturally there wouldn't be any mistakes. Soon, the young man finished counting the tickets and it happened to be 2,000, and there was nothing wrong with any of the money. Afterwards, he was afraid that Jiang Hao would back out, and hurriedly said, Kid, now we are clear, I cannot return off. With that, he turned around and left. However, he soon returned, and took the $2 from Jiang Hao's hands, muttering, Well, a mosquito's leg is also meat, you can't waste it. The young man took the money and hurriedly ran away, and in the twinkling of an eye, he couldn't be found. At this time, Jiang Hao's cell phone held the 2 tiger talismans. Looking at the direction the youngster left, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of arc. $2,000 to buy a pair of Han Dynasty tiger talismans. Jiang Hao's mood was beautiful. Picking up a leak was just too good. Ignoring the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd, Jiang Hao put away the tiger talisman and prepared to look around to see if there were any good things that had been buried. And just then, a voice suddenly came. "Little brother, wait." Jiang Hao sniffed and turned around to see that it was an old man, who was dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, and he was followed by a tall and strong man. The other people around them heard the commotion and looked over. When they saw the old man, they were surprised. "Wow, it's Curator Feng. Isn't this the Feng curator of the Tianhe City Museum? I've seen him several times." "I've seen him too. Today is Wednesday, also, he comes here every Wednesday. Looks like this old man has a big reputation." It was surprising that many people knew him. Jiang Hao looked at the old man suspiciously. At that moment, the old man came to Jiang Hao and revealed a smile. "Little fellow, can you let the old man take a look at your pair of tiger talismans?" When Jiang Hao heard this, he immediately understood that this person wanted to hit him with the tiger talisman. Chapter 153, You bad old man, you're very bad. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao opened his mouth and righteously refused, leaving no room for maneuver. "Can't." It wasn't like he hadn't heard the comments of the surrounding crowd. This old man was by no means idle. Jiang Hao's refusal was so dry, which caused Feng Longxi to be stunned. This young man was not like this just now. Jiang Hao's dry refusal caused the surrounding crowd to be stunned as well. Sassafras, he actually refused Curator Feng. This can't be a rash young man, right? Maybe he doesn't know Curator Feng? The comments of the people around him did not affect Jiang Hao. In reality, Jiang Hao really didn't recognize this Curator Feng. Moreover, he wasn't thinking of having a poor encounter with this Curator Feng, so naturally, he wouldn't care about this. At this time, Feng Longxi in turn should also come over, and he didn't have any dissatisfaction at being rejected by Jiang Hao, still wearing a smile on his face. "It's fine if you don't look. Then like this, I just saw you spend $2,000 on that pair of tiger talismans, now I'm willing to offer $3,000, can you buy it for me? This way, you see you didn't do anything, and changed hands for an extra $1,000, how nice." Feng Longxi was very serious about doing the math for Jiang Hao. Thinking that an extra $1,000 in the blink of an eye would definitely make this shy little kid's heart flutter. In reality, he had already been here for a while, and he had seen everything just now. That pair of tiger talismans wasn't simple, he could see that too, it's just that his reputation was too big and everyone around him knew him. If he had made a bid at that time, that young man would have been suspicious, and I'm afraid the price wouldn't have been too low at that time. On the contrary, this little kid looked shy and dull, and should be a novice, better to get along with. That's why he didn't make a bid, wanting to wait for Jiang Hao to buy it over before he bought it from him. But what he didn't know was that Jiang Hao's coyness just now, that was all feigned. Moreover, Jiang Hao was more aware of that pair of tiger talismans than he was. At this moment, Feng Longxi looked at Jiang Hao with a hopeful expression. When Jiang Hao heard this, he looked at Feng Longxi and instantly revealed a sarcastic smile, then spoke out. "You bad old man, bad drop." Feng Longxi's figure stiffened when he heard this. And at that moment, Jiang Hao came back to speak. "Do you think I'm stupid? $3,000 can buy a pair of Western Han tiger amulets? How about I give you $3,000 and you give me a pair of tiger talismans?" After saying that, Jiang Hao looked at Feng Longxi with contempt, then turned around and left under the gaze of the crowd who were dumbfounded and stunned. "What? That's a tiger symbol from the Western Han dynasty? Crap. FCK, no wonder Pavilion Master Feng went out of his way, I seem to understand something. Sassafras, could that pair of tiger symbols be real?" The gazes of the crowd fell on Feng Longxi's face. Feng Longxi, who had reacted, looked in the direction that Jiang Hao had left and was struck by a flash of realization. It turned out that this young man had actually seen that it was the real thing from the very beginning, and his coy appearance just now was actually all an act. Feng Longxi then had a burst of shock and a heartache at the same time. The shock was that even he only saw that the tiger symbol should be real, while that young man actually already knew the origin of the tiger symbol. At this time, Feng Longxi looked at the fire of gossip in the eyes of the crowd, and then smiled in the sun. It was the old immortal who was greedy. That youngster was right, that pair of tiger talismans is actually real. It's worth at least $10 million, or even priceless. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. What? At least $10 million? Even priceless? The surrounding people were instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 154. Who's the smart one? Jiang Hao is being targeted. They had just scolded Jiang Hao for being a cutie. It turned out that people were the only smart ones. At this time, the most remorseful one was especially the stall owner. He was so sorry. It was originally his item. However, the stall owner's heart felt a little better when he thought that someone else was even worse off than he was. If that young man knew that the item he sold for $2,000 was worth at least $10 million, I wonder what his expression would be? Feng Mengshi looked at Jiang Hao's departing back, his eyes filled with pity. At the same time, there was also curiosity about Jiang Hao. How did he know? However, no one could tell him that answer. Jiang Hao left, unaware of the crowd's flurry of discussion. An afternoon passed, and Jiang Hao was slightly rewarded. A pair of Ming Dynasty paintings, an ancient fan, an ancient Tang Dynasty coin, and a pair of tiger symbols. After that, Jiang Hao was ready to go home with his things. In fact, the main thing was that he had bought a pair of tiger talismans worth at least $10 million for $2,000, and the news had completely spread. It was already hard for him to pick up any more bargains here, and there was another reason why he was being targeted. That's right, he was being targeted. The target was the pair of tiger talismans on him. It's worth at least $10 million. It was worth the risk. As Jiang Hao stood up from a small stall, he vaguely glanced at the corner behind him. There were 4 people there who were staring at him closely. They withdrew their gazes the moment Kang Hao got up. This scene made Jiang Hao think of the plot of a movie. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly. I didn't think that I would come across this kind of plot one day. Jiang Hao didn't move as he turned to leave, and behind him, those 4 people in the corner saw this and glanced at each other, then hurriedly followed. Some people just shook their heads despite the scene they had discovered. The Willow Cloud Society's people came really fast. Now, that lad can only fend for himself. Who says otherwise? Picking up the pieces to get that pair of tiger talismans even didn't hurry up and leave, and still dared to linger here. Hearts are not enough for snakes to swallow elephants. A few old men looked in the direction Jiang Hao had left and shook their heads. They could foresee that next, they were afraid that the youngster would either have his tiger talisman taken away, or his person would be crippled. Compared to the powerful Luoyuan society, no one looked favorably on a background less Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao exited the antique street with a colorless face, checking it out while walking towards a less crowded area. Behind him, those 4 were puzzled for a while. Brothers, do you feel anything wrong? Why is he picking the less crowded places to go? Brother, isn't this better? It's just that no one is disturbing our business. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them didn't doubt it and followed closely. Soon, Jiang Hao turned around and turned into an alley. This should be a demolition area, and there also happened to be no one around, so Jiang Hao stopped in his tracks. He turned around with a smirk on his face and looked behind him at the 4 young men who were following him closely. The 4 looked at each other, and one of them spoke. Kid, so you found us a long time ago. However, you actually didn't run and even brought us here. It seems like you're afraid. Since that's the case, then you should immediately hand over all the valuable things you have on you to me, and maybe once Grandpa is happy, he'll let you go. Otherwise. Saying this, the other 3 people would understand and each took out a throwing stick from their stretches. The 4 of them casually flung it as hard as they could, their eyes staring gloomily at Jiang Hao with a cold snort. Humph. Chapter 155. Listen to you, I Jiang Hao do not want to face? However, such a scene, Jiang Chen faced without the slightest bit of timidity. You let me put it down and I put it down? Don't I want to lose face? A bunch of fools. Jiang Hao opened his mouth with a sneer on his face. Those 4 were instantly enraged. Seek death. With a low drink, the 4 men rushed straight up with their throwing sticks in their hands, smashing them towards Jiang Hao's body. In this situation, Jiang Hao did not move at all. Seeing this scene, the 4 men thought that Jiang Hao was intimidated by them, and immediately revealed a hideous smile. However, just as the 4 men's throwing sticks were about to land on Jiang Hao, they suddenly saw that Jiang Hao was actually looking right at them, revealing a smile. In the next moment, they only felt a flash before their eyes, and then, they only felt as if they had been hit by a speeding train. The 4 of them stared at Jiang Hao with these eyes wide and unbelievable as they flew directly backwards. Boom! Ah! 4 people landed on the ground one after another, followed by a miserable scream. Jiang Chen picked up a throwing stick in his hand and walked over step by step. These 4 people were holding their stomachs, unable to even make a sound in pain. At this moment, the sound of Jiang Hao's footsteps was like the sound of death, stimulating their hearts. The four looked up just in time to see Jiang Hao, who was towering over them, holding a throwing stick in his hand and looking at them with an evil smile on his face. They were instantly scared and only shivered. "You, what do you want?" "I'm a member of the Lu Yun Society." Jiang Hao sniffed, not caring in the slightest. "Willow Cloud Society? Never heard of it." "I don't want to do anything either, I just want to knock off your dog's legs." Saying that, in the four people's horrified eyes, his hand rose and his stick fell. Ah! With a few heartbreaking screams, these four people fainted. Looking at the fainted four, Jiang Hao shook his head. What a beating! Afterwards, he got nothing from the murder weapon in his hand after disassembling it. He had no regrets and turned to leave. Those four people weren't discovered until the evening, when someone unintentionally passed by there and called the police. And all of this is an afterthought. Jiang Hao returned home. His mother had already prepared a meal, the family cozy sitting together to eat the meal, then each do their own things to go. Jiang Hao looked for many books about the year of antique appraisal and began to brush up. After all, although he had the eye of lawbreaking to be able to restore the truth of many things, that would require him to pick them up one by one to cast the eye of lawbreaking. The process could be quite troublesome. However, when he had some ability to identify ancient objects, he would be able to weed out a large portion of fakes quite easily. This would make it much easier for him. After a long night, the next day, Jiang Hao got up in the morning and had just eaten breakfast when his cell phone rang. Who could it be at this hour? Jiang Hao was puzzled and took his cell phone to take a look. So it's little fatty boy. Jiang Hao picked up the phone. Little fatty boy shoes, what's the matter? At this time, the unique voice of little fatty child shoes came from the other side of the phone. Class president adult, now all graduated, everyone will soon go their own way, other classes are organizing parties, you see. Jiang Hao sniffed and was a little surprised. So early? At this time, the mournful voice of the little fat same shoes came from the other side of the phone. My lord class president, if we don't organize it now, should we wait for the results to come out? Once the results come out, some people didn't do well in the exam, then there's still a mood to organize this. When Jiang Hao heard this, he felt that it was right, not everyone was like him. Chapter 156 Mad Dog Attacks People, Extreme Dog Lovers. That's fine, I'll make an announcement in the group to get everyone's opinion. After that, Jiang Hao then hung up the phone, and then the entirety of the class group 8 said something about it. Soon, most of the people had bubbled up, agreeing to the matter. After all, we are going to go our separate ways soon, and we will probably see very little of each other in the future, so it's good to take this opportunity to get together. Subsequently, based on the majority rule, the time was set at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in front of the Hongda Hotel. As the class president, Jiang Hao should go to Hongda Hotel in advance to set the location. However, it was still early, so Jiang Hao was prepared to take a break before going, so he sat on the sofa and casually browsed the web. At that moment, he saw a piece of report. It was something about a dog attacking a person, and the location was in their Tianhe city. The report said that a young mother picked up her child from school and came home, and on the way, she met a young man who was walking his two dogs. It was going fine, but then the two dogs suddenly went crazy, broke free from their restraints, and pounced on the mother and child to the ground. The man reprimanded them twice, however, the two crazy dogs paid no attention to them and attacked others frantically, and the man fled on his own in a moment of fear. Luckily, the man was met by a police officer on duty, who tried desperately to drive away the two dogs and save the mother and son. However, the mother and son were both injured to varying degrees. Now, the two crazy dog whereabouts unknown, the report reminds the majority of people to go out and pay attention. Found immediately alarm, the staff really in the hunt for those two crazy dogs. However, just so before the report, his below the comments, surprisingly, there is a group of self-proclaimed dog lovers group, surprisingly still in defense of those two dogs. It must be that those two messed with the cute dogs, otherwise how could those two cute dogs attack them? A group of peasants still have the face to come to the hospital, even dogs are worse. Paralyzed, the dogs are so cute, how dare you hit them, tomorrow I'll go behind your door to send you 2 wreaths. Even, some people were ready to search for the police officer who fought off the 2 evil dogs. The various abuses made Jiang Hao look very angry. There have been many incidents of dogs attacking people, and some extreme dog lovers have even done all sorts of unimaginable excesses. The more Jiang Hao watched, the more angry he became, and then he turned off his cell phone, out of sight, out of mind. However, since these two crazy dogs hadn't been caught yet, Jiang Hao was a bit worried about his family. With that, he called his mom and dad and instructed them to be careful. At the same time, he also sent a text message to Jiang Zixuan, telling him to get a ride home from school and not to linger on the road. After giving his family a reminder, it was past 10 o'clock. Jiang Hao then packed up his things and prepared to go to the Hongga Hotel to book a meal in advance. Jiang Hao booked a table and came out of the Hongga Hotel, and the time was almost 12 o'clock. Jiang Hao was ready to go home, however, he was a little worried about Jiang Zixuan. It just so happened that it wasn't very far from Jiang Zixuan's school, and with that, Jiang Hao diverted towards Jiang Zixuan's school. When he arrived at the entrance of Jiang Zixuan's school, it wasn't even 12 o'clock yet. Jiang Hao had to stand outside and wait for a bit. Standing outside, Jiang Hao looked around in boredom. Suddenly, Jiang Hao jerked his head up and stared at a white and a black big fat dog in the distance. Aren't those the two dogs from the report? Soon, the two dogs ran into an alley and disappeared. Jiang Hao was alert and hurriedly followed. Chapter 157 The Powerful Third-Grade Insect Harnessing Technique, Li Xian's Hate. Jiang Hao went into the alley and followed the trail of those two mad dogs. Turning left and right, he saw those two mad dogs enter a house. When those two mad dogs went in, the door of that household immediately closed. And at that moment, when Jiang Hao utilized his Shun Feng ear skill, he heard a shocking conversation. This made Jiang Hao's face as cold as the coldest days of the year. Auntie, Ping Ping, and Anan have returned to the old house. Ah! It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Quickly send some steaks to my two poor sons, don't let them starve. Don't let Ping and Anan go out for a while, those losers are looking around for my son. It's all because of those three stinking, otherwise how could my son suffer like this? Damn trashy things, why don't they go die? Such vicious words made Jiang Hao momentarily think of those extreme dog lovers again under the report he saw in the morning. Is this the extreme dog lovers? Unworthy of being human. Jiang Hao's face was grim. He looked at the family with a murmur. Since you love them so much, then I'll see how much they love you. Jiang Hao closed his eyes and unleashed the insect harnessing technique, and instantly, a rustling sound rose in all directions around Jiang Hao. Afterward, tens of thousands of various bugs converged from all over, turning into a frenzy. These tens of thousands of various bugs looked like they were organized and had a goal in mind, and they all headed toward that household. Woof woof! At this time, those two crazy dogs seemed to have sensed the danger and barked furiously. And that household's occupants were still hindsight, looking at the two big fat dogs that were barking furiously, unaware of the approaching danger, and still comforting that crazy dog with a concerned face. Ping Ping, Anan, what's wrong with you guys? Are you hungry? Eat up. This is freshly bought beef. By this time, the wave of insects had already burrowed into that family's home through the gaps that entered from all around. Then, an ear-piercing scream came out. Ah! Why are there so many bugs? Ping Ping, Anan. After a long time, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the place where a heart-rending scream came from. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, then Jiang Hao turned around. The third level of bug mastery made every bug he harnessed become his bimbo. Surrounded by an army of tens of thousands of bugs, the two mad dogs were so stimulated that they instantly relapsed into madness, disowned all six of their parents, and attacked his master. Because the door was locked, the two mad dogs could not escape. In the end, both of those two mad dogs would be buried in the small wave of insects created by Jiang Hao. As for that family of vicious extreme dog lovers, Jiang Hao did not take their lives, but they were all punished in some way. Such a result would be considered a kind of fulfillment. When Jiang Hao returned from the alley, Jiang Zixuan had long since returned home from school, so Jiang Hao had to go home by himself. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived at the Hongga Hotel, followed by the other children of Senior Class 8. Because Jiang Hao had reserved a table in the morning, a group of children were seated one by one. After the meal started, the children's shoes also sent their blessings to each other one by one. Jiang Hao was also very happy and gave his group of children shoes his blessings one after another. It looked like everyone was quite happy. However, in a corner, Li Xian looked at the center of the crowd, the spirited Jiang Hao. Li Xian's eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. Originally, the person standing there today should be him. Chapter 158 Unwanted Intentions, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. It's all because of Jiang Hao. It's all his fault. Originally, all that should have belonged to me, I was the center of the crowd. Li Xian let out a roar inside. Boom! Li Xian angrily placed the cup heavily on the table. The crowd was startled and turned to look over. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Li Xian winked out and laughed with them while saying, Mistake. I'm a bit drunk. You guys continue, I'm going to the restroom. Saying this, Li Xian walked towards the door with a wobble. Beside Jiang Hao, little fatty boy was a man of understanding. He came over to Jiang Hao's side and said, Li Xian is jealous of you. Originally, he was the main kicker of this party. Jiang Hao smiled in the sun and didn't take it to heart. Don't worry about him, I'll toast everyone again. Outside the door, Li Xian heard Jiang Hao's words, and with a hate-filled look at Jiang Hao, he turned to leave. Li Xian went downstairs and was just about to go out when suddenly a voice came from the side. Ha! Isn't this young Li? Li Xian turned around in confusion and looked in the direction the voice came from. A young man in formal attire with a cigarette in his mouth half squinted at Jiang Hao. If it wasn't for the scar on his face ruining his image, otherwise it would have been a bit of a successful man. Behind him, there were 8 young men with light blue shirts and pants. On the small pockets of their shirts, a large thumb-sized Lu word is uniformly printed. Seeing these people, Lu Xian squeezed out a smile on his gloomy face and greeted them. Team leader son, you're here too? The young man with a cigarette in his mouth who was leading the group spoke. Yeah. Bringing the brothers here to improve the food. At this time, that team leader's son keenly sensed that Li Xian seemed to have something bothering him, and with that, he spoke. Young Li doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. Was it that ungrateful one who messed with young Li? Do you need a brother to help? Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes lit up and he thought to himself. Maybe I can spend some money and get Sun Qi to help me take revenge. Moreover, Sun Qi was ruthless and was even an expert in taekwondo. Even though Jiang Hao would be able to fight, but can he still beat Sun Qi, a taekwondo expert? Thinking like this, Li Xian's mind became active. Team leader's son, let's walk and talk. Li Xian pulled Sun Qi and headed upstairs. Upstairs, Jiang Hao and the others were drinking happily when Li Xian suddenly rushed in, interrupting the interest of the crowd. Everyone, stop. At this moment, a pair of puzzled gazes landed on Li Xian. With a happy face, Li Xian looked at the gazes of the crowd while, at the same time, glancing at Jiang Hao with an impish expression. I'll introduce a few friends to everyone. Everyone welcome. Saying that, Li Xian looked towards the door and led the applause. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately looked puzzled, some people were even very dissatisfied, and for a moment, the crowd chattered and discussed. What does this bastard Li Xian want to do? Who is it? Today is our class party, his friend, why must we welcome him? That's right, what the hell? The crowd expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. Jiang Hao looked at Li Xian and was also dissatisfied, this was their class gathering, not his private party. However, he didn't stop it. He wanted to see what Li Xian wanted to do. Chapter 159 The Daily Life of a Licking Dog, Luoyuan Society. Beside Jiang Hao, the little fat student looked at Li Xian and frowned. Brother Hao, Li Xian won't be looking for someone to cause trouble, right? Jiang Hao sniffed, unconcerned. It's fine, let him make trouble, I'd like to see what he can get up to again. At this moment, just as the crowd was chattering and discussing, outside the door Sun Qi brought his 8 brothers and walked in. Sun Qi with a smile, looking at the seated crowd without a single applause, and not embarrassed, instead, as if he was familiar with everyone, joked. It seems that everyone doesn't welcome us much. At this time, Li Xian hurriedly interjected. How come? Let me introduce you all, this is Team Leader's son, from the Willow Cloud Society, and behind him are his 8 brothers. Willow Cloud Society? At the bottom, Jiang Hao originally didn't care much about it, but when he heard about the Willow Cloud Society, he suddenly felt a wave of familiarity. Oh. I remember. Yesterday, when I was returning home after picking up the antique street, the 4 robbers I met seemed to say that they were from the Luoyuan Society. I said, why is it so familiar? At this time, Li Xian, who had originally introduced Sun Qi to the crowd, suddenly turned his words around and pointed at Jiang Hao, seemingly kindly introducing him to Sun Qi. This is our big class president Jiang. He then looked at Jiang Hao with a grim smile on his face and spoke. Class president, shouldn't you toast team leader's son on behalf of our entire class? If it wasn't for my face, you guys wouldn't be qualified to know team leader's son. Li Xian looked like he was flaunting his authority, causing many people to frown. Jiang Hao sniffed and stared at Li Xian with a smile. At this time, the little fat kid beside Jiang Hao couldn't stand to watch, and immediately slammed the table, pointing at Li Xian and cursing angrily. Li Xian, today is our class gathering, not your private banquet. If you want to be someone else's licking dog, go do it yourself. Don't be a dog in power here and act like you're flaunting your honor. After the little fat kid said that, the other people who couldn't stand to look at Li Xian also chimed in. That's it. When Li Xian heard this, he was furious and pointed at the little fat kid's shoes. Wang Xiaoman, you. At this time, Sun Qi walked over, with a smile on his face, patted Li Xian like a gentleman, and spoke out. Don't be like this, hurt the peace. With that, at this time, Sun Qi's gaze also fell on Jiang Hao. This is class president Jiang, right? However, the next, when he saw Jiang Hao's appearance, immediately his face changed. Eh? It's you. You're the one who crippled 4 of my brothers yesterday? With that, he let out a wild laugh. Ha, what a way to get here. Kid, hand over that pair of tiger talismans and immediately let me break your limbs, I can spare your life. At this time, the 8 minions behind him also instantly surrounded him. At this moment, Li Xian was a little confused though, it seemed that Sun Qi actually knew Jiang Hao. However, it looked as if they had a grudge. Seeing this, Li Xian's heart burst with ecstasy. Good, good. Better beat him to death. At this moment, the sudden reversal of the plot left the crowd a bit unresponsive. However, seeing the 8 juniors behind Sun Qi surrounded their class president. The several hot-blooded teenagers from senior class 8 also got up and stared angrily at Kun Qi and the others. For a moment, the scene looked like a sword was drawn. At this time, Li Xian looked at the opportunity and hastily stepped in. What for? What's going on? All sit down. This is a personal feud between team leader Sun and the squad leader. What are you guys fighting so hard for? Chapter 160 Sun Qi's shock. Li Xian's words instantly caused the crowd to witness and stare. Seeing this, Sun Qi raised his eyebrows and reached out his hand. Behind him, the 8 minions understood and one by one casually took out a butterfly knife. They all had a butterfly knife in their hands, flexibly changing various patterns, dazzling people. At this time, those few students saw that these people were actually carrying knives with them. They were suddenly stunned in their aura and became a little worried. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was ready to not be silent. Alright, I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but dealing with just a few little yakuza, there's no need for everyone to get all worked up. He reached out to stop his classmates from engaging further. You guys back off. Little Fatty and a few other children were a bit hesitant, yet Jiang Hao wouldn't let them participate, so they could only stare from the sidelines. As long as Jiang Hao was slightly outmatched, they would absolutely rush forward. Jiang Hao's words instantly filled Sun Qi and his juniors with gloom. And at this moment, no one was happier than Li Xian. Li Xian stared at Jiang Hao with a grim smile on his face. What's the use of having more strength? Can you beat a taekwondo expert? On the side, Sun Qi sniffed and immediately stared at Jiang Hao with a gnashing of teeth. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Today, I'm going to make you remember this for the rest of your life. Hit me. With that, as he waved his big hand, instantly the 8 minions behind him swung their swords and stabbed at Jiang Hao. The surrounding students were instantly shocked and screamed in all directions. Ah! Jiang Hao, be careful! However, at this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to be stunned and stayed where he was, not moving at all. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately exclaimed. It's over. The squad leader has been stunned. Sassafras, now I'm afraid that class captain Hao is in a bad way. Just as the crowd was so stunned that they didn't dare to look at Jiang Hao. Boom! Jiang Hao, with a speed several times beyond the average person, instantly took away the butterfly knife in the hands of one of the first yellow hairs to rush up. Then with one hand clenched into a fist, he slammed his fist hard on the yellow hare's stomach, sending him flying backwards. At the same time, behind the yellow hare, before the 2 people could react, they were implicated by the yellow hare that flew out backwards and directly crashed out. Ka chow! The 3 people who flew out backwards flew past Sun Qi and smashed the dining table directly behind him. There was a crackling and shattering sound that was not felt like ears. With such a scene, the other 5 were instantly stunned. They glanced back at their 3 companions who had been sent flying out, and then trembled, not daring to enter the front. Jiang Hao held the butterfly knife he had taken from that yellow hare in his left hand and swept a glance at the remaining few people. Instantly, those few people retreated. Seeing this, the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly, and then his gaze fell on Sun Qi. And on his left hand, the butterfly knife was easily changing patterns in his hand, dazzling the leader. With such a scene, Sun Qi was instantly nonplussed. A single punch sent people flying out several meters, and it was still 3 people. This had to shock him. This is the real world, not those novels, TV dramas, and the like. Sun Shi looked at Jiang Hao with a grave expression, and then a few words spat out from between his teeth. Practitioner. Jiang Hao sniffed and smiled without saying anything. Behind him, the other students were shocked when they saw the scene. And Fatty's original face of worry instantly turned into ecstasy. I knew it, brother Hao will be fine. Chapter 161, Accidentally Obtaining the Little Lee Flying Dagger Skill. The other students finally let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Hao with shocked faces, while also being happy for him. At this moment, Li Xian, who originally had a happy face, instantly froze. This can't be. Looking at the three people who had been sent flying out by Jiang Hao, Li Xian was similarly shocked. However, when he saw Sun Shi in front of him, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and he began to mentally reassure himself. It's okay, it's going to be okay. There's Sun Shi the taekwondo expert, it'll be fine. How can Jiang Hao beat Sun Shi? Never. Li Xian reassured himself as if he was self-hypnotized. At this time, Jiang Hao stared at Sun Shi as if he had only just heard him and asked rhetorically. What did you just say? To break my limbs? Then come over and try? At that moment, the system's beep sounded abruptly in Jiang Hao's head. Ding, found a butterfly knife, is it disassembled? Jiang Hao's body was stunned when he heard this, but, with hardly any consideration, he issued the command in his mind. Decompose. For Jiang Hao, he didn't need a weapon for such a small scene. At this moment, the butterfly knife in Jiang Hao's hand suddenly disappeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for disassembling one of the butterfly knives and obtaining the skill Little Lee Flying Dagger with 0.9 skill points and 0.9 experience points. Shaoli Flying Dagger level 1010, Shaoli Flying Dagger, example without failure. Congratulations, the decomposition is complete, is it extracted and fused? What? Little Lee Flying Dagger? Hiss. Jiang Hao burst into ecstasy. Originally, he didn't have much hope for this decomposition. Who knew that the system had given him such a big surprise? Little Lee Flying Dagger. The powerful from NA that ranked third on the Bai Shaoshang weaponry record. How could it be broken down by him like this? Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Jiang Hao hurriedly spoke. Extract and fuse. And with Jiang Hao's command, an instant stream of information surged into Jiang Hao's mind. At the same time, Jiang Hao's body was subjected to another slight transformation by the system. Soon, Jiang Hao accepted the system infusion. Only after he had fully accepted the system's infusion did Jiang Hao truly recognize the power of Little Lee's Flying Dagger. After accepting the Little Lee Flying Dagger inheritance, Jiang Hao became even more confident. At this time, he looked at Sun Shi once again with a pleasant expression. Good man. Having received such a great gift for him as soon as he arrived, he decided to properly thank this good man from the Luyan Society. As for how to thank him? Jiang Hao decided to let Sun Shi personally evaluate this powerful existence that ranked third on the list of weapons, the Little Lee Flying Dagger. At this moment, a palpitation came from Sun Shi's heart for no reason. At that moment, Sun Shi stared at Jiang Hao, and he deeply felt a strong pressure from Jiang Hao. This pressure even made him not dare to act rashly. In the end, Sun Shi stared fiercely at Jiang Hao, then turned around and gave a cold shout to the 5 people next to him, the ones who had retreated. Old 5, hold them up, let's go. Jiang Hao's strength was definitely beyond his imagination. He was by no means a match for the 3 people who had sent him flying so easily. Moreover, the number of people he had brought with him today was simply too few. Therefore, he decided to let Jiang Hao have a few more days of pleasure. After saying that, he coldly led the way towards the door without saying a word. Behind him, a few of his juniors hurriedly went over to help the 3 people who had been sent flying by Jiang Hao up, and immediately followed Sun Shi as he was about to go out the door. At this point, even Jiang Hao didn't expect Sun Shi to be such a wimp. The rest of the crowd saw that Sun Shi actually didn't even dare to fight with Jiang Hao, so he fled in disgrace. At that moment, they had even more respect for Jiang Hao. Chapter 162, Little Lee's Flying Dagger, Sun Shi retreats in fear. Behind him, a few juniors rushed over to help the 3 people who had been sent flying by Jiang Hao up, and immediately following Sun Shi, he was about to go out the door. At this point, even Jiang Hao didn't expect Sun Shi to be such a wimp. The rest of the crowd saw that Sun Shi actually didn't even dare to fight with Jiang Hao, so he fled in disgrace. At that moment, they had even more respect for Jiang Hao. Chapter 162, Little Lee's Flying Dagger, Sun Shi retreats in fear. Behind him, a few juniors rushed over to help the three people who had been sent flying by Jiang Hao up, and immediately following Sun Shi, he was about to go out the door. At this point, even Jiang Hao didn't expect Sun Shi to be such a wimp. The rest of the crowd saw that Sun Shi actually didn't even dare to fight with Jiang Hao, so he fled in disgrace. At that moment, they had even more respect for Jiang Hao. Only, this time, Li Xian, who was behind Sun Shi, was dumbfounded. Originally, he was counting on Sun Shi to avenge him. Who knew that Sun Shi would automatically admit defeat before the fight even started? At once, he was anxious. He hurriedly caught up with Sun Shi and spoke. "Team leader Sun, what are you doing? We had a deal, I'll give you money and you help me teach Jiang Hao a lesson." Li Xian was so nervous that he immediately said everything. It was instantly heard by everyone present. Instantly, the crowd understood, their eyes brushed and turned in, staring at Li Xian with a gnashing of teeth. Crap. Groove, so everything was Li Xian's trick. Sun Shi sniffed, immediately turned back, as if looking at General glaring at Li Xian. Sure enough, as the saying goes, not afraid of God like opponents, afraid of pig like teammates. At this moment, Li Xian was still unaware, like a hooligan, blocking the way of Sun Shi and the others. "Team leader Sun, quickly kill him, avenge me!" Li Xian shouted loudly. Sun Shi's anger ignited, lifting his foot was a vicious kick, kicking Li Xian in the stomach. Ah! Vomit! This kicked Li Xian directly vomited. At this moment, Li Xian was like a rolling gourd. Clutching his stomach, he screamed miserably. Sun Shi glared fiercely, and then, regardless, led the people to the door already. At this time, Jiang Hao saw that Sun Shi had retreated without fighting, and was instantly displeased. He turned around, casually picked up a pair of chopsticks on the table, and in an instant, the little flying dagger skill was unleashed. His arm transformed into a shadow, and then the pair of chopsticks in his hand directly disappeared. Shoo! Bang bang! With a cracking sound coming from the air, the next moment, there were two more chopsticks on the door that Sun Shi was reaching for. The majority of these two chopsticks were directly inserted into that iron door, and the upper part of the chopsticks were still trembling. At this moment, Sun Shi realized afterward, with a horrified face, and subconsciously quickly retracted his hand. At the same time, the crowd moved at the sound and instantly looked in the direction of the gate. When they saw the chopsticks that had been inserted a large portion into the iron door, they were instantly appalled. For a moment, the entire private room fell dead silent. The crowd turned their heads with difficulty and looked towards Jiang Hao's table. Sure enough, a pair of chopsticks was missing there. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air, looking at Jiang Hao with horrified faces as they subconsciously spoke up. Crap. Groove, flying flower twisting leaf. Little Li flying dagger? So there really are martial arts in the world. At that moment, Sun Shi had just turned around, and instantly met Jiang Hao's pair of ice-cold eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's faint voice came from the icy air. Team leader Sun, did I tell you to leave? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Jiang Hao let out a cold cry. Instantly, Sun Shi was startled into a cold shiver. However, very quickly, Sun Shi reacted from his shock. He had actually been intimidated by a brat 3 times today. This made his face unusually ugly. Sun Shi stared at Jiang Hao, and with great difficulty, he squeezed a few words out of his teeth. What else do you want? Chapter 163 The Might of a Fist, Shocking to the Heart. Jiang Hao looked at Sun Shi indifferently and said in a cold voice. Don't want to do anything. You can come when you want and leave when you want, it's not that easy. Take one of my punches, and I can let you go. Otherwise. Jiang Hao didn't continue, but even so, Sun Shi's heart trembled. At this moment, Sun Shi's face grew more and more somber. He knew for himself that Jiang Hao's punch wasn't that easy to receive. That punch just now had shown everything. However, when he saw next to him, the pair of chopsticks that had almost a large part of it stuck into the iron door, with the other half still trembling endlessly. A trace of deep fear appeared in the bottom of his eyes. He could not escape. Helplessly, Sun Shi looked back at Jiang Hao, clenched his teeth, and said ruthlessly. Fine. With that, he took a few steps forward and confronted Jiang Hao. Come on. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't say much. Taking one step forward, he punched out like the wind, fierce and domineering, straight into the yellow dragon. In the instant before the crowd could react, his fist had already arrived in front of Sun Shi. Sun Shi subconsciously shielded his hands in front of his chest, preparing to receive Jiang Hao's punch hard. However, in the next moment, a bone-cracking sound came from the air. Ka-ching! Ah! With a miserable scream, Sun Shi's face revealed fear and pain. He flew backwards in the crowd's shocked gazes and smashed against the door. Bang! It then fell to the ground, while the door left a deep, large pit. Hiss! The crowd once again sucked in a breath of cool air. This was the second time they had seen Jiang Hao's fist. However, this punch still left them in disbelief. At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came over lightly. Take your men and get lost. Sun Shi's little brother looked horrified from averting his gaze from Jiang Hao and rushed to help Sun Shi. Group leader. Team leader. Sun Shi's arms were naturally hanging down, his forehead in a cold sweat as he struggled to stand up with the help of his little brother. He glanced deeply at Jiang Hao, as if he wanted to imprint his appearance in his mind. Go! This sentence, he said to his little brother. He was a smart man and wouldn't leave any harsh words behind at this time. At this time, his little brothers also understood, and hurriedly opened the door, holding Sun Shi, and fled. At this moment, they didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. But just as they stepped out of the doorway, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly came again. Oh! Also, remember to clear the accounts here, compensate what you should compensate, and give what you should give. When Sun Shi heard this, his eyes immediately flamed with anger. Damn, today he didn't get anything, not to mention the beating he received, he even had to be blackmailed. Simply bully too much. However, now the situation is stronger than others. Even if he cracked his teeth, he can only swallow his head down. Yes. This one word was almost spat out through his gritted teeth. Sun Shi had just left, and to the side, Li Xian, who had been kicked down by Sun Shi, had long been shocked by Jiang Hao's strong arm tactics one after another. Even Sun Shi, whom he had always been convinced of, couldn't even catch a single punch from Jiang Hao. There was also that one move just now that was comparable to the legendary flying flower twisting leaf divine technique, which had even more shocked him. At this moment, how could he not realize that Jiang Hao was simply not someone he could afford to mess with? Thus, after Sun Shi left, he took advantage of the crowd's inattention and secretly crawled toward the door. Shoo! Just then, a chopstick was suddenly inserted in front of him, and a third of this chopstick was inserted into the ground. Chapter 164. Did I let you leave? Two choices. Seeing the chopsticks that had almost been inserted into his hand, Li Xian's body stiffened and trembled as he slowly shifted his gaze towards Jiang Hao. A faint voice broke the calm. Li Xian, did I tell you to leave? At those words, Li Xian was instantly emboldened. He hurriedly turned around and knelt facing Jiang Hao, kowtowing uncontrollably and trembling as he admitted his mistake to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, for the sake of our 3 years of schoolmates, spare me, I won't dare anymore. At this moment, he no longer cared about his humble pride. Seeing such a scene, the surrounding crowd was sighing. At the same time, they looked at Li Xian in such a state, and their hearts felt a surge of pleasure. Jiang Hao looked at Li Xian on the ground, pathetically begging to be spared with a sobbing voice, unmoved. This kind of villain never grows a memory. Without giving him a deep memory, he would turn around and forget. Looking at Li Xian, Jiang Hao gave a slight pensive sigh. Fine, for the sake of you and I being in the same class for 3 years, I'll give you 2 choices. Upon hearing this, Li Xian, who was constantly begging for mercy, was instantly elated and looked at Jiang Hao with a hopeful expression. At this time, Jiang Hao glanced at Li Xian and said unhurriedly. For the first one, you and that team leader's son in general, receive 1 punch from me, and I can let you go. Jiang Hao had just finished speaking when Li Xian's heart went cold. Catch a punch from Jiang Hao, could he catch it? Even Sun Shi, whom he had always trusted, had both of his arms smashed by Jiang Hao. If he himself received a punch from Jiang Hao, he was afraid that he would lose half of his life. At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came again, and he hurriedly looked at Jiang Hao again. However, Jiang Hao's next words caused the sliver of hope that had just risen in his heart to fall to the bottom. Second, you break one of your own fingers, even if it's a lesson for you. Li Xian was completely dumbfounded. If he broke a finger, wouldn't he become a cripple? Moreover, he hadn't even been beaten since he was a child, let alone breaking a finger. He thought of not daring to think about it. At this time, Jiang Hao picked up 2 butterfly knives from the ground and flung them in his hands. However, this action of Jiang Hao gave Li Xian a great impression. Li Xian looked at Jiang Hao and cried. Jiang Hao, Grandpa Jiang, I will die, please spare me. Please. Jiang Hao looked at the miserable and incomparable Li Xian, unmoved. Since you don't choose, then I'll choose for you. Li Xian sniffed with a look of horror and hastened to stop it. No. Without waiting for him to say anything, a breaking sound came from the air. Shoo. It was followed by a heart-rending scream. Ah. It was simply sad to hear and tearful to hear. At this time, looking at Li Xian's appearance, some of the less courageous students were also frightened, and some even almost fainted from fear. The others were even looking at Jiang Hao with a chilling expression, their eyes filled with fear. Was this still the Jiang Hao they knew? At the moment, Jiang Hao was the representative of ruthlessness in their eyes. On the side, Li Xian was holding his left hand, screaming and rolling on the ground in pain. Jiang Hao frowned and let out a cold shout. Shut up! At this point, Li Xian was already scared to the bone of Jiang Hao. Hearing Jiang Hao's chiding, he immediately lowered his voice. Even the other children were given a grin by Jiang Hao's cry. Seeing this, the crease between Jiang Hao's brows dissipated. Jiang Hao glanced at Li Xian and faintly said, "You take your broken finger to the hospital now, maybe it can still be attached. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid you really won't have a chance." Chapter 165 Crowd's Fear, System Upgrade. Li Xian at this moment pain full of cold sweat, at this time heard, he hastily staggered hard to get up, pick up the ground blood-dripping broken finger. Finally looking at Jiang Hao as if he was looking at a flooding beast, he hurriedly covered the broken finger with one hand and ran outside. Watching Li Xian leave, Jiang Hao turned around with a smile and spoke to the crowd. "All right, let's continue." However, at this moment, not a single person answered Jiang Hao. The crowd looked at Jiang Hao, their eyes filled with fear. When Jiang Hao saw this, the smile on his face gradually faded. For a moment, the entire air seemed to have fallen into a state of condensation. At this moment, amongst the crowd's senses, Jiang Hao was like an emperor, exuding a powerful overbearing aura that they didn't dare to overstep in the slightest. Seeing this situation, Jiang Hao didn't know what to say. Originally, Jiang Hao was still preparing to have dinner and go to the KTV with his classmates to sing. However, at this moment, when he saw the gazes of the crowd, he couldn't bring himself to be interested. Jiang Hao sat down, picked up his wineglass, and violently poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, then got up and left. It was just a matter of him figuring out that they were already people from two worlds. At this time, the little fat kid behind him saw this, the fear in his eyes was gradually suppressed, some hesitation, the skid of his mouth knew, and finally did not scream out. Jiang Hao went out of the hotel and looked at the bright sky, the depression in his heart swept away. Although this meal was very depressing for him, but this meal had actually allowed him to enough to obtain such a divine skill as Little Li Flying Dagger, he was still very happy. Go home. Thinking of Little Li Flying Dagger, Jiang Hao walked on the road home with a happy heart. While walking, Jiang Hao's eyes were massing some of the visible objects around here, pondering in his heart what he could obtain by decomposing these. When he saw something worth breaking down, he reached out and touched it. On this journey, the system had given him many more surprises. He touched many of the quiet trees on both sides of the main road and gained life essence +3. He touched many iron items and gained fine iron +9. He touched many flowers and obtained mutant flower seeds +5. Of course, many of them failed to decompose, but this still gave him a lot of experience points. At this time, as his hand touched a plastic billboard. Ding, congratulations on decomposition failure, gain skill points 0.1, experience points 0.1. At this point, as the system's beep of decomposition failure came to mind, Jiang Hao was ready to touch another pot of flowers. The system's beep suddenly once again. Ding, system experience is full, is it upgrading? Jiang Hao sniffed with a burst of excitement. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 2,100,100. Age, 18. Strength, 16. Agility, 4.8. Spirit, 3.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, swimming level 30100, hacking level 501,000, basketball level 501,000, divine chef level 20100, beating dog stick technique level 30100, Little Li Flying Dagger level 1010. Aptitude, danger sense level 30100, mega strength level 20100, 100 poisons level 101, pupil of lawbreaker level 20100,000 miles voice transmission 20100, smooth ears level 20100, bug handling level 30100. Skill points, 16. Personal space, open. Chapter 166 Sports Car Crash and Run, Little Li Flying Dagger exhibits mighty power. Glancing at the system panel, Jiang Hao hurriedly ordered. Upgrade. Ding, congratulations on the successful upgrade of the system. The success rate of the super decomposition and synthesis systems decomposition or synthesis has increased. Soon, a new system panel was presented in front of him. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 301,000. Age, 18. Strength, 16. Agility, 4.8. Spirit, 3.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, swimming level 30100, hacking level 501,000, basketball level 501,000, divine chef level 20100, beating dog stick technique level 30100, little leaf flying dagger level 1010, aptitude, danger sense level 30100, mega strength level 20100, 100 poisons level 101, pupil of lawbreaker level 20100,000 miles voice transmission 20100, smooth ears level 20100, bug handling level 30100. Skill points, 16. Personal space, open. Chapter 166 Sports Car Crash and Run, Little Leaf Flying Dagger exhibits mighty power. Glancing at the system panel, Jiang Hao hurriedly ordered. Upgrade. Ding, congratulations on the successful upgrade of the system. The success rate of the super decomposition and synthesis systems decomposition or synthesis has increased. Soon, a new system panel was presented in front of him. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 301,000. Age, 18. Strength, 16. Agility, 4.8. Spirit, 3.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, swimming level 30100, hacking level 501,000, basketball level 501,000, divine chef level 20100, beating dog stick technique level 30100, little leaf flying dagger level 1010. Aptitude, danger sense level 30100, mega strength level 20100, 100 poisons level 101, pupil of lawbreaker level 20100,000 miles voice transmission 20100, smooth ears level 20100, bug handling level 30100. Skill points, 16. Personal space, open. Sure enough, the experience of upgrading to level 3 skyrocketed tenfold. It might be harder to upgrade in the future. However, for the time being, it didn't have much of an effect on him. Jiang Hao then looked at the remaining 16 skill points in all of his skills, especially Little Leaf Flying Dagger, which he had just acquired today. System, spend 10 skill points to upgrade Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Yes, host. Ding, Little Leaf Flying Dagger upgrade successful. Level 2 Shaoli Fei Dao 0100, Shaoli Fei Dao, example without failure. Jiang Hao felt the powerful thrill brought about by level 2 Shaoli Fei Dao. For a moment, he had the illusion that the world was in his hands. When Jiang Hao was awake, he looked at the 6 remaining skill points on the system panel, as well as the 100 poisons impervious, which was still at level 1 among all the skills. His brows furrowed slightly. For someone with some slight OCD, this was not allowed. Although he would prefer to upgrade all his skills to level 3, he didn't have that many skill points yet. System, spend 1 skill point to upgrade 100 poisons. Yes, host. Ding, 100 poisons invulnerability upgrade successful. 100 poisons 2010, the nemesis of all poisons. With him, from now on you can taste all kinds of herbs without worry. The 100 poisons upgrade didn't bring much feeling to Jiang Hao. Looking at a group of whaling skills, Jiang Hao let out a long sigh. Still too few skill points. While Jiang Hao was sighing, a roar of a sports car came from the distance. Boom! A crash followed. Before Jiang Hao could turn around in a hurry, he heard a piercing scream from the side. When Jiang Hao turned around, he saw a yellow sports car rushing past him in the center of the main road. At the sound of the sidewalk in the back, a silhouette was knocked out, landing on the ground and rolling out dozens of meters. Next to it, a group of people who were about to cross the sidewalk looked fearful and retreated back in a hurry. And the flash of green on the traffic light at the sidewalk was so blinding. However, at this moment, the roar of the sports car was getting farther and farther away. At this instant, Jiang Hao had no reason to have a wave of hostility rise up in his heart. When he turned around and looked at the roaring sports car that had run away, a butterfly knife suddenly appeared in his hand. A cold light flashed from Jiang Hao's eyes, and in the next moment, the butterfly knife in Jiang Hao's hand disappeared. Swoosh! Chapter 167 I'm not a doctor, but I can save him. After an undetectable cracking sound, the sports car in the distance suddenly twisted, flipped out, and directly crashed into a large tree on the side of the main road. Then an alarm sounded continuously. The surrounding people were immediately startled and stopped to watch. Jiang Hao didn't even look at the sports car that had been smashed to pieces, but instead walked towards the figure that had fallen into a pool of blood. Next to the pool of blood, a little boy was crying out continuously. "Daddy! Daddy!" Around them, someone had already called the police, and at the same time, a portion of the people had voluntarily built a human wall to intercept the surrounding vehicles. When Jiang Hao saw this scene, a trace of warmth suddenly rose in his heart, while a phrase appeared in his mind. "There is true love on earth." Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao pushed through the crowd and came to the side of the middle-aged man. He was just about to reach out and probe the middle-aged man's nostrils when suddenly a delicate cry came from the side. "Don't move!" Jiang Hao looked up and saw a young lady next to him holding the little boy. "Who are you? What for? Is it a doctor? Don't make trouble if you're not a doctor." This girl looked soft, yet at this moment, her attitude was incomparably tough, and her questions were one after another. For a moment, all of Zhou's gazes gathered on Jiang Hao's body. Jiang Hao looked at the girl and said in a deep voice, "I'm not a doctor." However, as soon as he finished the sentence, it caused a week of commotion. When the girl heard this, she even furrowed her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Hao with a burst of dissatisfaction. "Don't make trouble if you're not a doctor." As soon as the others around them heard this, they all chimed in. "That's it. A man who doesn't know anything is not even as good as a girl. The little girl is right. Doctor, is anyone a doctor?" Hearing the accusations around him, Jiang Hao frowned and looked at the girl. "Although I'm not a doctor, I can save him." When Jiang Hao said that, the surroundings fell silent as their gazes gathered on Jiang Hao once again. Looking at Jiang Hao with such a childish face, their eyes were filled with skepticism. The young lady holding the little boy also frowned at what she said. "You're not a doctor, how are you going to save it?" "That's right, you child, stop it, the ambulance will be here soon." "How dare you fool around at such a juncture, kick him out." The distrust of the surrounding crowd was tiresome to Jiang Hao, who said in a cold voice. "And who are you to him? Can you be his master?" Jiang Hao's cold voice instantly caused the young lady to be momentarily speechless. "You." The young lady was furious for a moment. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao's gaze turned down on the tearful and helpless little boy's voice. "Little brother, what's your name? You're already a little adult, you have to make your own decision about today. Here, none of us can make this decision for you." In the end, Jiang Hao said with great firmness and sincerity, "I can save your father." Jiang Hao's words instantly rendered everyone around him speechless. When the little boy heard that Jiang Hao could save his father, he instantly stared timidly at Jiang Hao, his eyes full of supplication. "My name is Xiao Bao, big brother, can you really save Dad?" The young lady who was holding the little boy heard this and was instantly anxious, but there was nothing she could do, because Jiang Hao was right. She couldn't do this. She could only glare fiercely at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned a blind eye and looked at the little boy. Can. Chapter 168, A Weird Way to Save a Life, Really Come Alive. When the little boy heard this, he burst into tears. "Big brother, please save Daddy, little treasure doesn't want to lose Daddy." Jiang Hao revealed a gentle smile and comforted. "Xiaobao doesn't cry, Xiaobao is already a little adult. Don't worry, Daddy will be fine." Saying this, Jiang Hao reached out and gently stroked the middle-aged man's forehead. "Hey!" The young lady next to him tried to stop it, but Jiang Hao didn't pay the slightest attention. He didn't want to delay any longer, and if he did, he was afraid that little treasure's dad was going to get cold. Because he just sensed that Bao Bao's father was already breathless. At this moment, even if the ambulance came, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to save him. Jiang Hao stroked his hand on Xiao Bao's dad's forehead, and everyone around him was staring tightly, waiting with bated breath. System, inject 2 bottles of life serum. Yes. With a command from Jiang Hao, 2 bottles of life serum disappeared from Jiang Hao's system space. A rich vitality was transmitted from Jiang Hao's hands into Little Treasure's father's body. As the life essence liquid was injected, the injuries in Little Treasure's father's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones were rapidly healing, blood was being created at an extremely high speed to replenish his lost blood, and the powerful vitality continued to stimulate the nerves in every part of his body. In reality, a bottle of life essence could have completely saved Little Treasure's father, but Little Treasure's father was too heavily injured, and his vitality was about to dissipate. Jiang Hao decided to use 2 bottles. At this moment, as the 2 bottles of life serum completely dispersed within Little Treasure's dad, all the injuries in his body were repaired in the blink of an eye. His nerves were also reactivated. The crowd was filled with skepticism as they watched Jiang Hao just touch Little Treasure's dad's forehead for a long time without moving. The young lady next to him had even defined Jiang Hao as a godly man. "Hey, can you do it or not?" Jiang Hao was unmoved, still maintaining his posture. At this time, suddenly a person next to him suddenly shouted out in excitement. "Crap! Groove," he moved, just now his fingers moved. And at that moment, Jiang Hao slowly lifted up. The crowd stared at Little Treasure's father deadpan, and hurriedly asked back uncontrollably. "When? That hand moved?" Even that young lady was attracted. Right at this moment, Little Treasure's father's eyelids moved slightly, and the next moment he opened his eyes. Looking at the crowd, his mouth opened lightly and a faint murmur came out. "Where is this?" This mumble instantly triggered the entire crowd. "Crap! Groove, it's really alive. Hiss, what kind of maneuver is this?" In the midst of the crowd's chattering, Little Treasure's father sat up, while the crowd was even more shocked at the sight of this scene. Little Treasure directly broke free from his bonds and rushed into his dad's arms, excitedly yelling, "Daddy, Daddy!" Jiang Hao looked at Little Treasure's excited appearance, a smile appeared on his face, then he turned around and slipped away silently. Next to him, the young lady holding Little Treasure was also looking at the middle-aged man sitting in a pool of blood, hugging tightly with Little Treasure with a shocked expression. A mumble came out of his mouth without any consciousness. "This can't be." At that moment, the ambulance came. Make way, make way. Where's the injured?" The young lady was awakened and immediately rushed to look for traces of Jiang Hao, however, Jiang Hao was long gone. At this moment, the doctor looked at the middle-aged man who was sitting in a pool of blood, but was not doing anything at all, and was instantly a bit confused. Chapter 169 Is there an immortal in the world? Now increase endurance. However, after the people around them gabbled and explained the cause and effect of the matter to the doctor, the doctor was instantly even more baffled. Pressing a hand on the forehead of a person who had been injured extremely grievously would allow him to recover? This kind of metaphysical thing actually happened in real life. At one point, they began to seriously doubt whether the world they had been living in for 30 years was actually a metaphysical fairy world. While Xiaobao's father heard the cause and effect, he took Xiaobao around and started looking for Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao had long since left. As for the life and death of the perpetrator who drove the sports car, Jiang Hao didn't care at all. That kind of person didn't deserve to live in this world. Because Jiang Hao's rescue maneuver was so amazing that it was quickly spread at this point, and for a while, it attracted the attention of many people. However, fortunately, Jiang Hao didn't get his face photographed. The next day, Jiang Hao woke up, and Jiang Dad was eating breakfast while watching the news. Jiang Hao glanced at it, and surprisingly, it was a report on the accident from yesterday. Jiang Hao was a bit unnatural, he was about to sneak out, however, what he didn't expect was that Jiang Dad struck up a conversation with him. How, do you think there are fairies in this world? Such a serious injury, just a light touch on the forehead, and the next moment he's running around alive, it's really scary. Jiang Hao sniffed, and 3 black lines dangled from his forehead. He didn't expect that his own outburst would make his dad start to doubt the world. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, so he said in a serious manner, "There shouldn't be an immortal, it should be a strange man who has the world in his heart and helps the world, right?" Jiang Dad was stunned at his words and turned his head to inquire. "HM? How do you know that?" Jiang Hao was momentarily stumped for words, but fortunately, he was able to think out of the box in a hurry. I've just read it on my phone already." "Oh." Jiang Dad believed it, and after Jiang Hao muddled through, he left while hastily sassafrasing the cold sweat on his forehead. After Jiang Hao had breakfast, Jiang Hao once again pulled up his system panel and looked at it. Looking at the various data of his body on the system panel, the other items were okay, but the endurance column was particularly harsh. Jiang Hao frowned and muttered, "Other attributes aside, my endurance attribute is also too low. Not having enough endurance value has a big impact on my own strength. In the past, I always felt a bit stuffy in my chest after every fight, even after sending out that little flying dagger yesterday. Originally, I didn't care, so it seems that it should be caused by my insufficient endurance value. The normal endurance value for adults is 1. I'm only 0.8, so it's no wonder that I haven't even reached the normal value." For a moment, Jiang Hao recalled the previous times after he did it himself. His violent outbursts in a short period of time had indeed greatly depleted his endurance value. But how can I increase my endurance value? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao was in a quandary for a while, and after a moment of silence, Zhang Hao murmured once again. Perhaps long-distance running should be able to increase my endurance? Why don't I try it? With this thought, Zhang Hao decided to give it a try. Changing into a sports outfit, Kang Hao headed out the door. Choosing the road to the park, Zhang Hao began his long-distance running journey. After an hour, Zhang Hao stopped soundly in his tracks. Seeing the kiosk in front of him, Zhang Hao felt a pang of thirst, and Zhang Hao dragged his tired body over. Chapter 170 Ding, decomposing a can of Red Bull. Boss, a bottle of Red Bull. Okay. Your Red Bull, $5. Zhang Hao took the Red Bull handed over by the boss and took $5 out of his pocket to settle the bill. Zhang Hao turned around and opened the Red Bull while walking, just about to drink a few mouthfuls to replenish his energy. Suddenly, a voice rang in Zhang Hao's head. Ding, found a bottle of Red Bull, is it broken down? Zhang Hao froze. But soon, he reacted. Thus, Zhang Hao turned around without moving and returned to the front of the kiosk. The owner of the kiosk was a middle-aged woman, and when she saw that Zhang Hao was back again, she smiled and inquired. Young man, what else do you need? Zhang Hao also smiled and spoke. Auntie, I'm a little thirsty today, give me 3 more cans of Red Bull. Okay. The boss turned around and brought Zhang Hao 3 more cans of Red Bull. Zhang Hao paid the money, took the Red Bulls and turned around to find a bench under the tree inside the park and sat down. After taking out a can of Red Bull, Zhang Hao couldn't wait to call out to the system. System, break it down for me. With Zhang Hao's command, he waited with an expectant look on his face. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully disassembling a can of Red Bull, obtaining 1 endurance pill, gaining 0.9 skill acquisition points and 0.9 experience points. Endurance pill, an unrivaled choice for increasing endurance, eating it increases endurance by 0.1. Decomposition complete, is it extracted? Seeing the note on the endurance pill, Zhang Hao burst into ecstasy. Originally, he was worried that he didn't have enough endurance, but who knew that at this moment, he had broken down a pill that specifically increased his endurance attribute. Although an endurance pill could only increase his endurance by 0.1, Zhang Hao didn't care about that. If the quality didn't work, the quantity would just make up for it. Extract. Zhang Hao hurriedly ordered. In the next moment, a mediocre black pill appeared in his hand. Looking at the mediocre pill, Zhang Hao didn't hesitate and directly swallowed it. The endurance pill melted in his mouth, and then Zhang Hao only felt a sense of relief all over his body, and at the same time, his breath stretched slightly. Even the aftereffects of the heavy panting he had just experienced after his long-distance run had disappeared. Zhang Hao hurriedly pulled in his attribute panel. Sure enough, in the columns marking his physical qualities, his endurance attribute had indeed risen. Originally, his endurance attribute value was only 0.8, but now it had become 0.9. Seeing the endurance value that had started to increase, Zhang Hao was overjoyed and hurriedly took out another can of Red Bull from the food pocket beside him. Decompose. Ding, congratulations to the host for failing to decompose, gaining 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. This failed decomposition, Zhang Hao had regrets but did not care too much. After all, the system's decomposition was not 100% successful. He took out a canister again. System, decompose. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. There was no doubt that he had succeeded this time. After swallowing this new endurance pill, Zhang Hao was ready to go home and buy more Red Bulls downstairs again to brush up on his stats. He picked up the last cup of Red Bull and after opening it and taking a sip, he was about to head home. However, at this moment, he was suddenly caught by a green-shirted old man under a tree not far away. Zhang Hao watched as the old man kept walking through under the tree, striking various poses, seemingly like he was practicing martial arts. With curiosity, Zhang Hao walked straight over. Soon, Zhang Hao arrived and sat down next to a bench not far from that old man in Green Mountain practicing martial arts. Chapter 171 Is there true kung fu in the world, pretentious old man? As Zhang Hao watched this crane-haired, hale and hearty old man slowly strike various poses, he couldn't help but guess in his heart. This should be Taijiquan, right? Just that, is this really that Taijiquan that can transfer 1,000 pounds in 4 or 2 or not? Zhang Hao sat quietly watching, while the green-shirt watched as he spotted Zhang Hao as early as when he came over, but he didn't avoid it. Still practicing alone and unhurriedly. On the other side, under a tree, two young men with stout figures and sharp eyes were staring at Jiang Hao, their bodies tense, one hand touching the back of their waist. It was believed that as long as Jiang Hao made any movement, they would strike at the first opportunity. At this moment, one of them suddenly spoke. "Old 8, should we drive him away?" "Don't be impulsive, Old 9. The old master hasn't given the word, so we're not in a position to make a move. Besides, you should know the terror of the old master." At this moment, Lao Jiao seemed to have thought of something. A trace of fear flashed within his gaze as he looked towards the green-shirted old man practicing martial arts on the side, his eyes full of admiration. Also, at that moment, Jiang Hao, who was sitting on the bench, suddenly felt a peep. Jiang Hao frowned and turned his head violently, his gaze falling extremely sharply on that old 8, old 9 on the side. Old 8 and old 9 were also startled and hastily averted their gazes. "Old 8, he seems to have discovered us." And at that moment, Jiang Hao pondered for a while. "Who are they?" Just then, the green-shirted old man seemed to have finished practicing and slowly withdrew his gong. He then walked straight towards Jiang Hao, who was immediately a little embarrassed, thinking that the old man had come to reprimand him. After all, it was indeed wrong to peek at someone practicing. When the old man arrived in front of Jiang Hao blushed and hurriedly got up and said, "I'm sorry, old grandpa, for disturbing you." The green-shirted old man smiled faintly at Jiang Hao and said, "It's fine. You've been looking for half a day, can you see anything yet?" Jiang Hao sniffed and was a bit puzzled, not knowing what he was asking. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and spoke tentatively. "Old grandpa just practiced Taijiquan?" And? Jiang Hao looked at the old man with a pang of doubt, but the old man nodded noncommittally. Jiang Hao was instantly a little depressed. "What else is there?" On the side, the old man saw this and shook his head with some disappointment. At that moment, the old man turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly opened his mouth and asked a question that had been confusing him. "Old grandpa, may I ask if martial arts really exist?" The old man turned around and glanced at Jiang Hao, then seemed to look around for something. When he saw the wooden bench that Jiang Hao was sitting on, his eyes lit up, and then, under Jiang Hao's puzzled gaze, he walked over. One hand gently pressed on the wooden bench, and as his hand fought, he gently removed his hand, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Jiang Hao with a smile on his face. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at where the old man had just removed his hand. A palm print a full centimeter deep remained there. A shock went through his heart. At the same time, he recalled the pointing technique of that Uncle Hai beside Song Wanzhong. So, there really is Kung Fu in reality. At that moment, Jiang Hao looked up just in time to see the old man posing as an inscrutable master. At that moment, he was struck by an idea, and a wave of bad taste suddenly rose in his heart. He decided to tease this old man who dared to act like a bully in front of him. Chapter 172 Old Man's Shock, Hidden Secrets. Jiang Hao looked at the old man with a face of adoration and marveled. "Wow, old grandpa, you're too good." With that, he looked at the very deep palm print on the bench and suddenly became excited. "I'll try it too." Saying that, he excitedly pressed his hand next to that handprint. To the side, the old man choked at his words. He glanced at Jiang Hao, and saw that Jiang Hao was actually naive enough to think that just anyone could press out that palm print with their bare hands. So, he skimmed his lips and resumed his expert image, wanting to see Jiang Hao make a fool of himself. However, just then, the old man suddenly heard Jiang Hao exclaim, "Wow, I pressed out palm prints too, I know martial arts too." Hearing Jiang Hao shriek, the old man turned back with a disbelieving face, ready to strike Jiang Hao and take the opportunity to take on a disciple. After all, it was not easy to meet such a patient young man, and he believed in the word fate. However, just at the moment he turned his head to look at Jiang Hao. He suddenly skimmed over the bench, and there was actually a real handprint next to the palm print he had pressed. All of his eyes instantly fell there, looking at the novice palm print with a shocked expression. "How did you do that?" The old man stared at Jiang Hao dead in the face. At that moment, Jiang Hao secretly laughed in his heart. "I'll let you pretend for me." However, on the surface, Jiang Hao returned with a disinterested expression, as if he had done something very normal. "This isn't that difficult, is it?" The old man sniffed, and immediately felt the urge to vomit blood. "Not difficult?" The old man's name was Su Weizhong, and he was the president of the Tianhe City National Art Association. He had been practicing his family's Taijiquan painstakingly for decades. However, the heavenly Tao had long since fallen silent, all the laws had ceased to exist, and the entire world was in the age of the end, so it hadn't been very effective at all. All this time, he could only keep his body slightly stronger than normal. However, just a month ago, the heavenly chant seemed to have changed, and his decades of painstakingly practicing the national art flourished at once. It suddenly seemed like his body had returned to life, and his chi and blood, which had already decayed with age, suddenly soared. Subsequently, a forceful chi appeared in his body, and he seemed to have entered the legendary Ming gene. At the same time, he possessed an extremely terrifying explosive power. His entire kung fu seemed to have just shown its true power. 6 well-trained special forces were no match for him. And the fact that he was able to press out a 1 centimeter deep palm print on the wooden chair was also with the help of that strength within him. And but he cultivated the results of decades. Today, someone even told him that it wasn't difficult? He was deeply struck. The old man looked at Zhang Hao as if he were looking at a monster. However, just then, the old man seemed to think of something and frowned slightly. Could it be that he was also the lucky one after that heavenly change a month ago? He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and stared at Zhang Hao, his face full of eagerness. This kid is so powerful, it should have something to do with the heaven and earth change a month ago. Even he was one of the gainers, he just doesn't know it yet. If I take him as a disciple and then cultivate my martial arts, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? At this moment, however, Zhang Hao was startled by the old man's eager gaze. Hiss, this old bastard doesn't have any special fetishes, does he? Thinking of some sort of possibility, Zhang Hao instantly winced and backed away, looking at the old man with a horrified expression. Old grandpa, let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person. Chapter 173, Heartbreaking, Old Iron. Zhang Hao's words instantly made Old Man Su a little confused. What's wrong with me? Am I that scary? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and instantly understood what Zhang Hao meant. Instantly, Old Man Su's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot as he stared at Zhang Hao, blowing his beard and eyes out for a while. Silly boy, what were you thinking? Old man, I'm that kind of person. Saying that, the old man glanced at Zhang Hao with some jealousy. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man I was looking at you as a cute fool with a bit of patience and wanted to take you on as a disciple. Otherwise, I wouldn't care about you. When Zhang Hao heard this, he was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this old man to want to accept him as a disciple. But what the hell is that jealousy in your eyes? Zhang Hao couldn't help but spit in his heart for a while. However, if you want to accept, then I have to be willing as well. Thus, he had a bright idea and decided to make a solid wave in the heart. Zhang Hao stared at the old man and was instantly surprised. Wow, really? Old Man Su thought that Zhang Hao had fallen for it, so he immediately put his hands behind his back again and assumed the appearance of an expert. Well, seeing as you're still sincere in your attitude, you worship the master. Zhang Hao looked at the old man pretending to be a pussy again, then his eyes dribbled and saw the 2 palm prints, one deep and one shallow, on the bench, and suddenly his plan came to life. But, old grandpa, the palm prints I pressed out are much deeper than the ones you pressed out, which means that my martial arts is higher than yours. Shouldn't you be the one to worship me? Zhang Hao carefully inquired, feigning ignorance. Old Man Su stumbled at his words, his image of an expert instantly collapsing as he turned around and hurriedly left at a brisk pace. Hey, old grandpa, what are you doing? Aren't you going to worship me as your master? Zhang Hao shouted. Old Man Su stumbled, his footsteps suddenly accelerated violently, more like fleeing. On the other side, under the tree, Old 8, Old 9, who had originally watched all of this, suddenly looked like they had seen a ghost. They only saw the old master looking for that teenager to chat with. How suddenly did the old master want to worship that teenager as his teacher? Could it be that something unknown had happened between them? The two of them glanced at each other and saw deep doubts in each other's eyes. However, Old Man Su had already walked away, so they had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and hurriedly follow. Zhang Hao looked at the old man who had fled and smiled badly. Sometime later, in the bedroom, Zhang Hao sat on a chair. At his feet, 2 empty Red Bull drink boxes. At this moment, Zhang Hao stared at the few black pills in his hands, his brows slightly furrowed in dissatisfaction. I didn't expect the success rate of the system's decomposition to be so low, 48 bottles of Red Bull, and it only succeeded 9 times. However, with these 9 endurance pills, my endurance value will be more than twice what it was before. It should be enough for now. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and stopped counting. As he swallowed the black pills in his hand one by one into his mouth, a wave of relief came over him, so comfortable that he almost screamed out. After the 9 endurance pills were gone, Zhang Hao was a bit overwhelmed. Looking at the system panel, his body data column, his endurance value instantly enhanced from 0.8 to 1.9. Jiang Hao was satisfied for a moment. Subsequently, he deeply felt that his breath, compared to before, he had stretched out by an unknown amount. He tried to utilize the strike dog stick technique, and sure enough, that feeling of chest tightness disappeared after utilizing martial arts. Jiang Hao was bursting with joy. He had finally become long-lasting and was not the same second man he was before. To know this problem is related to a man's face, he had to pay attention. Chapter 174: Suddenly Arriving Cousin, Obscene Tailgater. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao had just had lunch and was about to go out and try his luck to see if he could come across a master who could build a weapon for him. Nowadays, he was a master anyways, and how could a master not have his own weapon? Especially now that he is in possession of the little flying dagger, but he doesn't even have a flying dagger, so it would be a joke to tell people about it. Moreover, yesterday, on his way home, he had broken down 9 pieces of fine iron, so it was really good that he could customize 9 Bing flying daggers for him. Just as he was about to go out, his cell phone suddenly rang. Who could it be at this hour? With doubt, Jiang Hao touched his cell phone to take a look. Cousin? Reading the name, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and picked up the phone. Hey, cousin, it's me, your sister. A pleasant female voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiang Hao smiled and spoke. Cousin, long time no see. Hee, it's been a long time, but we'll be meeting soon. I've come to Tianhe City. Quickly, where did you guys move? I asked the surrounding neighbors and they said you moved away? Jiang Hao sniffed and was surprised. Cousin, school isn't over yet, is it? Shouldn't you be attending college in East China Sea? At this time, the voice on the other side of the phone suddenly sounded a bit low. Something happened, I took a break from school. Jiang Hao instantly realized that his cousin's mood was a bit off, and then he quickly spoke. Cousin, go to Uncle Joe's place and wait for a few minutes, I'll be right there. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao's eyes were filled with doubt. What exactly happened that made cousin go so far as to take a break from school? Moreover, that snobbish aunt of mine would even let my cousin come to Tianhe City? Jiang Hao's eyes were filled with doubt. Mom, my cousin Yifei has come to Tianhe City, I'll go pick her up. Jiang Hao made a report to his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, and then turned around and left. By the time Jiang Ma reacted and chased out, Jiang Hao was already out the door. Jiang Ma looked in the direction Jiang Hao had left, full of doubts, and muttered. How could that sister-in-law of mine let Yifei come to Tianhe City? Besides, isn't Yifei attending university in East China Sea? How, this dead child, doesn't make it clearer. On the other hand, Jiang Hao had already reached the car towards his cousin's place. Soon after arriving at the place, Jiang Hao negotiated with the driver's master to wait a little while he went to pick up the person. This made his desire to buy a car stronger, and nowadays, he was not short of money, it was the driver's license that might take time. Soon, Jiang Hao saw a tall beauty wearing a white dress, carrying a small bag and dragging a suitcase. It was none other than his cousin. Only, at this moment, his cousin's situation was a bit bad. She was actually being tailed by a pervert wearing a white undershirt on top, big pants underneath, and flip-flops on her feet. Guo Yifei was burning inside at this time. He didn't expect that he had just left the Zhou noodle house, but he was actually being tailed by someone. Why isn't cousin coming yet? At this moment, she remembered the little video she had seen, and became more and more blackly afraid. Cousin. Just when she was in fear, suddenly she heard her cousin's voice. She hurriedly looked in the direction the voice came from and saw a boy walking towards him. That was none other than his cousin. Guo Yifei was overjoyed, seeing Jiang Hao. A large portion of the fear in her heart was suddenly removed, and she hurriedly dragged her suitcase to welcome him. Chapter 175 Master, give me one more minute. The scruffy man who was trailing Guo Yifei, however, was in some difficulty when he saw this. However, after he took a look at the goddess Guo Yifei, he wasn't willing to give up this fat meat that was about to come into his mouth. He wasn't willing to give up the fat meat that was about to come into his mouth, and then he followed up. As for Jiang Hao, it was just a brat, he didn't put it in his eyes. When Guo Yifei arrived in front of Jiang Hao, she gave him a hug, and then, she quietly spoke to him. Older brother, look, is there a pervert following me behind me? Jiang Hao was originally a little confused by Guo Yifei's hug. However, after hearing Guo Yifei's words, he glanced at the lewd man. That lewd man knew that Jiang Hao was looking at him, so he came to the shade of a tree and pretended to cool off. It's fine, sis, I've got your oldest brother. Guo Yifei sniffed, and only then did she let go of Jiang Hao. Only then did Jiang Hao take a detailed look at his cousin, whom he had only seen in video chats. A pair of clear and bright eyes, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes that fluttered slightly, and pale, flawless skin that revealed a light reddish pink. It was a great beauty that didn't belong to Song Wan-er, except that Song Wan-er belonged to the type that was a lady of the house, while her cousin belonged to the type that was pure and kind. Silly boy, what are you looking at? Quickly help me drag the box, let's quickly get rid of that pervert. Saying that, Guo Yifei sent the suitcase to Jiang Hao's hand and pulled Jiang Hao's other hand to rush away. Jiang Hao actually wanted to tell her not to be afraid, however, being yanked so hard by his cousin, he had no choice but to drag the suitcase and follow helplessly. Jiang Hao turned back, his eyes glancing icily at the lewd man, and at the same time, the 1,000 miles voice transmission skill was instantly activated. Rubbish, you finally get the hell away from me, or I'll waste you. 50 meters away, the lewd man who was under the shade of a tree, pretending to cool off, was instantly startled and hurriedly looked around. When he looked in Guo Yifei's direction, he happened to see Jiang Hao looking at him with cold eyes. He instantly became a thief and hurriedly turned his head to misplace his gaze with Jiang Hao. By this time, Guo Yifei had already left with Jiang Hao in tow. The lewd man thought he was hallucinating, after all, he was so far away from Jiang Hao, and that voice had just appeared in his ears again. So, he hurriedly followed again. Jiang Hao brought his cousin to the cab he had called. Master, I'm coming, please open the trunk, I'll put something down. Okay. This is your girlfriend? She's so pretty. This driver master is also a chatty person, opening flirting. When Jiang Hao heard this, he quickly explained. Master, this is my cousin. After saying this, he also deliberately looked at her cousin, who didn't seem to be angry. Oh, slip of the tongue, sorry. The driver master smiled awkwardly and apologized repeatedly. It's fine, my old brother and I have an ironic relationship. Guo Yifei didn't care and made a teasing remark. Jiang Hao placed Guo Yifei in the car, and he had just pulled in the door when the driver master suddenly spoke. Little brother, you guys are being tailed. Get in the car, you must be careful when you go out in the future, especially pretty girls. When Jiang Hao heard this, he immediately turned around and saw that the lewd man was actually not far behind him, looking at them with an unwilling face. The lewd man seemed to see Jiang Hao looking at him and quickly turned his head away, pretending to be doing nothing. As soon as Jiang Hao closed the door of the car he had just pulled open, he didn't get in. Master, please wait for me for another minute. Chapter 176, My words, never go back on my word. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored the shouts of the driver master and Guo Yifei and went straight to the lewd man. Jiang Hao arrived in front of the lewd man. He did not expect that this person would even be super calm, knowing that he had come and pretending to know nothing. As soon as Jiang Hao looked at him, he became angry. Rubbish, you're pretending quite well? However, what he didn't expect was that after all this, the lewd man was even still pretending. The lewd man looked at Jiang Hao and said with an innocent face. You're talking about me? What did I pretend? Inexplicable? Nuts. Jiang Hao just laughed. Humph, still pretending. I warned you, if you follow me here, I'll kill you. You didn't listen, but I'll never go back on my word. The lewd man's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as he sniffed. It's you. However, without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Hao had already reached out, placing his hand on this man's shoulder blade with a sharp force. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, immediately afterward, a mournful scream came out. Ah! The lewd man curled up in agony, and Jiang Hao tossed him away like a piece of trash, then turned to leave. After turning around and walking out a short distance, a stone suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's hand. In the next moment, as he flicked his arm, the stone instantly disappeared. Oh! Immediately afterward, a creepy, strange cry came from behind him. The lewd man curled up on the ground, his hands covering his crotch as a stream of blood soaked through his large pants. Jiang Hao reappeared in front of the cab, and the driver master and Guo Yifei looked at Jiang Hao dumbfounded. Jiang Hao got into the car with a calm face. Master, let's go. The driver master was then awakened. Oh? Okay, right away. The second division was a few minutes' drive away, but the atmosphere inside the car was incredibly depressing. Master driver repeatedly looked at Jiang Hao through the rearview mirror intentionally or unintentionally. Besides Jiang Hao, Guo Yifei also stole glances at this cousin of hers from time to time. Although her mom and her aunt didn't get along and she rarely came to her aunt's place herself, according to the current technology, they could contact each other through various electronic devices. Therefore, she had always been on good terms with her aunt's family. It was just that, as she was meeting her cousin for the first time, she was surprisingly somewhat unable to understand this cousin with whom she had once been familiar. However, at this time, Jang Hao was also depressed. Hadn't he just taught a pervert a lesson? Why did they stop talking? Just like this, 20 minutes later, in front of the Jingtai neighborhood, a cab stopped. Jang Hao got out of the cab, picked up his things, and paid the bill. "Thank you, master." Finally, Jang Hao politely thanked him. The driver master was instantly flattered and drove off in a puff of smoke. Jang Hao was instantly even more depressed. "Let's go, cousin, we're staying here now." Jang Hao dragged his suitcase and greeted Guo Yifei, who was looking around. Guo Yifei hurriedly followed, but when he looked at the surroundings of the Jingtai neighborhood, as well as the various exquisite buildings, his eyes were filled with suspicion. "I'm afraid that the houses here are not cheap." But she was aware that his aunt's family was actually not wealthy. It was because of this that his own somewhat powerful mother would look down on his aunt's family, and his aunt was also stubborn, which was why the two families rarely interacted with each other. Even this time, she only came here behind her mom's back. Only, nowadays, what he saw seemed to be inconsistent with much of what she remembered. With her previously overbearing and powerful cousin, and now an upscale residential area, she was getting more and more curious. Chapter 177 Cousin Shock, Jang Hao's Oddity. Guo Yifei followed Jang Hao. "Older brother, I'm afraid the house here isn't cheap, right?" Jang Hao mused for a moment, then said with a somewhat uncertain tone. "It shouldn't be expensive, right? When I bought it, I didn't spend much, just over $5 million. Jang Hao's words immediately caused Guo Yifei, who was following him, to stumble. What's wrong? Slow down, old sister." Jang Hao hurriedly turned around and supported his cousin. Guo Yifei gritted her teeth and glared at Jang Hao before pushing him away. "It's fine." In her heart, however, she had silently cursed Jang Hao for an unknown number of times. "Dead old brother, stinky old brother, more than $5 million, even said it's not much, causing me to make a fool of myself, too capable of pretending, ignoring you." Jang Hao looked at his cousin, who ignored him and was depressed. A woman's heart, under the sea needle na. However, what he said was indeed the truth. After all, compared to his several $100 million worth, $5 million was indeed not much. Just after the meeting, Guo Yifei remembered that Jang Hao had helped her teach that pervert a lesson earlier, and was immediately a bit embarrassed. Thank you for today, old brother." Jang Hao had just turned back to his cousin when the elevator sounded. The 16th floor had arrived. Jang Hao had to take his cousin out of the elevator, find the door to his house, and unlock it with his fingerprint to open it. "Cousin, please come in." Guo Yifei surveyed the extremely beautifully decorated, light and noble high-class residence. At this moment, Jiang Ma hears someone open the door and rushes out. Just in time to see Guo Yifei. "Yifei?" Jiang Ma called out in surprise. "Auntie." Guo Yifei also saw Jiang Ma. At once, the two of them hugged each other in surprise. For a long time, on the sofa, Jiang Ma's eyes were red and swollen, holding the phone, fidgeting. On the side, Guo Yifei's eyes were equally red and swollen. Jiang Dad and Jiang Hao accompanied on the side. Jiang Dad had a sad face, while Jiang Hao's face was a bit odd. Just now, Guo Yifei had revealed the purpose of her arrival. It turned out that there was a reason why she had come to Tianhe City this time without bothering to take a break from school. Speaking of which, everything was a heavenly calamity. Her father, Jiang Hao's uncle, had suddenly said that he had chest pains not long ago. So, her mom accompanied her dad to the hospital for a checkup. In the end, he learned that it was cancer, and it was already in the late stages. This news instantly shattered the family. Guo Yifei was also called back from school by her mom. Her dad is the owner of a small cosmetic company, and his family is quite wealthy. So, her mom spent a lot of money and brought in many specialists. However, a terminal disease like cancer, with today's medical level, no one had the certainty to say that it was cured. What's more, her dad was already in the advanced stage of lung cancer, and it was useless to intervene and so on, only systemic chemotherapy could be used. However, even so, her dad's life will be in danger at any time. Her father, as the pillar of the family, suddenly collapsed, and the family basically collapsed. She didn't believe in fate, so she resorted to the internet, trying to find some remedies to look at through some internet searches. Unintentionally, he saw a video that was spreading very hot during this period of time. In the video, a person crossing the road was hit, seriously injured, dying. Later, a young man even touched his hand on the forehead of that was hit, seriously injured, and dying. A moment later, the dying man even resurrected in situ. At once, everyone called him an immortal. Seeing this news, Guo Yifei suddenly rekindled hope. Perhaps, that immortal can cure father's illness. Subsequently, Guo Yifei went through a lot of probing and learned that the place where the video took place was actually Tianhe City. Therefore, that was the purpose of her coming to Tianhe City. At this moment, Jiang Hao had an odd look on his face. So, cousin came this time, to find me? Chapter 178 Decomposing the Yellow Emperor's Internal Canon, Surprise. There was no other reason. The immortal who saved the day in that video his cousin saw was none other than him. Jiang Hao looked at his mother's weeping appearance, and his cousin, who had always been on good terms with him, and was in a bit of a dilemma. Should I tell them? Just, let's not tell them for now. Even if I tell them now, I'm afraid they won't believe me. In order to avoid embarrassment, I still need to make some preparations. Jiang Hao made his decision after a slight contemplation. Looking at his mother, whose eyes were red and swollen, a feeling of guilt suddenly rose in Jiang Hao's heart. Mom, don't feel bad, I believe that my uncle's good fortune will be in the right place and he'll be fine. Cousin, you've just arrived, you also take a good rest, I'll go buy some fruits. Dad, I'm leaving. Jiang Hao comforted his mother and cousin one after another, then he said goodbye to Jiang Dad and left the door. As soon as Jiang Hao left the house, he headed straight for the library. All this time, although I've saved people many times, I've never been able to practice medicine. It's all because of the miraculous effects of the candidate life serum. Now, it's time for me to go and systematically learn the art of medicine. At least some common sense should be understood. Moreover, it's too much of a waste to use the life essence liquid for general illnesses. With this thought, Jiang Hao stopped a car and headed towards the Tianhe City Library. To others, Jiang Hao's idea was tantamount to a fool's dream, but to Jiang Hao, who possessed a powerful plug-in, none of this was a problem. In the library, Jiang Hao held a copy of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon in his hands. System, decompose. Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a copy of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon, obtaining 1 medical crystal, the skill Yin Yang 5 elements needle technique, 1 skill point, and 1 experience point. Medical art crystals contain some of the Yellow Emperor's medical skills. Fusion can control some of the Yellow Emperor's medical skills. Yin Yang 5 elements acupuncture technique level 101, a set of acupuncture techniques containing the 5 supreme principles of heaven and earth. Congratulations to the host for successful decomposition. Is it extracted for fusion? Jiang Hao's mouth was wide open with a demented look. The people around him thought that Jiang Hao was a psychopath, and they all hid far away. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the 2 crystals in his mind, how his heart was holding grass. How could he not expect that a copy of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon had given him such a big surprise? Not only had he obtained the medical crystals, but it had even given him a set of acupuncture methods. At the same time, he realized that he had finally broken one by gaining skill points from this decomposition. Just as Jiang Hao was happily checking, all of a sudden, he realized that this medical art crystal was actually only a part of the Yellow Emperor's medical art, and for a moment, Jiang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. But soon, he figured it out. The Yellow Emperor's lifetime of medical arts could not be expounded upon in a single medical art. However, for him, having a part of it was already very good. Extract, fuse. With a command from Jiang Hao, in an instant, the 2 clusters of light in Jiang Hao's mind merged into his mind. In the next moment, a large amount of knowledge about medicine instantly flooded into Jiang Hao's mind. In this instant, Jiang Hao roamed the endless sea of medical knowledge as if he had been enlightened. In an instant, Jiang Hao transformed from a regular person who never knew anything about medicine into a medical master. At the same time, a stream of warmth traveled around his body and eventually merged into the qi that had been generated in his body when he had upgraded the striking dog stick technique to the 3rd level. At once, that subsequent qi was unexpectedly and instantly assimilated away by the original qi in his body. Chapter 179 Tell your family the truth and rest in peace. Such a change was not expected by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was filled with doubt. System, why is this? Ding, host, the 5 elements Yin Yang acupuncture technique requires that the person administering the needle possesses 5 elements of qi in their body, so the qi that was later incorporated was the 5 elements of qi. A gong method produces 1 attribute of qi, and the average person cannot have multiple attributes of qi existing in the same body. Therefore, the average person wouldn't dare to switch gong methods easily. However, the host is different from ordinary people. Due to the existence of the system, the chi generated by the host practicing various gongfu will be converted into chaotic attributes by the system. The chaotic attribute encompasses all attributes in heaven and earth. Therefore, the host can freely learn all kung fu techniques without any hidden dangers. After hearing the system's explanation, it was quickly understood. A small smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth. The people around him saw the strange expression and one by one, they hid further away. Jiang Hao paid no attention to the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd and turned to leave. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. Jiang Hao's purpose of this trip was accomplished, so he casually bought some fruits and went home. Back at home, Jiang Hao saw his mother holding her cell phone, constantly walking at the balcony, and every now and then she looked at her cell phone, seemingly a little hesitant. Jiang Hao naturally understood why she was doing this. His mom was worried about his uncle, wanting to call but not daring to do so. When Jiang Hao saw his mother like this, he was a bit intolerant. In the end, Jiang Hao couldn't hold back, and he decided to tell the truth to put his mother's mind at ease. "Mom, Dad, cousin, come over here, I have news about that immortal." After 10 minutes had passed, the three of them, Jiang Dad, Jiang Mom, and Gui Yifei, gathered together. The three of them stared at a blossoming rose on the table with a ghostly look. It was important to realize that just now, this rose was in a dying state. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao had just gently caressed it with his hand, and this dying rose came to life. Not only that, they also saw the rose bloom at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the side, Gui Yifei stared at Jiang Hao with a face full of incredulity. On the other hand, Jiang Ma rubbed her eyes, feeling that it was all like a dream. In other words, the immortal who saved people in that video was really you? At this moment, with a hint of trembling in his calm voice, Jiang Dad spoke out to break the silence. When Jiang Ma and Gui Yifei heard this, they immediately stared at Jiang Hao as if they had grabbed the most life-saving straw. Jiang Hao was somewhat helpless as he was stared at by the three. "It's me, Dad, this is the third time you've asked me this question." He then met his mother and cousin's gazes and said soothingly, "Mom, cousin, don't worry. The true chi produced by the gongfu I'm practicing contains a large amount of vitality and possesses the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Tomorrow, I'll accompany my cousin to go and have a lie down at my uncle's place, I guarantee that he'll be fine." Receiving Jiang Hao's assurance, Gui Yifei's heart was complicated at this time. On one hand was the excitement that she had found that immortal and that her father was saved. On the other hand, it was the fact that she couldn't believe that the immortal she had been pursuing so hard was right in front of her, and was also her cousin. At the same time, she was even more shocked by Jiang Hao's mystery. Guo Chunlan looked at this mysterious son of hers with 1,000 doubts, but more pride and excitement. Papa Jiang was in the same mood. At this moment, with Jiang Hao's assurance, the family put their hearts at ease. Jiang Ma's face also finally revealed a smile, while Gui Yifei had been thrilled that her father was finally saved. Chapter 180 Arrival, Snobbish Auntie. The next day, Jiang Hao woke up early in the morning and was kicked out of the house by his mother. Touch. Jiang Hao carried his bag and looked at the closed door, his eyes full of resentment. Am I pro-life or not? Puff. On the side, Gui Yifei looked at her cousin with eyes full of ghostly grudges, and immediately failed to hold back and burst out laughing. Alright, old brother, let's go. When you cure my father's disease, I'll treat you to a big meal. Gui Yifei pulled Jiang Hao and comforted him. Okay, old sister, that's what you said. I won't be polite to you when the time comes, I'm going to hit the dirt. Jiang Hao looked like he hated the rich. Gui Yifei instantly didn't hold back and threw Jiang Hao a blank stare, unable to help but spit it out. It seems like you're the tycoon, right? As Jiang Hao, who had inherited modesty, a traditional Chinese virtue, he naturally wouldn't admit that he was a landlord. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao and Gui Yifei arrived in front of the Luchuan City Cancer Hospital. Old sister, is uncle in this hospital? Jiang Hao inquired. Gui Yifei sniffed and nodded. Aha! Then let's go. Jiang Hao said, and headed in, when Gui Yifei, who was behind him, suddenly thought of something and reached out to pull Jiang Hao back. Older brother, wait first. Jiang Hao stopped, turned to look at his cousin who was somewhat hesitant, and said somewhat strangely. What's wrong, cousin? Gui Yifei looked at Jiang Hao with some difficulty, hesitating again and again, she spoke. Older brother, if you go and my mom will definitely say something to upset you again when she sees you. Gui Yifei just opened her mouth. Jiang Hao understood, her cousin this is in advance to give him a shot in the arm, for fear that he is not happy, just leave it alone. Jiang Hao looked at Gui Yifei with a smile, naturally understanding her difficulties. Alright cousin, even though your mom doesn't treat me well, your dad, he's not just your dad, he's still my uncle. Today, even if your mom says the most unpleasant things, in order to save my uncle, I will endure. Guo Yifei was touched for a moment when she heard this. However, she also heard that Jiang Hao still had a lot of resentment towards her mother. What your mother, my mother's, then your aunt. Guo Yifei rolled her eyes and didn't give Jiang Hao a chance to retort, then turned around and walked towards the hospital. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head, then followed. Under Guo Yifei's leadership, Jiang Hao made his way up the 19th floor to the door of a separate ward. Guo Yifei looked at Jiang Hao with some uneasiness, and Jiang Hao hurriedly passed a reassuring look. Click. Just then, the ward door suddenly opened. Then, a middle-aged woman dressed like a noblewoman walked out, his eyes red and swollen, looking like he had just cried. This person was none other than Guo Yifei's mother, Mu Xiaohua. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It seems that although this aunt of mine is a bit snobbish, but her feelings for my uncle are very deep. At this moment, Mu Xiaohua was startled when she saw her daughter suddenly appear. Yifei, didn't you say that you went to look for that immortal? How come you're back so soon? Have you found that immortal yet? Without waiting for Guo Yifei to reply, she suddenly saw Jiang Hao following behind Guo Yifei, and her face immediately turned gloomy. She glared fiercely at Guo Yifei, who was trying to explain, and yanked on Guo Yifei's arm. One, come here for me, you dead child. Watching his aunt drag his cousin away, Jiang Hao couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose, ready to go in and see his uncle. That, and you come here too. Jiang Hao turned his head and saw his aunt looking at him. Chapter 181 Admiration of the Foreign World, Uselessness of Chinese Medicine. Helpless, Jiang Hao had no choice but to follow. Walking aside to the stairwell, Mu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Chen with sarcasm in her tone. Your mom sent you here? I heard that you couldn't read and kept getting the bottom of the exams, and now you don't have much hope of getting into college. Your mom let you come, probably because she wants Yifei's father to arrange a career for you in the company to mix things up, so that she can inherit the share left to her by the old man, right? Am I right? Guo Yifei was anxious when she heard her mom talking about Jiang Hao like that and quickly opened her mouth to help Jiang Hao explain. Mom! How can you be like this? However, without waiting for Guo Yifei to finish, Mu Xiaohua turned around in one swift motion and stared at Guo Yifei with a cold shout. Shut up! You dead girl, I'll clean you up later. On the side, listening to Mu Xiaohua's brainstorming one after another, Jiang Hao suddenly realized how snobbish his aunt was. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Hao opened his mouth to explain. However, without waiting for Jiang Hao to explain, Mu Xiaohua interrupted Jiang Hao. I don't care what you came for, but by now I think probably you're well aware of it. Right now my house is already in enough of a mess, so you'd better not talk nonsense to me in front of your uncle. Otherwise, I'll ask someone to kick you out. After saying that, Mu Xiaohua glared fiercely at Guo Yifei, then flatly said. Alright, now you two go with me to find Professor William and Expert Hong to hear their latest consultation results. After saying that, Mu Xiaohua stepped on her high heels and left. Guo Yifei threw Jiang Hao an apologetic look, and Jiang Hao didn't care. Guo Yifei and Jiang Hao followed her mom to the chief physician's office. In the office, Jiang Hao meets William, a foreign professor that his aunt spent a lot of money on, and a specialist named Hong. Mr. Guo's lung tube at the birth of a born of 15/45 tumor has been biopsied, confirmed as cancer, and has reached an advanced stage. We can't perform a resection in this location, we can only use intervention and embolization to temporarily kill some of the cancerous cells and prevent them from continuing to spread. But such means also can't guarantee Mr. Guo's survival time, his life will still be in danger at any time. That's basically the situation now. That Hong expert introduced. This was, Mu Xiaohua had long known this result, but she still couldn't accept it. At this moment, she seemed to think of a long-lost name traditional Chinese medicine. At this moment, it was as if she had grabbed the last straw to save her life, and she hurriedly opened her mouth to inquire. Expert Hong, Professor William, do you think Chinese medicine can cure my husband's illness? Mu Xiaohua had just finished speaking when that expert Hong spoke without thinking. I know that Mrs. Gui is eager to save her husband, but there is no cure for this disease in Chinese medicine, and Chinese medicine will also accelerate the patient's condition. Hey, we Chinese people are harmed by the old ancestors, also the Chinese medicine is too god, Chinese medicine is only a cold fever is okay, others simply cannot. After that Hong expert said that big-nosed, blue-eyed Professor William also nodded in agreement. Chinese medicine is useless, Western medicine is the mainstream. When Mu Xiaohua heard this, she was greatly disappointed. On the side, Guo Yifei listened to these two people's perception of Chinese medicine, and a wave of discomfort washed over her. Puff! And at this time, Jiang Hao was originally listening well, but as a result, when he heard this expert Hong's lofty opinions on Chinese medicine, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Chapter 182. You're sick, and it's not a light disease. Jiang Hao's laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Hao with a gloomy face, as if she could eat people, and if it wasn't for the presence of outsiders here, she was afraid that she would have opened her mouth and cursed. At that moment, that expert Hong frowned, seemingly displeased. This one is? When Mu Xiaohua heard this, she was afraid that expert Hong would misunderstand, so she hurriedly spoke out to explain. This is the child of my distant cousin's family. He's had a bit of a cold these past few days and just sneezed. Expert Hong apologizes. After saying that, he turned around, his eyes glaring at Jiang Hao with a sinister, threatening look. Isn't that right, nephew? Guo Yifei was startled, looking at Jiang Hao with even more intense worry. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao ignored Mu Xiaohua's warning. Instead, his gaze fell on that expert Hong who was staring at him with a frown. Looking at this one surnamed Hong, Jiang Hao smiled and said, "This expert Hong, after hearing your lofty opinions, I beg to differ. My junior is a Chinese medicine enthusiast, and I usually read some Chinese medicine books, so I know a little bit about Chinese medicine." Expert Hong said that Chinese medicine is useless, so I'll show off in front of expert Hong. Ignoring Mu Xiaohua's almost murderous gaze, Jiang Hao stared at the man surnamed Hong and then shocked everyone when he opened his mouth. Expert Hong, you're sick, and it's not light. A wave of hostility rose within the one surnamed Hong as he pointed at Jiang Hao, glaring angrily, and was about to open his mouth. However, Jiang Hao had already preempted him and opened his mouth. I see that your face is yellowish, your eyes have a hint of blood in them, and your lips are dry. You have too much fire, and your 5 elements lack water. Do you often feel that your throat is itchy and dry? Also, has it been a long time since you had a peaceful sleep? Also, I see you touching your chest a lot when you talk. Are you suffocating in your chest and sometimes you can't catch your breath? Hearing Jiang Hao's analysis, the face of the expert surnamed Hong changed again and again. From disdain at the beginning, it turned serious, then surprised, all the way to shock at the end. For no other reason, Jiang Hao was right about all of them. He had never told anyone about these things. After all, he was a doctor himself. However, he couldn't find out what was wrong with him either. He just thought that he was just too busy these days. However, today, it was unexpectedly revealed by a brat. Moreover, he had just denied Chinese medicine. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he was told by this brat about his physical condition by means of traditional Chinese medicine. How could this make him not be shocked? Maybe he can cure me? As soon as this thought appeared, Hong Yangwei immediately threw it out of his mind in a hurry. I'm an expert, how can I let a brat treat me? Hong Yangwei's face was unsightly as he stiffly opened his mouth. Full of crap, I didn't notice any abnormalities in my body. Jiang Hao sniffed and took a closer look at the surname Hong, then shook his head with a look of great pity. Alas, in fact, these are all trivial matters. Not waiting for the one surnamed Hong to be happy, Jiang Hao spoke again. It's just that I finally noticed that expert Hong's lips were a bit pale purple, and there was a purple silk thread at his neck. This is obviously a symptom that would only show up after being poisoned by a very rare poison of a strange flower, the purple blood peach fairy flower. As Jiang Hao spoke, the gazes of the others followed Jiang Hao's narration one by one and looked at the lips and neck of the surname Hong. They realized that it was just as Jiang Hao had said. Chapter 183, I can save you, but why should I? Furthermore, if it wasn't for Jiang Hao pointing it out, they realized after taking a closer look that they couldn't usually tell. This instantly shocked them. At this point, Jiang Hao continued to speak. The poison of this strange flower requires prolonged breathing to plant. I see that expert Hong's upper pocket is slightly bulging. Expert Hong should have brought a scent bag or something, right? Jiang Hao just finished speaking. Hong Yangwei did not refute, but involuntarily reached out and touched his jacket pocket. When the crowd saw such a scene, they instantly knew that Jiang Hao was right again. Moreover, according to my guess, this scented capsule should still be a gift from expert Hong's closest relative, otherwise, expert Hong wouldn't have purposely hidden it close to his body. It seems that expert Hong's family isn't very amicable. Listening to Jiang Hao's narration, Hong Yangwei's body shook, his face hard to see. If expert Hong doesn't believe me, you can take out the scented capsule and unwrap it. See if the inside of the scented capsule is a kind of white peach heart petal with a hint of purple veins on the petals. After Jiang Hao said that, Hong Yangwei hurriedly pulled out a very nice-looking small scented pouch from his jacket pocket. However, in a hurry, he found a small knife from the table and slashed the scented pouch open. Sure enough, when he opened the scented pouch with the flower and poured out the spices inside, he realized that the spices inside were really a kind of white peach heart flower petals. Moreover, there were also threads of purple veins on these petals. Seeing this, Hong Yangwei immediately staggered a bit and plopped down in his chair. His eyes were lifeless. Mu Xiaohua and the others had long been horrified. At this moment, Jiang Hao continued to speak, and the nerves of the crowd couldn't help but be tugged as they listened respectfully. The poison of this strange flower is usually very hard to detect after it's planted. Only when the poisoner is already deeply poisoned and doesn't even have a few days to live will some minor symptoms show up on the poisoner's body. But even then, it's generally hard to notice without paying attention. Saying this, Jiang Hao's meaning was already self-evident. This expert Hong was afraid that he wouldn't live long. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with eyes that feared like gods. Jiang Hao looked at Hong Yangwei, whose face was ashen and whose mind was lost, and suddenly smiled and spoke. Also, although this strange flower poison is not good to plant, once planted, it's very difficult to undo. As far as I know, I am the only one who can cure this poison under this universal sky. As soon as Hong Yangwei heard this, life suddenly reappeared in his eyes. However, without waiting for Hong Yangwei to open his mouth, Jiang Hao suddenly asked back. But why should I give you the cure for this strange poison? Instantly, the fire of hope that had just ignited in Hong Yangwei's eyes was once again extinguished. At this moment, Jiang Hao pointed at Hong Yangwei and opened his mouth to angrily rebuke him. People like you are so disrespectful to your ancestors, wantonly trampling on the treasures left behind by your own ancestors. Yet you run to kneel and lick the furtive arts thrown out by outsiders. Why would I want to save an ungrateful descendant like you? You didn't even understand what your own ancestors left behind you, even rejecting it from the root. Yet ran off to a foreign country and learned some foreign fur. Then return to your own homeland with a flaunting demeanor and start your tall tales. Say, Chinese medicine is useless. But have you ever really understood Chinese medicine? Do you understand Chinese medicine? Jiang Hao's tone was filled with thick sarcasm. People like you, even if your body is not sick. But what you don't know is that your mind, even your soul, is sick. And it's the kind that's terminally ill and has no cure. Jiang Hao ended up with almost all a few words, almost yelling them out. Chapter 184. The immortal has found none other than his cousin. Pa 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 pa. At this moment, a thunderous applause suddenly came from outside the door. Well said. China lacks such sober warriors. At some point, a group of patients' family members or patients had already gathered outside the door, who were originally attracted by the noises here. It was just that, they didn't expect that they would end up suddenly hearing a different voice in this era where almost everyone revered foreigners. This voice seemed to have awakened their spirits, and they were instantly infected by Jiang Hao's spirit, applauding him. Cousin, let's go, I don't want to stay here for a moment longer. With that, Jiang Hao walked straight toward the door. And at this moment, the people outside automatically made way for him and watched him leave. Puff! Right at this moment, behind him, that expert Hong flopped down to his knees. He even kept kowtowing to Jiang Hao, who had already made his way to the door, and prayed. Divine Doctor is right, Mr. Hong already knows his mistakes, please save my life, Divine Doctor. Jiang Hao's figure was slightly stunned, but did not stop. Expert Hong instantly became completely paralyzed, his eyes lifeless. Guo Yifei looked at the originally high and mighty expert Hong, who was now on his knees. At that moment, a mouthful of bad anger was released from her heart, and she didn't want to stay here any longer. On the side, Mu Xiaohua, who had long been stunned by all this, just stared blankly at the departing Jiang Hao. At this time, as Guo Yifei walked to the door, she suddenly seemed to think of something, then she returned next to her mother and spoke. Mom, to tell you the truth, I found that immortal. What? Not waiting for his mother to be happy, Guo Yifei continued to add. Actually, cousin is that immortal. Moreover, cousin said that he can cure my father. After saying that, Guo Yifei hurriedly ran out after Jiang Hao, not giving Mu Xiaohua a chance to speak at all. With a horrified look on her face, Mu Xiaohua looked in the direction Jiang Hao had left, and finally, she gritted her teeth and followed. Jiang Hao and Guo Yifei returned to the 19th floor and entered Ward 34. Jiang Hao finally met his long-lost uncle, Gui Jianyet. Only unlike in his memories, the originally spirited uncle was now lying on the hospital bed, his face waxy and his hair scattered. Uncle! I came to see you. Wei Jianye also saw Jiang Hao and was pleasantly surprised. How? The two of them were then carrying and talking after a long time. But a moment later, Mu Xiaohua arrived. Xiaohua, look who's here. Wei Jianye thought that Mu Xiaohua didn't know about Jiang Hao's arrival, and was still giving Mu Xiaohua a delighted speech. Mu Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to speak. At this time, Jiang Hao glanced at the already wilted Mu Xiaohua and then spoke out. Uncle, my aunt and I have already met. As for the rest, Jiang Hao didn't say much. When Mu Xiaohua heard this, she also hurriedly agreed, and at the same time, her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Jiang Hao. On one side, Jiang Hao chatted with Wei Jianye. On the other side, Mu Xiaohua remembered her attitude just now as well as her daughter's words. As well as everything that had just happened, her heart was in turmoil at the moment, and she was somewhat afraid to face Jiang Hao. However, looking at her husband who was lying on the hospital bed, she eventually couldn't hold back. Hao, please save your uncle, right now, only you can save him. Saying this, Mu Xiaohua took out a card from her body and hurriedly handed it to Jiang Hao. Here is $5 million, you take it first, as long as you strike. Chapter 185. Dean blocking the way, overbearing Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was somewhat helpless as he interrupted Mu Xiaohua with a voice and spoke. Auntie, who said I'm not saving? I'm not just trying to understand the condition. As for money, I don't need it at all. At this time, Wei Jianye on the hospital bed was left in a complete daze. What are you guys talking about? When did Hao know how to cure diseases? I know about my illness, terminal cancer, no one can cure me. Speaking of this, Wei Jianye was extremely depressed. Uncle, don't think too much, it's just cancer. It's not a serious disease. Give me a few minutes, I'll make sure you're free of disease and even live another 100 years. Jiang Hao's words were taken as comfort by Wei Jianye. He just smiled, and finally, seemingly giving up, he spoke. Alright then, I won't live long anyway, in that case, let me see Hao's medical skills. Jiang Hao could see that his uncle didn't believe him, but he wasn't explaining much. Cousin, aunt, you guys go out first, I'll go out and heal my uncle. Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei were excited when they heard this. Yes. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Slow down. Subsequently, the door to the ward was opened, and an old man wearing a white robe with white hair walked in with a majestic face. Behind him, followed by that expert Hong with that Professor William, and a few other doctors. Dean. When Mu Xiaohua saw this person, she hurriedly saluted. However, this person simply ignored Mu Xiaohua. As soon as this person arrived, he stared at the boyish-faced Jiang Hao and burst into a rage. You guys are simply fooling around. Who can cure cancer? Even today's internationally renowned Kipling. Locke, this cancer expert, all said that it can only be controlled, not cured. Now, you even believe that a brat can cure cancer. I think you're not just fooling around, you're simply crazy. I feel that I won't allow such a thing to happen in my hospital. The dean appeared and expressed his firm disagreement. Now, Mu Xiaohua, Gui Yifei looked at Jiang Hao even more anxiously. Jiang Hao was helpless, he had never been so tired of saving people. He was no longer willing to explain. Old man, I don't care if you doubt my medical skills or have ulterior motives, but you can't be the master of this. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned to look at his uncle and spoke out. Uncle, this matter is still up to you. As long as you allow the cure, I'll see if this old boy dares to stop it, I'll break his legs. Saying that, Jiang Hao held one hand on the steel pipe guardrail above the bed, instantly pinching and flattening that steel pipe guardrail. Watching this scene, the dean was instantly taken aback. You. The dean pointed at Jiang Hao and was about to let out a vicious statement. However, right at this moment, Wei Jianye, who was lying on the hospital bed, shouted. All stop arguing. Wei Jianye looked at Jiang Hao and then apologized to the dean. Dean, I don't have much time left, since I'm already all like this, I'm willing to give my nephew a try. When Wei Jianye said that, the dean was instantly infuriated and even wanted to swear. However, when he saw the warning in Jiang Hao's eyes and recalled the scene just now, he instantly didn't dare to go overboard. Now, the dean was riding a tiger. At this moment, behind the dean, that expert Hong saw this and instantly knew that this was a great opportunity for him to ingratiate himself with Jiang Hao, and possibly even make friends with the dean at the same time. Thus, he hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. Dean, I'm willing to vouch for Divine Dr. Jiang, so let Divine Dr. Jiang try? Chapter 186. The beginning of cancer removal, Jiang Hao's plan. When the dean heard this, he immediately looked at Han Yangwei and his face changed. Although Han Yangwei had given him a step, but afterward, he called Jiang Hao with one mouthful of divine Dr. Jiang, which meant that he had denied him. How could this make him happy? The dean turned to look at Jiang Hao, leaving behind only one sentence. In that case, if anything comes out, everything will be borne by you and has nothing to do with the hospital. After saying that, the dean flung his sleeves fiercely and turned to leave. The others followed, only that Hong expert stayed behind. This was, that Hong expert licked his face, accompanied by a smile, as if he was a pug, and nodded to Jiang Hao. Seeing this, how could Jiang Hao not understand Han Yangwei's purpose? Divine Dr. Jiang, you can cast the spell at ease, I'll stand guard for you, and no one will disturb you from casting the spell. After saying this, expert Han led the way out of the ward, and mother and daughter Mu Xiaohua hurriedly followed. At this moment, only Jiang Hao and his uncle were left in the ward. Wei Jianye seemed to have given up at this point. He looked at Jiang Hao with a sunny smile. Hao, come on. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't make any pretense. He took his bag and took out an emerald green jade box from inside. The carvings on it were extremely fine, and at a glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Jiang Hao opened the jade box, in which were neatly placed 9 dragon head jade needles. Seeing this scene, Wei Jianye was filled with doubt. It seems that this nephew of his is not simple, I'm afraid. However, even so, he didn't believe that Jiang Hao could save him. Jiang Hao pinched a jade needle and looked at his uncle who was lying on the hospital bed. Uncle, untie your blouse, I'll first partially lock up all the diseased cancer cells in your body for you, preventing them from spreading any further. Wei Jianye bared his chest in accordance with Jiang Hao's request. At this time, Jiang Hao pinched the ice jade needle while mobilizing the chaotic qi in his body and injecting it into the ice jade needle. He then opened the Eye of Lawbreaking, while the Great Five Elements Yin Yang needle technique was instantly activated in his hand. Subsequently, Jiang Hao quickly locked the 9 ice jade needles precisely on Wei Jianye's cancerous lesions with a dazzling maneuver. At this moment, the residual 5 elemental qi within the 9 ice jade needles were injected into Wei Jianye's body along with the ice jade needles. This 5 elemental qi instantly connected into pieces within Wei Jianye's body, forming a cycle. This 5 element cycle locked all the diseased cancer cells within it, completely stopping the cancer cells from continuing to spread. At the same time, Wei Jianye instantly felt a cool qi traveling throughout his body. Moreover, a sense of comfort seemed to be coming from his chest where the pain had previously been. At this moment, Jiang Hao's voice came again. Uncle, I'm now going to completely get rid of the cancerous cells in your body for you. This process may be extremely painful, can Uncle endure it? If you can't bear it, I need to seal your acupoints now. This way you might pass out. If you can endure it, I'll just do it. Jiang Hao inquired. Wei Jianye looked at Jiang Hao and shook his head. No, I can endure it, I'm afraid I'll close my eyes and never open them again. You do it. Jiang Hao sniffed and didn't force himself. Fine, then I'll do it, Uncle, you endure for now. After saying that, Jiang Hao pressed one hand on the center of the 9 ice jade needles split lock and closed his eyes, his heart bursting with nervousness. He didn't know if his plan was feasible, and now, he could only give it a try. System, decompose all cancerous cells. Chapter 187 Decomposing Cancer Cells, Gifted Immortality. As soon as Jiang Hao's words left his mouth, the system's beep came. Yes, host. Hearing the system's beep, Jiang Hao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The system didn't say that it couldn't be decomposed, so it seemed that his plan was feasible. And this was the best way Jiang Hao had thought of, using the system to decompose and completely eliminate the cancer cells. However, he wasn't completely sure about this plan at first. After all cancer cells were intermingled with other cells and did not exist alone. Most importantly, he couldn't even touch the cancer cells with his hands. However, this time, he seemed to have gambled right. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a large number of cancer cells, obtaining the innate skill Immortal Body, gaining 1.2 skill points and 1.2 experience points. Immortal Body level 10100, with it, you can be all sorts of deadly, and one day, you might even get tired of being alive. By fusing it, all of your cells will mutate. The mutated cells will have the powerful ability to proliferate rapidly, and superb self-healing power. Nothing can even stop your cells from regenerating. Decomposition successful, is it extracted and fused? As the system's beeping tone came to mind, Jiang Hao was startled. Wasn't this the ability of a protagonist named Wolverine in a certain sci-fi movie? Super self-healing and even immortality. Ah ah. It was, before Jiang Hao could hurry to be happy, suddenly, a miserable scream came, waking Jiang Hao up instantly. Jiang Hao hurriedly looked at his uncle. The system's decomposition was completed almost instantly, and even Wei Jianya's nerves didn't come in a hurry to transmit this pain signal. It wasn't until a few seconds after the decomposition had finished that his pain arrived late. At this point, the immense pain caused cold sweat to seep out from Wei Jianya's forehead as he trembled. After all, with such a large piece of flesh disappearing from his body all of a sudden, how could he not be in pain? At this time, outside the ward, Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei were full of worry and kept looking towards the ward. On the side, Han Yangwei was also accompanying them. Don't worry, Mrs. Guo, with Divine Dr. Jiang here, Mr. Guo will be fine. Han Yangwei licked his face and comforted. When Mu Xiaohua heard this, she squeezed out an ugly smile on her face. Thank you, Expert Hong. But just at this moment, a mournful scream caused their hearts to instantly tighten. Even more, they almost didn't hold back from rushing in. Don't come in. At this moment, Jiang Hao's voice followed, stopping mother and daughter Gui Yifei. Jiang Hao stopped his cousin and aunt from barging in, and at the same time, in his mind, he hurriedly instructed the system. System, quickly use a bottle of life essence. Yes, host. Next, the last bottle of life serum in the system space instantly disappeared. As a large amount of life essence liquid was injected into Gui Jianya's body through Jiang Hao's hand. Instantly, a large amount of pure life force instantly replenished Gui Jianya's consumption. At the same time, under the stimulation of the powerful vitality, countless cells devoured the excessive amount of vitality, so much so that they began to rapidly divide. Instantly, at Gui Jianya's lung bronchus, a large number of missing cells were finally replenished under the rapid reproduction of other cells at a rate visible to the naked eye. Wei Jianya's pain also began to slowly ease. At the same time, Jiang Hao also set up a great 5 elements yin-yang formation once again through the 9 icy jade needles. He quickly converted the chaotic qi in his body into the power of the 5 elements and injected it into Gui Jianya's body, providing more energy for the rapid decomposition of his cells. Chapter 188 Repentance, Release of Former Suspicions. After a long time had passed, Wei Jianya's pain was finally suppressed. Only then did Jiang Hao remove the needles, while his entire body was pale due to the massive consumption of chaotic qi in his body. The entire body was as if it had been fished out of the water. At the same time, the fact that he had used the great 5 elements yin-yang needle technique twice in a row was also quite a drain on his mind. Wei Jianya, who had experienced great torment, fell into a deep sleep at this time. Jiang Hao glanced at Gui Jianyi and forced a smile, then couldn't help but spit out. Damn, in the future, I must have enough life essence liquid when I go out, or else I'll die like this. He then remembered his cousin and auntie duo who were still worried outside the door. Jiang Hao shouted out in a very weak tone. Cousin, aunt, and uncle, you guys come in. Saying this, Jiang Hao moved his body to a side chair with difficulty. Outside the door of the hospital, the mother and daughter duo of Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei, who were full of worry and on tenterhooks, heard Jiang Hao's weak voice and, at once, hurriedly created their way in. Behind him, Specialist Hong also followed closely. Now, his life was in Jiang Hao's hands, so if there was a place to please Jiang Hao, he would naturally spare no effort to do so. After Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei came in, they saw Gui Jianya lying motionless on the hospital bed. They thought that something had happened to Gui Jianya, and their bodies immediately stood still as if they had been struck by lightning. When Jiang Hao saw this, he spoke without a trace of anger. My uncle only just experienced great pain and then fell asleep after he got better. The cancerous cells in my uncle's body have all been removed by me, so you guys can now push your uncle to go for a thorough examination. Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei were ecstatic when they heard this. Even the Hongyang guards behind them revealed horrified gazes when they heard this. Quickly, let's send your father for a full examination. Mu Xiaohua looked at Gui Jianya, who was sleeping very peacefully, and spoke in a hurry. She was ready to even push the bed away when Expert Hong spoke. Don't worry, Divine Dr. Jiang, I'll have Xiaolu come up here to pick up Mr. Guo for a full examination. Jiang Hao nodded, accepting his kindness. And with such a simple response, Jiang Hao made Expert Hong happy. Divine Dr. Jiang was finally willing to pay attention to him. And at that moment, Gui Yifei suddenly noticed that Jiang Hao's state was not right, and she hurriedly went forward to care. Older brother, what's wrong with you? Jiang Hao sniffed and looked at his cousin, revealing a pleased smile. It's fine, cousin, I'm just a little consumed, I'll be fine after resting for a while. Gui Yifei sniffed, and then she was relieved. On the side, Mu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Hao with somewhat complicated eyes. He had already learned everything about the Jiang family from Guo Yifei's mouth. In the end, she made a huge decision in her heart. She gritted her teeth and stood out, and bowed deeply to Jiang Hao. "Thank you, Hao Hao. It was all Auntie's fault in the past, so please forgive me." Seeing this, Jiang Hao revealed a pleased smile. Through this incident, if Auntie could turn over a new leaf, it would be worth it. "We're all family, no need to say thank you, Auntie." This scene also caused Guo Yifei, who was squatting beside Jiang Hao, to reveal a beautiful smile. It was the best ending for a family to be able to release their old enmity. Soon, a few young lads came pushing a hospital bed and picked up Gui Jianye, with Mu Xiaohua and expert Hong following. Guo Yifei was left behind to accompany Jiang Hao. Gui Jianye was picked up, and Jiang Hao lay on Gui Jianye's hospital bed, his eyes closed tightly, his mind sinking into the system. Chapter 189 Powerful Immortal Body, Skyrocketing 4-Dimensional Attributes. He hadn't forgotten about the skill immortal body that he had gained when he decomposed the cancer cells just now. His mind had just sunk into the system when the system's beep sounded. Decomposition complete, is it extracted for fusion? If he didn't fuse it at this time, when would he wait? System, extract and fuse. Jiang Hao barked out an order, and instantly, a bizarre fluctuation instantly spread throughout his entire body. This bizarre fluctuation instantly changed the gene chain in every cell in his body, fundamentally altering all of his cells, causing it to mutate his cells. This result of fundamentally mutating his cells was what caused Jiang Hao's body to convulse at this moment, and an endless sense of pain instantly spread throughout his entire body. Ah! The immense pain caused him to scream out. However, thankfully, this feeling was only momentary. However, even so, this caused Guo Yifei, who was taking care of Jiang Hao, to cry out in fear. Older brother, what's wrong with you?" Soon after the mutation of all the cells in Jiang Hao's entire body ended, Jiang Hao once again felt his body filled with power. He even had the feeling that he was even stronger than before. At this moment, he was about to look at his system panel when suddenly, he heard Guo Yifei's cries. He hurriedly exited the system. "It's okay, I'm fine. Old sister, don't cry." Jiang Hao got up and comforted. Guo Yifei saw that Jiang Hao had woken up, and only then did she stop crying. After a long time, Jiang Hao managed to comfort his cousin before his mind re-entered the system. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 321,000. Age, 18. Strength, 24. Agility, 6.1. Spirit, 4.6. Stamina, 3.8. Skills. Swimming level 30100. Hacking level 501,000. Basketball level 501,000. Divine Chef level 20100. Dogfighting 3 levels 0100. Literally Flying Dagger level 20100. Medicine 4 levels 01000. Great Yin Yang 5 Elements Needle Technique level 30100. Avatar. Danger Sense level 30100. Great Strength level 20100. 100 Poisons 2 ranks 010. Dharma Breaking Pupil level 20100. 1000-mile Voice Transmission level 20100. Smooth Wind Ear level 20100. Insect Mastery level 30100. Immortal Body level 10100. Skill points, 14. Personal space, open. Seeing this system panel, Jiang Hao burst into ecstasy. He realized that he had really made a fortune this time. He had only incorporated the still level 1 talent avatar immortal body, which had unexpectedly caused his 4-dimensional attributes to skyrocket. Such a change caused Jiang Hao to be ecstatic. From the data of upgrading the immortal body, Jiang Hao did see how powerful the immortal body was as well. It was only one level, and it surprisingly required 100 attribute points to fill it up. It seemed that there was a long way to go before one could truly possess the immortal body. On the other hand, the results of Gui Jianye's comprehensive examination came out, and the cancer cells in his body were all removed by unknown means. Nowadays, other than him being just slightly weak, he was already a completely normal person. After this result came out, the entire hospital was immediately shocked. Even, at one point, they thought that the check was wrong and rechecked it 2 more times. However, the results remained the same. Gui Jianye was normal. Now, even the dean who had originally shrugged off his face had a look of shock and even disbelief. Chapter 190, Dean's Pull, Hiring Jiang Hao with Heavy Money. However, looking at the 3 identical report cards in his hands, he had to believe that someone could really cure cancer. Moreover, this person was even a brat who had been denied by himself. At this moment, the dean's face changed dramatically, and soon, he made a decision. He was going to find Jiang Hao and hire him with a heavy amount of money. In this way, with Jiang Hao, the miracle doctor who could cure cancer, in place, then his hospital would have a great reputation. As for the beef between him and Jiang Hao, it was nothing at all. As the old saying goes, all under heaven is for profit, all under heaven is for profit. He believed that as long as the money was in place, there was nothing that couldn't be done. With that, the dean looked at Xiaoli and inquired. Xiaoli, where is that divine Dr. Jiang? Xiaoli was also stunned. Wasn't the dean not dealing with that divine Dr. Jiang? How come he called divine Dr. Jiang as well? However, although puzzled, as a smart person, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. Dean, right now that divine Dr. Jiang should still be in Ward 34. The dean got the news and hurriedly ran towards ward number 34. Inside Ward 34, Wu Jianya checked to be physically fit and was sent up. Jiang Hao's body had also completely recovered due to the fusion of the gifted immortal body. At this moment, Wu Jianya stared at Jiang Hao and had trouble calming his heart. Cancer. That was a terminal disease that no one in this world could cure today. However, his nephew had actually healed him with his own hands. Jiang Hao was oddly embarrassed by his uncle's stare. Uncle, you're only slightly weaker now, you need a lot of nutritional supplements. But this, you can just go home and ask your aunt to make more nutritious meals to replenish you. So, you're healthy now and can be discharged at any time. Wei Jianyi was overjoyed when he heard this. The sickness that had tormented his flesh and spirit had finally been eradicated, and at this moment, he was relaxed. In that case, let's be discharged from the hospital. Here, I don't want to stay a moment longer. Wei Jianya looked at his wife and daughter who were crying with joy and made a decision. Good. I'll go and do the discharge formalities right now. Mu Xiaohua was so excited that she nodded her head in a hurry. On the other side, as soon as expert Hong heard that Gui Jianya wanted to be discharged from the hospital, he was anxious. His own poison of the strange flower hadn't been resolved yet. At that moment, he hurriedly spoke. That, divine Dr. Jiang. However, just at this moment, the wards were opened and the dean walked in. He seemed to have heard the discharge procedures. At that moment, he hurriedly said anxiously. Don't. Mrs. Guo, although the cancer cells have been removed from Mr. Guo's body, but now he's very weak, let him infuse nutritious medicine in the hospital for 2 days. Don't worry, our hospital will definitely give Mr. Guo the best nutritional medicine. The dean suddenly barged in, and what he said seemed to make some sense, and Mu Xiaohua didn't know how to decide, so she immediately looked at Jiang Hao. And at that moment, the dean also hurriedly came to Jiang Hao's front, licking his face with a smile. Divine Dr. Jiang is truly an immortal. Previously, it was Yu Mao who was blind and couldn't recognize the face of the real person, so please apologize to divine Dr. Jiang. The dean's sudden apology caused Jiang Hao to be somewhat taken aback. However, even so, he ignored it. When the dean saw this, he smiled awkwardly, knowing that Jiang Hao still had a grudge against the previous incident, and he didn't explain too much. It's like this, I want to hire divine Dr. Jiang to sit in my tumor hospital for $15 million a year. At the end, he added. If divine Dr. Jiang is not satisfied with the price, we can still discuss it again. The dean promised great benefits and began to pull in Jiang Hao. Chapter 191 is $50 million a lot, Jiang Hao's warning. He didn't believe that the astronomical figure of $50 million couldn't attract a brat. Even if this brat had excellent medical skills. At this moment, everyone in the ward was shocked when they heard the dean's words. Opening his mouth was $50 million. $50 million a year, it was definitely a huge amount. However, when they saw Jiang Hao, it suddenly occurred to them that Jiang Hao was a miracle doctor who could cure cancer. $50 million didn't seem so much. At this moment, the one with the most complicated emotions was Mu Xiaohua. She looked at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes. This nephew, who she had criticized as useless not long ago, had not only saved her husband today. Today, there was even a job with an annual salary of $50 million coming to his door. $50 million. Almost enough to buy your own family's company, right? For a moment, the eyes of everyone in the ward suddenly fell on Jiang Hao. Only, how could Jiang Hao not be clear about the calculations of this old man's dean? $50 million and you want to buy his gold standard for curing cancer? Dream on. There are many rich people in the world, but even if they have more money, it's useless when they have cancer. However, with today's technology, I'm afraid I'm the only one who can cure cancer. As long as this news gets out, there will be tons of rich people offering sky-high prices to hire themselves. Was $50 million a year really a lot? Jiang Hao looked at the dean, an old fox, and smiled contemptuously. Dean, you think $50 million is a lot? Do you believe that as long as this news gets out, someone will immediately give me $50 million to beg me? Jiang Hao's words immediately caused the dean's smiling face to freeze. Although Jiang Hao's words had the suspicion of being pretentious, it was true and he couldn't refute it. After all, there were many rich people in this world, and the only one who could solve cancer was Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao stood up, walked over to the dean, and reached out to lightly tap on his shoulder. A stream of true qi with chaotic attributes was instantly injected into the dean by him. Ah, hiss! Subsequently, the dean only felt a burst of heartbreaking pain coming from his shoulder. However, fortunately, this pain was only momentary and then quickly disappeared. At that moment, he hastily took a few steps back and looked at Jiang Hao with a horrified expression. What have you done to me? Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. Although I can cure cancer, the cost is too great. I don't want to be chased around every day. So, this is just a warning I'm giving you. As he said this, Jiang Hao's eyes instantly turned sharp. He stared at the dean and said word for word. Don't think about hitting on me. Also, I don't want to hear about this matter being spread. So, my uncle isn't sick, it's your hospital that misdiagnosed him. Looking at the stifled and indignant dean, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. I've already left a hidden hand inside you. As long as this matter gets out, I will invoke the hidden hand I left behind at any time. At that time, you will experience 3 days and 3 nights of the kind of life is better than death pain you just experienced, followed by bleeding to death from all 7 orifices. So, you'd better control your men. After saying that, Jiang Hao glanced at the stunned expert Hong next to him with a warning in his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and turned around again, looking at the dean. Oh! I forgot to tell you, the means I left behind is something no one but me can discover, much less disarm. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with eyes filled with fear, cowering like gods. Chapter 192 Dean's Compromise, 1 million selling fee. The dean looked at Jiang Hao's smiling boyish little face. The heart could not help but cry, this is the ing devil, right? Where is the brat? I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person. This is a death wish or a death wish. Looking at Jiang Hao's devilish smile, the dean squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Divine Dr. Jiang, I won't dare to do it again, I'll keep it a secret. Please also be magnanimous and lift the means left in my body. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. No way. However, you don't have to worry, as long as you don't violate the agreement, I won't invoke it. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored Dean, the old fox. Alright, now Auntie will go with the dean to go through the discharge procedures. Cousin, you stay with Uncle first. Afterward, Jiang Hao's gaze landed on expert Hong, who was looking at him with a hopeful face. You, follow me out. Jiang Hao pointed at expert Hong, then turned around and exited the hospital room. When Hong Yangwei heard this, he seemed to have guessed what Jiang Hao was calling him out for, and was so ecstatic that he hurriedly followed. After Jiang Hao left, the dean had no choice but to take Mu Xiaohua to go through the discharge procedures. Gui Yifei, on the other hand, stayed behind to take care of her dad. Jiang Hao waited for expert Hong to come out and then glanced at him, then spoke. Originally, I didn't want to save you. On the side, expert Hong was apprehensive as he heard Jiang Hao's words. But I'm a person who will repay any grudge. Seeing as you're still sincere in your apology and helped me a little, I'll reluctantly save you once. At that moment, Hong Yangwei was overjoyed, thanking Jiang Hao and making assurances over and over again. Many thanks, Divine Dr. Jiang, many thanks. In the future, if Divine Dr. Jiang has any use for Mr. Hong, just give me a command, and Mr. Hong will fight to the death to accomplish it for Divine Dr. Jiang. Jiang Hao sniffed and waved his hand. Alright. However, the purple blood peach immortal flower is rare in the world. You might want to check the origin of this strange flower yourself. I can save you once, but what if there's a second time? Just pay attention to these yourself. Now take me to a quiet ward and I'll detoxify you. Expert Hong had originally heard Jiang Hao talk about the person who had placed the bet on her, and immediately looked like he was gnashing his teeth. However, when he heard that Jiang Hao was going to detoxify himself, he quickly brushed his hatred aside and then spoke. Yes, I'll be sure to pay attention. This way please, Divine Dr. Jiang, let's go to my office. Han Yangwei's office. Han Yangwei was lying on the bed, and he had ice jade needles inserted in his chest, neck, forehead, and many other places. As a faint pink gas emerged from the faucet mouth at the back root of the ice jade needle, Han Yangwei immediately felt a sense of relief all over his body. At the same time, his chest was not stuffy anymore, and a cool air came from his throat. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke out. Alright, I've given force to force out the purple blood peach fairy flower poison. Saying that, Jiang Hao cast a spell and quickly pulled out the ice jade needle that was inserted into Han Yangwei's body. Han Yangwei hurriedly got up and felt a sense of relief coming from his body, and was overjoyed. At this time, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Divine Dr. Jiang, here is 1 million, it's a small token of appreciation from Mr. Hong, please ask Divine Dr. Jiang to take it under his hand. Jiang Hao put away the ice jade needle without slowing down, then glanced at Han Yangwei's sincere gaze and mused. Alright then, I'll take this $1 million, it's considered to be your life-selling money. Jiang Hao reached out and took it. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves money, and there's a way to take it. He wouldn't play a little temper, the money that he should take, he would naturally take. What shouldn't be taken, if you give it to me, I don't want it. Chapter 193, If you are not brave, who will be strong for you? From Han Yangwei office out, and to do discharge formalities have not yet come out. Jiang Hao then went downstairs to prepare for a breath of fresh air. To be honest, that atmosphere in the hospital is too depressing. Downstairs, Jiang Hao found a seat at the garden lawn. Jiang Hao looked at the hospital's endless crowds of people coming in and out, and suddenly wondered. Most people desperately thought about making money, even at the cost of exhausting their bodies. Later, people took the money they earned to cure their illnesses and ended up with nothing left. What the hell was this for? Just as Jiang Hao was thinking, suddenly he heard a sobbing sound. Oh. Jiang Hao listened quietly and realized that not far in front of him, a young lady was squatting there with her head buried in tears. Jiang Hao's heart softened, he got up and came over, and drew a piece of paper from the paper bag he had brought with him and handed it over. Missy, don't cry. He then lamented somewhat. Everyone in this world is bitter, you have to learn to be brave and strong on your own. If you're not brave, who will be strong for you? For a moment, Jiang Hao seemed to recall the years he had spent. Jiang Hao's voice was a bit low, and with Jiang Hao's slightly magnetic voice, smelling it was a beautiful treat. The girl seemed to hear Jiang Hao talking to her, and then she stopped crying and slowly looked up at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at the young lady's face and was surprised for a moment. Her skin was snowy, her eyes were watery, her eyes had a hint of redness, and she had 2 tear tracks on her face, so people couldn't help but pity her. Jiang Hao shook the paper in his hand, and after a slight hesitation, this young lady took the tissue. Thanks. Jiang Hao nodded and inquired. What's wrong with you? The girl paused, glanced at Jiang Hao, and seemed to feel that Jiang Hao was not a bad person, so she confided. It turned out that the girl was called Leah, and like Jiang Hao, had just finished the college entrance exam. She was a single parent, and her family was not rich, even a little poor. She grew up following her dad through life. But not long ago, his father found out that he suffered from cancer, which makes the original not rich family suddenly snowballed. However, after scraping together, finally got together $20,000, she brought her father here. The doctor confirmed that for the time being, it is still possible to do interventional surgery. Everything was ready and waiting for the surgery. However, just 1 hour before the surgery, the doctor suddenly called Leah out. He then told her that they were a poor family, and that he, the doctor, did not dare to give his father any medication during the interventional surgery. The reason was that they had a rule that the state subsidy for poor families with this disease was $3,000 a month. If he, the doctor, gives her dad medication during the intervention, he will exceed the standard. He, the doctor, will be investigated and he will be penalized then. So, he doesn't dare to use the medicine. He didn't even dare to use the medication that Leah bought herself and brought over for her father to use. Leah begged in vain, so she left the doctor's office with a sad face. She then asked the other patients encountered this situation is how to do. And the next result he asked was strikingly similar. Everyone told her, that's if you don't give the doctor a gift. She and her father were honest people, so they didn't realize that before having an operation, people would give gifts to the doctor as a way to make him or her pay attention to the operation that was to follow. She was both shocked and angry to hear this. She realized that there were such dark and ugly customs under this clear sky. Chapter 194. So there are dark corners where the sun doesn't shine. But what can she do if she knows? She is just a weak woman with no power. In the end, she gave in. She borrowed money from all over the world, to his father's attending physician, a deputy director surnamed Party wrapped $1,000 of red packets. At first, the deputy director of the party did not accept, squirming. Said what the hospital has rules, blah blah blah. However, in the end, he still accepted it. Only the difference is that, in the eyes of others, this red packet is Leah hard to the doctor, is completely voluntary. After receiving the red envelope, the doctor's tone immediately changed. Don't worry, I will pay attention to your father's surgery, and I will also use the medicine. Leah could only accompany the smile. This time it was over. However, the intervention surgery could be done more than just once. It was done once a month for 3 consecutive months at the beginning, and then only after seeing the effects of the treatment could the intervals in between be lengthened. Soon, the second month arrived and Leah accompanied her father here again. She was busy for a day, and had just gotten her father admitted to the hospital. When she went to see the attending doctor surnamed Dang, the attending doctor surnamed Dang treated Leah with a look of indifference. When Leah went to see Dr. Dang several times in a row, he either slept during working hours or couldn't be found. Once at work, Leah went to him to inquire about his father's condition, but disturbed his sleep. He was so upset that he scolded Leah. The aggrieved Leah came out and finally reacted sluggishly. Could it be the reason why she didn't send a gift this time? Unable to do so, she once again sent a gift, the same as last time, first a moment of squirming, and then took it. However, the attitude towards Leah made a 180-degree turnaround. It became instantly amiable. The second passed thus, and the time for the third intervention soon came again. Leah came with her father, exactly the same as the first 2 times. No gifts, I'll ignore you. If you're capable, you go elsewhere. But the successive gifts to the doctor, and the monthly medical bills for her father, the operation fees, etc., which made Leah already in debt. And the money she earned from her exhausting part-time job every day was a drop in the bucket for such huge expenses. So, no one is willing to lend her money anymore. After all, she can't pay back the money she lent out. With no money for gifts, Lee's dad's attending doctor is going to stop the medication. And stopping the medication is letting the cancer spread. How can this be? She has no way out, that's why she's crying here. Leah huffed and then spoke with a nasal voice. What do you say, how can I be strong? Jung Hao's heart was also shaken tremendously after hearing Leah's story, even as he felt depressed. Doctors were originally a sacred profession. But it was because of the existence of scummy doctors like Lee's dad's attending doctor that made the profession of a doctor covered in a layer of black fog. Such a black-hearted doctor, who didn't take human life as a matter of fact, was simply too horrible. Just then, a voice interrupted Jiang Hao's contemplation. Divine Dr. Jiang, so you're here. Jiang Hao looked up, and it turned out to be Hong Yangwei. Hong Yangwei spoke respectfully. Divine Dr. Jiang, Mrs. Gua has completed the discharge procedures and is waiting for you. Leah sniffed and glanced at Jiang Hao. He's so young, but he's a doctor? Oh no, if he's a doctor here, then wouldn't it be better for one to give him a bad word about the doctors here? Thinking this way, Leah's face turned wax white. Chapter 195. One mouse spoils a pot of porridge. Jiang Hao realized that Leah seemed to have misunderstood and hurriedly explained. Don't think too much, I'm not a doctor here, I'm also a patient's family member. Besides, look at me, I'm so young, can I be a doctor? And like you, I also just graduated from my senior year this year, I came here to see my uncle. Looking at Jiang Hao's reasoned explanation, Leah seemed to be somewhat convinced. Really? Jiang Hao sniffed and nodded helplessly. Only then did Leah put her heart down. Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and decided to help her out. Alright, I sympathize with you, so come with me. I know the dean and I'll ask the dean to change your dad's attending doctor. Jiang Hao's words instantly put Leah on guard again. She had once had such naive thoughts, but her dad's words broke his naivety. Xiao ya ah. We can't fight them, they are a family, and the officials are protecting each other. How can we, a poor old man, fight them? Jiang Hao saw Leah's vigilance, how could he not understand? Leah was being misled by that small number of scum doctors. So much so that she thought all doctors might be like this. Just thinking about it made Jiang Hao furious. How many people in the country would get sick? Millions? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions even? And how many people, similar to Leah's situation, had been misled by scum doctors to the point of being disappointed in them? This was like one rat spoiling the pot of porridge. Leah, if you believe in me, come with me. If you don't believe me, forget it. At this point, Jang Hao's mood was so bad that he was no longer in the mood to explain. He had already given Leah the opportunity, whether she could grab it or not was up to her. Old Hong, let's go. After saying that, Jang Hao turned around and left. Yes, Divine Dr. Jiang. Han Yangwei on the side didn't interrupt from the beginning, and only when Jiang Hao opened his mouth did he nod his head respectfully and follow. When Jiang Hao heard this, his figure lurched and he spoke. Call me Mr. Jiang from now on, don't call me Divine Dr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Han Yangwei hurriedly changed his title. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao had just taken a few steps out when Leah's voice came from behind him. I believe you. Jiang Hao sniffed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With that, he inquired to Han Yangwei, who was at the side. Old Hong, where is the dean? Han Yangwei said without thinking. The dean is waiting for you in Mr. Guo's ward. Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and spoke to her. Hey, let's go. Leah nodded obediently. The journey was uneventful, and when they arrived at Ward 34, sure enough, the dean was there. As soon as the dean saw that Jiang Hao had arrived, he hurriedly came forward respectfully. Mr. Jiang, I've completed the discharge procedures for Mr. Guo. Jiang Hao just nodded, then looked at his uncle and the others and spoke. Uncle, auntie, cousin, you guys wait for a while, I still have something to take care of before we leave. Wei Jianye glanced at Leah behind Jiang Hao, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. Okay, Hao, you busy yourself, we're not in a hurry for this moment. Receiving Wei Jianye's reply, Jiang Hao nodded. He then turned around and walked towards the door, and when he reached the dean's side, he suddenly opened his mouth. Dean, Old Hong, you two come out for a moment. Although the dean was surprised, he still followed him out. And Han Yangwei, who had probably guessed a bit, similarly followed out. Behind Jiang Hao, Leah was shocked when she saw the dean's attitude towards Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao's attitude towards the dean shocked him even more. Chapter 196 Everything in moderation, too much is not enough. Jiang Hao and his group went out and came to an office. The people sat down, the dean looked at Jiang Hao suspiciously, Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and spoke. Leah, tell the dean about you, today I'll see how the dean will handle this. Leah sniffed and looked at Jiang Hao's encouraging eyes, then gathering her courage, she began to tell. After a long time, Leah finally finished speaking. At this moment, the dean's face turned a shade of blue. Although he wasn't a good person, he was equally furious when he heard Leah's narration. Although he had also heard of doctors accepting gifts, as long as they didn't go overboard, everyone usually turned a blind eye and passed. But he didn't expect someone to do this excessively. Moreover, this person is still in his own hospital. The dean looked up just in time to come into contact with Jiang Hao's icy gaze. At once, a frown came over him. Looking at the situation, if he didn't give him a satisfactory answer today, I'm afraid that Jiang Hao wouldn't let him go. To the side, Han Yangwei's face likewise didn't look very good after hearing what had happened to Leah. He had also accepted gifts from others, but he had never threatened a patient's family to give him a gift on the grounds of not giving the patient medication. Surname Dang's this was too much. At this time, the dean looked at Jiang Hao with some difficulty and said, Divine Dr. Jiang, I apologize for this matter. As compensation, I'll rearrange a better attending doctor for Leah's father, and at the same time, I'll make a big effort to help him reduce his medical bills. As for this person, although he has violated multiple regulations, these are only enough for me to give him a serious warning, demotion, and other disciplinary actions. As for kicking him out. Speaking here, the dean took a slight pause, and then the dean dawned on him. Divine Dr. Jiang, you also know that although I am the dean of this hospital is not up to me alone. So? The dean didn't continue, but his meaning was already obvious. This evidence was not enough, and it wasn't enough for him to kick this person out. Jiang Hao sniffed and frowned. He wasn't someone who didn't know what was right, and with insufficient evidence, he couldn't force the dean to make a decision. But to let this scum off the hook so simply, he was a bit unwilling. At this time, Leah heard the dean's solution to release the case, although slightly regrettable. But want than before, simply a heaven and underground, she has been very satisfied. Leah carefully pulled the corner of Jiang Hao's coat, then timidly said, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. With this result, I'm already satisfied. Thank you. With that, Leah deeply bowed to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at Leah with a slight frown and didn't stop. After receiving Leah's bow, Jiang Hao looked at Leah and comforted her. Don't worry, since I'm accepting this bow from you today, I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. Afterward, Jiang Hao looked at the dean and then said, Dean, I understand what you mean. That is to say, as long as there is more than enough evidence, you can justifiably tell this person to get lost? Upon hearing this, the dean nodded although he was puzzled. Seeing the dean nod, Jiang Hao then spoke. Since that's the case, it's a good thing. This person is so greedy, I don't believe how clean his bottom is. Dean, find me a copy of this person's information. I'll find you evidence of this person's other violations. Speaking of this, Jiang Hao was incomparably confident. Chapter 197, All sit down, it's just a basic operation. Although the dean didn't know why Jiang Hao was making a big deal out of it, he did as he was told. After having more contact with Jiang Hao, he realized that Jiang Hao wasn't the one who was being disruptive. Therefore, he still trusted Jiang Hao more. Divine Dr. Jiang, wait for me for a moment. The dean said, sitting down in front of one of the computers in his office and quickly logging into his account. Soon, he pulled up the registration information for the surname party. Divine Dr. Jiang, this is his information. The dean introduced Jiang Hao, who was watching from the side. Jiang Hao glanced at it and then said, Get up and watch me operate. The dean hurriedly got up and made way. Jiang Hao sat down in front of the computer, in the eyes of the puzzled crowd. He placed his hands on the keyboard and crackled with a fierce, tiger-like operation. With Jiang Hao's hacking skills at the peak level of the world, it was not a matter of minutes to hack a person's electronic device and check on them. Subsequently, the crowd was surprised to see the relevant black information about Dr. Dang constantly appearing on the computer screen. Soon, their gazes changed from surprise to shock and then to horror. At the same time, when they took a closer look at the black information about Dr. Dang on the computer screen, the more they looked at it, the more angry they became, the more shocked they became, and the more frightened they became. This person privately sells the hospital's non-sale drugs to the outside, at the same time, colludes with the fake drugstore outside, recommending the patient to sell the fake drugstore's drugs, while he takes a commission from it. There is also evidence of all kinds of crimes. He even forced a patient's daughter to have sex with him because the patient had stopped taking his medication, and finally the girl was so humiliated that she committed suicide. At that time also once caused a sensation, but did not find out the reason. Things are also sketchy. Seeing this, Leah immediately had a burst of fear. Today, if she did not meet Jiang Hao, he did not have the money to send gifts. Would she have been poisoned as well? Jiang Hao had already guessed that this kind of person wouldn't be any good, and sure enough, he had guessed it. Which one of you has a USB drive? Give one. Jiang Hao didn't lift his head, looking at the computer and inquiring. The crowd was awakened and felt around on their bodies. Finally, the dean removed a USB drive from his keychain. Here, Divine Dr. Jiang. Jiang Hao took it, then plugged it directly into the computer. Downloaded all of that evidence. Snap. Soon, the download ended, and with a final tap on the keyboard, Jiang Hao unplugged the USB flash drive. Done. The crowd looked at Jiang Hao with awe. At this moment, Jiang Hao handed the USB drive to the dean while staring at him. Dean, is this enough evidence? The dean was awakened and immediately spoke in a hurry. Enough, enough. This evidence will not only allow me to rightfully tell him to get lost, but even, he might have to spend a few years in prison. At this moment, the crowd looked at Jiang Hao with awe. They swore that even if they offended anyone in the future, they could never offend Jiang Hao again. This was simply too terrifying. Jiang Hao wasn't just a miracle doctor, he was even a great god-level hacker. Especially the dean and expert Hong, after all, sitting in their position, who hasn't had a little twist. If this offended Jiang Hao, if Jiang Hao really wanted to mess with them, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? Looking at the shocked plus fearful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hao waved his hand and said in a very pretentious manner. What are you doing? All sit down, this is just a basic operation. The crowd was dumbfounded as they heard this. This is all basic, then this basic is also too high-end, right? After Jiang Hao made such a mess, all of a sudden, the crowd's fear of Jiang Hao had gone for the most part. Chapter 198 Synthesizing Super Strong Anti-Cancer Drugs, do you believe me? Subsequently, Leah's father was grossly taken over by Hong Yangwei. And Jiang Hao didn't stop it. Although Hong Yangwei was scolded by him for being useless, but to be able to achieve this position, he naturally had some real talent. And that doctor surnamed Dang was taken down by the dean in a thunderous manner, fired, and the police were notified. Originally, the surname party still did not recognize, constantly sophistry, but after the dean will be those evidence out, he instantly impotent. This result made Leah happy. At the end of the day, Leah looked at Jiang Hao and finally revealed a sweet smile, bowing deeply once again. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao looked at Leah and nodded, then turned around and left without taking a single cloud with him. As Jiang Hao walked to the door, he suddenly seemed to think of something, and with a lurch in his stance, he turned around and spoke to Hong Yangwei, who was at the side. Old Hong, go get me a few boxes of the most effective anti-cancer drugs on the market. Hong Yangwei froze at his words, not knowing what Jiang Hao wanted that for. However, he didn't hesitate too much. All right, Mr. Jiang, wait a moment. Jiang Hao nodded and spoke. Well, go and come back quickly. Leah, wait a little. Leah had no doubts and nodded obediently. Soon, Hong Yangwei brought 6 boxes of anti-cancer drugs. Mr. Jiang, is it enough? Not enough for me to fetch some more? Jiang Hao took the medicine handed over by Hong Yangwei and glanced at it. No need, you go out first, old Hong. I'll give Leah a few words alone. When Hong Yangwei heard this, he understood and hurriedly retreated. Leah, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Hao, who was a little curious about what Jiang Hao was going to say to him. Jiang Hao held the medicine in his hand, and his mind sank into the system. System, take every box of anti-cancer medicine and synthesize it for me. Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful synthesis, obtaining 1 super anti-cancer pill, plus 1 skill point, plus 1 experience point. Super anti-cancer pill, powerful resistance to cancer, absolute inhibition of cancer cell spread, superb extermination of cancer cells. Is it extracted? Ding, congratulations. A series of beeps then came to mind, and soon, without Leah noticing anything unusual, the medicine had long since disappeared from the 6 anti-cancer pill boxes in Jiang Hao's hands. Extract. With a command from Jiang Hao, 4 more anti-cancer pills were added to Jiang Hao's system space. Of these, only 2 boxes had failed to synthesize. Next, Jiang Hao instructed the system to make a small medicine out of the jade in his space and filled it with those 4 super strong anti-cancer pills. Leah looked at Jiang Hao with some confusion. At this time, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and then took out a small jade medicine bottle from his pants pocket. He glanced at Leah and then spoke. Do you trust me? After what had just happened, Leah was obedient to Jiang Hao. Without the slightest hesitation, Leah nodded her head continuously like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled faintly, then handed Leah the jade pill bottle in his hand. Since you believe in me, that's good. There are 4 pills in this jade vial, so if you give 1 to your father every other month, your father will be fine. When Leah heard this, she immediately looked at Jiang Hao with a shocked expression. But, my father has cancer. No one seems to be able to cure cancer. Leah thought that Jiang Hao was mistaken about his father's illness and emphasized. Jiang Hao smiled and spoke. If you believe me, you do as I say, if not, then pretend I didn't say it. Chapter 199 Driving Skill Crystallization, as always, a tawdry system. This is considered the last time I help you. Oh, and remember to keep this a secret, otherwise, you know the consequences. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned around and left. Leah looked at Jiang Hao's departing back, gritted her teeth, and finally decided to trust Jiang Hao. He won't lie to me. With his uncle discharged from the hospital, Jiang Hao stayed at his uncle's house for a day, and then insisted on going home after his uncle's family tried their best to stay. After returning home, Jiang Hao lightly cooked herself and made a beautiful meal to treat Jiang Hao. Previously, after he cured his uncle, he informed his mom at the first opportunity. So, Jiang Ma was in a good mood these days. During the meal, Jiang Dad suddenly opened his mouth. How, now that you've graduated, when are you going to take a trip back home to accompany your grandparents for a while? Jiang Hao sniffed and pondered for a moment. Mom, this I've thought about. The day after tomorrow my sister starts her midterm exams. After she passes her midterm exams, we'll go back together as brother and sister. Jiang Dad sniffed, nodded, and didn't say much. After dinner, Jiang Hao stood upstairs, looking at the endless stream of cars on the street below, and suddenly remembered. It's time to buy a car. However, before that I'm going to learn how to drive and get my license first. With this thought, Jiang Hao was ready to go find some books that had information about the year of car driving. He was different from other people, And with the kind of books he wanted, he would be able to quickly master the skill of driving. Sometime later, Jiang Hao finally found a book in the bookstore, Motor Vehicle Driving Guide. Buying the book, Jiang Hao came out of the bookstore, found an unoccupied corner, and took out the book. The system's beeps also came to mind. Ding, found a copy of Motorized Vehicle Driving Guide, is it broken down? Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. Decompose. With Jiang Hao's command, the book he had just purchased in his hand disappeared. Subsequently, the system beep sounded immediately afterward. Ding, congratulations to the host for disassembling one copy of the Motorized Vehicle Driving Guide, obtaining one driving technology crystal, plus 0.8 skill points, and plus 0.8 experience points. Driving technology, the concentrated crystallization of driving experience of all means of transportation. With it, flying an airplane is a trivial matter to you, pushing a train is also easy. Decomposition complete, is it extracted and fused? Jiang Hao was somewhat speechless as he looked at the introduction about this crystallization. The system is still as tawdry as ever. I just want to learn to drive a car in peace, but the system won't allow him to keep a low profile. You said that flying an airplane is just fine. What about pushing a train? Can you push a train? As the saying goes, bulls don't blow, trains don't push. It's the opposite of the system here. Extract the fusion. After slagging off the system, Jiang Hao ordered the fusion of the crystals he had just obtained. As the light mass in Jiang Hao's mind disappeared, a flood of memories rushed into Jiang Hao's mind. In just a moment, Jiang Hao had mastered the skill of driving this book. And the driving technique had almost turned into his instincts. Now all that's missing is a car. After Jiang Hao had mastered the driving skill, seeing a car was an itch. He wasn't very familiar with cars, after all, his family wasn't well off in the past, and buying a car was a luxury. So, he hadn't thought about getting a driver's license, let alone driving a car. So, to buy a car, but also have to find a car and know how to accompany him. Jiang Hao thought about it, and finally called Song Weiner. Chapter 200, If you like it, sell it if you like it. Song Weiner, as the daughter of a rich family, should be no stranger to luxury cars, right? Jiang Hao thought so. Jiang Hao just made a call, and soon the call was answered. Mr. Kong is really a valuable person. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? As soon as the call was connected, Song Weiner's tone carried a hint of resentment. Embarrassed, Jiang Hao reached out and touched the tip of his nose unnaturally. A few days ago, my uncle got sick. I went to see my uncle and only came back today. No more, I'm looking for you for something. Do you know anything about cars? I want to buy a car, but I don't know what kind to buy. Over there, Song Weiner sniffed. You want to buy a car? Then don't buy one, I'll give you one. My family has several garages, in the good cars, have not driven, are sent by others. Jiang Hao sniffed and was immediately struck. I don't even have a car, other people's luxury cars are calculated with a garage? This 10,000 evil capitalists. Rich woman, are you trying to maintain me? Jiang Hao flirted. On the other side, Song Weiner sniffed and froze, then her face flushed. Who wants to maintain you? Song Weiner had an embarrassed moment of shyness. That's not necessary, no merit, I'd better buy it myself, it won't cost me a few dollars. Jokingly, Jiang Hao still refused Song Weiner's good intentions. Alright then, you wait for me at the Tian'an Plaza, I'll go find you. That's good. Getting Song Weiner's reply, Jiang Hao took all his things and went out. After picking up Song Weiner, Jiang Hao went to a large car show site under her guidance. From Song Weiner, he learned that the organizer of this car show was one of her uncles. Looking around at the luxury cars, Jiang Hao had long been blinded. At this moment, they suddenly saw a bunch of people surrounded in the distance. The crowd of onlookers came a burst of gasps. Jiang Hao took Song Weiner and hurriedly squeezed in. It turned out that there was actually a very cool automobile sitting here. Jiang Hao's eyes instantly landed on a luxury car that was flooded with black streams of light and had an indescribable naturalness around it, as if it was made from nature. Seeing this car, Jiang Hao instantly couldn't move his gaze. Jiang Hao kept his gaze on that car and subconsciously opened his mouth, asking Song Weiner at the side. Weiner, how about this car? Song Weiner glanced at it, then said indifferently. You like it? Buy it if you like it. Song Weiner's words just fell. Cough cough. A coughing sound then immediately came from the surroundings. Instantly, the gazes of countless people around them looked over. At that moment, a fat man next to Jiang Hao and the others sniffed and glanced at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, then spoke. Brother, first time here? Jiang Hao glanced at the fatty and nodded. It was indeed his first time coming to this kind of car show. Seeing this, the fatty had a look of understanding. Bro, then do you know what this car is called? How much does it cost to buy this car? Jiang Hao shook his head, and Fatty smiled smugly, unable to stop trying to show off. Then Fatty will popularize it for you. This car's full name is Dragon Guoshang. It has a dragon as its logo, and it has been designed by the internationally renowned design master Duan Mohanyu, and it is equipped with. Fatty spoke a whole lot of specialized knowledge in one breath, instantly impressing Jiang Hao. At this point, Fatty looked at Jiang Hao's surprised eyes, then smiled mysteriously and sold a secret. Then do you know how much this car costs? Chapter 201, Jiang Hao's domineering defense. I'll take this car. Jiang Hao subconsciously shook his head. Seeing this, the fat man felt bored. Tell you what. This car is quoted at $14,322,000. Hiss. After Fatty reported the price, the crowd immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the fatty then looked at Song Wanner and spoke. Maisie, if you want to buy this car, I'm afraid selling you wouldn't be enough. However, Fatty didn't know that when he had explained from the beginning, Song Wanner hadn't reacted with any surprise at all since the beginning. Song Wanner glanced at Fatty, then said indifferently. I don't need to buy one, I have several of the same model at home. They're all gifts from other people. Song Wanner's words immediately caused another stir. The crowd sized up Song Wanner, full of skepticism. Really? That's right, it's said as if it's real. People nowadays. Just hypocritical. Taking a luxury car of over $10 million as a gift? Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination. At this time, even the fat man on the side heard this and frowned, pushing Jiang Hao. Brother, your girlfriend is too capable of blowing it off, isn't she? Song Wanner didn't expect that she was just telling the truth, but she would be questioned by others, so she was furious and was about to explain. Seeing this, Jiang Hao pulled Song Wanner back. Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao with some doubt. Jiang Hao, however, didn't look at Song Wanner, but glanced at Fatty, then smiled slightly. Fatty, thank you for the introduction. However, my girlfriend never brags. After saying that, Jiang Hao pulled Song Wanner's hand in front of the crowd's surprised gazes and walked straight to that Longtung Guoshang. Then he spoke to the salesman who specialized in this car at the side and said, I'll take this car. Jiang Hao's protection instantly made Song Wanner feel as if she had eaten honey. However, the others were surprised for a moment when they heard this, and then they looked at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, either puzzled or sneering. Crap. Gully, it can't really be a rich second generation, can it? This kid has a lot of guts, and he's still toughing it out. After Fatty was surprised, he instantly turned worried. Older brother, stop it. Come back quickly. One couldn't just make random quotes here. However, Jiang Hao smiled faintly at Fatty, ignoring the comments of the surrounding crowd, and looked at the salesman on the side. The salesman was a young man, just 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Hao. He quickly sized up Jiang Hao and muttered in his heart. Looking at a dress, does not look like a rich second generation. Could it be that I've met the kind of fool who buys a car with mahjong? He had seen something similar not long ago. A pair of men and women went to a Ford store to buy a car, and as a result, the price was negotiated and ready to sign the contract. Who knows, in the end, the man and the woman even took a pile of mahjong, all 40,000, 80,000 of them. In the end, the man and woman naturally inevitably a fat beating. Later, the crowd realized that the two pussies want to be Netflix want crazy, want to borrow the whole thing others to become Netflix. At this time, he was muttering in his heart, but he still walked over. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this one? However, at this time, a female beside him looked at Song Wanner with some jealousy, and then took the opportunity to say sarcastically. Tianhong, look at the two of them in their childish looks, and then look at their dress, and their temperament, that's a little bit like a rich family's son, a 1,000-year-old girl. It can't be that they want to become internet celebrities again, and are purposely looking for things to fix people, right? I know that not long ago, someone did this, and in the end, he was almost killed. Saying that, this woman viciously gouged out Song Wanner. Chapter 202 They know the boss, this should just be a coincidence. This woman's snobbish words instantly caused Jiang Hao's displeasure. Jiang Hao's brows were furrowed in displeasure. On the side, Song Wanner was also, as the daughter of the Jade King, how had she ever suffered such insults? Who are you? What does it have to do with you if I want to buy this car or not? Jiang Hao frowned, looking at the arrogant woman. You don't need to care who I am, instead, it's you who's disturbing the order here. You don't even look at what kind of place this is it a place where poor people like you should come? This woman was extremely arrogant and sneered. At the same time, she waved to the patrolling security guards not far away. Security guard, security guard. Come over here, there's a disturbance here. Her shout instantly attracted the attention of many people. Someone is causing trouble? Who's so bold? Su Tianhong on the side seemed to be convinced by her. He frowned at Jiang Hao and spoke. Sir, I can overlook this matter, so go away. Su Tianhong's words instantly annoyed Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Song Wanner looked at the two and said in a cold voice. A bunch of dog-eyed things. I've seen a lot today. My Uncle Miao actually has characters like you under his command. I don't know what my Uncle Miao would do if he knew what you've done. After saying that, Song Wanner was very angry and took out her phone, preparing to make a call. Song Wanner's words instantly made that crazy woman and Su Tianhong tense up. Uncle Miao? Our boss seems to be surnamed Miao. Could it be that she knows the boss? The two of them glanced at each other and saw doubt in each other's eyes. They then unabashedly sized up Jiang Hao and Rong Wanner. Jiang Hao was left out, while Song Wanner was not dressed well in order to keep a low profile. However, this rather dispelled the thoughts that had just risen in their minds. It can't be, it must be a coincidence. That crazy woman became even more dejected. You fight. I'll see how long you can pretend. Song Wanner glanced at the crazy woman and ignored it. While Jiang Hao sniffed, he glanced at the crazy woman with a sympathetic face, shook his head, and didn't say anything. However, without waiting for Song Wanner to make a call, the commotion here alarmed the manager here. The manager here was surnamed Huang, a slightly chubby middle-aged man. Manager Huang frowned as he looked at the gathered crowd. What's going on with this Su Tianhong kid? With that, he hurriedly led people over and squeezed in. Su Tianhong, what's wrong with you, kid? What's going on again? Manager Huang chided too. Su Tianhong and Zhu Yanli were scolded by the manager and immediately pointed at Jiang Hao and the others and explained to Manager Huang. Manager, they're causing trouble here. They said they want to buy this dragon guoshang, and she also said that her family has several of them in their garage. When the manager heard this, he was immediately pondering in his mind thinking. Who on earth has such a big mouth? There are also several dragon tang guoshangs at home? Really think this thing is a cabbage? Manager Huang frowned and looked in the direction Su Tianhong and the crazy woman pointed. Seeing Jiang Hao, he frowned slightly. This doesn't seem to be the son of any family, does it? How come I haven't seen it before? However, when his gaze landed on Song Wanner beside Jiang Hao, he immediately changed his expression. At that moment, that crazy woman even tried to be wicked. Manager Huang, it's them. This shameless little girl even said that her family has several cars of the same model as ours. However, without waiting for her to continue, Manager Huang suddenly turned around and slapped her. Pa! Chapter 203, sure enough, poverty limits our imagination. The slap instantly blinded that crazy woman. Manager Huang, you. Pa! Manager Huang's face was filled with anger, and he instantly gave the crazy woman another slap, then chided. It's you who hit. Get lost, and you. With that, Manager Huang simultaneously pointed at Su Tianhong and cursed angrily. When Su Tianhong heard this, he was dumbfounded. He felt inexplicable, and for a moment, his stubbornness came up. Manager Huang, it's not like I violated that rule, why are you telling me to get lost? Manager Huang gave a cold look and ignored it. However, when he turned to look at Song Wanner, he tried his best to put on an apologetic expression and respectfully said. Miss Song has been frightened. Don't worry, Miss Song, in this matter, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. At this moment, the sudden divine twist suddenly caused the crowd to be confused for a while. Around them, the onlookers of the melon-eating crowd saw Manager Huang's attitude towards Song Wanner, and immediately made a bold guess. Hiss, this girl can't really be the child of any big brother, right? I think it's possible. Seeing Manager Huang's attitude towards herself, Song Wanner paused the phone in her hand and then asked. You know me? When Manager Huang heard this, he hurriedly accompanied him with a smile and spoke. I once had the honor of accompanying Chairman Miao to a banquet hosted by your father and have met you. You are our Tianhe City Jade King Song Wanzhong, Mr. Song's daughter. How could I not recognize you? Manager Huang spoke of Song Wan'er's background. Instantly Su Tianhong, who was still craning his neck on the side, stubbornly waiting for Manager Huang to give a reason, as well as the crazy woman next to him suddenly turned pale. At the same time, the surrounding onlookers also exploded. I sassafras, she's actually the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhong? Hiss, didn't see it coming. He, these two have kicked the bucket this time. Regardless of the gloating crowd, Manager Huang then looked at Su Tianhong as well as the crazy woman who covered her face on the side. Now you know the reason why I fired you guys, right? This one in your mouths is the daughter of the Jade King, and our chairman Miao is also a good friend of Mr. Song. And Miss Song didn't say she was panicking. Longting Guosheng his family does have a few of them. Not long ago when Miss Song celebrated her birthday, the birthday gift from our chairman Miao was a dragon Guosheng. Once Manager Huang said that, Su Tianhong completely died. When the crowd heard this, they were also in awe. Sure enough, poverty limits our imagination. At this moment, Su Tianhong was resentful in his heart. It's all because of this crazy. If it wasn't for her, not only would I have been able to sell this dragon Guosheng, I would have even had the honor of meeting the Jade King's daughter. And at this time, the more Su Tianhong thought about it, the angrier he got. He looked at the same crazy woman who was losing her mind, and then he slapped his palm fiercely. Pa! I blame you! He then looked up just in time to come into contact with Manager Huang's cold eyes. He immediately knew that it was useless to apologize, so he then turned his head and left. And that crazy woman seemed to have been awakened only by Su Tianhong's slap. She looked at Song Wan'er and seemed to go crazy. This can't be. It can't be. You guys lied to me, you lied to me. Seeing this, Manager Huang frowned and signaled the security guard next to him. The security guards instantly understood and directly stepped forward, directly racking the crazy woman out. At this time, Manager Huang looked towards Song Wan'er and hurriedly spoke. Are you satisfied with the results of my handling this way? Song Wan'er glanced at Manager Huang, and suddenly saw Jiang Hao who was watching from the sidelines, and then pulled Jiang Hao over with one hand. The person you should apologize to is this one, not me. Moreover, the one who wants to buy a car today is also this one. I merely accompanied him here. Chapter 204 Money makes the devil work, let him run a little longer. Song Wan'er's words immediately hooked the crowd's interest once again. Hiss, what is this young man's status that he needs to be accompanied by the Jade King's daughter? Sassafras, Laozi looked away. This young man is surprisingly not simple either. Manager Huang was stunned when he heard this. It was then that he seriously sized up Jiang Hao. A slightly handsome face, a casual outfit, and a boyish face. But which young master is this? To think that the Jade King's daughter needs to accompany him? Jiang Hao looked at Manager Huang, who was confused by Song Wan'er, and seemed to guess what Manager Huang was thinking. He glanced at Song Wan'er, who was looking at him mischievously, and shook his head helplessly as he spoke. Manager Huang, don't guess, I'm not the young master of any family. This car, I can buy it? Jiang Hao said, taking out the diamond card that Xue Zishi had given him from his pocket and handing it over. Manager Huang took a look and was stunned. Can. I'll personally handle it for Mr. Just a moment, sir, I'll get the contract for you, sir. With that, he hurriedly ran his ass off to which contract. Jiang Hao looked at Manager Huang's departing back and suddenly felt some emotion. This is really a society that looks at money. The surrounding crowd, seeing Manager Huang's attitude, were suddenly shocked once again. After a while, Jiang Hao picked up the model Dragon Guosheng with full payment. Jiang Hao was happy to pick up his new car. His hands were itching to look at his luxury car. He immediately waved his hand and said to Song Wan'er, Go, let's show you brothers' skills today. Song Wan'er looked at the complacent Jiang Hao and gave him a blank look. Whose brother are you? Jiang Hao drove his car all the way up the road home. Originally, he had wanted to show off his driving skills in front of Song Wan'er that could even push a train by hand. However, imagination was beautiful and reality was indeed bone-chilling. There were simply too many cars on the road, traffic jams. He drove a good car, but he also had to abide by the traffic rules. So, his dream of racing was shattered. Another traffic light. Jiang Hao stopped his car in a depressed manner and waited for the pedestrians crossing the street. At this time, aside, the same row, another rode on a white, also waiting for the traffic light car driver's seat window glass open. Then, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth, tattoos engraved on his arms, and studs in his ears waved his hand to greet Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao opened the window and the young man then spoke. Hey! Buddy! Buying such a nice car, why don't we compare? After this section, get on the Hanjiawan Highway. Let's just see who gets to Jingtai first, how about it? Jiang Hao sniffed and took a look, but shook his head. Not good. Then, without waiting for the young man to open his mouth, he followed closely. You are not my opponent. Jiang Hao's words immediately provoked that young man's battle intent. Head, pretty big mouth. Who loses and who wins, we'll only know after the match. At this time, the red light was about to pass, and that young man dropped a sentence. Those who don't dare to compete are cowards. After saying that, he closed the window of his car, and then a roaring sound came from the butt of his car. And with the moment the red light disappeared, the white car was like a stringed arrow, instantly rushing out. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly. Song Wanner on the co-pilot was both excited and anxious when she saw this. Hurry up and catch up. Jiang Hao silently started the car, then blandly said. Let him run a little longer. Chapter 205 Crushing Escalation, bumped off. A minute later, the white car completely disappeared from Jiang Hao and Song Wanner's view. Song Wanner was anxious, so Jiang Hao stepped on the gas, and the car rushed out after a roar. Frightened, Song Wanner screamed at once. Not long after, the figure of the white car finally appeared in Jiang Hao and Song Wanner's field of vision. Song Wanner immediately shouted in excitement. Quick, catch up with him. Jiang Hao smiled and increased his speed once again. Soon, the distance between the two cars became more and more broken. When a sharp turn was made, the white car slowed down. However, at this time, Jiang Hao accelerated violently, and with a perfect drift, he instantly sassafrased past the white car narrowly and rushed to the front of the white car. Afterwards, Jiang Hao looked at the rearview mirror, looked at the rear of the white car that was scared to brake sharply, and then foot throttle, instantly accelerated again. Until he threw that white car far away, and even, quickly disappeared into the white car owner's field of vision. In the white car, the young man looked at the disappearing Jiang Hao with an ironic look of shock. Damn, this is a madman. After racing for a while and coming down the highway, Jiang Hao's speed slowed down. Jiang Hao recalled the thrill of his own adrenaline spiking at breakneck speed just now, and was suddenly bursting with excitement. Song Wanner was at the same time. At this moment, a middle-aged woman was riding a battery-operated car. When she saw Jiang Hao's luxury car, her eyes lit up. Then, as Jiang Hao passed by, she suddenly rushed up on her electric bike and directly crashed into Jiang Hao's just-bought car. Then, a shout was heard. Ah! Hit someone, hit someone! Jiang Hao subconsciously applied the emergency brake. On the side, Song Wanner's face was even paler with fear. Hit someone? Jiang Hao and Song Wanner hurriedly got out of the car. And at that moment, the screams got even louder when they heard the car door slam. Instantly, pedestrians all around were attracted. Seeing this, the crowd pointed at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Hey, young people nowadays don't drive long. That's right, driving a broken car is like flying an airplane. The crowd's murmurings, Jiang Hao, Song Wanner heard in their ears. Song Wanner immediately burst into panic, and was about to go and pick up the woman who was screaming. The middle-aged woman, once she saw Song Wanner trying to help her up, instantly revealed a faintly undetectable smile. Another rich kid has fallen for it. She then bawled even more. At that moment, Jiang Hao keenly sensed that something was wrong, and then utilizing the eye of lawbreaking, he instantly understood the cause and effect. He was instantly helpless. Damn, I didn't think that one day I would encounter a bumper. The truth of the matter in the eye of lawbreaking was that his car was almost driven over, and as a result, that woman crashed into it by herself. Looking at the woman lying on the ground unwilling to get up. This is not touching porcelain, this is what? Subsequently, Jiang Hao looked at his new car, but was hit by a big pit, and then cried without tears. My new car! At that moment, he looked at the bawling middle-aged woman and instantly felt more than a hint of disgust. He pulled up Song Wanner, who was bent over, as soon as he could. Song Wanner was instantly confused and looked at Jiang Hao. The middle-aged woman who was bawling was also stunned. I didn't reveal myself, did I? But only for an instant, she proceeded to cry again. My legs! My leg! When Jiang Hao saw that this bumper was still pretending, he instantly decided to teach him a lesson. Chapter 206 Is it the distortion of the mind, or is it the degeneration of morality? Jiang Hao pinched something in his pocket, then personally stepped forward and opened his mouth to inquire. This big sister, are you alright? When the middle-aged woman heard this, she suddenly revealed a hidden smile. Afterward, she was cursing at Jiang Hao. It's fine, my ass. Are you blind? My leg. Without $200,000, you little brat don't want to leave today. At this time, Songwon Air vaguely seemed to know something, followed by a burst of anger. The surrounding crowd also seemed to see something at this time. These two young people are out of luck, they've met a bumper. Hey, this kind of person, you say he has hands and feet, why do this? This in the end is the distortion of the mind, or moral degeneration. The crowd somewhat sympathized with Jiang Hao. However, although the bumper girl cursed at Jiang Hao did not show any dissatisfaction. Big sister, I have $200,000, you get up first, I'll get you $200,000. Saying this, Jiang Hao returned to the car and took out from the car the $200,000 in cash that he had just taken out and was going to keep as a backup. The surrounding melon-eating crowd saw that Jiang Hao had actually taken out $200,000 in cash from the car, and there was a gasp of surprise. Crap. Groove, rich man. Damn. Now I know why she's doing this job even though she's an able-bodied person. This money comes too easily, doesn't it? At this time, the bumper girl was also stunned when she saw that Jiang Hao had really taken out $200,000. She didn't expect it to be so easy to ask for money this time. Looking at the $200,000, after a burst of joy, she suddenly chagrined. If I had known this, I should have ordered more. At this moment, Jiang Hao handed over the money. Big sister, this is $200,000, take it. Jiang Hao smiled and handed the money to the bumper girl. At that moment, the bumper girl and the surrounding crowd looked at Jiang Hao with a weird expression. This kid won't be a cutie. Right? At this moment, there were more than one or two people who thought this way. After all, with such an obvious bumper sticker, they didn't believe that Jiang Hao couldn't see it. Even at this moment, even Songwaner next to him couldn't help herself and pulled Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao glanced at Rong Songwaner, then gave her a reassuring look. The bumper girl received the $200,000 with both hands, and although she was a bit confused, she saw that she had earned so much money all of a sudden. Long ago, she had put Jiang Hao's weirdness behind her. Maybe, he's really a cutie. Then. This was what she thought. Holding a large pile of money, she hastily checked the bills for authenticity. After she drew out one as it was all real, he excitedly climbed up from under the car in a hurry. Then looking at Jiang Hao, he actually gave Jiang Hao a good guy card. Young man, you're such a good person. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and nodded. At this time, the bumper car woman hemmed and hawed, picked up her battery car, and then said, I'm fine, you guys go. Jiang Hao sniffed and revealed a foxy smile. Big sister, it's good that you're fine. Looking at this, the crowd was uninterrupted. Damn yeah, looking at such a shrewd young man, why didn't I think it was a cutie? It's. However, just as the crowd was shaking their heads and looking at the little cutie, generally looking at Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. Big sister, you're fine, but I'm not. The bumper girl froze and subconsciously inquired. What's wrong with you? The crowd was also curious. Jiang Hao revealed a fox-like smile and spoke. Big sister, do you know how much this car of mine costs? Chapter 207, this is your $200,000, where is my $1 million? The bumper girl seemed to be dumbfounded with joy by the $200,000 in her arms, and surprisingly followed Jiang Hao's rhetorical question and inquired. How much? Jiang Hao sniffed, smiled, and stared at the bumper car woman, first stretching out one finger, then four. The bumper car woman clutched the $200,000 she had just obtained, and then used her own hand to imitate Jiang Hao's gesture. With that, she looked up at Jiang Hao. 140,000? Jiang Hao sniffed and shook his head. No, guess bigger. The bumper girl sniffed and said in surprise. Could it be 1,400,000? Hearing this number, the crowd looked as if they had realized. No wonder they could casually take out $200,000. However, at this time, Jiang Hao shook his head once again. Guess again. Don't worry and guess boldly. The crowd fell silent when they heard Jiang Hao deny it again. When the bumper girl heard this, she first fell silent for a while, then looked at Jiang Hao with a horrified face, and finally cautiously said, It can't be 14 million, right? As this figure came out, all eyes instantly gathered on Jiang Hao's body, seemingly wanting to get Jiang Hao's personal confirmation. After Jiang Hao nodded, he quickly shook his head again, Just as the crowd was wondering, Zhang Hao spoke out. Your guess is right and wrong. To be precise, this car is $14,320,000. Well, if you don't believe me, I still have the receipt here. Saying that, Zhang Hao took out a receipt, and the string of data on it was really quite a lot. Hiss. For a moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. At this moment, the bumper girl was also stunned. More than 14 million. This is really a person who is stupid and has a lot of money. I should have asked for $2 million in the first place. At this moment, the woman's heart was dripping blood. However, at this moment, Zhang Hao grabbed the woman and came to the side of his car. Pointing to his car, the big pit that was hit by the woman's battery car. A pair of eyes glowed with an unrivaled cold light, and then, a voice that was cold and piercing, not treating emotion in the slightest, came out. My problem is that this pit is worth $1 million. If you don't pay today, you don't want to leave. Zhang Hao's sudden outburst startled the crowd. Only then did the crowd react. Zhang Hao was not being stupid, this was a trap. The woman who touched the porcelain would be considered to have hit the iron plate. 200,000 to you, you give me $1 million. At this time, the woman was completely dumbfounded. $1 million. Where can she find $1 million? At this moment, Unwanted, who had watched the whole process, revealed a heartfelt smile. This was the Zhang Hao he knew. This was when the bumper girl suddenly thought of a solution. She directly lay on the ground and began to hug her legs and cry. My leg. I've been bumped. The crowd was speechless when they saw this, and then they all looked at Zhang Hao. They wanted to know what Zhang Hao would do when dealing with this kind of old scoundrel. Just then, the crowd saw Zhang Hao take out a cell phone, and then tapped on it, yet turned the sound up to the maximum. Instantly, a recording was played. At that moment, even the bumper girl stopped screaming, and the crowd then heard. Zhang Hao, big sister, this is $200,000, take it. Bumper girl, young man, you are really a good person. Porcelain bumper woman, I'm fine, you guys go. Zhang Hao, big sister, you're fine. Hearing this recording, the crowd immediately laughed unkindly. Big sister, if you don't pay, I'm going to call the police. Chapter 208, Porcelain Touches Fail, Counter Blackmailed. The woman who touched the porcelain was instantly dumbfounded. Silence for a long time, the woman will be in the arms of their own just get, not yet hot 200,000 sent out again. This is your $200,000, please let me go. The bumper girl looked at Zhang Hao pitifully, however, when he met Zhang Hao's cold eyes, he finally lowered his head. Zhang Hao picked up the phone. Don't call, don't call. The bumper girl was frightened and hurriedly took out a bank card from her own bag and handed it to Zhang Hao. I only have $200,000 here, all for you, all for you. Zhang Hao took the card and glanced at the bumper car woman. The bumper girl thought that Zhang Hao had accepted it and was overjoyed. However, just then, Zhang Hao turned to the people around him and opened his mouth to inquire. Everyone who has a pen and paper? Despite the crowd's doubts, one of the students provided Zhang Hao with 2 items. Zhang Hao took the items and after thanking them, he then brushed them and wrote something on them. Soon after Zhang Hao finished writing, he handed the book and pen to the bumper girl and said in a cold voice. You gave me $400,000, you still owe me $600,000, this is an IOU, look at it and see if it's okay, sign it. Zhang Hao said. The crowd was dazed for a while, and then clapped their hands. The bumper girl's figure stiffened and looked at Zhang Hao. When he saw Zhang Hao's cold face, he knew that pleading for mercy was fruitless, so he signed his name. Afterward, his face turned pale. Zhang Hao grabbed the IOU from the bumper girl and returned the pen and paper to the student. Looking at the IOU, Zhang Hao spoke. Well, now you can go earn money. You're a negative ho now. After saying that, he signaled Unwanted to get into the car, and Zhang Hao took the $200,000 with him. The two drove away. Left alone, the woman was staring blankly, and the crowd looked at the woman with sympathy in their eyes. This is probably the bumper failed to be blackmailed. In the car, Unwanted looked at Zhang Hao from time to time. Zhang Hao, do you think she will pay you back the $600,000? Zhang Hao glanced at Unwanted, the cold face he just had disappeared and spoke with a smile. No, when he comes to his senses he might just run away. Unwanted sniffed and immediately became anxious. How can that be? No, let's return to find her. This kind of person with arms and legs, who also touches porcelain, is the most annoying. Zhang Hao sniffed and just laughed, but did not return. Songwonner was furious at the sight. You're still laughing. I just bought a car, and I got hit with a crater. Jiang Hao glanced at Songwonner before explaining. No need. First, that little pothole can be warranted at Manager Huang's place at no cost. So, we're equivalent to picking up $200,000 for nothing. Songwonner sniffed before reacting, then he stared at Jiang Hao and said only one sentence. You're great. Jiang Hao continued to speak. Secondly, although I can drive, I don't have a license yet, so naturally I can't spend time with her. Songwonner froze when she heard this, and then seemed to remember something. Her face suddenly turned pale, followed by a scream. Jiang Hao hastily braked. What's wrong? Want air? However, Songwonner urged Jiang Hao to get out of the car after giving him a fierce look. Get off, get off. Jiang Hao scared the car with doubts. Songwonner hurriedly got into the driver's seat herself and glared at Jiang Hao. Get in the car, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Jiang Hao sniffed, there was a crying and laughing. Songwonner lectured. You don't have a driver's license, you still drag race, you. Chapter 209 Going Home, 4th Aunt's Grievance. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed and Jiang Zixuan had finally finished her midterm exams. Jiang Hao then drove Jiang Zixuan back to his hometown under the farewell of Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. It was worth mentioning that the pit in his car after he made a call to Manager Huang. Manager Huang quickly sent someone to take the car away to be repaired, and sent it back specifically after the repair. And the issue of the driver's license, Songwonner had also helped to solve it. Songwonner's efficiency that is not generally fast, the third day was done, sent to Jiang Hao. So now he was also a licensed person. Along the way, the two siblings chatted. Time passed quickly, 5 hours passed, and the siblings finally arrived at the Jiang family village. The Jiang family village was deep in the mountains, and although the environment was beautiful, the conditions were not good. Counting, Jiang Hao hadn't been back to his hometown for most of the year. Jiang Hao had just arrived when he ran into a young boy of about 10 years old, who was holding a large black cow and waddling along. When the kid heard a car behind him, he hurriedly led the big black cow aside to the grass and got out of the way, then stared at the car with a pair of dark eyes. This was his third uncle's child, named Zhang Jingyi. Jiang Hao stopped the car, lowered the window and asked with a smile. Jingyi, why are you still herding cows? Didn't go to school? Zhang Jingyi looked at the car to see that it was actually Jiang Hao, and immediately exclaimed in excitement. Brother Hao, you're back? Jiang Hao smiled and spoke. I haven't been home for most of the year, I'm going home for a spin. I'll go home first, after you finish herding the cows in a while, come to my house to play, I've brought you some delicious food. Zhang Jingyi was overjoyed and nodded his head in a hurry. Jiang Hao then drove home. Soon, Jiang Hao came to a stop in front of a house, and this was his old home. After parking the car aside, Jiang Hao and his sister, Jiang Zixuan, got out of the car. At this time, in front of the door of this house, a black puppy scurried out, barking while constantly rubbing its head over and over on Jiang Hao's leg. This puppy was called Xiao Hei and was raised by his grandmother. It had been raised for almost 10 years. Then, a middle-aged woman walked out and saw Jiang Hao at a glance. She immediately shouted in excitement. Hao! Xian? You guys are back? Jiang Hao looked up and then spoke with a smile. Fourth auntie, we're back. There were 4 brothers in Jiang's father's family, and his father was the second in line. His eldest uncle's family was in Red Maple City, and it was rare for them to come back once every few years. His third uncle's family was in the same village, not far away. His fourth uncle stayed at his old home, accompanying his grandparents. Jiang Hao and his sister Jiang Zixuan soon met his grandparents, and the family was overjoyed. His grandparents were both in their 70s, and their bodies looked quite sturdy. Especially his grandfather, his face is rosy, his eyes have God, not the eyes of ordinary old people like Cloudy, simply more than the average person is still spirit. Jiang Hao came back, did not see his fourth uncle, suddenly some strange. Fourth aunt, where is my fourth uncle? The fourth aunt sniffed, and immediately the smile on her face disappeared, even her grandparents were the same. Your fourth uncle went to Lu Biao's house to repair the house a few days ago, the wall towers and broke his leg, now he is recuperating in the lower house. Probably asleep, didn't hear you guys come, I'm going to go see Go. Said the fourth aunt turned to go, Jiang Hao heard, immediately frowned, quickly followed. When did this happen, why didn't you guys inform us? The fourth aunt sniffed and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Inform what? I know you're all busy. Jiang Hao heard the resentment in the fourth aunt's tone, and for a moment, didn't know what to say. Chapter 210 Fourth Uncle's Leg Injury, Jiang Hao takes action. His great-uncle's family was considered the richest of his dad's 4 brothers, but they usually didn't even come back for New Year's Eve. The relationship had long been rusty. As for his family, life hadn't been good in the past either. His fourth aunt knew that. His third uncle's family's life was the same. His fourth uncle broke his leg, and his fourth aunt had to take care of his fourth uncle, his grandparents, and a child in school all by herself. So, that was the reason for the resentment in Auntie Four's tone. Jiang Hao was silent for a while, then spoke. Fourth aunt, I'm sorry. Fourth aunt secretly wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and gave a fake indifferent smile. It's fine, I've gotten used to it long ago. Once Jiang Hao heard this, his heart was even more unfavorable. Fourth aunt, don't worry, I know some medical skills, let me give my fourth uncle a look first. I'll drive my fourth uncle to a big hospital in the city in a while. Fourth aunt heard this but shook her head and smiled too. How, I'm very happy that you have this heart, but there's no need, your fourth uncle's leg has already been fixed, now it's just a matter of recuperating. Besides, going to the city to be hospitalized, how much would that cost? At this moment, Jiang Zixuan, who was following along, interjected. Fourth auntie, you should let my brother take a look at my fourth uncle first. My brother's medical skills are very high. Fourth aunt paused, looked at the serious Jiang Zixuan and Jiang Hao, and finally nodded. All right. The 2 Jiang Hao siblings were overjoyed. Coming to the lower house, Jiang Hao finally saw fourth uncle. He was lying on the bed, his right leg secured with a splint while the person was asleep. How you dad? Wake up, look who's here. How you was his fourth uncle's child. The fourth aunt pushed his fourth uncle who was lying asleep on the bed. Soon, fourth uncle woke up leisurely. Jiang Hao's siblings went forward and called out. Fourth uncle, we've come to see you. Fourth uncle was pleasantly surprised when he saw that it was Jiang Hao's siblings. Hao, Zi Xian. He was then about to struggle to get up. Hey, fourth uncle, don't move, just lie down. Jiang Hao hurriedly pressed down, letting his fourth uncle lie down. Afterward, the 3 of them had a conversation, and only then did Jiang Hao propose. Fourth uncle, I've learned some medical skills, let me show you your leg? Fourth uncle smiled bitterly and spoke. Forget it, Dr. Su from the health center has already fixed it for me, I'll be fine after resting for 3 months. At this time, Auntie Four opened her mouth to help Jiang Hao. I heard that Hao is a good healer, let him help you take a look. Fourth uncle glanced at fourth aunt in surprise, but finally agreed to Jiang Hao's request. Jiang Hao got the go-ahead, and only then carefully removed the fixed plus plate and so on, and peeled off the gauze. He then revealed the fourth uncle's purple bruises and swelling at the swollen right calf. Seeing this, Jiang Hao frowned. Which of these trash doctors fixed your plus plate? It's all swollen like this, and it hasn't even been restored to where the bones are. When the fourth uncle and fourth aunt heard this, they were shocked. It's not true, is it? I heard that Dr. Su is a high achiever from the university. When Jiang Hao heard this, he became even more angry. Fourth uncle, the one who fixed you up wouldn't be a rash person assigned down for an internship, right? With this kind of injury, how did you find him? Thanks to me coming early, if it was a few days later, your bones would have grown out of place, and even if it healed in the future, it would have left behind aftereffects and become a cripple. The 2 fourth uncle's family members were anxious when they heard this, and quickly spoke. How, what about this? Your fourth uncle is the backbone of the family, if he is crippled, what can be done in the future? Chapter 211 Great Icy Jade Needles, Great Yin-Yang Needle Technique reveals its power. Jiang Hao stared at his fourth uncle's leg for a while and frowned, then opened his mouth to comfort him. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt, don't panic for now, I'll cure fourth uncle. On the side, Jiang Zixuan also softly comforted the 2. If my brother says he will, fourth uncle and fourth aunt, don't panic for now, listen to my brother. Good, I'll listen to Hao. The fourth uncle and fourth aunt heard this and nodded repeatedly. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke out. Fourth aunt, go to the health center and buy a few orthopedic patches. Zixuan, go fetch a basin of water and gently sassafras the leg for fourth uncle, I'm going to fetch something from the car. After the division of labor was made clear, Jiang Hao looked at the sorrowful fourth uncle and comforted him. Fourth uncle, don't be afraid, this little injury, it's trivial for me. Later on, I'll reduce the swelling for you first, yet then I'll set your bones and apply my unique medicine, it won't take long for you to get back on your feet. After hearing this, fourth uncle instantly forced a smile. Good, I'll listen to how. While fourth aunt hurried out the door to go shopping, Jiang Hao went out and pretended to look for something in the car, then took out his set of ice jade needles from the system space. Jiang Zixuan, on the other hand, was cleaning fourth uncle's injured leg. Grandma and Grandpa heard the commotion and also hurriedly came down. Seeing Jiang Hao enter, Grandma hurriedly asked after him. How, can you really cure your fourth uncle's leg? Jiang Hao looked at the anxious grandmother and the grandfather who was secretly listening with his ears, then smiled. Grandpa, Grandma, just don't worry. I'm no more of an asshole, but I'm not going to joke about my fourth uncle's leg, right? Jiang Hao's words instantly made the grandparents put down a lot of heart. Good. Grandma believes in you. Soon after his sister, Jiang Zixuan, cleaned up his fourth uncle's injured leg, Jiang Hao took out 9 ice jade needles to utilize the Great 5 Elements Yin-Yang acupuncture technique. In this way, he reduced the swelling of the fourth uncle's leg. Under the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hao quickly inserted the 9 ice and jade needles into the injured area of the fourth uncle. As the 9 ice jade needles were inserted, an ice-cold sensation caused Uncle 4 to feel a wave of relief. Fourth uncle, how does it feel? Jiang Hao inquired while pinching and twisting the ice jade needles in his hand while injecting the 5 elemental attributes into the ice jade needles. Jiang Hao's inquiry instantly caused everyone's eyes to focus on fourth uncle's face. Uncle 4 felt the originally swollen and burning pain on his face. Swelling and a burst of coolness coming from his calf that was burning with pain, he opened his mouth and said, I feel a burst of coolness at my calf bone, the previous kind of swelling. Swollen, fire-roasted general unbearable pain disappeared. Now I feel very comfortable. Fourth uncle's words could be heard even by those who didn't know anything about medicine. This was Jiang Hao's acupuncture working. At once, a hint of joy appeared on everyone's faces. Jiang Hao nodded. This feels just right, look at how your leg is already swelling down. Jiang Hao's words instantly caught the attention of the crowd. The crowd looked at Jiang Hao's fourth uncle's leg, and sure enough, the fourth uncle's originally swollen. The calf that was swollen as if it was a chicken leg was no longer that swollen. Seeing this effect, the crowd was also more than happy. Grandparents also finally assured Jiang Hao's medical skills. Soon, the fourth aunt bought the orthopedic paste, and Jiang Hao's swelling reduction work was almost done. The swelling in Uncle 4's wound had been eliminated. The swelling had been eliminated, and at this time, Jiang Hao took the orthopedic patch that the fourth aunt had just bought back. You guys watch over my fourth uncle first, I'll go find the doorway to pick a few blood-activating herbs, prepare the medicine, and I'll be right there. Fourth aunt and Jiang Zixuan wanted to help, but Jiang Hao refused. Chapter 212 Super Bone Paste, Incredible Painkiller. When Jiang Hao left the door, he took out the orthopedic patches and put one in every 3 patches. Since the system can even synthesize a super cancer medicine, I guess then it shouldn't be difficult to synthesize a super ortho paste, right? Jiang Hao thought this and took the 3 orthopedic patches into his hands. Ding, found 3 orthopedic patches, is it synthesized? Synthesize. Jiang Hao barked out a command, and instantly the 3 positive bone paste in his hand disappeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful synthesis, obtaining 1 super bone positive paste, gaining 0.9 skill points and 0.9 experience points. Super ortho paste has super healing power and super compounding power. Whether you have a broken leg or arm, just 1 patch will restore you to a new life. End of synthesis, is it extracted? Jiang Hao looked at the note and was shocked. Hiss, the system is really powerful. He was blocking the right thing. Originally, if he couldn't synthesize what he wanted, he was still prepared to use the life essence to force Uncle 4's cells to multiply quickly and repair his injuries. However, now that he had this, the life serum didn't seem to be useful. Extract. Jiang Hao hurriedly extracted the super orthopedic patch, and then synthesized all the remaining orthopedic patches. After a few synthesizations, he had obtained a total of 4 orthopedic patches, while the other times had failed. Afterwards, Jiang Hao returned home after taking a super bone setting patch in his hand, ready to set the bones of his fourth uncle. Watching Jiang Hao come in, the family instantly gathered around. How, did you get the medicine done? Jiang Hao nodded and put the super bone setting paste aside first, then pulled out a jade bottle from his pants pocket and looked at fourth uncle. Fourth uncle, I'm going to remake your misplaced bones so that he can connect them tightly, so it's especially painful to straighten the bones. Here's a super painkiller I have in my collection, take it first, and when I straighten the bones next, you won't be in pain. Jiang Hao opened the jade medicine and poured out a white pill from it, handing it to fourth uncle. Fourth aunt hurriedly took a cup of water to fourth uncle. After Uncle Four took the pill, Jiang Hao removed the 9 ice jade needles. Then, under the nervous gaze of the crowd, he secretly opened the eye of lawbreaking, followed by a bout of kneading, and when Uncle Four wasn't paying attention, he fiercely exerted his strength. Cluck! With a soft sound, Jiang Hao had already reset fourth uncle's misplaced bones the instant he hadn't reacted. The speed was so fast that even Auntie Four, grandparents, Jiang Zixuan, and the others, who were watching closely from the side, didn't see it clearly. Jiang Hao gently lowered fourth uncle's leg and spoke with a smile. Fourth uncle, I've already connected your bones. Fourth uncle was still confused. This is connected? Why don't I feel anything? At this moment, not only was fourth uncle dumbfounded, the others were also dumbfounded as they looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao sniffed and looked back at the crowd, smiling as he explained. Fourth uncle, you just took my super painkiller, of course you won't feel anything. No, you can pinch yourself and see if you feel anything. Jiang Hao had just finished speaking when fourth uncle actually pinched himself as hard as he could. Frightened, Jiang Hao hastily reminded. Fourth uncle, don't push so hard, you'll pinch yourself. In fact, you have no feeling in your whole body right now, even if you were given a knife, you wouldn't be able to feel it. Sure enough, fourth uncle pinched himself that hard and didn't feel any pain. Now, the crowd looked at Jiang Hao in amazement. Such a powerful painkiller, this was already comparable to a full-body anesthetic. Such an incredible painkiller, why hadn't they heard of it? Chapter 213 The shock of the crowd, Jiang Hao's shock. Jiang Hao didn't explain, he just took over the super bone paste from the side and put it on his fourth uncle while explaining. Fourth uncle, I've added secret medicine to this bone paste, it has a super healing function and will quickly make your bone injuries compound. When the effects of the super painkiller pass, your injuries will have basically recovered, and you can almost try to walk by then. Jiang Hao's words instantly shocked the crowd. What? Your fourth uncle will be able to walk off the ground after the painkiller's effects have passed? Fourth aunt inquired with great surprise. On the side, grandma was also a bit disbelieving. How, are you mistaken? The old man's words, an injury lasts 100 days. No matter how you treat it, if you hurt your tendons and bones then you need to recuperate for at least 100 days before you can recover. Jiang Hao had known that they would ask this question. Jiang Hao took his grandmother's hand and explained. Grandma, you've seen my medical skills, and the medicine I use is even an ancient prescription secretly passed down by my master, so you can rest assured. I said that my fourth uncle can get off the ground first thing tomorrow morning, then he can get off the ground first thing tomorrow morning. At this point, Grandpa, who had been watching the whole process from the side, seemed to believe Jiang Hao and spoke up. A woman's family, with long hair and short knowledge. Since Hao Hao said it's possible, then it's possible, would Hao Hao still lie to his fourth uncle? The old master's majesty was still there. Once he opened his mouth, he instantly suppressed the crowd's skepticism. Hao, you come out, let's go out for a spin as master and grandson. Hong Mei, you go and cook, Hao they must not have eaten yet. Hong Mei was the name of the fourth aunt. Zi Xian, you accompany your grandma to do the honors. Fourth son, just rest in peace, since Hao has said so. The old master commanded, and the others took orders one by one. Jiang Hao looked at the old master's back, then turned to the crowd with a smile. Then, fourth uncle, you rest first, I'll go out with grandpa and take a look around. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt nodded their heads. Go quickly. Remember to come home early for dinner later. Jiang Hao answered and then went out with chasing after the old man. The old master walked ahead, his pace getting faster and faster, and as Jiang Hao watched the old master's accelerated pace, a hint of a different color flashed in his eyes. Jiang Hao did not say much, and then continued to follow. However, the old master's pace was getting faster and faster, and in the end, it was almost faster than the young man's running speed. At this point, Jiang Hao was already extremely certain that the old master definitely possessed martial arts. The old master was already the second person he had seen who was armed with martial arts. Even to Jiang Hao's eyes, the old man's kung fu seemed to be even stronger than that old man he met in the park who loved to pretend to be a pimp when he was running. Jiang Hao was shocked for a moment. He had never heard of his grandfather knowing martial arts. He had only heard that grandpa used to sing opera. Moreover, he went home almost every year, and he had never seen his grandfather practicing kung fu. Soon, the two chased each other into a small forest. The old man suddenly stopped, and without taking a breath, he turned back and slapped at Jiang Hao. This palm carried the sound of wind, however it was not enough to hurt Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was afraid of hurting the old man and hurriedly retreated. However, the old man was in hot pursuit. Unable to do anything else, Jiang Hao reached out and brought the old man's arm out of the way, then shouted to stop. "Grandpa, stop fighting. I can't beat you." However, the old man acted as if he hadn't heard him, and threw a backhanded punch, striking Jiang Hao straight in the abdomen. However, Jiang Hao, who was equipped with a sense of danger, had long been poorly aware of it in advance, so he had no choice but to reach out and catch the old man's fist dead center, so that he could not draw back. The old man tried many times, and only after he couldn't draw back did he stop. Somewhat complex look at Jiang Hao. Chapter 214 Old Master's Memories, The Heavenly Change 40 days ago. "Grandpa, how do you know martial arts?" Jiang Hao let go of the old master's fist and inquired curiously. The old master withdrew his hand while strolling through the forest, seemingly caught up in some sort of memories. "Grandpa grew up as an orphan, with no one to turn to, not enough to eat or wear, and almost died in the beginning. However, fortunately, a theater troupe owner saw him at first, so he entered the troupe." The old master's voice came quietly, and Jiang Hao followed beside him to listen quietly without making a sound. "Because I was slightly talented, I soon had achievements, and the boss also thought highly of me, so he let a master teach me some martial arts fighting moves. Later on, I became a martial arts student, and those martial arts moves became my mandatory lessons. I was gifted, and I soon blended those moves and formed my own system." Speaking of this, the old man seemed a little proud. However, seeing Jiang Hao on the side, that pride instantly turned to depression. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly opened his mouth to urge. "And then?" The old master smiled dumbly as he continued to speak. "At that time, that master who taught me looked at me with pity, saying that I was born in the wrong era, an era where the heavenly Tao was silent and all laws did not exist, in the age of the end. I didn't understand at the time, and the master teacher said one last thing. This era lacks a certain substance, incapable of how to practice kung fu, can't practice transcendent power. I was pretentious at the time, believing that man will triumph over heaven, so I vowed to cultivate the transcendent power that master teacher said to show him." As the old master spoke, Jiang Hao was somewhat affected by the old master's aura. However, the teacher master just laughed and shook his head when he heard that. "Afterwards, I just kept practicing. But since that was the case, this system could only make my physical fitness a bit stronger than the average person. However, even so I didn't give up my daily homework, and this insistence was for more than 50 years. Originally, I thought that this life of mine would be over like this, but 40 days ago, it was as if my body had sprung back to life as if it were a dead tree. The qi and blood that had originally decayed with age suddenly rose greatly, and it was as if my entire being underwent some sort of metamorphosis." Speaking of this, the old man's tone was filled with incredulity. At this moment, however, Jiang Hao frowned for a moment. 40 days ago, wasn't that when I first obtained the system? Could it be that this is all related to the system? This thought instantly startled Jiang Hao. Secretly burying this thought in his heart, he continued to listen to the old master's recollections. At this time, the old master continued to speak. "Subsequently, I realized that a strand of qi appeared within me. This qi constantly traveled around my body, and later, I found that I seemed to be able to control this qi. After constant experimentation, I finally took control of this qi." Saying that, the old man slapped his palm on a tree beside himself. Boom! With a muffled sound, after the tree shook violently, the old master drew back, and Jiang Hao saw a deep palm print left on the tree. It suddenly occurred to me that this might be the transcendent power that master teacher once spoke of. The old master was suddenly excited when he said this. Slowly, the old master calmed down. "Grandpa, then how did you know that I know martial arts as well?" Jiang Hao asked his doubts. The old master glanced at Jiang Hao and continued to speak. "Today, when you were sticking needles into your fourth uncle, I felt that there seemed to be a strand on the needles, different from the qi in my body, another attribute of qi present." Chapter 215 The Old Master's Brainstorming, Consignment. "Originally I didn't dare to be sure, but then when I called you out and I purposely sped up, and you actually managed to keep up, I was already sure that you knew martial arts." Then, the old man's mood was a bit complicated. There was shock, happiness, and depression. The old master continued to speak. "It's just that, what I didn't expect was that your kung fu was even stronger than mine." Jiang Hao was dumbfounded when he heard this. He himself has struck the old master down? But he himself knew that these were instilled in him by the system, and were not cultivated by him. He was somewhat unable to bear it and wanted to explain, yet he didn't know how to do so. Just then, the old master opened his mouth and inquired. How, who is your master? Jiang Hao was slightly stunned. Seeing this, the old master assumed that Jiang Hao had some difficulty, and then waved his hand. Since your master won't allow it to be said, forget it. However, to be able to hand over a disciple like you, I think he's a tall man, so you must learn from him and never make your master angry. Nowadays, the heavens and earth are undergoing a great change. Only by seizing the opportunity can you not be eliminated in the next great era. Speaking of this, the old master looked at the sunset in the sky, his eyes filled with gravity. At this time, Jiang Hao heard the old master's brainstorming, some crying and laughing. Originally, he was having trouble explaining himself, but he didn't realize that the old master had already given him a perfect brainstorm. It was fine, but he could press the old master's brainchild. Jiang Hao was a little embarrassed. Grandpa, in fact, I'm not that powerful. My master is indeed very powerful. He gave me a few pills before the sense of qi was generated in my body. The old master was also shocked when he heard this. Pills? Could it be the legendary pills? It should be. Only a legendary elixir can have this effect. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded again when he heard the old man's brainstorming. So, he had no choice but to continue to take it on with a stiff upper lip. It should be. When there's a chance I'll ask master for a few and send grandpa a few. The old master listened with a burst of relief. It's enough that you have this heart, how, it's just that, after decades of cultivation, I have finally cultivated transcendent power. Now, my wish has been accomplished, old man, I'm satisfied now. Originally, I wanted to pass this martial arts of mine to you, but I didn't realize that your power was even higher than mine, so you don't need it anymore. Next, the old man wants to see if Jingyi is willing to learn from me. Otherwise, the old man's decades of hard work will really be taken into my coffin. The old man was very open-minded and teased. Jiang Hao was about to comfort him for a few moments when the old man came to a large red jujube tree, looked at it for a few moments, and then found a spot to dig. Jiang Hao did not know what the old man was digging again, but still helped to dig up together. Soon, the old master dragged out a small wooden box from the pit, and under Jiang Hao's curiosity, the old master opened the small wooden box and took out a wire-bound book. The old master glanced at Jiang Hao, then handed it to him. Here, although I know you can't look at my blindly worked out gungfu, I'm still going to give it to you as a memento. Jiang Hao took it, his mood a little heavy. Why did it feel like the old master was making a farewell on his way out? At this time, the old master threw the small wooden box back into the pit and filled it with earth once again. Ho, let's go. Your fourth aunt should have already prepared dinner, we should go eat. Saying this, the old man took the lead and left. Jiang Hao had no choice but to follow. Chapter 216 The Passion of the Folks, Scratches on the Car. When the grandparents and grandchildren returned to the front door of their home, they saw many adults and children gathered around Jiang Hao's car in front of the door, discussing a lot. It turned out that just a moment after Jiang Hao had gone out with the old man, the news that he had come back in a luxury car had spread throughout the entire Jiang family village. Many people had run to watch. At this time, when the people saw Jiang Hao, they immediately greeted him. How, when did you come back? How, is this your car? You don't have a girlfriend yet? What do you think of my Irma? Jiang Hao was still patiently answering the questions, but the crowd surrounded him at once and opened their mouths. The noise made Jiang Hao's head dizzy, and Jiang Hao was immediately surprised by the enthusiastic village names. This was too much enthusiasm, wasn't it? For a moment, Jiang Hao was somewhat flattered. Seeing this, the old man revealed a bad smile and secretly slipped home by himself, leaving Jiang Hao alone surrounded by the crowd. Jiang Hao at this time, there are bitter, the back of the one to introduce him to his girlfriend, that big man, he recognizes. His name is Jiang'an, her daughter Irma, Jiang Hao has seen, looks big-waist and violent. He had once had a lesson. Make her his girlfriend? Jiang Hao shivered just thinking about it. Jiang Hao fled and rushed out of the encirclement, originally wanting to go home and hide. Only, just as he entered the door, he suddenly saw a visible scratch on his parked car. Jiang Hao frowned, approached with his hand sassafras. The result of touching this was actually scratched by something. At once, Jiang some anger. Own this car is also too much disaster, right? Just bought back was bumper to bumper, and now this is only a few days, and was scratched. The villagers in the back were curious and followed up to have a look. Sassafras, this is that harpy scratched someone's car like this. The crowd turned back and looked at the others skeptically, however, all of them had the same expression, all of them were skeptical of the others. However, at the back of the crowd, a woman with sassafras thick foundation on her face, dyed big red lips, and wearing some fashion. A woman whose age was probably around 30 years old, she was dragging a little boy who was covered in filth. At this time, when she heard the crowd's inquiries, a hint of panic flashed under her eyes, and she couldn't help but drag the little boy behind him and hide him. At this time, a middle-aged woman with a slightly chubby body type opened her mouth in a small voice and inquired. How, this car should be worth a lot of money, right? Jiang Hao shook his head and spoke. This car doesn't have much money, however, the scratched paint is troublesome to repair. So please also take care of the children and don't let them scratch on it again with pieces of iron or something like that. Saying that, Jiang Hao looked towards the woman at the back of the crowd who was out of place with the others no matter what she was wearing. When that woman saw Jiang Hao looking over, she panicked and hurriedly avoided Jiang Hao's eyes. Through the eye of the broken law, he had already learned that his car had actually been scratched by the bare child of that woman's family with a piece of iron. This made him both angry and helpless. They were all from the same village, so it was not good for him to blame them, and he can only warn them in this way. Jiang Hao's words immediately caused the crowd to frown. Listening to Jiang Hao's tone, it seemed that he suspected that among them, whose little child had scratched his car. At that moment, everyone was a bit angry and felt that Jiang Hao had gone a bit too far. They were still helping him, but he suspected their children. At this moment, a child's mother, with anger, reached out and slapped her own child on the butt. Pa! Say, was it you little brat? Chapter 217 Giving Face, Doing Public Work. The other parents with children also followed suit. Although it was not their wish to beat their children, they couldn't let their children be suspected by others. Pa. For a while, the sound of hand spanking, the child's cries, and the adult's scolding were endless here. Jiang Hao felt that he had already been very euphemistic, but he still made the crowd misunderstand. He was so helpless that he hurriedly and hastily prepared to stop it. But at this time, a little girl cannot stand the parents of the torture, even confessed. Oh, it wasn't Lele who scratched it, it was Jiang Xiaolong. The moment the girl's words came out, it immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The crowd looked towards Jiang Xiaolong's place in the little girl's mouth. And at this time, the heavily made-up woman's face panicked, and she immediately looked at the little girl and questioned. Jiang Lele, you saw my little dragon paddling the car? You dead girl, don't accuse people indiscriminately. The little girl was instantly startled and hid behind her mom, whispering. Mom, Lele didn't lie, I saw little dragon scratch it with an iron blade. After the little girl finished speaking, the several children on the side also spoke up. I saw it too, the iron piece he took is still in his pocket. The words of a few children instantly convinced the crowd for the most part. At this time, that heavily made-up woman saw this, knowing that she could no longer deny it, she even put on a posture of a dead pig. Even if it is my family Xiaolong Road, but with you in what relationship, not just a broken car, well, who let him parked here? She cursed and said, then from reaching out and pulling out $100, threw it at her feet. You do not just want to blackmail us, mother and son. I've seen this kind of thing many times, give you $100, should be more than enough to fix your broken car paint. Humph, when my big dragon comes back, I'll tell him what happened today. Come on, little dragon, let's go home. After saying that, this woman unexpectedly pulled that bare child and turned around to leave. And behind them, the other village names were originally furious when they heard this woman's words. However, when they heard the name Jiang Dalong, they seemed to have more scruples, and could only depressingly suppress the anger in their hearts and watch the woman leave. Jiang Dalong, a bully in Jiangjia village, uneducated since childhood, became a gangster, with more than a dozen minions behind him. And is a rash, once a person who offended him a leg directly broken. Eventually was caught in prison and stayed for 3 or 4 years. And Jiang Dalong, released from prison, but also do not know how to restrain, pulled a group of people to collect protection money. Generally seldom returned to the Ginger village, about 1 or 2 times a month back. This was also the reason why the crowd looked scornful after mentioning Jiang Dalong. Jiang Hao had already planned to leave the matter alone, but when he heard such harsh words from this woman, and the $100 that she had insultingly dropped, he was instantly enraged. Who told you to leave? However, the woman turned to look at Jiang Hao with a burst of sarcasm. What? Think $100 is too little? Still want to blackmail more? Jiang Hao suppressed the urge to hit someone and spoke. I've known about your family's children for a long time, so I'm just reminding, and I didn't intend to pursue it. But you knew you were in the wrong, not only did you not even apologize, you also squeezed people so much. Since this is the case where you give your face away, then let's do this in a public manner. Saying this, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hao opened the car door and took down 2 sheets from the car. Chapter 218 Jiang Hao's means, punishing evil. This car of mine is worth $14,322,000, this is the invoice. Saying this, Jiang Hao took out one of the bills and held it up in his hands to pass it out to the crowd. The crowd looked at it one by one, and all of a sudden, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. More than $14 million. The old Liu family repaired a courtyard and only spent a total of less than 200,000. It's not even enough for a fraction of this car. The crowd was momentarily stunned by this astronomical figure. And the heavily made-up woman's face changed dramatically for a moment. However, she still braced herself and said sarcastically, "More than $14 million for this piece of car? You're afraid you're crazy? Just your family can afford a car? You wouldn't do something like stealing chickens and dogs and steal other people's cars, right?" This crazy woman's mouth was relentless, practically turning black into white. Jiang Hao held back his anger and spoke. "You don't need to tell me this. If you have any doubts, you can call the police to check." Calling the police was something the crazy woman naturally didn't dare to do. After all, the hooks that his family man had done, it was fine that no one had reported them, but if the police were really brought in, I'm afraid that the first thing to go wrong would still be Jiang Dalong. Why don't I call the police to solve it? As soon as Jiang Dalong's daughter-in-law heard that Jiang Hao wanted to get the police to come and solve the problem, she panicked. "Jiang Hao, don't go overboard. I've already paid you for the paint repair, what more do you want?" Jiang Hao looked at such a shameless woman and was instantly infuriated. "Don't make yourself sound so aggrieved, as if I bullied you." Jiang Hao let out a cold cry and looked at her in disgust. She then took out another piece of paper from her hand and spoke. "A few days ago, someone touched a porcelain and hit my car with a small pothole, and in the end, she compensated me for $1 million to repair my car. This is the IOU, black and white." Said Jiang Hao raised the note in his hand. The crowd saw that it was written clearly, and immediately had believed most of it. For a moment, the crowd had something of a moment of silence. Only a small pit, but was actually claimed $1 million. Then how much would this wound that Jiang Xiaolong scratched, how much would it cost? At this moment, Jiang Dalong's daughter-in-law suddenly turned pale. 1 million. She hadn't seen that much since she was a child, let alone a compensation. If Jiang Hao wanted $1 million, I'm afraid that selling all of her family's assets wouldn't be enough. At this time, Jiang Hao opened his mouth, without the slightest emotion in his voice. "Originally, with such a long scratch, it wouldn't be too much to ask you for $1 million, but I know you can't take it out, but you're not humane, I'm not like you. In this case, seeing as we belong to the same Jiang family village, you take $500,000 as compensation. Otherwise, I'll just have to call the police to come over." Jiang Hao's words instantly seemed to pronounce the crazy woman's death sentence. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, the crowd felt that Jiang Hao was justified in asking for $500,000 without the slightest hint of impropriety. And at this moment, Jiang Dalong was dumbfounded. Although Jiang Hao had given him a 50% discount, $500,000, again, was not something he could afford to pay. At this point, she was incomparably regretful. It was all her fault for talking too much. Looking at Jiang Hao's ice-cold eyes, she had no choice but to turn her supplicating gaze to the others, hoping that someone would plead for him. But his previous actions had long since finished offending the crowd, who would be willing to plead for him. At this time, Jiang Hao took down a pen and paper from the car and directly wrote down the IOU. "I know you won't be able to pay it back for a while, but I'm limiting you to 5 days to get it together for me. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Chapter 219, The System's Explanation, Fourth Uncle's Leg is Better. Jiang Dalong's daughter-in-law signed in a muddled manner, and then, with a hobbled gait, dragged Jiang Xiaolong away. Watching the crazy woman being punished, the crowd burst into euphoria, the pent-up anger in their chests dispersed. However, soon after, they thought of the landlubber, Jiang Dalong, that Jiang Hao had offended, and were instantly a little worried. How, although you've taken out some bad anger for the big guys today, you've also provoked Jiang Dalong, so you have to be careful. Moreover, that $500,000 Jiang Dalong will never give you. The crowd kindly reminded Jiang Hao. When Jiang Hao heard this, he did smile in disbelief. "No matter, let Jiang Dalong come, I won't be afraid of him. I'm really too angry today, I've offended a lot, please forgive me." Jiang Hao lowered his head first and apologized to the crowd of uncles and aunts as a way to bridge the gap between them. When the crowd saw that Jiang Hao apologized, they all of a sudden had smiles on their faces as well. It's fine, it's fine. Afterwards, the crowd dispersed, and Jiang Hao's sky-high luxury car was completely spread throughout the Jiang family village, and even the next few villages. At the same time, the adults of each family seriously warned their children not to touch Jiang Hao's car. With this matter closed, Jiang Hao went home and naturally, there was no shortage of interrogation from the family. Jiang Hao only said that he did business not long ago. He is ready to give the fourth uncle in Tianhe City to buy a suite, the grandparents are taken over, but the fourth uncle is not willing to accept the gift of Jiang Hao again. And the matter was left unsettled. At night, Jiang Hao quietly lay in bed, but did not forget one of today's doubts. Grandpa said that it was only 40 days ago that he underwent a deconversion. And at that time, it was when he had just gotten the system. And that heaven and earth change, did it have something to do with the system? This query, I'm afraid only the system could answer him. Jiang Hao's mind sank into the system and inquired. System, did the heaven and earth change 40 days ago have something to do with you? After a moment of silence, the system's beeping tone came to mind. This world's heavenly Tao was silent, and all laws did not exist. The appearance of the system injected new vigor into this world. And every decomposition and synthesis of the system will not constantly activate the rules of heaven and earth in this world, causing the aura to constantly revive. Jiang Hao was shocked when he heard the system's explanation. System, it won't be that in the end, the entire planet reverts back to the ancient times, right? Ding, system authority is insufficient, please upgrade the system level. This can't be said? Jiang Hao was depressed for a while. Then to what extent has the heavens and earth changed now? Have any beings stronger than me appeared? Ding, system authority is insufficient, please upgrade the system level. For several questions in a row, the system prompted insufficient permissions, which made Jiang Hao depressed. However, up until now, other than him, he had seen two people with transcendent powers, so he thought that the changes in heaven and earth weren't very significant. However, even so, he had to make preparations early. With this thought, Jiang Hao fell into a deep sleep. There were no words for the rest of the night. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Hao heard excited shouts from the next house. Jiang Hao woke up and saw the fourth uncle and fourth aunt, supported by the fourth aunt, surprisingly walking around in the yard. The fourth aunt was crying with joy, and the fourth uncle was as excited as a child. Grandparents and also Jiang Zixuan saw it, a shock to the point that they gathered around. Soon, after getting used to it, fourth uncle asked fourth aunt to let go of him. He began to wander around the courtyard alone. Seeing this, the crowd is even more shocked at Jiang Hao's medical skills. After breakfast, fourth aunt was going to work in the field, so Jiang Hao had nothing to do, so he followed. Chapter 220 Jiang Hao's plan, buying vegetables from the village. The fourth uncle's family grows many vegetables, and when they are ripe, the fourth aunt will pick some and take them to the nearest county town to sell them. Or wait for those vegetable vendors to buy them. This was another source of income for Uncle Four's family. Hey, the price of such good cabbages is too cheap now. Fourth aunt looked at the cabbages in the ground and let out a long sigh. Jiang Hao looked at the fourth aunt in confusion. Fourth aunt, this natural ingredient of ours, the price should be okay, right? The fourth aunt smiled bitterly. AI, even better dishes, after more, the price will naturally be low, and in our small place, we simply can't consume that much. Jiang Hao looked at a large area of cabbages, as well as a variety of other vegetables, when an idea suddenly rose up. Fourth auntie, how many people grow vegetables in our village? Jiang Hao suddenly inquired. The fourth aunt was stunned, and then without much thought, she spoke. Our Jiangjia village has always been poor, planting vegetables for sale is one of the villagers' incomes, basically every family has planted quite a few. How, why are you asking this? When Jiang Hao heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Come on, fourth aunt, let's go home and gather the townspeople, I want to purchase all the vegetables that are ripe in Jiangjia village right now. This decision of Jiang Hao's caused the fourth aunt to be startled. How, what are you acquiring so many vegetables for, and that's for the whole village, too many vegetables flooding the market will be stagnant. Moreover, vegetables are not easy to preserve. The fourth aunt hastened to persuade. However, Jiang Hao's mind was made up. She had no choice but to follow him back. When Auntie Four brought Jiang Hao to the village headman, she explained her intentions. Without asking, the village chief agreed to publicize Jiang Hao. He had heard about Jiang Hao's sky-high luxury car. And since Jiang Hao was wealthy and wanted to help the villagers, he naturally approved 100%. The village chief then used the village radio to convey the matter, and soon, many villagers rushed over. Once they arrived, they were all excited and asked Jiang Hao about the situation. How, are you really going to purchase the vegetables from our Jiang village? How, all kinds of vegetables, at what price are you buying them? In reality, although every family in Jiangjia village grew a lot of vegetables, and although some of them were sold, it was a small place with a small population after all. So the ones that were sold were limited, and moreover, none of the prices were high. And most of the vegetables would be taken away by vegetable vendors at extremely low prices and resold to more places. And some of them went bad in the ground. This was why the townspeople were so excited when they heard that Jiang Hao was going to buy the vegetables grown in the entire village. Jiang Hao comforted them one by one and sat down, ready to wait for them all to arrive at once. Soon, people arrived, and only then did Jiang Hao stand up to speak. The purpose of gathering everyone here today, I'm sure you already know. That is, I want to purchase the vegetables of the entire village and prepare to sell them to the big cities. Jiang Hao's words caused the underground crowd to whisper. Jiang Hao gestured for everyone to pause their speech, then spoke again. Everyone, don't be afraid, this time, I can buy all kinds of vegetables at 20% above the market price. Next, whoever is willing to sell, go to my sister's place to register, and then come to me to get a deposit. When Jiang Hao said that, there was a commotion in the crowd. How, you've thought this through, if you screw up, the vegetables will all rot, and you're giving such a high price. You'll lose a lot of money. Chapter 221 Harvest, Delayed Upgrade. When Jiang Hao looked back, he saw a tall, strong man looking at him with a worried face. The man who spoke was called Jiang'an, a very simple and honest man. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and said to Jiang'an, Uncle, don't worry, I have my channels, I won't lose money. When the rest of the crowd saw that Jiang Hao was determined to purchase vegetables, they were ecstatic. Olden, just don't worry. Hao is also a man of culture, he won't do a losing deal. Yes. That car of Hao's was a sky-high price. This shows that Hao is capable of a lot, so don't worry. Subsequently, many people took Jiang Hao's deposit, but there was still a portion of people who were in a wait-and-see state. However, Jiang Hao didn't force the issue. Soon every family that took the deposit started harvesting the ripe vegetables. Jiang Hao drove to the nearest county, rented a large warehouse, ready to store vegetables. Then and found a few large trucks and agreed on a time with them. Everything was ready. Jiang Hao returned and began to help Uncle Four's family harvest vegetables. Soon, the fourth uncle's family finished harvesting vegetables. Jiang Hao called a truck, brought a big scale, and loaded the truck while weighing. In the end, the fourth uncle's vegetables were weighed, and the price Jiang Hao gave was $15,230 in total. Jiang Hao paid the money directly on the spot, and at the same time gave the fourth uncle an additional 5,000 yuan, so that the fourth uncle and the fourth aunt to help. Although the fourth uncle didn't accept it, it was still forced down by Jiang Hao. Afterwards, Jiang Hao took the fourth uncle and fourth aunt to buy vegetables from other families. And Uncle Four's sudden appearance caused a stir. They were from the same village, so they naturally knew that Uncle Four's leg had just been crushed a few days ago. How did it get better today? Because Jiang Hao had anticipated this, he told them not to tell anyone about his medical skills. So, they lied and said that Uncle Four's leg was just sprained and didn't hurt any bones, and that it was fine after a few days of rest. The crowd believed it. Then, the fiery acquisition of vegetables began. As the vegetables were purchased one by one, Jiang Hao also settled the money according to the agreement. Now, those who were still waiting couldn't sit still. Jiang Hao contacted Jiang Hao, and naturally, Jiang Hao did not refuse. After a few days of strong acquisition, the ripe vegetables in Jiangjia village were bought out by Jiang Hao. All of a sudden, every family kept counting the large sums of money, revealing joyful laughter. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, followed the last trip to the warehouse where all the vegetables were stored, and after supporting everyone, he broke down the acquired vegetables. Ding! Congratulations to the host for decomposing 1 cabbage and obtaining 1 mutant super cabbage seed, gaining 0.8 skill points and 0.8 experience points. Mutated super cabbage seed, super speed growth, eating it can beautify and nourish the skin. Decomposition successful, is it extracted? Ding! Congratulations to the host for decomposing the Chinese cabbage. Because the system decomposed too much, the system beeps were too frequent, so Jiang Hao temporarily blocked the system beeps. After a while, half of the warehouse's cabbages disappeared, and Jiang Hao got countless mutated cabbage seeds. However, after decomposing so many cabbages, logically speaking, the system experience should have been enough. However, the system did not prompt. However, when Jiang Hao opened his personal panel, he realized that after decomposing so many cabbages, his skill points and experience points had only gone up by 100 points. Jiang Hao's face became a little unsightly. System, what's going on? Chapter 222 Not enough skill points, upgrading immortal body. At this time, the system's beep sounded. Ding, host, when the same thing is decomposed multiple times, the skill points and experience points gained become less and less as the number of times it is decomposed increases. Even if the host decomposes too many cabbages, it may be that in the end, the host may not even be able to gain skill points and experience points by decomposing the cabbage again. Jiang Hao was shocked when he heard this. However, he soon figured out that if there was no limit, then wouldn't he be able to level up multiple times a day? It was also impossible for the system to leave such an obvious loophole for him to drill. After realizing this, Jiang Hao continued to decompose the other vegetables despite his frustration. After a long time, all the vegetables were finally decomposed, and Jiang Hao looked at his panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 3520-1000. Age, 18. Strength, 24. Agility, 6.1. Spirit, 4.6. Stamina, 3.8. Skills. Swimming level 30100. Hacking level 501,000. Basketball level 501,000. Divine Chef level 20100. Dogfighting 3 levels 0100. Literally Flying Dagger level 20100. Medicine 4 levels 01000. Great Yin Yang 5 Elements Needle Technique level 30100. Avatar. Danger Sense level 30100. Great Strength level 20100. 100 Poisons 3 ranks 0100. Dharma Breaking Pupil level 20100. 1000-mile Voice Transmission level 20100. Smooth Wind Ear level 20100. Insect Mastery level 30100. Immortal Body level 10100. Skill points 514. Personal space open. After decomposing so many vegetables, it was surprising that they only increased by 500 skill points and 500 experience points respectively. And now, all of his skills needed at least 100 skill points to upgrade to the next level. And 500 skill points would only be enough for him to upgrade 5 skills. But just the Divine Chef in the skills column, the Striking Dog Stick Technique, Literally Flying Dagger, and the Great Yin Yang 5 Elements Needle Technique, these were the 4 skills that he wanted to upgrade. Moreover, there were also the Danger Sense, Giant Strength, Insect Mastery, and Immortal Body in the Talent column, all of which were important means to enhance his strength. 500 skill points were clearly not enough. Unable to do anything else, Jiang Hao had to choose 5 of them to upgrade. First and foremost, the means to save his life had to be in place. Therefore, Immortal Body was Jiang Hao's first choice. After determining this, without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao ordered. System, spend 100 skill points to upgrade Talent, Immortal Body to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, Immortal Body upgrade successful. Immortal Body level 201,000, with it, you can do all sorts of death, and one day, you might even get tired of living. The system's beep had just sounded when Jiang Hao's face suddenly changed drastically. He then directly collapsed on the ground, his veins rippling and his body convulsing. Roar! The intense pain caused Jiang Hao to involuntarily let out a low roar as a way to vent his pain. Soon, however, that pain disappeared. After slowing down, Jiang Hao rose from the ground with a palpitating heart. System, why is the enhancement of the immortal body so painful? Why didn't you warn me? Jiang Hao said with dissatisfaction. Ding, the enhancement of the immortal body lies in changing the host's cellular gene chain. The rebuilding of the gene chain is naturally painful. As for why you didn't remind the host, could it be that after the system reminds you, the host is ready to give up on upgrading the immortal body? Chapter 223 Upgrading Danger Sense, Upgrading Divine Chef. The system's words immediately left Jiang Hao speechless. Giving up on upgrading the immortal body? Kidding aside, this was naturally impossible. At this moment, Jiang Hao quietly felt the changes from the upgraded immortal body. Every time he clenched his fist, powerful strength surged forth, and with one punch, it seemed like it could break the sky with a stone. However, all of this was just an illusion brought about by the surge in strength. However, Jiang Hao was thrilled when he saw on the system panel that his physical attributes had actually doubled. Strength, 48. Agility, 12.2. Spirit, 9.2. Endurance, 7.6. The 4 basic attributes had doubled overall. Jiang Hao's strength skyrocketed even more. Choosing to enhance the immortal body is definitely the most correct choice. The change in the body's 4-dimensional attributes was still only one of the benefits brought about by the immortal body. Another benefit, that was the super speed recovery, healing ability. I also wonder if a level 2 immortal body can be compared to Wolverine's physique? Jiang Hao secretly waited in his heart. It was just that he wasn't clear about his immortal body and couldn't compare it for a while. He couldn't just mutilate himself and then look at the recovery power of his immortal body, could he? Thinking like this, Jiang Hao put the immortal body aside for the time being. His eyes resumed scrutinizing the other skills back and forth. Soon, Jiang Hao gathered his gaze on the natural aptitude, danger perception. This was likewise a must upgrade. Danger sense had saved his life several times. Having made his decision, Jiang Hao opened his mouth. System, spend 100 skill points to upgrade the talent, danger perception to level 4 for me. Yes, host. Ding, talent, hazard sense upgraded successfully. Danger sense level 40500, grants you a keen sixth sense, able to detect the arrival of danger in advance and react to it, agility +8, spirit +6. Soon, the talent perception upgrade was complete, and Jiang Hao only felt that everything around him was clearly visible. Even without looking, he was able to sense all the existence around him. This made Jiang Hao excited. After a few attempts, Jiang Hao secretly suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the prompts. He realized that the skill points required to upgrade his level 5 danger sense were surprisingly not increasing by a factor of 10. This made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Just that, even so, that would still require 500 skill points to upgrade. This was already equivalent to all of his gains from these few days of busyness. AI. No skill points, it can't hurt. Now that he had upgraded his immortal body and danger sense, he had the skill points to upgrade 3 more skills. He had to ponder over it, and the benefits were too great to waste. Looking at the system panel, Jiang Hao frowned. That's it for now for the talent skills, the other few are enough for now, and the mega strength will wait until I take control of this surge of strength first. Jiang Hao then dropped his gaze to the skill bar. Swimming, hacking, and basketball, these skills were already sufficient and didn't need to be upgraded. Next was the Divine Chef skill. Jiang Hao's gaze rested on the Divine Chef skill. He could remember that a level 2 Divine Chef could make food with attributes. He wondered how level 3 would change. The more Jiang Hao thought about it, the more interested he became. Perhaps the additional attributes that the food made by a level 3 Divine Chef skill has are permanent? With this thought, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. System, spend 100 skill points to raise the Divine Chef skill to level 3. Yes, host. Ding, Divine Chef skill upgrade successful. Divine Chef level 301,000, a skill practiced by the legendary cooks of the gods, specializing in cooking food for the gods. Able to use everything in heaven and earth as ingredients to make food that would make the god rave. Chapter 224, Continuing to Upgrade, Learning Fist Scripts. As the system's beep sounded, Jiang Hao's mind was once again flooded with a large amount of knowledge. However, as Jiang Hao's spiritual attributes skyrocketed, his acceptance ability was also rapidly increasing. Soon, Jiang Hao accepted the influx of knowledge in its entirety. After awakening, Jiang Hao burst into ecstasy. A level 3 Divine Chef can actually make food that permanently increases attributes with special spiritual ingredients. And the additional attributes of food made from normal ingredients can be maintained for a day. Jiang Hao was worried that he couldn't raise his strength on his own. He didn't expect someone to send him a pillow when he dozed off. The level 3 Divine Chef skill was actually able to use a special spiritual ingredient to make food that permanently boosted his strength. Just what exactly was this special spiritual material? At this moment, the system seemed to have sensed Jiang Hao's confusion, and then spoke out to clear up his confusion. Host, special spiritual materials refer to medicinal herbs that possess spiritual qi. Ordinary ginseng can only barely be considered a special spiritual material. Hearing this, Jiang Hao's body stiffened. Ordinary ginseng could only barely be considered a special spirit material, so what was a true spirit material? Ding, host, only ginseng that is hundreds of years old truly belongs to spiritual materials. The system straightened up and gave Jiang Hao a fillip. Jiang Hao's face instantly darkened. 100-year-old ginseng was unattainable. Even if you had the money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy it. This led him where to find. Jiang Hao was depressed beyond belief, and for the time being, he didn't think about the divine chef skill. Next, Zhang Hao's gaze swept back and forth over the 3 skills, including the striking dog stick technique, literally flying dagger, and the great 5 elements yin-yang needle technique. Judging from the experience required to upgrade at the same level, literally flying dagger's grade should be a bit higher. Then let's upgrade literally flying dagger first. It was really because he had too few skill points, otherwise how could he have gotten so entangled? System, upgrade literally flying dagger. Yes, host. Ding, literally flying dagger upgrade successful. Literally flying dagger level 301,000, literally flying dagger, example without failure. Soon after, the system beep sounded. Afterward, Zhang Hao only felt a renewed influx of qi in his body, which converged before being swallowed up by the overbearing chaotic qi in his body. And the qi in his body also enhanced by a few points. At this moment, Zhang Hao's true combat power had once again doubled. As long as he wanted to, no one could get close to him. Zhang Hao resisted the urge to try his hand, and looked at the other skills, as well as the remaining 100 skill points. After some contemplation, he then decided to keep the remaining 100 attribute points for backup. Perhaps in special circumstances, one would need other skills to break the ice. Looking at the attribute panel that had undergone a drastic change, Zhang Hao was happy in his heart. Subsequently, in the underground warehouse, Zhang Hao began to adapt to the skyrocketing strength. However, he found that he had his defense, his long-distance attack, and he was just missing close combat. And at that moment, Zhang Hao suddenly remembered the gongfu that the old master had given him. He hurriedly took out the gongfu that the old master had sent him from the system space. System, is there a way for me to learn this fist manual? Zhang Hao looked at all in his hand and asked the system with a hopeful face. It would be impossible for him to learn the fist manual on his own. Well, learning is impossible to learn, it's impossible in this life, practicing boxing is so tiring, I'll just follow the system, be a little salty fish, and just shout 666. Ding, found a book of nameless boxing, whether to learn. The system's tone recalled, and Zhang Hao burst with joy. Yes. As the system tone recalled, the fist recipe in Zhang Hao's hand disappeared into thin air. Chapter 225 Blacksmith's News, Hope for Exclusive Weapons. Ding, gain skill, nameless fist technique, skill points +3, experience points +3. Nameless fist technique level 101, soften all kinds of moves and make your own. The system's beep sounded, and Zhang Hao was bursting with joy. Grandpa is worthy of being a cultivation genius. The fist recipe he delved into was actually recognized by the system. At this moment, Zhang Hao sincerely admired the old man. System, upgrade the fist technique to level 3. Yes, host. Ding, nameless fist technique upgraded successfully. Nameless fist technique level 30100, soften all kinds of moves and make your own style. With the fist technique upgraded, a qi once again appeared in Zhang Hao's body, traveling around his body and eventually converging in the dantian to be assimilated. After obtaining the boxing technique, Zhang Hao punched in the warehouse as a means of adapting to his newly skyrocketed strength. After a long time, Zhang Hao came out of the warehouse and drove home. When he returned home, the fourth aunt had already prepared a meal, and the family was waiting for him. After eating, Zhang Hao and the old man went out for a walk. Grandpa, is there a blacksmith in our village who used to know how to make iron? Literally flying dagger had already been upgraded to level 3 by him, but up until now he didn't have his exclusive weapon yet. The 9 pieces of fine iron in his space had been kept in his space and were getting moldy. The main reason was that nowadays, with the rapid development of technology, the technique of manual iron making had long been scrapped. That's why Zhang Hao was lucky and wanted to see if there was anyone in the countryside to pass on this craft. At this moment, the old man stopped at his words and glanced towards Zhang Hao's face. Are you trying to build a weapon? There was a hint of certainty in the old master's inquiring tone. Zhang Hao didn't hide it either. Well, my master taught me a flying dagger art, but the flying daggers sold on the general market are all pressed into shape by machines, and they're too trashy. So, I sought to find someone to fight a few. When the old master heard this, he was also silent for a while, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. How, although your martial arts skills are very high, but now it is a legalized society, moreover, even if your martial arts skills are high, you can't stop bullets. Don't be a fool and do something illegal. The old man said in a serious tone. Zhang Hao sniffed and naturally understood the old master's concern. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. This was Zhang Hao's code of conduct. He naturally wouldn't do bad things for no reason. However, in order to dispel the old man's worries, Jiang Hao hurriedly spoke out to explain. Grandpa, don't worry, I've grown up, I know what to do and what not to do. I wouldn't dare to do anything illegal. I'm just lacking flying daggers for practicing, and, since my master sent me 9 special pieces of iron, that's why I'm thinking of building a few flying daggers. Jiang Hao's words still worked. The old master pondered slightly, then spoke. Our village did have a blacksmith in the past, and he was so good at his craft that everyone in the neighborhood used to look to him to build agricultural tools. It's just that, later on, he clashed with someone and had his hamstring jumped off. I'm afraid he can't help you. When Jiang Hao heard this, it seemed like he had heard it somewhere. Grandpa, you said it was Uncle De Biao? Jiang Hao then remembered that he had been told by others before. Uncle De Biao's full name was Zhang De Biao, and he was already in his 40s, yet he was still a bachelor. All because he had a broken tendon in his hand, and he couldn't hold things with a trembling hand. I didn't expect him to have such a glorious past. The old man nodded, and Jiang Hao was instantly elated. Grandpa, it's fine, you've forgotten that I can heal. A broken hamstring is incurable for others, but for me, it's a piece of cake. Chapter 226 Jiang Dalong comes to seek revenge, how powerful am I? Right. How could I have forgotten? The old man then remembered Jiang Hao's amazing medical skills. That De Biao kid is quite nice, he's suffered for most of his life, and when he meets you, it's a bittersweet moment. Let's go, I'll take you to find that De Biao kid. The old man said, unexpectedly ready to go now. Jiang Hao hurriedly pulled the old man back. Grandpa, look, it's late now, tomorrow morning I'll bring my things and we'll go together. The old master had no choice but to give up. There were no words for the night. In the morning, Jiang Hao had just woken up. The old master had already gotten up early and went to the old forest to practice boxing for a while and came back. Just then, Jiang Jingyi suddenly rushed in. Brother Hao Hao, my mom said that Jiang Xiaolong's dad drove back with many people in the middle of the night last night. She told you to hurry and hide. Jiang Jingyi gasped, his 2 little cheeks flushed. Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this. It was only then that he remembered that Jiang Dalong's daughter-in-law had said she was going to sue to come. However, there had been no movement in the past few days, so he thought that Jiang Dalong's daughter-in-law was afraid. He didn't realize that Jiang Dalong had gone to pull someone out. Just, would he be afraid of Jiang Dalong? He had never been afraid of the 2 big dragons, and besides, his strength had just skyrocketed yesterday, much less he would be afraid of a Jiang Dalong. Jiang Hao smiled and touched Jiang Jingyi's head, then took some snacks from a side table and gave them to him. Jingyi, thank you for coming to inform me, and also, thank Auntie too on my behalf. Just tell her that I'm going to visit her in a couple days. You go back soon. Jiang Jingyi sniffed, but his oldest son, Jiang Hao, had a small face full of anxiety. Brother Hao Hao, you go quickly. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaolong's father is coming. Jiang Hao sniffed, somewhat moved, gently pinched Jiang Jingyi's little face. Thank you, Jingyi, but I'm not afraid of Jiang Dalong. And at this time, the old man heard the commotion and walked in. He looked at Jiang Hao. Hao Hao, are you sure? If not, take Zishuan and leave quickly. Jiang Hao smiled as he heard this and looked at the old master. Grandpa, how high do you think my martial arts are? Before the old master could say anything, Jiang Hao spoke immediately afterward. Actually, I don't know exactly how powerful I am right now. Jiang Hao said, a powerful aura radiating from his body. A hint of shock flashed in the old man's eyes, and he said no more. Soon, a van arrived on Jiang Hao's door. 8 people came down from the van one after another. They had an iron bar or a katana in each hand. The one in the lead had a dark face, a scar on his forehead, and looked menacing. This person was none other than Jiang Dalong. Brother Long, is this the one? I'd like to see what kind of person dares to act wildly on Brother Lung's head. That's it. And at that moment, one of them suddenly revealed a sinister smile when he saw Jiang Hao's car on the side of the road. Brother Long, since the matter is all caused by this car, why don't I smash this car and take it out on Brother Long? Jiang Dalong glanced at it and didn't say anything, considered it a tacit acceptance. At once, the yellow hair that prompted to smash the car revealed a sinister smile, carrying his stick towards Jiang Hao's car. There was a cacophony of noises outside, and the neighbors were all startled. They opened their doors to check. As a result, when they saw that it was Jiang Dalong, they instantly understood that Jiang Dalong had come to seek revenge. At this time, they also heard the words of that yellow hair wanting to smash the car, and were immediately shocked and filled with anxiety. This car can cost more than $14 million. Zhang Dalong, this asshole, why don't we call the police? How too, why haven't you left yet? Should we stop it? How is so good to us. Chapter 227, in my eyes, you can't even be counted as a griffin. Neighborhood leader residents thought of Jiang Hao's goodness, and at this moment, when they saw that someone was unfavorable to Jiang Hao, some of them couldn't stand to watch. Just as Yellow Hair raised the iron rod in his hand and was about to smash it down. Stop! A neighbor couldn't stand to watch and shouted out, opening the gate, taking a shovel, and stepping out. At the same time, the front door of Jiang Hao's house suddenly opened, and a shoe was like a sharp sword. In the instant before the crowd could react, it directly smashed on the back of Yellow Hair's head. Splat! With a loud sound, Yellow Hair directly fell to the ground and did not move. This turn of events instantly caused the crowd to freeze, followed by a burst of horror. Cackle! Right at this moment, with the sound of an old wooden door opening, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction the sound came from. The door opened, and Jiang Hao walked out of the door with a calm and collected face. Behind him, fourth uncle and fourth aunt Jiang Zixuan, the old man and grandmother, Jiang Jingyi, and the others followed. When the surrounding neighbors saw Jiang Hao come out, the others also took shovels and hoes and looked at Jiang Dalong warily. And at this moment, Jiang Dalong was also shocked when he saw the situation. He looked around the week and saw that the villagers who used to let him bully them were actually all full of anger at this time, holding farming tools and staring at him in death. This situation also frightened him and his men. The original imposing and arrogant 7 people were now gathered face to face, and they all saw the dodge in each other's eyes. Jiang Dalong glanced back at the Yellow Hair lying in front of Jiang Hao's car, collapsed and unrecognizable, as well as a slipper not far from the Yellow Hair. A slipper knocked someone out? He suppressed the shock in his heart and revealed a face full of ferocity. Jiang Hao, your kid has grown capable. You haven't even grown your hairs yet, and you're blackmailing me. Now, even joining forces with them to deal with me? Jiang Dalong pointed at Jiang Hao as well as the surrounding townspeople and spoke harshly. You guys wait for me, I hope none of you will be left alone. Take old Six with you, let's go. Putting down his harsh words, Jiang Dalong turned around and led the people to leave. But Jiang Hao wouldn't just let them leave. Stop! Jiang Hao took a step forward and let out a cold shout. Jiang Dalong's footsteps lurched as he turned to angrily look at Jiang Hao. What? Want to bully the few with the many? Jiang Hao, however, ignored it and looked around, seeing the uncles and aunts around him who were willing to help him, and was somewhat moved. Aunts and uncles, thank you all for being willing to help me in this situation. However, this is a matter between Jiang Dalong and I. Today, I will personally handle it. He then glanced at Jiang Dalong himself, his men, and scornfully said. Moreover, just these few little mongrels, there's no need for everyone to help. Jiang Hao's words instantly angered Jiang Dalong as well as Jiang Dalong's men. At the same time, the surrounding neighbors were alarmed. How, don't show off. That's right, there are so many of them. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao raised his hand to stop the crowd's persuasion. Jiang Dalong, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens, you're the king here, but in my eyes, you can't even be considered a mole cricket. Come on. Let me teach you to be human today. Behind Jiang Hao, the others were anxious and looked at the old man. Elder, quickly persuade Hao. That's right, how can Hao be a match for them alone? Yes. Elder Jiang. However, while the crowd was on fire, the old master was calm. Let Hao handle it himself. When the crowd heard this, they immediately felt that the old master had also gone crazy. Chapter 228, One of Me, Picking on a Group of You. Hey! This. The crowd was anxious, however Jiang Hao and the old man wouldn't let them on, so they could only be anxious. At this time, Jiang Zixuan looked at the anxious heavy colors, then comforted. Uncles and aunts, don't be afraid, my brother, he's very powerful. However, without waiting for the crowd to retort. On the other side, Jiang Dalong looked at Jiang Hao, this idiot, who actually fought them one-on-one. Moreover, it was still one person picking on a group of them. At once, after they glanced at each other, they directly took the ferocious weapons in their hands and suddenly rushed towards Jiang Hao. One of them rushed the fastest. He came to Jiang Hao's near front, and raised the iron bar in his hand to hit Jiang Hao's head. Seeing that the iron stick was about to materialize, a hideous smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao revealed a scornful smile at this person. Subsequently, with a quick eye, he reached out between his hands and clutched the man's hand, making a strong pinch. Ah! The man let out a miserable scream and let go of his hand in pain, the iron rod falling. Without looking, Jiang Hao reached out with his other hand and directly grabbed the falling iron rod. Immediately afterward, he came with a stick on this person's leg. And at that moment, the others arrived. The others raised the weapons in their hands and viciously attacked all parts of Jiang Hao's body. Seeing this, Jiang Hao pushed the person in his hand out as hard as he could. 3 people were caught off guard and were hit by the person Jiang Hao pushed out. The huge impact made them feel like they were hit by a train. The 4 of them flew backwards together. When it was too late, almost at the same time, Jiang Hao crouched down and swept a mixer across. Knocking on the legs of the 2 men first, he directly swept them to the ground. Although Jiang Dalong subconsciously dodged Jiang Hao's sweep. However, before he could come over anyway, Jiang Hao had already clutched his neck and lifted him up. Jiang Dalong's eyes rolled back in his head, his face flushed red, and he couldn't catch his breath. His hands grasped Jiang Hao's hands, desperately wrenching them away. Trying to get Jiang Hao to let him down. Jiang Hao grabbed Jiang Dalong as if he were grabbing a rag doll and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. Ah! Jiang Dalong let out a miserable cry, then rolled over, one hand touching his back. At the scene, Jiang Dalong and the people he brought with him were lying on the ground, constantly moaning. Jiang Hao was the only one standing in place. In just a few seconds, this one against many fight ended like this. At this moment, the surrounding crowd stared at Jiang Hao with horror on their faces. There were no words for a long time. The surrounding area was plunged into dead silence. That wasn't all. Jiang Hao carried the iron rod and, in the eyes of the group of people in fear, broke their legs or arms one by one. For a moment, the scene was filled with mournful cries. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air. At this moment, the surrounding crowd looked at Jiang Hao with more than a hint of fear. At this moment, Jiang Hao coldly looked at Jiang Dalong, who had a resentful gaze on his face, and softly said, Jiang Dalong, I'm always waiting for your revenge. However, next time it won't just be an arm. Get lost. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, a few people lying on the ground had a look of fear on their faces, and hurriedly helped Jiang Dalong up, and a few people helped each other and hurriedly got into the van. Jiang Dalong and the others left in a sorry state. Only then did Jiang Hao turn to look at the crowd and revealed a smile. Everyone, don't be afraid, I believe that Jiang Dalong won't come looking for trouble again. At this time, a middle-aged woman next to him, who was not tall and had a slightly chubby build, looked at Jiang Hao and cautiously inquired. How, do you know martial arts? Chapter 229 The old master accepts an apprentice who can build flying daggers. After Jiang Hao casually found reasons to muddle through, the townspeople dispersed one by one. Afterwards, the old man took Jiang Hao and prepared to go to Jiang Debiao's home. Along with him was Jiang Jingyi. On the way, Jiang Jingyi had an envious look on his face and kept asking about Jiang Hao's martial arts. It seemed that he had been captivated by martial arts. The old master looked at Jiang Jingyi and spoke with a smile. Jingyi, do you want to be as powerful as your brother Hao Hao? Jiang Hao knew what the old master wanted, so he quietly stood aside without interrupting. The old master's words immediately attracted Jiang Jingyi. Jiang Jingyi had an excited look on his face and kept nodding his head as if he were a chicken pecking at rice. At the same time, he carefully looked at the old master. Grandpa, can brother Hao Hao teach me? The old master looked at his youngest grandson and shook his head with a smile. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jingyi lowered his head in disappointment, his hopes dashed and seemingly about to cry. Seeing this, the old master did not play dumb. Jingyi, your brother Hao Hao's martial arts have another inheritance, and cannot be taught to you. But grandpa's martial arts can be taught to you. Jiang Jingyi, who had just had his hopes dashed, originally thought that he was afraid that he would not have the opportunity to learn martial arts. Only, what he didn't expect even more was that there was no way out of the mountain, and there was another village in the darkness. The fire of hope that had just been extinguished, unexpectedly had the beginnings of rekindling. Jiang Jingyi carefully said. Grandpa, you also know martial arts? The old man smiled without saying anything and casually slapped his palm on the tree, leaving a palm print on the tree. Jiang Jingyi was stunned. Grandpa, teach me. Jiang Jingyi was thrilled. The old man's face became much more serious. Jingyi, if you really want to learn, I can teach you. But do you have the perseverance, the fortitude to stick with it? Learning martial arts is not something that happens overnight. Jiang Jingyi's face was firm and he kept nodding his head. I'll persevere. Seeing this, the old master's seriousness just now was gone, returning to amiability. Good, tomorrow morning you get up half an hour earlier than today again, come over here, Grandpa will teach you. Grandpa accepted Jiang Jingyi, and Jiang Hao was happy. Soon, the three of them arrived at Jiang Debiao's house. Jiang Hao explained his intentions, and Jiang Debiao let out a bitter smile. How. It's not that Uncle Debiao won't help you. But look. Saying this, Uncle Debiao stretched out his hand. That hand was drooping and curled up like a chicken's claw. Jiang Hao looked at the old man's face for a moment, then smiled and spoke. Uncle Deb, don't worry, your hand, I can cure it. Jiang Hao's words were like a stone's throw, giving Jiang Debiao a great shock inside. After a short silence, Jiang Debiao glanced at Jiang Hao, while also purposely glancing at the old man who hadn't said a word at the side. For Jiang Hao's big talk, there seemed to be a few points of credibility. There was a tremor in Jiang Debiao's tone, that of excitement. How, as long as you can heal my hand, it's no problem even if I give you 100 beatings. When Jiang Hao heard this, he immediately revealed a smile. Good, Uncle Debiao, in that case, I'll heal it for you. Jiang Debiao was thrilled when he heard this. How, I'll go prepare anything that needs to be prepared. Uncle Debiao, no need, just lie down and give me your hand. Jiang Debiao did not hesitate and hurriedly got on the bed and lie down. At this moment, he could even clearly hear his heart beating. Chapter 230 Healing Uncle Debiao, Pity the World's Parents. After a long time, Jiang Hao pulled off 9 ice jade needles from Jiang Debiao's wrist. Afterward, he secretly injected a little less than half a bottle of life essence liquid and quickly repaired the injuries on Jiang Debiao's wrist. Uncle Debiao, it's done, try moving around a bit now. Jiang Hao opened his mouth as he packed up his things. Jiang Debiao sniffed and tried to move his hand. Sure enough, he was able to flexibly grasp and even retract it. This kind of feeling, he hadn't felt it in almost 20 years. Jiang Debiao wept with joy and kept trying various positions. It's really good, it's really good. Seeing this scene, the old man revealed a hint of relief. Jiang Hao didn't bother either. It was only after a long time that Jiang Debiao reacted, and he hurriedly came to Jiang Hao's side and deeply bowed to him. How, thank you for making Uncle Debiao a whole person. Don't worry, what you want, Uncle Debiao will make you happy. Wasn't it Uncle Debiao's words that Jiang Hao was looking for? Then I'm counting on Uncle Debussy. Saying that, Jiang Hao took out 9 black iron blocks and a drawing from his bag. Uncle Debiao, these are the 9 special iron blocks that I unintentionally obtained. You can use these for the materials, and also, this is the drawing. Jiang Debiao took the things and glanced at them. Good, Uncle Debiao will build it for you, you come and get it at this time tomorrow. After receiving Uncle Debiao's assurance, Jiang Hao and the old man turned around to go home without disturbing his work. On the way home, Jiang Hao encountered Uncle Lin coming down from the mountain. He looked as if he had encountered something good and ran down from the mountain with an excited face. Uncle Lin, what's the happy event that makes you so happy? Uncle Lin couldn't stop the excitement when he saw it was Jiang Hao and spoke. How, I went up today and unintentionally dug up a very large wild ginseng, how much do you think it costs? Saying that, Uncle Lin hurriedly took out a rolled-up shirt from his bag and opened it. Subsequently, it revealed a ginseng whose size was more and more the thickness of a rolling pin, with a red thread tied to it. This ginseng has sparse roots, a light body, and a ginseng head with fine lines, possessing a large section of long reed. At a glance, it was a good wild ginseng, and the year was not low. At this time, the system made a prompt. Ding, found a 50-year-old wild ginseng, is it decomposed? Jiang Hao was stunned, then looked at Uncle Lin who had a simple smile on his face and told the truth. Uncle Lin, you're rich, this ginseng plant already has 50 years of portions, plus it's wild mountain ginseng, the value is even higher. Uncle Lin hemmed and hawed, then hurriedly inquired. Then how much do you think this can be worth? Jiang Hao sniffed and glanced at the naive Uncle Lin, somewhat surprised. Uncle Lin, you want to sell it? Jiang Yin nodded, somewhat helpless. Your brother Pingyan, he doesn't have much ability, he's 27 or 88 years old, he still hasn't gotten a daughter-in-law. Not long ago he came to the phone and said that he talked about his girlfriend. Originally I and your aunt also Happy Lou asked him when he can get married, the result of his girlfriend said, marriage at any time. The condition is must sell suite in the city, not sell the house, not married. You also know, your brother Pingyan he has no culture, so there is no decent job, a month cannot earn a few dollars. A house in the city costs at least $400,000 or $500,000, where can he get it together? I was worried these days, so I was going to go up to the mountains to fight for something to sell. However, I didn't think I'd be so lucky today to come across this ginseng. Uncle Lin was also smiling happily as he spoke. Chapter 231 Good people have good lives, real medicinal meals. Zhang Hao sniffed with some sadness. Pity the world's parents. At the same time, there was a pang of helplessness at the current distorted social status quo. Zhang Hao took the wild ginseng in Uncle Lin's hand and suddenly remembered his level 3 divine chef skill, and wasn't this wild ginseng a special elixir? Thus, he looked at Jiang Yin and said, Uncle Lin, according to the market price, the price of a 50-year portion of wild ginseng probably fluctuates between 300,000 and 500,000. The heavier the quality, the higher the price. This plant is probably worth around $400,000. However, a general private sale would definitely not be able to give you that high of a price. Moreover, it's not safe. In this case, if you really want to sell this wild ginseng, then I'm willing to offer $500,000 for this ginseng. The extra will be my wedding gift to Brother Pingyan. Zhang Hao quoted his price. When Jiang Yin heard this, he was thrilled. Great, now I can finally sell a suite for Pingyan to get married. But, how, $500,000 is too high, 400,000 will do. Zhang Hao sniffed, and recognized a few more points for this naive and honest man. Uncle Lin, if I say 500,000 then it's 500,000, after all, this thing sometimes depends on who it falls into. He landed in the hands of someone who needs it, this price is not high at all. I'll drive you to the bank to transfer the money when we get home. $500,000 for a 50-year-old wild ginseng. Zhang Hao still felt it was worth it, after all, he wasn't really short of money right now. Money was for spending, and besides, this wild ginseng was worth quite a lot to him. The old man just watched and didn't say anything. For this grandson of his to be able to casually come up with $500,000, he wasn't surprised at all. After all, just his amazing medical skills alone could already keep him from worrying about money. After transferring the money to Uncle Lin, Zhang Hao stopped by to buy many fresh vegetables, as well as some medicinal herbs. Now that he had the special spiritual materials, he naturally wanted to test out his level 3 divine chef skill. When he would arrive home, the fourth aunt was preparing to cook, so Zhang Hao hurriedly spoke. Fourth aunt, don't get busy, I'll do this meal today, and you guys can taste my handiwork. The fourth aunt sniffed and was still a bit unconvinced. As soon as Jiang Zixuan, who was on the side, heard that Zhang Hao was going to cook himself, she hurriedly pulled the fourth aunt along. Fourth aunt, my brother's cooking smells great, it's just that he's a bit lazy and it's rare for him to do it once in a while, so let's wait for his meal today. Fourth aunt was astonished and was dragged away by Jiang Zixuan. Zhang Hao heard the resentment in the weight of Jiang Zixuan's tone and glared fiercely. You foodie, eating so much of my rice and still complaining about me. Be careful not to eat for you today. Zhang Hao's threat scared Jiang Zixuan into hastily begging for forgiveness in a cute manner. Older brother, look, your sister is so cute, are you willing to let him starve? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and dismissed Jiang Zixuan before getting down to business. Tying his apron, he gathered the ingredients, especially the wild ginseng and some of the Chinese herbs. Turning on the fire, putting in the oil, all sorts of ingredients were added to the pot, lightly sautéed, and then poured into the casserole dish, simmering slowly over a simmering fire. These actions seemed to have a special beauty when he did them, everything was done almost in one go. Zhang Hao was as if he was incarnated as a god of cooking. Soon, a special fragrance spread out, floating 10 miles. For a moment, the scent wafted through the air of the entire Jiang family village. It caused countless dogs to bark furiously, and even birds flying by couldn't help but hover. Countless neighbors exclaimed. What kind of delicious food is this that smells so good? Whose house is this? Chapter 232 Third Grade Divine Chef, Crowd's Amazement. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt, grandparents, and Jiang Zixuan were also surprised by the aroma. They took a sharp breath of the aroma and instantly felt a sense of relief in their bodies, as if they had inhaled immortal qi. And among them, the old man was the most sensitive, as he keenly sensed that the aroma seemed to contain something special. Moreover, it was useful for his cultivation. At this moment, he remembered the wild ginseng that Zhang Hao had bought in the morning, and then in connection with Zhang Hao's miraculous medical skills, he seemed to have thought of something. He was about to find Zhang Hao and ask. As a result, he heard Zhang Hao's voice from the kitchen. Zixian, go call Auntie San and Jing Yi to come over as well, let's eat together. Naturally, Zhang Hao wouldn't forget that before, when Zhang Dalong had come, third aunt had asked Jing Yi to remind him of her kindness. Although he didn't need to, he accepted this heart. Moreover, this medicinal meal was even more beneficial to Jiang Jingyi, who was about to learn martial arts. On another note, Uncle San's family, Uncle San went out to work, leaving only Auntie San and Jiang Jingyi. It wasn't easy. Even without that favor, it's only right for him to take care of them. Hearing this, Jiang Zixuan answered, said a word to fourth uncle and the others and went out. Hearing this, the old master looked towards Jiang Hao in the kitchen and revealed a pleased gaze. For Jiang Hao as his grandson, he was relieved. In the kitchen, Jiang Hao was multitasking, frying vegetables in 2 pots at the same time, and making soup on one side, yet even so, he didn't seem to be flustered in the slightest. Everything was in perfect order. After a long time, plates and plates of delicacies with even color and aroma came out of the pot. Jiang Hao took a look at them one by one. Spirit +2. Appetite +3. Deliciousness +2. And so on, various attributes appeared in front of his eyes, and Jiang Hao revealed a smile. However, all of this was an appetizer, the big one was still to come. Jiang Hao turned around and looked at the soup casserole on the side, then looked at his watch. 40 minutes was just right. He then lifted the lid of the casserole expectantly to take a look. An aroma with aura instantly hit his nose. On the golden yellow soup, a few thousand slices of white ginseng were miserably mixed in, a few red wolfberries and red dates became the embellishments, and a piece of fatty fresh meat was dyed a golden color. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, saw something different. Medicinal ginseng chicken soup, blood +10, essence +6, flavor +5, vitality +8, strength +3. Seeing so many additional attributes, Jiang Hao was instantly surprised as well. Hiss. It's really worthy of being a skill that even the gods praise. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention to special elixirs in the future. Jiang Hao was bursting with joy. Brother, third aunt, and Jingyi are here. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan's voice came, and Jiang Hao was jolted awake and hurriedly replied. I know, I've already prepared the dishes, so help serve them. The family then set up a dining table outside and sat in the courtyard ready to enjoy the food. Everything was ready and everyone was served. The crowd stared at the exquisite delicacies on the table with a burst of amazement. How, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. That's right. I feel like the chefs in those restaurants are far worse than you. There was a burst of admiration from the crowd, and when the old man moved his chopsticks, they also hurriedly began to move their chopsticks. When they took a taste, it once again triggered a new round of marveling. At the same time, they were amazed to find that the more they ate of Jiang Hao's cooking, it seemed that the more they ate, the stronger and more refreshed they became, and there was even a surge of warmth in their bodies. Soon, the table of dishes was consumed. Only then did Jiang Hao retake some bowls and bring up the boiled soup. Chapter 233 The Power of Medicinal Meals, Corrupt Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao scooped a spoonful for each person. And at that moment, Jiang Zixuan looked at the half a bowl less of soup in his hand, and that everyone else's bowls were about the same, and was instantly dissatisfied. Older brother, you're too stingy, aren't you? Obviously there's still so much in the pot, why are you scooping so little for everyone? Although the others were also suspicious, they just thought that Jiang Hao wanted them to taste it, yet get their own according to demand. They also excused Jiang Hao. Xian, your brother probably thinks that we're already full and is afraid that he won't be able to finish it if he ladles more for us. But with such fragrant soup, how could we not be able to finish it? The crowd sniffed and burst into laughter. Isn't it? How? Jiang Hao sniffed and smiled without saying anything, but his eyes stared at the old man. At this moment, the old master was staring at the ginseng soup in his hand, his heart in great shock. Just now, he had only taken a deep sniff of this soup, yet just this aroma had actually caused the breath in his body to surge, causing him to feel a breakthrough. Looking at the slices of ginseng at the mouth of the bowl, the old man's mood was difficult to calm down. Even if this soup had 50 years of wild ginseng added to it, it shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? At this time, the others were a little surprised when they watched Jiang Hao staring at the old master. What did this have to do with the old master? They also looked at the old master. The old master felt something in his heart and looked up at the doubt in everyone's eyes, then spoke. Drink it. This soup is extremely beneficial to your bodies. Moreover, this pot of soup is extremely valuable. The ginseng inside is a 50-year-old wild ginseng that Hao Hao spent $500,000 on this morning from that kid Jiangyan. When the crowd heard this, they almost didn't even hold their bowls. What? $500,000? Fourth uncle directly jumped up, his face shocked. The others weren't far behind as they looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. Fourth uncle was instantly anxious. How, why are you spending money indiscriminately? Before fourth uncle could finish, the old man let out a scolding. Sit down, a shock like what? How since you drink that comes so much nonsense. The old master let out a rebuke, the crowd shut up, but that shock in their eyes was still there. Seeing this, Jiang Hao opened his mouth. Everyone drink. After you drink it, then we'll feel that it's worth it. Among the crowd, perhaps only the old man understood the words. The others used to feel that $500,000 for a meal of soup was too corrupt. However, when they took a sip, they couldn't stop at once. After they finished the half bowl of soup in their bowls altogether, they instantly only felt their bodies heat up and a warm current travel throughout their bodies. Moreover, just half a bowl of soup unexpectedly made them feel bloated, and they couldn't drink more even if they wanted to. At this moment, each of their faces were flushed, their eyes constantly switching between the soup and Jiang Hao in amazement. At this moment, Auntie Four suddenly pointed at the others' faces and exclaimed. Your faces. Fourth aunt's cry woke up the others, who looked up, some shocked, and also pointed at each other. Your faces. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke out, solving everyone's confusion. Everyone, don't be afraid, it's fine. This is all the toxins excreted from everyone's own body, third auntie and fourth auntie Zixi granny, you guys go and wash yourselves first. As soon as Jiang Hao said that, they hurriedly got up and left. At this moment, there were only 4 people left at the dinner table. Fourth uncle and Jiang Jingyi, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Hao and the old man with shocked faces. The two of them, Jiang Hao and the old man, finished eating from their bowls and surprisingly, without any color, scooped up another bowl and ate it. Chapter 234 Drinking Soup and Drinking, the Old Master Breaks Through. It wasn't until the old master had drunk 3 bowls that the old master suddenly stopped. At this time, his face was flushed, his body's qi and blood were churning, and the feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough, he was about to be unable to suppress it. Even though he was already trying his best to suppress it, the hint of aura he was leaking was still overwhelming. At this moment, the old man got up in a hurry and turned around to go back to the house under the astonished gazes of fourth uncle and Jiang Jingyi, and purposely closed the door. Fourth uncle turned back and looked at Jiang Hao with a worried face, inquiring. How, is it all right for your grandfather to eat so much? Jiang Hao glanced at the closed door of the room, then turned to look at fourth uncle and shook his head with a smile. The old man was absorbing the aura in the soup and couldn't suppress it to break through. Fourth uncle didn't know, he just saw that the old master's face didn't look right, so he was tensing the old master. So, he spoke out to comfort him. Fourth uncle, you don't need to be nervous, Grandpa is fine. Fourth uncle sniffed, still frowning, recalling this earlier scene, his eyes filled with worry. But why do I see that your grandfather's face doesn't look right? Moreover, just now sitting next to your grandfather, it feels very depressing. Did we make him angry? Jiang Hao stopped scooping the spoon of soup and looked at the suspicious fourth uncle, so he had no choice but to explain helplessly. Fourth uncle, don't think too much. This soup of mine, the more you drink, the better it is for one's body, but this soup needs time to be digested, Grandpa probably went to rest. The fourth uncle sniffed, and only then did he half-heartedly give in. Then looking at the soup on the table, a burst of pity. It's a pity that your second brother has gone away to college, so he's not lucky enough to taste this soup of yours. Jiang Hao sniffed and smiled faintly. Fourth uncle, don't pity yourself, wait for my college entrance exam results to come down. By then, third brother will be back soon, so bring third brother along and come with fourth auntie to celebrate me, and I'll make you guys something better. When fourth uncle heard this, he immediately showed a happy face and agreed. Looks like Hao is full of confidence for the college entrance exam. Good, as long as you don't mind, our family will celebrate you. Jiang Hao smiled and continued to drink the soup. If he didn't drink this soup today, the second time he drank it, it wouldn't have that medicinal effect. So, it would be a waste if he didn't drink it. Moreover, by drinking this soup, he clearly felt the breath in his body growing a little bit, and his entire body warmed up. His strength was also slowly increasing. Eating to grow in strength, such a good thing, no one else could even beg for it. As for how Jiang Hao wasn't bloated. In fact, the medicinal effects that Jiang Hao had absorbed had just gone in and were all devoured by the immortal cells in his body. Then, in the shocked gazes of his fourth uncle and Jiang Jingyi, Jiang Hao finished all the remaining soup. Burp. Jiang Hao burped and looked at fourth uncle as well as Jiang Jingyi, who kept wandering around the courtyard, digesting the food. He then glanced at the washroom and spoke with a smile. Fourth uncle, you and Jingyi bring a basin to the house to wash, otherwise I guess you'll have to wait. After saying that, Jiang Hao packed up the things on the table. Although he had drunk the soup and his body was similarly detoxifying, his body had already gone through many detoxifications, unlike fourth uncle and the others. After a long time, when Jiang Hao finished cleaning up the mess, Jiang Hao moved a bench and sat in front of the old master's door to keep watch. At this time, the old master was making a breakthrough, so he could not allow others to disturb him. Soon, the old master's voice came from the room. "Hao Hao, come in." Hearing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly got up and entered the room.